The story commences with the Avengers' first assembly. In the company of the aloof beauty, Maria Hill, the deputy director of S.H.I.E.L.D., I become the mightiest force among the Avengers. However, during a confrontation with the Chitauri army, I encounter a golden rope, a masked vigilante who shoots webs, and a golden-haired girl who shatters a Leviathan with a single punch. Chapter 1. The Mysterious Symbiote. In the North Atlantic, on international waters, the atmosphere in the aircraft carrier's conference room is far from harmonious. The god of lies from Asgard is confined within a specially designed cage. Nick Fury endeavors to extract information from him, while others engage in fervent debate over how to deal with the Tesseract and Loki. Ladies and gentlemen, Loki is a madman. Banner addresses the assembly. Thor immediately interjects, "Hey, watch your words." Though Loki is unreasonable, he is still of Asgard and my brother. Natasha coolly remarks, "He killed 80 people in just 2 days. In fact, he was adopted." Maria Hill, listening from the control room, ponders the situation. If Loki's intelligence were on par with Thor's, matters would be considerably simpler. At that moment, Fury's command crackles through her earpiece. "Hill, investigate that substance." Understood. Hill complies and approaches a special containment chamber. The heavy alloy door silently glides open, revealing monotonous metallic walls and a large reinforced glass panel. Within the enclosure lies a dark, viscous substance, having arrived on Earth through the portal opened by the Tesseract alongside Loki.S.H.I.E.L.D. S technical team has been unable to analyze it or interact with it. At this moment, the viscous entity feels an unprecedented weakness. "I'm dying energy, need energy." I, Sumo, am a traveler whose soul has inadvertently fused with this peculiar symbiote. This entity requires a host, or at least a continuous supply of energy, otherwise it faces extinction, and I will perish alongside it. Damn it, let me out. I sense that this symbiote possesses unimaginable potential, yet it currently resembles a dying puddle of sludge. I strive desperately to animate this sludge, hoping to catch the attention of the woman outside. I recognize her, Maria Hill, the deputy director of S.H.I.E.L.D., an elite agent renowned for her calmness and efficiency. At this moment, from Hill's perspective, the dark viscous substance begins to writhe, etching distorted, formless patterns upon the smooth inner wall, akin to tapping against the glass. Hill raises an eyebrow. Is this its first attempt at communication? She steps closer for a better inspection. What is it trying to convey? Hill's expression remains unchanged. She maintains her professional demeanor. She cannot decipher it. Or perhaps this entity is merely twitching without purpose. Help! SOS. I pound against the glass more vigorously, causing the viscous form to destabilize. Strange behavior. Document it. Hill thinks, marking it on her datapad. Meanwhile, in the control room, Tony Stark's gaze is fixed on S.H.I.E.L.D.'s database, with Bruce Banner beside him, his brow furrowed as he scrutinizes the data stream flashing. Across the screen, got it. Furious singular, I reveals no emotion. That is classified. Stark. Oh, more classified information. Tony exclaims dramatically with an exaggerated sigh. Bang. A dull thud resonates as Steve Rogers enters, his face ashen, but he slams a uniquely designed energy weapon onto the central table, the metallic impact ringing sharply in the tense atmosphere. It's a weapon developed using the Tesseract, Captain America states coldly. Fury remains impassive. We are on the brink of war, Captain, utilizing weapons of mass destruction to maintain peace. Steve challenges. That's not deterrence, it's an arms race, Banner interjects. Earth has me to protect it, Thor declares, having entered unnoticed, his voice booming with Asgardian pride and a hint of confusion. Can you control this power? Natasha leans against the doorframe, arms crossed, observing silently. She notices that at the far end of the table, the gem atop Loki's discarded scepter flickers with a faint blue light. The arguments intensify, each participant stubbornly clinging to their views, the air thick with tension. Returning to the containment area, Hill continues to scrutinize the dark substance within the glass chamber. Moments ago, the viscous mass had slowly and distinctly inscribed a few crooked English letters upon the glass. Help! It's asking for help. For the first time, Hill's brow genuinely furrows in concern. This exceeds her expectations. She swiftly accesses her datapad, linking it to the containment room's monitoring system. On the screen, the energy curve representing the dark viscous life form plummets visibly, nearing a critical threshold. It's depleting energy rapidly. This is not a charade. How do you want me to assist you? Hill addresses the glass chamber, her voice steady. I am on the verge of madness, this woman finally comprehends. I muster my last ounce of strength, guiding the viscous form to painstakingly inscribe a new word upon the glass. Touch. Touch. Hill's gaze sharpens. Her right hand instinctively inches toward her sidearm. What a preposterous notion, direct, physical contact with an unknown extraterrestrial entity. This contravenes at least a dozen safety protocols. She is not one to take risks lightly. She weighs the dangers. A resounding boom reverberates from somewhere within the carrier. The entire vessel shakes violently, overhead lights flickering erratically, accompanied by piercing alarm sounds. Hill! Furious voice crackles urgently through the communicator, amidst the chaos of shouts and explosions. Emergency! Banner has lost control. He's pursuing Romanoff towards your direction. Evacuate the containment area immediately. Repeat, evacuate at once. Damn it, who provoked him? We are in the sky. Hill's expression freezes. She glances at the barely alive black sludge within the glass chamber, then hears the approaching roars and impacts through the communicator. I think to myself, she will surely leave. In such circumstances, who would care for a dying puddle of black goo? But I am mistaken. Hill presses a button, and I feel a whirlwind as I'm drawn into a smaller glass container, subsequently cradled in Hill's arms. I hope you truly hold value, she murmurs, immediately retreating towards safety. The thunderous roars and heavy footsteps draw closer, shaking the entire corridor. Soon, Hill finds a storage room to take refuge. Just as the door clicks shut, it is violently flung open. Natasha Romanoff rushes in, swiftly securing the door behind her. Hill! What a coincidence, she gasps, her auburn hair plastered to her forehead. That green behemoth nearly killed me. Fury has truly lost his mind. Why recruit such a monster? What's the situation? Has the carrier come under attack? Hill remains composed, shifting slightly to make room for Natasha. The latter helplessly recounts the series of events. Steve and Tony have gone to repair the engine, while Thor is assessing Loki's condition, and she, regrettably, has been pursued relentlessly by the furious Hulk. Chapter 2. Forgotten Origins. With a thunderous roar, the wall shuddered violently, the terrifying sound echoing ominously in close proximity. The metallic barrier could not shield against the cataclysmic noise. Hulk would inevitably discover this place, or perhaps dismantle the aircraft carrier before that could happen. Hill's voice remained calm, stating an undeniable fact. So, do you have any brilliant ideas? Surely, you do not expect me to lull him to sleep? Natasha leaned against the frigid metal frame, massaging her temples. It's simple. I'll handle it. Sumo roared within the container, his consciousness nearly fading. With every ounce of strength, the black liquid reappeared upon the glass walls. Touch. Hey, look at this little thing, Natasha remarked, nodding toward the container. Still quite persistent. ISNT it? Just want you to touch it, Hill. Boom. Another resounding crash. This time closer. Hulk was right outside, his roar reverberating painfully against their eardrums. All right, I'll trust you this once. Hill's gaze remained unwavering. Then, she suddenly hurled the glass container against the adjacent metal cabinet. Crash. The glass shattered upon impact. Hill, Natasha gasped, completely unprepared for such an act. In the next moment, the black viscous substance exploded forth, enveloping Hill's combat suit at a speed too swift for the naked eye to comprehend. It covered her skin, every inch of her. Hill grunted, her form rapidly expanding. Within seconds, Maria Hill vanished, replaced by a towering figure exceeding 2 meters in height, entirely cloaked in darkness. Its silhouette was grotesque, muscles bulging and taut, each inch brimming with explosive power, emanating a primal and more harrowing aura than Hulk himself. Heavens, Natasha staggered back, instinctively reaching for her firearm at her waist. What on earth is that? After a brief silence, a voice emerged. Finally tricked you. Sumo reveled in this new body, healthy, symmetrical, perfect, especially the mind, exquisite. Wait. Sumo immediately quelled certain instinctive impulses. Can you speak? Hill was both astonished and apprehensive. Not only that, the words indicated the liquid possessed a high degree of intelligence. What exactly are you? Upon hearing Hill's inquiry, Sumo seethed with indignation. I've spent ages writing help, and you can't comprehend it? And you're S.H.I.E.L.D. Researchers, each one seemingly devoid of brains. I write SOS, and they interpret it as 303. Do they have tumors on their heads? Hill replied, sorry. Well, I should thank you for releasing me. Hill felt a twinge of emotion. Just as she suspected Sumo was benign, a peaceful extraterrestrial, he declared, now, your body is mine. Sumo disregarded all else, forcefully seizing control of Hill's form. What are you doing? Hill felt herself ensnared. Every muscle, every nerve no longer belonged to her. Damn it, I can't move. She attempted to struggle, only to find it utterly futile. This truly is a misguided decision. Regret surged with unprecedented clarity in Hill's mind. Boom! In the next moment, the heavy steel door of the storage room was torn asunder, twisting inward like a mere sheet of paper. The colossal green figure, the Hulk, filled the entire doorframe. his gaze fixated on the equally formidable S.H.I.E.L.D within the room. The most unfortunate was Natasha, cornered by two towering men, her heart sinking with despair. Roar! The Hulk perceived S.H.I.E.L.D, who was even more massive than himself, as a provocation, howling as his fist, the size of a cooking pot, thundered towards Sumo's head. Damn it! Do I have a vendetta against you? S.H.I.E.L.D raised his equally robust black arm, fingers splayed wide. Bang! The collision of fists produced a deep, resonant sound that seemed capable of shattering eardrums. The shockwave spread, the surrounding metal racks groaning under the strain, while S.H.I.E.L.D firmly absorbed the blow, though the deck beneath him cracked underfoot. Goodness! A chill ran down Sumo's spine. Truly, the Hulk's raw power was terrifying beyond measure. Natasha had retreated to the corner. Disbelief etched across her face. Did he actually withstand a punch from the Hulk? Hill was equally astonished deep within Sumo's consciousness. This extraterrestrial being could contend with the Hulk head-on? Roar! Failing to land a hit, the Hulk's rage intensified, his other fist following swiftly. Unflinching, S.H.I.E.L.D met it with his own punch. Thud! 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 The two titans engaged in primal hand-to-hand combat within the narrow confines of the corridor and chamber. The walls crumbled effortlessly, metal pipes twisted and shattered, sparks flying in their wake. They fought their way through, leaving chaos in their path. Soon, the battleground expanded from a containment zone to the lower hangar. Aircraft, vehicles, precision instruments, all were reduced to mere playthings, torn apart and flung aside by their frenzied might. Encased within the symbiotic entity, Hill watched in growing concern, her brow furrowing deeper. If this continued, the aircraft carrier would surely be dismantled. What in the world is that? Nick Fury's voice roared through the ship's communications, evidently having witnessed the new developments in the hangar via surveillance. In the background, the lament of engines and the sound of explosions rose and fell. The situation above also dire. That black figure is Hill. Natasha's voice was somewhat hurried, yet remained professional. Silence enveloped the communication channel. Moments later, Tony hacked into the carrier's surveillance, swiftly analyzing the data on the two monsters, concluding their strength exceeded 2,000 tons. A woman capable of using the Hulk as a punching bag? Tony's voice heightened in pitch. Why then am I, a 42-year-old billionaire, genius, philanthropist, dragged to this wretched place? To serve as a mascot? Listen, Stock. If I had such weaponry, Loki would never have emerged from the portal. Fury, too, was a loss. Agent Hill, if you can still manage the situation, find a way to lure that green menace to the ground. This aircraft carrier can scarcely withstand much more. Fury's voice resonated once more, this time imbued with an unmistakable command. I will try. Hill found himself immobilized, compelled to communicate with S.H.I.E.L.D on a cognitive level. You may call me S.H.I.E.L.D, the entity declared. Sumo? Such an odd pronunciation. Indeed, you are an extraterrestrial. Hill remarked. Sumo's immense form paused momentarily before effortlessly swatting the advancing Hulk aside with a single claw. Then, a deep voice, resonant and peculiar, emanated from Hill's communication device, reaching the ears of every individual within the channel. Listen closely, I can provide assistance. Fury was on the verge of exhaling in relief. However, the condition is Sumo's tone turned playful. Prepare for me 100 human heads. A chilling silence enveloped the communication channel. Tony's jest was caught in his throat, while Steve's brow furrowed even deeper. Human consumption? This monster consumes humans. As the tension reached its zenith, S.H.I.E.L.D resumed speaking. His tone as casual as if discussing the weather, or perhaps chocolate, an abundance of chocolate. Everyone reacted with disbelief. Chapter 3. I desire human brains. Or chocolate. Nick Fury's single eye fixated intently on the monitor screens. After a few moments of silence, his voice resonated through the communicator, unnaturally calm. S.H.I.E.L.D, send all the chocolate stock aboard the ship to the command room. Director, we have no chocolate. It just treated Hulk like a football, S.H.I.E.L.D. Fury's voice remained steady. Do as I say. Immediately procure some. Understood? Sumo's deep laughter echoed through Hill's communicator. Do not be alarmed, Fury, even in the absence of chocolate. I have no intention of consuming human heads. And as for that agent, I have no fondness for serpentine chocolate. S.H.I.E.L.D was drenched in cold sweat. Of course, I share that sentiment. In the hangar, the battle raged on. Hulk was not one to wait patiently for dessert discussions. The colossal green figure lunged forward once more, the floor beneath him groaning under his weight. S.H.I.E.L.D twisted his neck, producing a sound reminiscent of grinding bones. All right, big fellow, the game continues. A plan formed in Sumo's mind as he glanced toward the massive breach in the hangar wall, created by previous skirmishes. With a tempestuous wind howling in from the heights. Perfect. No longer engaging in a direct confrontation, Su-Mo displayed an agility that belied his size. As Hulk's fist descended, he transformed into a shadow, slipping aside. The liquid surface of his form rendered Hulk's strikes ineffective. Su-Mo resembled a seasoned matador, taunting the enraged bull. "Over here, you mindless brute." His voice dripped with mockery as he swayed near the edge of the breach. Hulk roared in fury, charging recklessly. The ground trembled beneath him. In the split second before Hulk's massive fist was about to crash into Su-Mo's face, Su-Mo swiftly crouched, the dark substance of his form flowing like a tide to one side. Hulk's tremendous inertia rendered him unable to halt, propelling his entire body toward the opening. Now, in an instant, Su-Mo's right leg expanded, forming a significantly thicker black appendage. He exerted force from his waist and delivered a powerful kick to Hulk's backside. The resounding impact echoed, mingling with Hulk's furious roar. The green giant soared forth like a cannonball, uncontrollably propelled from the gaping hole of the aircraft carrier, swiftly vanishing into the clouds. A profound silence enveloped the world. Su-Mo stood at the edge of the breach, the fierce winds tousling his dark exterior. The communication channel lay in stillness until Natasha's voice shattered the quiet, laced with a hint of tremor. "Did he just kick the Hulk out? Jarvis, we must postpone the anti-Hulk armor plan for now." Tony's voice followed, imbued with complexity. "The engine room is operational, but don't expect it to whisk us away to Tahiti for a holiday, Captain. As long as it can fly," came the reply. "Well done, Stark." Tony's voice resonated through the communicator. Captain America wiped the grime from his face, his gaze shifting towards the control panel as the engine's roar stabilized. Meanwhile, in the corridor of the bridge, Natasha dispatched the last of the mind-controlled agents with a swift elbow strike, Nick Fury following suit, his gun still emitting wisps of smoke. "All levels are secure," Natasha reported, her voice steady. "Agent Barton is in custody," Fury stated solemnly, his single eye reflecting a depth of concern. The air was thick with the acrid scent of burnt metal, and chaos reigned around them. Severed cables hung like dead serpents, and the control panels flickered with sparks. Unable to resist a quip, Tony remarked, "You all seem to be in dire need of a hefty renovation budget." At that moment, Agent Hill entered, her expression grave. "Agent Hill, what on earth was that black monstrosity?" Fury inquired, his gaze piercing. Hill sighed internally before recounting the events. "A symbiote? Is it now residing within your body? Sounds like something out of a horror film." Just then, Sitwell burst in, breathless and clutching an assortment of chocolates. "Chocolate, sir, just as you requested." He glanced at Fury, then at Hill, sensing their scrutinizing gazes. Had he inadvertently revealed something? Finally, Sumo's voice resonated with a raspy impatience. A dark, viscous substance surged from behind Hill, coalescing on her shoulder into a grotesque, tooth-filled head, its crimson tongue licking its lips. "My heavens!" Everyone instinctively tensed. Su-Mo addressed the group. "Does anyone wish for some chocolate?" Heads shook in unison like a fan. "Is it truly that frightening?" He is exceedingly polite. Su-Mo elongated his neck and opened his toothy maw, devouring nearly half the chocolate along with its wrapper in one gulp. "I now believe this creature truly might consume human brains," Tony whispered to Captain America beside him. "I suggest, rather than pondering my existence here, has anyone spotted that blonde behemoth? The one wielding a hammer?" Su-Mo couldn't help but remind them. Natasha was the first to react. "You want to check on Loki?" "Shit." Fury was the first to dash out, followed closely by the others. Loki's specially designed cage now stood empty, its glass riddled with spiderweb-like cracks and its metal framework twisted and deformed. Fury's countenance was dark enough to draw water. Though soul was absent, a figure lay on the ground. Phil Coulson. A grotesque wound marred his chest, inflicted by a sharp object that had mercilessly pierced through. Coulson's eyes were wide open, yet devoid of life. "Oh my God," Natasha gasped, covering her mouth. Steve clenched his fists tightly. For the first time, Tony's expression lacked its usual levity. Hill gazed at Coulson, one of S.H.I.E.L.D's finest agents. Just like that, he was gone. A chill of fury enveloped Hill. Fury bent down and retrieved a stack of blood-stained cards from Coulson's pocket, the cards commemorating Captain America. He cast them onto a nearby metal table that still stood firm. Loki had escaped, taking the Tesseract with him. Coulson was dead. Fury's voice was hoarse, simmering with suppressed rage. He looked at Steve, saying, "He admired you, Captain." Steve's gaze fell upon the cards, his lips pressed tightly together. He paused, his single eye sweeping over everyone present. Phil Coulson had died for this belief. He trusted in heroes. Fury's voice rose slightly. "The Avengers initiative is for this very purpose. Does Loki think he has triumphed? He is mistaken. He has provoked us. He believes himself a god, free to act as he pleases. but I shall make him understand that even gods bleed. Chapter 4. Beware of him laying eggs within your body. Fury's voice brimmed with icy resolve. Tony observed the fallen Coulson, then looked at Fury, remaining silent. Motivating through death. It's a cliché, yet at times it proves effective. Sumo observed with a cold eye in Hill's consciousness, sensing his recently replenished energy reserves. It was unnecessary. Moreover, there was no need for him to take action. Sumo recalled that Coulson would eventually return, vibrant as ever. To save him now would be akin to revealing all his cards to Fury. It was not worth it. Can you save Coulson? Hill asked, her voice tinged with excitement upon hearing Sumo's voice echo in her mind. If you raise the corners of your mouth any higher, I want to be able to save him, Sumo replied coldly. He could save him, but only because he desired to do so. Hill instantly comprehended his reservations. Her expression sobering. I'm sorry, Sumo, I won't tell anyone, not even Fury. A wise choice. Regardless, life must continue. The group transformed their grief and anger into strength, their sole focus aimed at Loki. In the corridor of the lounge, Hill reiterated, Sumo, can you truly save Coulson? Of course, but saving him would cost me my life. What do you think should I proceed? He would not die if he saved Coulson. But what Sumo truly wished to ascertain was Hill's stance. Sumo. Hill inhaled deeply, suppressing her emotions. I have no right to demand anything of you. If it comes to that, Sumo snorted coldly. Is this how you treat your esteemed colleagues? Though our acquaintance is brief, I recognize you as a living being with complete thoughts. Hill's expression was grave. Coulson was aware of the risks associated with this role, and so was I. I hope you truly believe that, Agent Hill, Sumo remarked mildly. Maria Hill, most individuals recognized her merely as the deputy director of S.H.I.E.L.D, a commendable female operative. Sumo understood her more profoundly. He admired Hill's candor and character. In truth, Hill did not unconditionally obey Fury or S.H.I.E.L.D, for she was appointed by the president. Even so, she would resolutely refuse to execute the president's order to obliterate Manhattan with a nuclear bomb. By the way, Hill's favorite pizza flavor was the Vino Prairie style from Georgia. In the corridor, Natasha was observing Barton in the makeshift confinement chamber. He had his head bowed, obscuring his expression. 90% of the losses were attributable to him. Sensing Hill's approach, Natasha's expression became complex. Hill approached her. He was controlled, Natasha. I know. Yet, looking at his face, I still feel the urge to punch him. Natasha exhaled, rubbing her brow. She paused and looked at Hill. What about the entity within you? How does Fury intend to handle him? Hill shook her head. He hasn't said anything. I suspect Fury needs combat power right now. Once this matter is resolved, he may find a way to separate us. I heard that. Sumo's voice resonated directly. Natasha's gaze flickered towards Hill's shoulder. What happens to him after you separate? Will he coexist with someone else? Natasha, Hill began, but Sumo peeked over Hill's shoulder. That toothy head turned toward Natasha. Natasha suddenly felt as if she were being exposed. Don't you desire this kind of power, Agent Romanoff? Sumo's tone was beguiling. And Hill, he turned back to her, suggestively adding, when Fury truly wishes to separate us, you might find it difficult to let go. Why would I find it difficult? Hill crossed her arms, evidently incredulous at Sumo's words. Natasha regarded Hill, a meaningful smile suddenly gracing her lips. I've heard quite a few stories about, well, tentacled creatures. She winked at Hill. Be careful not to let him lay any eggs inside you. Lay eggs? Inside her? Hill suddenly felt uncomfortable all over. Sumo's head on her shoulder broke into a silent grin, a crimson tongue flickering between sharp teeth. An intriguing proposition, Natasha. Perhaps I should consider it, little Hills. Sounds delightful. Stop. Don't say that. Hill felt a churn in her stomach. She abruptly shoved Natasha away, the force surprising her. The door slammed shut with a bang and locked. Leaning against the door, Hill gasped for breath, cold sweat beating on her forehead. Calm down, calm down. Just trying to scare you, Sumo remarked nonchalantly. However, the thought of an alien entity invading her, gestating something within her, sent a shiver down Hill's spine. She dashed to the storage cabinet and yanked out a handheld biological scanner. Neglecting to remove her entire combat suit, she roughly tugged at the collar, pressing the cold scanner against her neck, then her chest, and her abdomen. The blue indicator light flickered, and the device emitted a faint hum. What are you afraid of? Hill, if the thought of coexisting with me disgusts you, you need not force yourself. Sumo's voice languidly echoed in her mind. If it comes to that, I can always find another host. Perhaps Natasha. I could even graciously assist her in regrowing a uterus. I cannot, Hill replied, her voice somewhat hoarse. Please, Sumo. Don't jest with me like this, truly. Hill's voice grew softer, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Sumo felt a sense of helplessness. In that moment, he could acutely sense Hill's fragility. This version of Hill felt more authentic, unlike the resolute figure he had seen on the screen, always commanding and decisive. Chapter 5, Confiding. I apologize. That jest was indeed rather cruel. The past cannot be altered. However, you are not alone now. At least you have me. With my presence. No one dares to call you a monster. Sumo's voice resonated again, imbued with a somewhat awkward reassurance. Although he had become a symbiote, his 9 years of compulsory education were not in vain. He still possessed some degree of refinement, albeit limited. Hill paused, her heartbeat inexplicably quickening. She comprehended that Sumo and Natasha's humor was devoid of malice. Yet she never anticipated that the extraterrestrial being, who had just referred to Fury as a black egg and threatened to remove his head and place it elsewhere, would offer her an apology and utter such comforting words. Tentatively, Hill inquired, Sumo, are you truly an alien being? Do I not look the part? Hill was not inherently sentimental or fragile. It was merely the jest that had stirred memories, causing her emotions to slip from her grasp. Perhaps it was due to Sumo's non-human nature that she instinctively revealed her vulnerabilities to him, drawing their relationship closer. No, your appearance is quite similar, but the impression you give me is, how shall I put it? Like a gentleman from an Eastern nation, reserved and understated. You may not know this, but young Americans are quite fond of such men. Hill sat on the ground, her mood lightening, as if conversing with an old friend. Sumo, too, sensed that she had opened up to him. Is that so? Once I become human, perhaps I could give it a try. He let out a self-satisfied hum. What? You can also transform into a human? Hill was somewhat taken aback, along with an anticipation she had not even realized she possessed. Sumo nodded. Indeed, I have such a premonition, but it may require a considerable amount of time. How long? What does that have to do with you, Agent Hill? Hill sensed she had overstepped her bounds. Nevertheless, thank you, Sumo, for earlier. Enough. Let us not get overly sentimental. Sumo interrupted her nonchalantly, stating, I merely wish for my temporary benefactor not to suddenly collapse. You still need to take me to find more chocolate. Despite his words, Hill sensed a certain awkward kindness. She took a deep breath and slowly rose from the ground. Her combat attire was somewhat disheveled, yet her gaze regained its determination. Fury and S.H.I.E.L.D. will not easily let go of someone as unique as you. They will study you, analyze you, even attempt to control you. Let them try. I would not mind tasting the flavor of their intellect. A glimmer of coldness flashed from Sumo's sharp teeth. Hill's expression turned grave. Sumo, I do not know what you are, nor do I comprehend your intentions. However, you saved me and indirectly assisted us. And what? Sumo tilted his head, seemingly trying to grasp her words. In any case, I assure you, Hill's voice was clear and resolute. As long as I am here, I will never allow them to capture you for experimentation. You are neither a weapon nor a mere specimen. Sumo quietly regarded her. This woman, who had just been trembling in fear, now spoke such words. He could feel the conviction behind her statement. It was not a fleeting impulse, but a promise born of careful deliberation. Ha! Sumo let out an ambiguous chuckle. Agent Hill, you're playing with fire. Is it worth it for an extraterrestrial slime? You are not an extraterrestrial slime. Hill corrected him, her tone leaving no room for dispute. You are Sumo. Moreover, this is not a matter of worth. It is my choice. She reached out her hand, seemingly wanting to touch Sumo's head resting on her shoulder, but she hesitated. Well then, Hill. Sumo's voice sounded a bit more relaxed. Since you say so, I will temporarily believe you. However, if those lab-coated individuals from S.H.I.E.L.D. dare to come within 3 meters of me, the room fell into silence once more. Yet this silence was no longer oppressive. So are we allies now? Sumo drawled lazily. Hill gazed at him, suddenly finding this fierce head much more agreeable. Handsome in a rugged way, a long-lost smile graced her face. I suppose so, Mr. Sumo. Excellent. As allies, shall we discuss the long-term supply of chocolate? I prefer dark chocolate, no nuts, please. Hill. She knew this fellow could not stray far from chocolate in 3 sentences. Sumo's thoughts raced. He could now pinpoint the time. The Battle of New York during the first Avengers. Many would perish in the ensuing chaos. Should he warn them? After all, New York was home to numerous renowned chocolate shops. If he damages it, will he not be deprived of it? The emotional moment has passed. Sumo spoke again, deciding to remind Hill. Loki, our Asgardian guest. What is his temperament like? Indeed, he yearns for dominion and craves admiration. On your territory, he has dealt you a significant blow. Yet, that is insufficient. He seeks to shatter your spirit, to showcase his greatness to all. Therefore, he requires an audience. Hill's brow furrowed slightly as she caught the key phrase. Intelligently, he does not desire a clandestine victory. Su-Mo continued. What he desires is an extravagant performance, a spectacle proclaiming his arrival. He is extracting iridium to stabilize the energy of the Tesseract. Sumo's voice carried a hint of amusement. The activation of the Tesseract necessitates immense energy. Can you guess where he might now seek a conspicuous location that can provide vast energy for his performance? Hill abruptly stood, a location flashing through her mind. The tallest and most ostentatious building in New York City, a structure with its own nearly limitless energy supply. Stark Tower. Almost as soon as Hill's words fell, a cacophony of expletives echoed from the corridor. Son of a bitch. I've been robbed. Clearly, he had come to the same conclusion. Knock, knock. A knock resounded at the door. Natasha pushed open Hill's room, leaning against the doorframe, now donned in a fitted combat suit. New mission. Our commander is heading to the front lines, Hill. Having a new partner makes all the difference. Hill dismissed her teasing. This was not the time for jest. Chapter 6. The Battle of New York begins. The command center had transformed into a temporary war room. Steve grasped his iconic shield, his gaze resolute. Tony's Iron Man suit emitted a soft charging sound from the corner, dark red and gold armor rapidly enveloping his form, undeniably impressive. Natasha meticulously inspected the widow's bite on her wrist. Trust me, I'll aim for Loki's eyes. Barton, just recovering from mind control, had a quiver filled with an array of specialized arrows, more than he had ever possessed. Shall we strike a pose or deliver some lines? For instance, we are Venom. Sumo's deep voice resonated in Hill's mind. Venom? That hardly sounds like a noble hero. Come on, it's ultra cool. If you like it, then all right. Let S go. Receiving affirmation. Su-Mo surged from Hill's body, swiftly enveloping her combat suit. This time, it did not transform into a grotesque, muscular monster. The black substance flowed over Hill's surface, molding into a suit that fit like a second skin. It perfectly accentuated Hill's tall and slender figure. This new look? Is it really that cool? Natasha gazed at the transformed Hill, unable to suppress her envy. Among those present, only she and Barton were mere mortals. The remaining individuals were equally taken aback, particularly Tony, who contemplated how much smoother his Iron Man suit could be, thus significantly reducing transformation time. It warranted further exploration. Hill stretched her limbs, sensing the surging power within her, along with the peculiar, enveloping sensation brought by Su-Mo. To her astonishment, she discovered that these dark substances were yielding to her will. The movements were her own, albeit greatly enhanced. You are willing to relinquish a majority of control to me? Why? Don't be too excited, Hill. Su-Mo's languid voice resonated in her ear. I occasionally wish to be a quiet spectator, to appreciate the performance of the host. Let me see the caliber of this ally of yours. Do not disappoint me, my temporary benefactor. Hill replied. My combat proficiency ranked in the top 5 during the agent evaluation. Oh, I eagerly anticipated. Atop Stark Tower, energy coalesced, emitting a piercing hum. Dr. Eric Selvig, with a vacant gaze, adjusted his instruments. Suddenly, a streak of red-golden light sliced through the New York skyline. Iron Man hovered outside the tower. Jarvis scanned that glowing cube. Tony commanded. High-intensity energy shield detected. Conventional weaponry cannot penetrate, was the expected response. Then it's plan B. Let's deal with Loki first. Tony activated the communication channel. Hey, everyone, should I wait for you to join me? Or shall I have a little chat with that horned fellow about life? He paused, his tone exaggerated. After all, if he pokes me with that little staff of his, with my genius brain, Earth might just go poof. Inside the Quinjet, Steve and the others helplessly closed their eyes. This guy never missed an opportunity to show off. It's better if you go alone, Stark. We, mere mortals, cannot withstand the control of the Mind Scepter. That thing should be ineffective against your metal frame, right? Sumo maliciously. You? Mia Moltzes. Tony's voice emanated from the suit as he tapped the arc reactor on his chest, producing a dull metallic sound. But I am indeed the best candidate. He turned toward Loki atop the tower. Steve gazed at the ominous blue beam emanating from Stark Tower before shifting his attention back to Su-Mo currently. He and Hill represented the strongest combat forces in the team. Is he truly all right alone? Steve inquired, referring to Tony's solitary confrontation with Loki. The Quinjet maneuvered through the towering buildings of New York, its body gliding past glass facades, drawing closer to the blinding blue beam atop Stark Tower. Suddenly, Natasha pointed ahead. Look, a diminutive figure was abruptly hurled from a high window of the tower, plummeting uncontrollably. It was Tony. Damn it! Steve sprang from his seat, rushing to the window, pressing his hand against the cold glass. He is going to die. Where was his suit? Wait, Captain, Sumo's voice echoed once more, just as Tony's figure vanished between the buildings below. A torrent of crimson and golden metal surged forth from an open window at the pinnacle of the skyscraper, hurtling through the air to intercept a plummeting figure. A cacophony of metallic clashes resonated, piercing through the howling winds, unmistakably audible. The descent abruptly halted. Iron Man hovered in midair, the arc reactor on his chest illuminating with a brilliant glow, dispelling the specter of death. Immediately, the communication channel crackled with Tony's anxious complaints, laced with his signature exaggeration. "S.H.I.E.L.D, that scoundrel Loki just had me by the throat and hurled me from a 90th floor. The 90th floor. Did you see that? Yet you seem rather confident." Tony, prior to his toss, "S.H.I.E.L.D" interjected playfully. "Come on. I trust that some genius minds could accurately calculate that during those fleeting seconds of free fall, there was ample time for him to don his new toy." A brief silence enveloped the channel, followed by Tony's characteristic, exhilarated laughter. "Ha ha, I'm beginning to like you, truly." Tony's laughter had scarcely dissipated when a deep blue rift suddenly tore open in the sky above Stark Tower. The energy of the Tesseract surged, creating a vast portal. "Oh no." Tony's tone shifted to grave seriousness. In the next instant, a swarm of Chitauri soldiers screeched forth from the portal, piloting small aircraft, descending like a metallic tempest upon the streets of New York. Following closely behind were colossal Leviathan bioships, their heavy armor glistening as they roared, crashing their immense bodies into the skyscrapers. Glass facades shattered, and concrete debris rained down. The explosive sounds, screams, and gunfire instantaneously engulfed the city. Inside the Quinjet, Steve Rogers wore a grim expression. "Barton, secure a high ground. Natasha, evacuate the populace." "Received," Hawkeye responded, already opening the hatch and springing agilely onto the rooftop of a nearby building. Natasha checked her widow's bite, her gaze steely. "Understood." Hill stood at the hatch, observing the panicked crowds fleeing below and the rampaging Chitauri soldiers. Without needing Steve's directive, she was acutely aware of her mission, to contain the battlefield within these streets. Steve's concerns surfaced. "By yourself?" "No, I'm coming too," Sumo's voice chimed in. "Captain, we can fight all day." Steve hesitated, momentarily taken aback. This fellow had stolen his line. Chapter 7, The Lasso of Truth. A shadowy figure crashed violently onto the asphalt, causing the street to tremble violently. Dust and debris surged skyward. As the haze began to settle, Hill stood resolutely at the center, clad in her symbiotic battle suit. The Chitauri soldiers' assault faltered for an instant. "Appetizer time, little bugs." Sumo's deep voice resonated. Hill sprang into action, not to shock, but to annihilate. The arms transformed into scythes, deftly slicing through the air as energy rays were effortlessly absorbed by the battle suit. The Chitauri soldiers crumbled like fragile paper, torn apart in swathes, crushed with the ease of slicing vegetables. Hill's consciousness remained calm, assessing the situation. The power bestowed upon her by S.H.I.E.L.D was simple, brutish, yet astonishingly effective. "Are you unable to resist?" "Sumogwidith." In a mere span of seconds, the Chitauri soldiers within a radius of hundreds of meters were obliterated, leaving behind a carpet of debris. A rumbling sound echoed from afar as Hill looked up to see a colossal Leviathan battering a building with its massive form. "That creature seems adequate for a warm-up," S.H.I.E.L.D remarked with evident excitement. Hill cautioned, "Do not underestimate it. S.H.I.E.L.D, it appears formidable." "That is merely an appearance." S.H.I.E.L.D retorted dismissively, channeling her strength as her massive body launched like a cannonball towards the Leviathan, which was relentlessly assaulting the structure with its armored head. Boom! The dark silhouette collided forcefully with the Leviathan's flank, its sharp claws embedding deeply into the amalgamation of metal and flesh. "Too slow, too weak. Somosis control." Her muscular arms exerting tremendous force to divert the Leviathan's trajectory, saving the half-collapsed office building. "The Fifth Avenue has fallen. We require assistance." "Barton, can you suppress them?" Steve's voice crackled through the communication channel, strained with effort. "There are too many, Captain. They swarm like an endless army of ants." Hawkeye's voice came from a vantage point. "The civilians in this district have mostly evacuated," Natasha stated, her tone calm, yet urgent. "However, their assault is relentless. I cannot hold this intersection." In the distance, a thunderous sound erupted from the top of Stark Tower. "Thor!" Steve called out. "I am dealing with my disobedient brother, mortal." Thor's booming voice resonated amidst the storm. "You shall not prevail." Loki's chilling laughter followed. "Is that all you have, Odinson? New York shall be the starting point of my conquest." S.H.I.E.L.D shredded the Leviathan into fragments, the remnants of metal and flesh raining down like a gruesome shower. Yet, more Chitauri soldiers poured forth from the portal, fearlessly charging forward in an unending tide, instilling a sense of despair among the defenders. Hill, Suemo, we are making our way toward your position. You are the only ones who have temporarily cleared a space, Steve's weary voice conveyed. The claws swung, effortlessly tearing apart the Chitauri aircraft, while energy weapons struck Suemo, generating mere harmless ripples upon impact. At that moment, a series of crackling sounds reached her ears. Suemo paused, her menacing head swiveling towards the street's opposite side. A small squad of Chitauri soldiers was rushing toward a museum. Strange, why are those creatures exploding on their own? She mused. There were no fiery blasts, no signs of energy shockwaves. The Chitauri soldiers seemed to be crushed by an invisible hand. What is happening? Hill sensed Suemo's unease. Suemo narrowed her pallid eyes as another group of Chitauri soldiers surged towards that direction. Just as they were about to reach the bus stop sign, a fleeting golden light, almost imperceptible to the naked eye, flashed. By the gods, the lasso of truth. Suemo discerned that it was a slender golden lasso, swift as lightning, entwining and constricting. The extraterrestrial henchmen were instantaneously shredded or strangled. Moments later, amidst the ruins, the Avengers finally convened. Save for Hill. Everyone bore the marks of battle. Most had retreated. We must hold this ground. Hill, Suemo, I implore you. Steve exhaled heavily. Sumoistotsvandert. His gaze fixated on the direction of the museum. Wonder Woman. But isn't this the realm of Marvel? Could it be a mere illusion? A mere resemblance to the lasso of truth? At that moment, the distant roar of a motorcycle engine grew closer. Bruce Banner arrived on an unassuming bike. Halting before the group, his expression earnest. I saw the news. The situation here is dire. Steve replied, It's sufficient that you are here. In the distance, another Leviathan roared as it barreled through the buildings. A massive shadow loomed, prompting Tony to take flight. Ladies and gentlemen, the show is about to begin. He taunted the behemoth while steering it towards the group. I fail to see the appeal in this spectacle, Stark, Natasha remarked, her expression grave as she regarded the colossal creature. Allow me to take charge. It has been exceedingly agitated. Banner inhaled deeply, casting a glance at the others. He began to emit a low growl, his physique swelling slightly. Yet at that moment, he suddenly turned his gaze towards Hill, or rather, towards Suemo at her side. The green fury seemed to be stuck. Huh, why are you looking at me? Banner felt somewhat awkward. Please, don't let me embarrass myself in front of friends. Hulk, no. Suemo felt slightly embarrassed. Surely, he and T frightened the Hulk. In the next instant, Banner's body erupted in size, his battle suit tearing apart. Roar! Hulk! The green giant bellowed, charging at the oncoming Leviathan. He planted his feet firmly, causing the ground to crack, and propelled himself like a cannonball, delivering a powerful punch to the creature's head. Boom! The immense Leviathan was abruptly halted midair by the force of that strike, before crashing helplessly to the ground. Afterward, it glanced at Suemo, a triumphant grin gracing its features. Just a moment ago, at the museum around the corner, I spotted something intriguing. Suemo relayed this to Hill. Something intriguing? It was a golden lasso. Do you know Wonder Woman? No. Is she also a metahuman? Hill sensed that this Wonder Woman had imposed significant pressure on Suemo. Was she his nemesis, or did they share some connection? She had guessed half of it. The characters from DC were exceedingly formidable, and correspondingly, the villains were absurdly powerful. Suemo was compelled to reevaluate his circumstances. In the Marvel Universe, he could thrive, but in DC, there was a certain pressure. The Hulk's arrival undoubtedly alleviated the strain on the front lines. Suemo felt a desire to investigate further. I will leave the battlefield to you. I shall see if there are any stragglers. Suemo informed the group, I will remain here, Doctor. Banner may struggle to perform at his best. Upon hearing Suemo's words, Tony and others instinctively turned their gaze towards Captain America. He nodded, advising them to remain vigilant. Meanwhile, within the hallowed halls of the American Museum of Natural History in New York City, beneath the imposing skeleton of a dinosaur, a group of students clad in uniforms trembled, their faces etched with fear. Everyone, stay calm, stick together, and do not run. A bespectacled male teacher struggled to maintain control, his voice trembling with anxiety. Beside him, a young woman in museum attire, her name badge reading Barbara Minerva, endeavored to reassure the students. The police and superheroes will be here shortly. We are safe. Leslie, Gwen is missing, a girl cried, her voice choked with tears. And Kara, another boy added, his urgency palpable. Chapter 8, Threads and Divine Power. New York is not solely inhabited by the Avengers. Behind the museum, nestled between several buildings, A petite figure in a white hoodie deftly maneuvered through the air. Silken threads shot from her wrists, adhering with precision to the walls. She swung around a corner, pursued by a cadre of Chitauri soldiers who unexpectedly collided with a preset web trap, rendering them immobile. Ah, just as expected, Gwen remarked, clapping her hands before pulling out a camera to capture a selfie with her web. Not far down the street, a blonde girl, seemingly no older than 16 or 17, effortlessly lifted a toppled yellow bus and hurled it at another wave of advancing Chitauri soldiers, instantly clearing an area. The airborne Chitauri attempted to strike her with energy weapons, yet before their beams could reach their target, they were invariably intercepted by a dazzling golden light that obliterated them mid-air, or the vessels themselves fell apart uncontrollably. Atop an inconspicuous clock tower, a solitary figure stood, her dark hair billowing in the wind. "So, this is the Wonder Woman you mentioned. Does she hold significant importance for you?" Hill inquired discreetly while leaping between the tall buildings. Sumo's voice resonated in her mind. Imbued with an unusual gravity, her power set differs markedly from what you might understand. It is immensely formidable. To put it into perspective, she is likely around 5,000 years old. 5,000 years. At that time, the Sumerians were inscribing beer recipes on clay tablets. Hill exclaimed, astonished. Since Thor's arrival, S.H.I.E.L.D. had been delving into Norse mythology, and now Sumo hinted that this Wonder Woman belonged to an entirely different mythos. How many mythological systems exist in the world? Are they all genuine? Do not worry, Hill. Thor is over 1,500 years old, and you would never guess it. At least intellectually. After uttering this, she regretted her words and promptly checked her communication device. On the other end, Sumo's voice was inaudible, leaving only Hill's voice to be heard. The mention of intellect triggered a response. "Hill, Sumo, what are you discussing?" Natasha queried. "Whose intellect is in question?" Captain America asked. "Clearly not mine," Tony interjected. "Obviously not mine either. My mother always said I was quite clever," Thor added. The others remained silent, while Sumo stifled a laugh, choosing not to expose the levity of the moment. Unity was paramount at this juncture. "Let us visit the museum," Hill suggested a voice. Hill nodded in agreement. After a few leaps, they arrived at the museum's side entrance. She pushed open the heavy oak door. Inside, there stood a group of students clad in uniforms, trembling with fear, as they beheld the menacing figure cloaked in a dark substance, with ghastly pale eyes. A piercing scream almost shattered the silence. "A monster! Stay away! Calm down! Everyone, remain calm." The black substance enveloping Hill receded partially, revealing her visage. "I am Maria Hill, an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. It is safe here for the moment. Stay hidden and do not run about." Hill's gaze swept over the terrified young faces. Just then, Barbara informed them of a concerning matter. 2 children were reported missing. Gwen, Kara? A sudden familiarity enveloped Sumo as she heard those names. "Which direction did they go?" Hill inquired, turning toward Barbara. Barbara pointed towards the back door of the museum. "No one has entered or exited the front. Only the back door can be opened from the inside." Without hesitation, Hill sprang into action. "Sumo, let us proceed." Sumo felt a twinge of disbelief. The way it was phrased made her feel like a mere pet. "We are leaving?" They pushed open the back door of the museum. The alleyway lay desolate, littered with the remnants of Chitauri soldiers, as if torn apart by some immense force. The air thick with the scent of charred remains. Those 2 children. Hill sighed, her spirits dampened. The situation appeared dire. Gwen and Kara, if they're indeed the ones I know, then these Chitauri soldiers are in grave peril. The female superhero is named Kara Zor-El. Hill scanned the surroundings warily, while Sumo extended her senses. No one was in sight. Hill shook her head. Just as she spoke, a tremendous force struck from the side, and before they could react, they were sent crashing through a brick wall of the adjacent building, debris and dust exploding around them. Cough, cough. What was that? Hill struggled to rise from the rubble. Sumo's symbiotic entity was quickly mending the damage from the impact, before they could discern the assailant. A shadowy figure lunged at them once more. This attacker aimed low, targeting vulnerable spots. Not again. Sumo's voice seethed with anger. Hill, too, was incensed. To be ambushed twice was infuriating. Instead of retreating, she advanced, her fist, coated in the dark substance, aimed at the shadow. Bang! Their fists collided, creating a shockwave. The adversary possessed immense strength, surpassing even the usual Hulk. However, within Sumo's perception, it was manageable. The combat skills exhibited were nearly non-existent. Hill quickly assessed the situation. The shadow's attacks were broad and unrefined, akin to a crude fighting style. In that moment of stalemate, Hill felt a lightness in her shoulder. A part of the black substance shot forth, coiling around the limbs of the shadow like a serpent. Then, the substance constricted violently. The figure was lifted entirely off the ground and flung backward. With a resounding thud, it became firmly affixed to the crumbling wall, forming a perfect cross shape. The dust gradually settled. Hill and Su-Mo gazed in silence at the blonde-haired, blue-eyed girl who was suspended against the wall, her hands and feet ensnared by a viscous black substance, struggling desperately yet futilely. She appeared to be merely 16 or 17, dressed in ordinary casual attire. Her beautiful face was a mixture of terror and fury. "Let me go, you monster!" Kara felt an overwhelming sense of shame. Her ears flushed crimson. She struggled fiercely, but the black goo was incredibly tenacious. The more she fought, the tighter it constricted her, and most alarmingly, the sensation was indistinguishable from being touched by a hand. The girl's eyes brimmed with tears, on the verge of weeping. The black substance on Hill gradually receded, revealing her face. "We are not monsters." Hill endeavored to soften her voice. "What is your name? Why aren't you hiding somewhere safe?" "My name is Kara. My best friend is missing, and I came to find her." Su-Mo leaned forward, grinning. "I wager your best friend is named Gwen." Kara scrutinized Hill's face, then glanced at Su-Mo, who was entangled in the same adhesive substance that bound her. "Is this your superpower?" She ceased her struggles, disbelief etched on her features. Just moments ago, Hill had emerged from her symbiotic suit. Her grotesque visage and pallid eyes would lead anyone to perceive her as a monster. In Kara's mind, Hill was even more terrifying than those Chitauri soldiers. "Thank goodness you are strong. Otherwise, if I had accidentally harmed you," Kara's voice trailed off. Her heart filled with a mix of dread and relief. She could scarcely bear to contemplate it. If she had inadvertently killed someone, she would carry that guilt for a lifetime. Realizing that she was still in a rather undignified position, suspended against the wall, Kara's face flushed deeper, and she awkwardly shifted her body. "Sister, sir, could you please let me down?" Su-Mo appeared utterly bewildered, pointing at himself with a tentacle. "Sir, me?" Chapter 9. The grandmother was eaten by the big bad wolf. Kara blinked her innocent, large eyes. "You sound much more mature than Sister Hill." "I apologize, sir." Su-Mo found himself momentarily speechless. Just then, a loud crash erupted as a window on the upper floor of the abandoned building shattered. A petite figure clad in a white hooded sweatshirt came tumbling through the opening, crashing heavily onto the pile of rubble before the three, stirring up a cloud of dust. "Gwen!" Kara screamed and rushed forward. Hill quickly followed suit, kneeling to assess the girl's condition. Gazing at the unconscious figure, Su-Mo leaned closer. "This uniform, is she Ghost Spider? The Spider-Man of this world is Gwen." A large hole had torn open in the back of Gwen's white hoodie, revealing charred skin beneath. Surrounded by a stark white area, still emitting faint wisps of smoke. Clearly, she had been struck directly by an energy weapon. "This is dire." Hill's expression grew grave. She immediately tore away the fabric surrounding Gwen's wound to prevent the material from adhering. A few soft sounds echoed as 5 Chitauri soldiers leaped through the gaping hole in the building, their energy weapons aimed at them, emanating a perilous blue light. "I will hold them off." Kara stepped forward, her fists clenched. Her abilities were still unstable, or perhaps unrefined. She had yet to master flight. "All right, impressive." Gwen's injuries were too severe and required immediate attention. Hill gazed at the charred wound on Gwen's back, her brow furrowed. She turned to Kara and inquired, "There are first aid supplies at the museum, right? We should take her there and let the staff assist." "The museum?" Su-Mo's thoughts raced. It was filled with ordinary people, including students. If they took her there, Gwen's identity as Ghost Spider would be instantly compromised. Who could guarantee they wouldn't remove Gwen's mask? The young Gwen was evidently not yet prepared for the mantle of a hero. She required more specialized treatment. As Su-Mo spoke, the black symbiotic substance began to peel away from Hill. A sudden void gripped Hill, a sensation of power ebbing away. The familiar embrace and sense of security faded alongside it. Instinctively, she reached out, yearning to grasp something, but her hand met only emptiness. Finally, with a dry whisper, she urged, "Su-Mo, hurry." Earlier, Su-Mo had teased her, suggesting that when the true separation occurred, she would feel reluctant. At the time, Hill had dismissed it. "Let be, without Su-Mo, I am still Hill." Yet now, she felt as though a piece of her heart had truly hollowed out. Was he really going to follow this girl named Gwen? Hill's thoughts spiraled. The black viscous liquid surged toward the unconscious Gwen, swiftly enveloping her charred wound and spreading across her body, wrapping around the tattered, white hooded combat suit. In less than a minute, a soft groan escaped Gwen's lips as her eyes flew open. Almost instinctively, she rolled over, her feet touching the ground for a brief moment before she leapt with agility, her hands and feet firmly adhering to the ceiling, her movements fluid beyond belief. Gwen looked down at her hands, feeling the unprecedented surge of power coursing through her. Her voice carried confusion tinged with caution as she sensed not only the healing of her wounds, but an astonishing enhancement of her strength, speed, and reflexes. Had she been bitten by a spider again? This time a supermassive black spider. Soon after, Gwen noticed the transformation of her appearance. The once white hooded battlesuit had morphed into a deep, pure black, hugging her form and accentuating her youthful vigor, while a menacing white spider emblem stood out prominently on her chest. What is this? Cool. Gwen gazed at her new attire, her face alight with excitement. Surprised by the new look? Sumo's voice resonated in her mind. Gwen jolted, nearly losing her grip on the ceiling. She scrambled to steady herself. Who? Who is speaking? Oh my heavens, have I been struck by auditory hallucinations? I knew I shouldn't have indulged in that expired soda before the battle. Kara always warned me that concoction would corrode my brain, and now look at me. Suemo, your mind may indeed be in disarray, but do not unjustly blame the soda. Is there truly someone inside me? Oh wait, I comprehend now, it is this battle suit. Realizing this, Gwen immediately began to frantically tear at the symbiote enveloping her. Hill and Kara stood below, utterly astonished, gazing at the girl clad in pure black armor, conversing with herself while gesticulating wildly against the ceiling. Sister Hill, do you think Gwen's lost her mind? Kara whispered to Hill. All right, little spider, your new suit experience is over. Please descend. I shall vacate your body, Sumo's voice taunted. Gwen hesitated for a moment before gracefully leaping down from the ceiling. You nearly frightened me to death. Gwen exhaled in relief, still shaken. It's fortunate I saved her. Observing her demeanor, which evinced a desire to avoid him like the plague, Suemo smirked disdainfully. Did you believe I wished to remain in your body, Little Red Riding Hood? What do you mean? Grandmother was devoured by the big bad wolf. Gwen, sharp-witted, instantly grasped Sumo's implication, her anger causing her to bounce up and down. You. I'm still quite young. Kara, standing nearby, appeared perplexed. Wasn't it grandmother who was eaten by the wolf? Suemo once again melded into Hill's battlesuit. The familiar sensation of power and security reassured Hill considerably. Why is your heartbeat racing, Hill? Have you been startled? Sumo's voice resonated in her ear, filled with confusion. Her heart rate was indeed erratic. No entity comprehends the host's body better than the symbiote. Hill's expression betrayed a slight unease from the fright. This elicited Sumo's merciless laughter. Seriously, Hill? Is this the caliber of a level 9 agent of S.H.I.E.L.D? Suemo, you have managed to irritate 2 women in the span of a mere minute. Hill, somewhat vexed, resolved to disregard him. Kara recounted the events to Gwen, and what astonished her most was not that Suemo had healed her injuries, but rather that the person before her was Kara. She circled around Kara several times. Is that truly you, Kara? But isn't Kara supposed to be quite ordinary? Oh, my apologies. Gwen, there are matters I have long refrained from disclosing to you. I initially intended to interact with you as an ordinary individual, but this world is evidently not as peaceful as my cousin and I had imagined. Hence, I shall no longer pretend. Both Hill and Gwen appeared utterly bewildered. What is she saying? Kara produced a pair of ordinary black frame glasses and donned them. A remarkable transformation occurred. The golden-haired, blue-eyed girl, exuding an aura of strength, instantly seemed utterly commonplace, resembling any ordinary high school student wandering the streets of New York. Gwen's mouth fell open in astonishment. Is it really you, Kara? What kind of magic is this? A head-swapping technique? Kara, with a hint of pride, adjusted her glasses. It is not magic, merely a capability known as biological positioning. What do you think? Quite impressive, isn't it? Gwen inquired with curiosity. How did you discern my identity? In simple terms, I possess the ability of X-ray vision. Hill subtly shifted her body to the side. Gwen immediately clasped her chest, realizing that Suemo spoke the truth. She indeed seemed to lack certain advantages. Chapter 10. I can replicate superpowers. Gwen, still holding her chest, glanced at Kara beside her. There was a stark contrast. Gwen, this is innate, Kara said, pushing her black-framed glasses up her nose, reveling in Gwen's astonished gaze. Just then, Hill's communicator abruptly chimed in. The enemy has launched a fierce assault. Steve's voice was urgent, punctuated by the sounds of ongoing explosions and roars. Indeed, the situation is spiraling out of control. These creatures seem endless, Tony's voice followed. Suemo sighed. It appears our freedom to roam has come to an end. He was aware that the Avengers would certainly survive, which allowed him to take Hill away from the main battlefield. On one hand, it was to investigate the lasso of truth, and on the other, perhaps to save a few more lives. However, it now seemed that while they had saved some individuals, if Wonder Woman chose to remain hidden, Suemo would be unable to unearth her, no matter how deeply he searched. We must depart. The main battlefield requires reinforcements. Hill regarded the two young women before her. She paused momentarily and added, Gwen, Kara, once this incident concludes, agent from S.H.I.E.L.D. will seek you out. They require your information for registration. It is a necessary procedure, and I hope you will cooperate. Take care of yourselves and the students at the museum. Act within your means. With that, she said no more. The symbiotic suit enveloped her body completely once again. In the next moment, she executed several agile leaps, swiftly disappearing between the buildings. Barely a moment had passed when a figure emerged from the shadows beside the museum. She stood tall, exuding an air of nobility. Her dark hair fell loosely, and her gaze seemed capable of penetrating all facades. Miss Prince? Gwen exclaimed in astonishment. What brings you here? Necessary procedure? Hill, you truly are relentless in your pursuits. Suemo was aware of Hill's advocacy for the Superhero Registration Act, which she had championed, leading to the civil war within the Avengers, forcing Captain America underground. Was she in the right? Suemo believed there was no fault in her stance. Tony also supported the Registration Act. Yet Captain America was not wrong either. It was merely a difference in perspectives. Do you not support me? For reasons unknown, Hill seemed particularly concerned about Sumo's opinion. Though her tone remained composed, there was a silent yearning for his endorsement. To be frank, I detest rules, Suemo replied candidly, though I must concede that they can protect more individuals. Therefore, I now aspire to grow stronger until I surpass the constraints of these regulations. With that, Suemo fell silent, deep in thought. How could the symbiote grow more powerful? Perhaps by consuming its kind or locating its progenitor. Null. Yet Suemo was different. Upon his abrupt arrival in this realm, he swiftly recognized his uniqueness. Just moments ago, during a fleeting minute of symbiosis with Gwen, he was astonished to discover an extraordinary truth. He possessed the ability to replicate her powers. This revelation sent his heart racing. Following their union, a silence lingered between them. A rarity. Thus, Hill took the initiative to inquire, Suemo, why does your heart race so? Suemo, taken aback, responded, Can you sense my heartbeat? Of course. We are one, she replied. Suemo could hardly ignore Hill's overture, yet he was fervently fixated on becoming stronger. He pondered whether, in this symbiotic relationship with Hill, he would be deprived of encounters with other superhumans. Suemo, are you contemplating something nefarious? No, Suemo exclaimed in surprise. Do you possess telepathy? Meanwhile, at the pinnacle of Stark Tower, thunder rumbled ominously as Thor summoned the Tempest, while Hulk's furious roars reverberated across the streets, sending shivers down the spines of those nearby. On another front, amidst the chaos of battle, Natasha's breaths came in quick succession. Unlike Hawkeye with his precise long-range strikes, Tony in his armored suit, or Steve with his super soldier serum, Natasha, the Black Widow, relied on her skill, agility, and close combat prowess. The energy of her widow's bite had long since been depleted. Her tactical dagger stained with the azure blood of Chitauri soldiers, and her body bore numerous wounds, with her crimson hair matted with blood. Damn it, this is relentless, Natasha muttered under her breath, deftly sidestepping an energy beam while simultaneously driving her dagger into a Chitauri soldier's neck. Yet, more foes surged from all directions, encircling her, their menacing weapons glinting ominously as they trained their sights upon her. Just as Natasha inhaled deeply, preparing to fight to the bitter end, a shadow plummeted from the heavens, crashing heavily amidst the Chitauri ranks. Debris and dust erupted into the air. Hill, clad in a sleek black symbiotic suit, stood defiantly. Sumo's ferocious visage turned towards Natasha, and he grinned, revealing a set of gleaming white teeth. How does this superheroic landing pose strike you? Quite splendid, isn't it? Natasha's taut nerves finally relaxed, a teasing smile gracing her lips. Had you arrived sooner, I might have excitedly bestowed upon you a passionate kiss. Hey, I've assisted you on numerous occasions. Tony interjected from above. Clearly, you're not the type that little Natasha favors, Hawkeye added. Without further ado, Hill's arms transformed into two gleaming black scythes, sweeping through the air with ferocity. Simultaneously, Suemo morphed into a multitude of shadowy tendrils, launching from every conceivable angle. Their synergy was flawless, even more harmonious than before. As the scythes carved through the air, severed limbs fell, and blue blood sprayed. The tendrils snaked through the ranks of Chitauri soldiers, annihilating them instantaneously. Within mere seconds, the foes besieging Natasha were utterly vanquished. Natasha gazed at the scene before her, a flicker of barely concealed envy gleaming in her eyes as she murmured, What a remarkable power to envy. She shook off the bloodstains on her hands and approached Hill's side. We cannot continue fighting like this. These foes keep coming, like an endless swarm of cockroaches, unless we can shut down that accursed portal. Hill glanced up at the blue beam emanating from the top of Stark Tower. However, conventional attacks could not penetrate the cube's shield. Perhaps targeting its controller could yield results? Natasha's eyes sharpened. Are you referring to Selvig? Hill immediately grasped her implication. I believe it is worth a try. Natasha nodded. He is under Loki's control. Perhaps there's a way to awaken him, or at the very least, to disrupt him. I need a lift to the top. Her gaze swept across the circling Chitauri aircraft in the sky, just as she was about to locate a suitable target. A languid voice drifted from Hill's shoulder. Hey, Agent Natasha. I don't mean to belittle those scrap heaps, but am I not faster and safer than them? Natasha paused, raising an eyebrow. She turned to Hill, a playful smile gracing her lips. Oh, that may be true, but I fear our director Hill might disagree. Enough with the chatter. Hill stepped forward, extending her arm. The symbiotic matter of Sumo enveloped Natasha's waist, securing her firmly at Hill's side. Hold on tight, Hill murmured. In the next instant, she launched herself like a projectile, propelling both herself and Natasha upwards against the vertical facade of the skyscraper, racing swiftly through the air. The wind howled past their ears. Natasha observed the rapidly diminishing cityscape below, her gaze shifting to Hill's living black suit, or rather, Sumo. Is there anything like you in the universe? She inquired, her voice somewhat lost in the wind. Oh, there's plenty, Natasha's eyes sparkled. Sumo chimed in cheekily. While there are many symbiotes, intriguing souls are a rarity. You won't find another exceptional being like me. Natasha responded, as a barely audible laugh seemed to echo amidst the wind. Chapter 11. The battle ends, the gods among men. Aircraft carrier, command center. On the screen, the faces of the World Security Council members appeared as stern as iron. Fury, execute the order. The nuclear missile will launch in 10 minutes. Given the absurdity of this command, I refuse. Fury's single eye burned with fury. He never anticipated that the Avengers, battling valiantly on the front lines, would receive not support, but abandonment. This is an order, Fury, to avert a greater catastrophe. Nonsense. Our people are fighting. Fury slammed his hand down. Give me time. Just 2 minutes later, a frantic agent burst into the command room. Director, an unauthorized aircraft has taken off. Damn it. Fury's expression darkened further as he grabbed a bazooka and rushed outside, but he was already a step too late. New York battlefield. With the addition of Hill and Sumo, the pressure on the Avengers diminished significantly. The two operated like a highly efficient killing machine, mowing down Chitauri soldiers as if they were mere stalks of wheat. As they passed Captain America, Sumo jested, still holding up, Captain? To which Steve responded, I could fight all day. What, are you too tired? Hill remarked, such male competitiveness. I'm beginning to appreciate your duo. Tony's voice crackled through the comms. He had just emerged from inside Leviathan, his beams unable to penetrate its formidable exterior. One must admit, Tony's current antics were rather reckless. Atop Stark Tower, Natasha had infiltrated and located the now conscious Dr. Selvig, discovering, under his guidance, the method to shut down the portal. The Mind Stone could penetrate the energy barrier of the Tesseract. Upon receiving this news, everyone let out a collective sigh of relief. Steve exclaimed, well done, everyone. Tony added, finally, it's coming to an end. But did I just hear someone flirting with Agent Normanoff? Faster, safer, TSK, TSK. Just stating facts, Stark. Unlike some tin cans. I don't pollute the comms with noise, Hill retorted. Stark, the battle isn't over. Tony's voice suddenly filled the comms with exaggerated alarm. Wow, am I being ambushed? Honestly, I'd love to be your wedding officiant and gift you a set of the latest couple S armor, couple exclusive skins. Really? Sumo's eyes lit up. The group fell silent, all eyes turning to Sumo. Wasn't he an alien? Especially Hill, who reacted strongly. Sumo, what are you thinking? I was thinking about the iron armor, Sumo quickly clarified. Can I have both sets, Tony? Although this gear was of no practical use to him, every Marvel enthusiast would yearn to possess a collectible, wouldn't they? Just then, Fury's voice cut into the comms, laden with unprecedented gravity and urgency. Everyone, we have a situation. The Council has launched a nuclear missile, capable of leveling the entire downtown. A profound silence enveloped the channel. A nuclear missile? Tony's voice was the first to break the stillness, laced with disbelief. How long do we have? Steve urgently inquired. 3 minutes, Fury replied. Tony gazed skyward, observing a relentless stream of Chitauri soldiers pouring from the portal. He acted decisively. Jarvis, reroute all energy to the thrusters. I'm taking this big fellow where it belongs. Stark, what are you planning? Steve shouted, delivering a package. Extra large. Sumo did not intervene, merely stating, I will catch you. You know what he intends to do. He'll turn to Sumo, not as a question, but a certainty. A madman always understands another madman, to some extent. Hearing Sumo's words warmed Tony's heart. The steel armor transformed into a brilliant stream of crimson and gold, resolutely reaching for the missile, trailing a white flame. Observing Jarvis, whose form was increasingly engulfed in a fiery glow due to the armor's damage, Tony decided to call that woman for safety's sake. At this moment, atop Stark Tower, Loki gazed down at the chaos below, a sinister smile gracing his lips. Look, mortals, you are so fragile. This is your end. Is it? Before the words could fully escape his lips, a shadow descended from the heavens. A tentacle from S.H.I.E.L.D extended forth, expertly grasping Loki's ankle. Little princess, your demise has arrived prematurely. Sumo's grotesque visage drew near, his pale eyes brimming with mockery. Loki had yet to comprehend the situation. Bang, 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 bang. S.H.I.E.L.D commanded the tentacle, delivering powerful blows that smashed Loki against the opulent floor of Stark Tower, recreating a memorable scene akin to that of the Hulk. Loki coughed up a mouthful of blood, feeling as though his bones had shattered. He lay amidst the rubble, his mind a blank slate. However, S.H.I.E.L.D flicked his tentacle. Seemingly dissatisfied, the Hulk's strikes were far more aesthetically pleasing. Hey Hulk, come here. Hunk. Loki watched in disbelief as Hulk approached him, revealing a wide grin. Stop. Below, the Avengers watched as Tony, cradling a nuclear bomb, charged towards the blue portal. He has lost his mind. Hawkeye muttered. He has always been crazy. Natasha replied, her tone laced with complexity. In the command center, Fury's gaze was fixed intently on the screen. Tony ascended higher and higher. Thanks to the enhancements to his armor, the altitude would not cause it to freeze. 100 meters, 50 meters, 10 meters. The moment they witnessed Tony plunge into the portal with a nuclear bomb, the command center erupted in deafening cheers. He did it. He succeeded. Sir, we detected a high-speed object approaching from the southern hemisphere. An agent suddenly announced, but his voice was drowned out by the jubilation. Within the American Museum of Natural History, Gwen and Kara had blended seamlessly with the students. Diana Prince was watching the news broadcast on the screen alongside them. So cool, Gwen whispered. Kara nodded in agreement. Diana remained silent, her thoughts unknown to all. Aboard a Stark Industries aircraft, Pepper Potts stared at her phone, where a call from Tony had just connected, lasting only a second before being swiftly disconnected. Her eyes brimmed with tears, which flowed uncontrollably. She did not cry out, yet time passed. Sumo. Captain America expressed concern. What about Stark? Don't worry, Captain. The show is far from over. No sooner had he spoken than a metallic figure tumbled out of the portal. Across the globe, those witnessing this spectacle erupted in cheers. S.H.I.E.L.D seized the moment, preparing to rescue. Just then, a vivid red suddenly appeared in the sky. A figure clad in a blue bodysuit, with a crimson cape billowing behind, soared through the air with a resounding flourish. He was on the brink of perfection, yet as steadfast as a rock. With a gentle motion, he cradled Iron Man's heavy armor securely in his embrace. At that moment, through countless news cameras and the smartphones of citizens, nearly the entire world bore witness to this scene, all left in stunned silence. They beheld a fallen hero and an enigmatic presence that seemed to descend from the heavens. On the immense screen in the streets, the image froze at the moment the red and blue figure descended gracefully. Who is he? A news anchor gasped, his voice echoing across the globe. Chapter 12. A vacation at the beach one day later. On the television screen, footage of the Battle of New York continued to loop endlessly. Interviews and media reports emerged in a steady stream. The Avengers, a coalition of superheroes, had overnight become the center of global attention. Some hailed them as saviors, while others expressed concern over such unrestrained power. It was Agent Venom who saved us. They are heroes in my heart. It is hard to imagine how many more like them exist among us. They should be held accountable for New York's devastation. At S.H.I.E.L.D headquarters, were the Avengers now, Fury? A council member inquired, his tone unfriendly. To be honest, I'm not concerned about their whereabouts at the moment, Fury replied calmly. Given their performance, I believe they deserve a vacation. You allow these dangerous individuals to roam the globe? Another female council member retorted sharply. Indeed, they are dangerous, Fury conceded, but that is precisely the purpose of the Avengers' existence. Every corner of the world will come to know them. The council members fell silent. Very well, Fury, the initial questioner, cleared his throat. Our primary agenda today is Agent Maria Hill and the object she possesses. Fury's singular eye narrowed slightly, the The moment had arrived. We have witnessed their combat capabilities. The female council member continued, a hint of apprehension in her voice. To be frank, they far exceed our expectations, even more difficult to control than that Asgardian. I trust you are aware that she is S.H.I.E.L.D's finest agent. Fury suddenly felt an ominous premonition. That will soon change. We have located Agent Hill's position. Bang! Fury slammed his hand on the console, unilaterally severing communications. The screen instantly went black. He snatched up the encrypted phone on the table and swiftly dialed a number. On a holiday island, the sun blazed down upon the beach. The air was thick with the salty sea breeze and the sweet scent of sunscreen. Lively young women shrieked as they leapt before the beach volleyball net, their sun-kissed skin glistening in the sunlight. Further out on the water, figures skillfully maneuvered surfboards through the rolling white waves. Hill's hotel room overlooked this vibrant beach scene. The private pool in her room rippled gently. Hill and Natasha were submerged in the cool water, which dispelled the heat. Here are your juices, ladies. Indeed, my attire was purposefully chosen to delight the eyes of certain individuals. Natasha accepted the juice and took a sip. She was clad in a daring red bikini, unabashedly showcasing her flawless physique, which momentarily captured Sumo's gaze. What I wear is of no concern to you, Sumo retorted defiantly. And what if I were to persuade Hill to don a swimsuit as well? Would that be of no consequence to you? Natasha replied with a mischievous smile. Previously, Hill had been swayed by Natasha's words and had changed into a relatively modest, deep blue one-piece swimsuit. Her fair skin gleamed brilliantly under the sun. Very well. Allow me to offer you another glass of juice, Sumo said resignedly, handing Natasha another cup. Hill cast a sidelong glance at Sumo, remaining silent. Yet a subtle smile played at the corners of her mouth, as if acknowledging something. How long has it been, Natasha? How long has it been since we last relaxed like this? Hill breathed in the sea breeze, her spirits lifted. Natasha removed her sunglasses, stretched languidly, her curves accentuated. Since I can remember, perhaps. Maybe, she chuckled lightly. Honestly, I must thank Sumo for this. In the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, Fury's office. One day, Fury's solitary eye fixed on Hill, granting her a maximum of 1 day's leave. Before Hill could speak, her symbiote surged dramatically, Sumo's menacing head emerging to bite Fury's bald head, only to disdainfully spit him out, slime splattering across Fury's face. If I desire a few days off, then I shall have them. Sumo growled fiercely. On the vacation island, present day. Regrettably, that old fox Fury had ulterior motives. Natasha shook the ice in her cup. Just moments ago, our leisurely vacation was transformed into an assignment. Should any task arise nearby, S.H.I.E.L.D system would promptly send the mission details to our phones. Honestly, one cannot even enjoy a proper holiday, she lamented. Hill, equally exasperated, replied, there is no alternative. We cannot simply ignore it. Speaking of which, what do you plan to do with those two girls, Gwen and Kara? Hill, weren't you considering registering them to ensure they adhere to S.H.I.E.L.D's regulations? Sumo interjected. Hill turned her gaze towards Sumo, her expression somewhat complex. She recognized that Sumo was mocking her. Yet, Hill had come to a realization. Sumo's previous suggestion had prompted her to reconsider the meaning of rules, as well as the balance between power and freedom. I believe you are right, Sumo. Hill finally spoke. Natasha leaned in with curiosity. Oh, is our Commander Hill prepared to take action herself? What are you planning? To recruit them directly into S.H.I.E.L.D? No, merely to observe. To assess their actual abilities. To evaluate whether they pose a threat to societal safety. If they simply wish to live ordinary lives, S.H.I.E.L.D ought not to interfere excessively. Perhaps I could offer them some guidance and support. Sumo wholeheartedly endorsed this notion, eager to find an opportunity for Hill to interact with them, as it would facilitate his ability to replicate powers. Natasha remarked, how peculiar. Is this truly the sentiment of Hill? Just then, the device resting by the poolside emitted a series of urgent vibrations. Hill picked it up to take a glance. It is Fury's highest priority encrypted message. What is amiss? Natasha sensed her unease. Fury's message indicated that the council had bypassed him and dispatched a special operations team. Hill inhaled deeply, her tone turning icy. I am relieved that I did not report Gwen and the others. These individuals are utterly foolish. What brings them here? To offer warmth? Sumo scoffed. The target is us. Hill's voice grew somber. They wish to study your powers, as we previously agreed, Sumo. Such matters are entirely unacceptable. It appears my vacation has come to an abrupt end. The military will not be as accommodating as Fury. Natasha rose from the edge of the pool, wiping the droplets from her skin. S.H.I.E.L.D stood as well, her movements now devoid of languor, replaced by the efficiency of an agent. Pack your belongings. We shall depart immediately. Where to? A world tour? I rather prefer that plan, S.H.I.E.L.D suggested. First, we must leave this place and evade them. S.H.I.E.L.D quickly donned the casual attire prepared in the room. Natasha, what about you? I have no interest in being interrogated by the military. Natasha shrugged, a faint smile curling at the corners of her lips. Chapter 13, Rosenberg, arriving with Kara. Somewhere in California, a safe house. The piercing wail of sirens had just faded around the corner when S.H.I.E.L.D pulled down the blinds. We've shaken them off for now. Those checkpoints were far too unusual. We had barely been in that old pickup for 30 minutes when they seemed to anticipate our route. Natasha leaned against the cold wall, exhaling heavily. From the vacation island to this remote safe house in California, they had traveled thousands of kilometers. Along the way, using their top-notch counter-tracking skills, they had evaded numerous enemies, frequently changing modes of transport to conceal their whereabouts. Yet, strangely, no matter how cautious they were or how obscure their chosen paths, there always seemed to be a considerable number of police waiting at their next destination or critical intersections, as if the adversary could foresee their every move. S.H.I.E.L.D furrowed her brow. Indeed, they should not know our route unless the military can locate us. Sumo's voice chimed in S.H.I.E.L.'s ear, tinged with curiosity. S.H.I.E.L.D nodded, her expression growing serious. But only a select few within S.H.I.E.L.D have the authority to track our location, Fury being one of them. Natasha interjected, but Fury would not divulge our whereabouts. Otherwise, there would be no need to warn us. The number of individuals capable of tracking a level 9 agent like her and S.H.I.E.L.D is exceedingly limited. During their flight, the two had not considered this possibility, or rather, had dared not to think deeply about it. Yet S.H.I.E.L.D shattered the illusion. Does S.H.I.E.L.D harbor a mole? Considering the timeline, S.H.I.E.L.D's insight program is nearing its conclusion. The Hydra coup is also on the verge of commencing. Had it not been for the efforts of Captain America, Coulson, and others, S.H.I.E.L.D might indeed have had to rename itself Hydra S.H.I.E.L.D. Speaking of Coulson, after the battle, S.H.I.E.L.D had sought out Coulson's remains at S.H.I.E.L.D, but the result was classified. Fury claimed he was not dead, merely vacationing in Tahiti. Is there an undercover agent in the Bureau? Upon hearing Sumo's words, S.H.I.E.L.'s expression grew grave. She exchanged a glance with Natasha, both recognizing the shock mirrored in each other's eyes. This was no jest. If there truly was an infiltrator, Natasha's voice dropped significantly. The individual capable of accessing our location privileges undoubtedly held a high-ranking position. This situation has escalated considerably. Being pursued by the military now seems trivial in comparison. S.H.I.E.L.D swiftly made a decision. Natasha, I need you to convey this information to Fury. Tell him in person, and do not use any communication devices. And what about you and S.H.I.E.L.D? Natasha inquired. We will create a diversion to draw their attention. S.H.I.E.L.D replied, excitement lacing her voice. Sounds delightful. I relish causing trouble. Moments later, in the alley behind the safe house, S.H.I.E.L.D discarded a communicator into a dumpster that emitted a foul stench. Natasha deftly disposed of her own communication device as well. The meeting point would be the safe house in Queens. A splendid choice, Natasha remarked, her silhouette vanishing swiftly into the night. All right, Director Hill, where to next? Shall we experience the thrill of being on the run? S.H.I.E.L.D teased. I admire your audacity. S.H.I.E.L.D responded, as S.H.I.E.L.D momentarily fell silent. Are you certain? Indeed. In New York, in Gwen's bedroom, sunlight streamed through the window, casting dappled shadows. The air was infused with the sweet scent of youth and the aroma of pizza boxes. So, because of the alien invasion, we have an extra 3 days off? Kara sprawled across Gwen's bed, claiming 2/3 of the territory. Her golden locks cascaded over the pillow like a pool of molten gold, while her legs, clad in white knee-high socks, swung playfully. Meanwhile, Gwen sat cross-legged on the carpet, clutching a Venom action figure pillow, her fingers flying across the laptop keyboard. This plush toy was no cheap trinket, priced at $200, and was a meticulous replica of S.H.I.E.L.D, its expression adorably fierce. Strictly speaking, the aftermath of the Battle of New York and the psychological counseling for the citizens require time. The school must acknowledge this, right? That is precisely why you can stay at my home for 3 days without pretense. Ever since Gwen and Kara discovered each other's true identities, their bond had swiftly evolved from friendly acquaintances in school to inseparable confidants capable of sharing their deepest secrets. Gwen, I'm strategically overstaying my welcome, Kara declared, sitting up. She leaned closer to Gwen, peering curiously at the screen. What are you researching? A new evil organization? I'm looking up fun activities for this holiday. Gwen rolled her eyes. Come on, Kara. We just endured an alien invasion. can I relish a semblance of a typical high school student's vacation? But I'm a bit at a loss for what to do. Kara's beautiful brows slightly furrowed, her voice dropping to a whisper. What's wrong? Even Supergirl has her troubles? Gwen paused her actions and turned to look at her. I came to Earth to protect my cousin. Kara hugged her knees, resting her chin on them, her voice muffled. And yet, he is taller and stronger than I am, entirely self-sufficient. I feel rather superfluous. Your cousin, is he the man who flies in the sky? Yes, he is now a sailor. Gwen responded, that's not the same. Kara shook her head. Moreover, he visited me a couple of days ago. Oh, a family meeting? Gwen raised an eyebrow. Sort of. Kara sighed. He urged me to avoid using my powers. When I fled from Krypton, the fortress of solitude, it fell to Earth alongside my ship. Gwen's expression grew serious. You mean? Yes. Kara's complexion turned pale. Many of those criminals were sentenced and imprisoned by my mother, Alara. If they escape from the fortress, they will undoubtedly come looking for me. A flicker of fear and confusion passed through Kara's azure eyes. I came to protect people, yet I might bring greater troubles to Earth. Seeing Kara's pitiful yet slightly aggrieved demeanor, a surge of protectiveness welled up within Gwen. Who would have imagined that this seemingly fragile blonde sweetheart could punch through an entire building? Gwen extended her hand and clasped Kara's cool fingers. Do not worry. You are not alone. Here, we have the Avengers, Venom, and I, your dearest friend, Spider-Woman. We will protect you, just as you would protect us. Looking at Gwen's sincere smile, the shadows in Kara's heart were considerably dispelled. She tightened her grip on Gwen's hand and nodded emphatically. Yes, I understand. However, she shifted her tone, a sly smile gracing her lips. You must play with me for the next 3 days. I want to indulge in every flavor of ice cream. Deal. Gwen readily agreed. But remember, no using super speed to cut in line. Oh, fine, Kara pouted, then broke into laughter. So, where shall we start? I adore that place in Brooklyn. Anywhere is fine, but before that, help me tidy up the bed, Miss Uninvited Guest. Gwen pointed to the chaotic bedding that Kara had left in disarray. At your service, Captain Stacy. Kara saluted with a less-than-perfect gesture and then pounced onto the bed like a kitten, eagerly starting to tidy up as sunlight danced upon her golden hair, creating a shimmering glow. Chapter 14. Hill's Home. Brooklyn, New York. On the 3rd floor of an inconspicuous apartment building. The key turned, the old lock clicking into place. This is my home. Hill stepped inside, closing the door behind her. No one knows this place but me. Oh, so does bringing me here count as hiding a beauty? You're not wrong. At that moment, Hill lacked the energy to retort against Sue-Mo. All she wished was to throw herself onto the sofa and sleep profoundly. Sue-Mo, I feel utterly disinclined to do anything, Hill murmured, sinking deeply into the plush embrace of the sofa. Releasing a sigh of satisfaction akin to a weary bird that has finally found its nest, yearning only for a sound slumber. Sue-Mo grasped her collar. Hill, are you really going to sleep in that outfit? I don't want to move. Could you assist me in changing my clothes? Clearly not. Sue-Mo feared that she might inadvertently transform Hill into a Christmas gift. Just imagining the scene. The aloof Hill, adorned with flowing red ribbons, jingling with reindeer bells. No more that thought. Moments later, Hill struggled to rise from the sofa and made her way to the bedroom. Soon, the sound of rustling garments intermittently reached Sue-Mo. Being intimately connected to her, Sue-Mo perceived as she shed her attire, sullied with scents and dust, and retrieved a silky dark blue silk nightgown from the wardrobe. Sue-Mo remarked, Lady Hill, a friendly reminder that I am online throughout, with an ultra-high-definition view, capturing every angle without exception. So what? I trust you will close your eyes. Hill, swift in her movements, had already donned the nightgown, a simple yet figure-flattering silk slip dress. Its dark blue hue accentuating her fair skin and revealing the exquisite form often concealed beneath her combat attire. Hill closed her eyes contentedly, a trace of a smile playing at the corners of her lips, as if shedding all defenses. Sue-Mo, you didn't just close your eyes. I heard your heartbeat. It's somewhat rapid. Aren't you a symbiote? Is there a distinction of gender? Do you also have reactions? A barrage of questions left Sue-Mo somewhat bewildered. Well, I'm rather intrigued. In the headquarters of the AOS group, late at night, Max Dillon, an electrical engineer nearly forgotten by the world, found himself perplexed before a complex circuit board. Adjusting his heavy glasses, beads of sweat formed on his forehead. Damn it, who drew this schematic? It's nothing short of a labyrinth. Max muttered under his breath. Today is his birthday, and on the table lay a small cake he had purchased for himself. Solitary and untouched, candles unlit. Max, are you still not finished? The supervisor's voice crackled through the intercom, devoid of any warmth. Almost there, sir. Just a bit more to go. This overload protector seems to be malfunctioning. Max attempted to infuse confidence into his voice. Then hurry up. Don't delay tomorrow's presentation. The intercom clicked off. Max sighed. Very well, the presentation is paramount. He thought perhaps if he fixed this, someone might notice his contribution tomorrow. Even if it was just a simple, well done, Max. He reached for a precariously dangling terminal. Just then, the metal grate beneath him suddenly trembled. Whoa! Max lost his balance, and the tool slipped from his grasp, crashing onto another control panel. Sparks. A blinding arc of electricity. No! He barely managed a short exclamation before his body fell rigidly backward. He plunged into a vast tank, suffused with a ghostly blue luminescence. Within, countless genetically modified electric eels writhed in a chaotic dance. Help! Help! Max flailed desperately in the water, his voice tinged with despair. The frigid water enveloped him, followed by numbing paralysis, culminating in excruciating pain. High-voltage currents pierced through every cell of his body like a multitude of searing needles. Lured by this unexpected delicacy, the eels converged frantically, unleashing even more potent bioelectric discharges. Max felt his consciousness rapidly unravel, his vision blurring as the only sounds remaining were the crackling of electricity and the frantic beating of his heart. Is this my end? No one will remember me. This was his final thought. The blue electric light erupted around him, illuminating the entire room as if it were midday, and then everything faded to darkness. Time passed, though its measure was lost. The morgue lay cold and lifeless. Suddenly, a body draped in a white sheet twitched. A faint groan escaped Doug. Much bolted upright. The sheet slipping away. What is this? He stared in bewilderment at his hands, which exhibited an eerie, translucent blue hue, arcs of electricity dancing at his fingertips. His voice emerged hoarse, laced with static. Am I still alive? Tentatively, Max attempted to move his fingers, and a slender arc of electricity shot forth, striking a light fixture on the wall. The bulb flickered erratically before bursting. Wow! A glimmer of astonishment flickered in Max's eyes, quickly overshadowed by overwhelming fear and confusion. He stumbled off the gurney, barefoot, and approached the door. It was locked, stretching out his hand. His fingertip brushed against the metallic doorknob. ZZZZT. The electronic components within the lock incinerated instantly, and the door swung open. I can control electricity? Max murmured, disbelief coloring his tone. He wandered onto the street, finding himself on the fringes of Brooklyn. The neon lights of the night outlined the cityscape, casting illumination upon his peculiar form. Passers-by recoiled in horror at the sight of the glowing blue entity, scattering in terror. Hey, don't run. I mean you no harm. Max attempted to clarify, yet his voice was distorted and jarring due to the interference of electricity. Car alarms blared in cacophony around him. He felt like a colossal magnet, drawing in all surrounding electrical energy. Streetlights flickered ominously as he approached, and the neon signs on billboards flickered erratically. Can they see me? Standing on the street, he observed the expressions of terror. An unprecedented sensation welled within him. It was neither fear nor confusion, but rather a thrilling delight in being observed. Yes, look at me. All of you. He spread his arms wide, electric arcs swirling around him in a wild display. I am no longer a nameless nobody. The energy within him surged, threatening to burst forth. He needed to unleash it. He craved more. Chapter 15. The Phantom Spider-Versus. The Electric Man. New York, Times Square. The kaleidoscopic billboards flickered vibrantly. Neon lights illuminated the night as brightly as day, teeming with tourists. Kara held an ice cream in each hand, her mouth stuffed to the brim. This strawberry swirl delight was 100 times more delectable than the nutritional paste from Krypton. Gwen, with her mint chocolate cone, chuckled at her antics. Be careful not to upset your stomach, Kara. Upset my stomach? Kara blinked her golden eyes, puffing out her chest with pride. Please, I am Supergirl. The odds of that happening are as low as the chance of this square suddenly losing power. No sooner had she spoken than, as if to validate her metaphor, a crackling sound erupted. The massive electronic screens in Times Square flickered into life, the overhead lights dimming and brightening erratically. The raucous noise from the digital billboards turned intermittent. Kara froze mid-lick, glancing around in confusion. Gwen, should I find a restroom? Something felt amiss. A slight prickling sensation surged up Gwen's spine. Spider sense. Danger. Gwen abruptly lifted her gaze, her eyes sweeping across the square before settling on a corner. There, a man stood next to a junction box, gripping several sparking cables, enveloped in an eerie blue glow. Gwen thrust her ice cream into Kara's hands. Kara, stay put and don't move. I can help too. No. Remember what your cousin told you? Honestly, I'd rather face an entire squad of Chitauri than confront potential supercriminals that might have escaped from your hometown. Gwen's tone was teasing, yet her expression was grave. She understood Kara's strength, but how terrifying could those Kryptonian supervillains be? She dared not ponder. Kara, too, recognized the weight of the situation. Pouting slightly, she relented. All right, just be careful. Without further ado, Gwen turned and dashed toward the nearest dark alley, her silhouette swiftly vanishing between two graffiti-covered buildings. Meanwhile, the shrill wail of sirens grew louder. The patrolling officers in the square had spotted the glowing man. New York police. One officer shouted, raising his hand. Step away from those cables. I don't want to hurt anyone. Max's voice was hoarse, laced with electrical static. He instinctively raised his hands to show he meant no harm. But at that very moment, several thick arcs of electricity erupted uncontrollably from his fingertips. Boom! Bang! A nearby yellow taxi and a delivery truck were instantly hurled away by the powerful current, their windows shattering, the blaring alarms echoing throughout the square. Screams erupted. The previously bustling crowd erupted into chaos, scattering in all directions. He is attacking us. Another officer yelled, emptying his magazine. Bang! 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 Max raised his hands to shield himself. Yet, before the bullets could near him, they were torn to shreds by the overwhelming electricity. No, I didn't mean to, Max muttered, staring blankly at his hands. But soon after, an unfamiliar thrill surged within him. As he prepared to draw more electricity, the phantom spider descended from above. Whoosh! A strand of web expertly ensnared the cable in Max's hand, yanking it away with force. Having accomplished this, Gwen gracefully landed atop a lamppost. Hey, Spark Boy. Gwen's voice, tinged with playful mockery, resonated through her mask. Did no one ever tell you that tampering with high voltage is perilous? Especially in a place where billboards outnumber stars. You might just induce an epileptic fit, or worse still, dispense catastrophic fashion advice. On the other side of Times Square, Kara hid behind a billboard pole, observing the skirmish. She watched as Gwen grappled with a man radiating blue energy, webs and electricity intertwining. She couldn't help but think how striking and cool Gwen looked. Suddenly, someone gently tapped her shoulder from behind. Whoa, could I claim it? Started. What's happening here? Hill rubbed her temples, clearly irritable. She had just been on the verge of sleep when those infernal car alarms jolted her awake. Then, the apartment experienced a blackout. Surveying the chaotic square, Hill realized the cause. So this is why? Kara nodded, pointing to the man discharging electricity not far away. He's the one responsible. Was Hill there to apprehend him? At that moment, she recalled something. What about Mr. Sue? Did he not accompany you? Ah, him. Hill gestured towards Kara's hand. Kara followed her gaze, her eyes widening in surprise. Sue had taken a bite out of the ice cream she was holding in her left hand. It was a mint chocolate cone. Kara quietly complained, feeling a bit wronged. It was the one Gwen had eaten. Sue paused. Gwen's? Sorry. Hearing Sue's apology made Kara feel unexpectedly bashful. She waved her hand dismissively. It's fine. I'll just buy another. Sue responded, sorry, I should have eaten this one. Before she could finish her sentence, Sue devoured her ice cream once more. My strawberry swirl. Could I claim it? Hill ignored the ice cream dispute between the two and focused intently on the man in the center of the square, who continued to unleash electrical currents, her brow furrowed. S.H.I.E.L.D. had recorded numerous superhuman profiles, one of which was categorized as mutants. They were numerous, yet their abilities were generally not formidable. Was the man before her a mutant? Honestly, Blue Smuff, is this grand spectacle merely for exposure on television? Gwen swung between billboards, narrowly evading the crackling arcs of electricity. Max, basking in the currents, shouted with unstable energy, I want everyone to see me. With a forceful push, he directed thick strands of electricity like whips towards Gwen. Yes, we all see you. Gwen deftly flipped to evade the assault, simultaneously unleashing her webs. A bolt of electricity grazed her left wrist, causing her web shooter to emit a plume of black smoke, rendering it utterly inoperative. Hey, that was custom-made. Gwen cried out, her tone tinged with irritation. You owe me a new one. Out of the corner of her eye, she spotted a crimson fire hydrant. It seemed time to give you a bath. Gwen swiftly altered her course, heading towards the hydrant. Not so fast, little bug. Max discerned her intention, unleashing a powerful jolt that struck the ground in front of the hydrant, sending shards of debris flying and thwarting Gwen's approach. The shockwave sent her staggering midair. Almost immediately, another current surged toward her, delivering a harsh blow to her back. Ugh! Gwen gasped in pain, her body instantaneously paralyzed, crashing heavily to the ground. That was quite the impact. She struggled to rise, yet her limbs seemed unresponsive. Meanwhile, behind a billboard, Sister Hill, Mr. Sumo, weren't you here to capture him? At this rate, Gwen will get hurt. Kara watched in alarm, unable to contain herself any longer. Hill's brow furrowed, the risk of exposure flashing through her mind. Yet, witnessing Gwen's plight, she instinctively surged forward. Wait, Hill, let me handle this, Sumo called out just in time. Now was a prime opportunity for him to symbiotically bond with Gwen. As for the risk of exposure, how was it any concern of his? The Venom agent was wanted, but that was not Sumo's issue. After merging with Gwen, the most that would happen was her uniform turning pure black. He merely needed to control it without using the sticky tendrils. By the way, why did different symbiotic bonds yield varying forms? Sumo was at a loss. Perhaps it was because Hill wasn't wearing a mask. That must be the reason for her grotesque, toothy visage. Chapter 16. In your own way. I know you possess great abilities, yet you engage in mundane tasks. Max suddenly spoke as he ceased his assault. Mundane tasks. Gwen's thoughts began to drift. Last Wednesday, she had helped Mrs. Smith retrieve her plump cat, Meatball, from a tree. This had already been the third time this month. She had also inadvertently averted a traffic accident. A reckless driver nearly ran a red light, nearly colliding with a bus full of students. She had discreetly pulled the bus back with her web, allowing it to halt just in time, mere centimeters away from disaster. Earlier still, she had discovered a group of delinquents vandalizing a newly installed park bench. Using her web, she had secured their spray paint cans high upon a street lamp, rendering them unreachable, forcing the culprits to leave in frustration. Such deeds never made the headlines. This was the essence of Gwen's daily life, protecting these trivial occurrences. She took pride in it. Yet this electrifying jerk was intent on ruining everything. Gwen's fingertips twitched against the rough ground. No, she pressed her palm against the earth, the sharp stones digging painfully into her skin. These actions were far from mundane. With a low growl, Gwen struggled to rise. Simultaneously, Sumo silently adhered to her. As she began to straighten her body, her black, white, and pink uniform was gradually undergoing transformation. The white hood and pink embellishments had vanished, replaced by a sleek and unadulterated darkness. A colossal and menacing white spider emblem slowly emerged on her chest. Muck stut frozen, as did the crowd that had gathered at a distance. The black uniform exuded an unmistakable aggression. A primal and unmasked sense of danger radiated from Gwen's petite figure, causing the very air of the square to become tense. Venom Spider made her debut before the onlookers. Indeed, Sumo singere pideser. Gwen's ability to rise was not due to him, but rather her own indomitable will. Is it you, you rascal? I don't need your assistance. I can defeat him on my own. Sumo chakel softly. Oh really? Just now, I only saw a little kitten that had been beaten to tears. Were you on the ground, studying the flooring's material? You, despicable. Gwen's cheeks flushed instantly, and fortunately, her mask concealed her embarrassment. She was no mere kitten. She was a spider. Defeat him. Using your own methods, I will not offer you any aid. Gwen was momentarily taken aback, not expecting Sumo to say such a thing. Using your own methods. Those 5 words flowed through Gwen's heart like a warm current. She had always strived to prove herself, to demonstrate her capability to protect this city and the things she held dear. She did not require others to solve all her problems. She possessed her own fighting style and her own cherished ideals. Sumo recognized it. This mischievous, utterly unfathomable extraterrestrial understood her far better than many self-proclaimed adults of justice. An inexplicable strength surged from deep within her. It was not the enhancement brought by the symbiote, but rather an encouragement from within her spirit. Thank you. Sumo took a deep breath and flexed her wrist. So, Lightning Kid, are you ready to face the reckoning of the ghost spider? At that moment, Sumo was merrily replicating Gwen's abilities. Strength and agility aside, he decided to first copy her spider sense, followed by her adhesion capacity, and finally her web-slinging abilities. Wasn't Gwen using a launcher? How did she possess the ability to shoot webs? Speaking of which, spiders typically shoot webs from their rear ends. Did that mean? Sumontak shivat in flight. Max observed Gwen's dramatically altered form with some wariness, but still scoffed derisively. You think changing your outfit will help you defeat me? Naive. He thrust his hands forward, unleashing bolts of electricity thicker than before, striking towards Gwen like a raging python. Gwen did not meet it head-on. The dark figure nimbly weaved between the billboards. The electric arcs pursued relentlessly, exploding into bursts of sparks behind her. In midair, Gwen executed a flip and a pitch-black web shot from the launcher on her right wrist. This web was starkly different from the previous white strands. It was more resilient, even exuding a metallic quality. Gwen let out a soft huff. Sumo, didn't you say you wouldn't help me? It appears that this individual remains concerned about his predicament. Sumoriman Saident, solely intent on confirming whether the web strands were indeed artificial or not. Utilizing the strands, Gwen swung towards the street's edge. If you possess the capability, do not flee. Max bellowed, an abundance of electricity surging through him, coalescing into a colossal plasma cannon aimed at Gwen. Out of the corner of her eye, Gwen caught sight of the red fire hydrant at the curb, an almost imperceptible smile curling at her lips. Now is the moment. She feigned a stumble in front of the hydrant, as though the web shooter had malfunctioned. I've got you, Max exclaimed with delight, unhesitatingly unleashing his energy. A terrifying blue lightning bolt tore through the air, hurtling towards Gwen. Yet, just as the lightning was about to make contact, Gwen's figure swung upward at an astonishing angle. Boom! Max's intended strike landed squarely on the red fire hydrant. Accompanied by a deafening roar, the hydrant shattered, sending a high-pressure water column soaring into the sky. No! Max screamed in terror, standing amidst the deluge like a colossal conductor. The furious current found its optimal escape route through him. Zzz. The blue lightning danced wildly across his body, causing him to convulse, his eyes rolling back, and sparks of electricity erupting from his mouth. Moments later, the lightning dissipated. Mox, charred and lifeless, collapsed into the water, utterly unconscious. Sorted. The mind is also a form of strength. Su-imo. Wouldn't you agree? Gwen gracefully alighted atop a streetlight. Showcasing her triumph, to Su-imo. Su-imo, why are you silent? After a brief pause, Su-imo suppressed his curiosity, refraining from posing an impolite question. Meanwhile, at the edge of Times Square, in a dimly lit room of a towering office building, two figures stood silently. Is that blue fellow one of yours? One, dressed in an elegant suit with a loosened tie, inquired. Beside him stood a man with neatly cropped hair. No, I am unaware, he paused, to my knowledge, doctor. Maya's desperate plan did not include the development of a blue, electrically charged serum. That fellow being taken down by a woman suggests he lacks considerable strength. Let us instead examine the goods I brought you. The short-haired man produced several slender test tubes from his pocket, placing them into the suited man's hands. The liquid within the tubes radiated an eerie fiery red hue, gently swaying in the dim light, reminiscent of burning flames. Chapter 17. The dust settles, the choice to confess. The wail of police sirens enveloped Times Square entirely. Cautiously, the officers approached Max, confirming he posed no further threat before several medical personnel rushed in with a stretcher. Gwen observed the unusual commotion in the square as the medics lifted Max into the ambulance, the doors yet to close. Several black SUVs glided silently to the side. Two men clad in black suits descended, and after a brief negotiation, they inexplicably transferred Max from the ambulance into one of the SUVs. How peculiar, thought Gwen, furrowing her brow. That was a vehicle belonging to the Osborn Group, a place where she had previously interned. She recognized the emblem. Gwen gazed in the direction the vehicle had vanished, pondering deeply, yet she refrained from overthinking it. In the alley, Gwen, are you hurt? Kara rushed over first, seizing her arm and scrutinizing her from head to toe. Hill approached, yawning. All right, you two, it's getting late. We should take our leave. Hill bid farewell to the pair. Suemo also stepped away from Gwen's side. Upon the moment of separation, Gwen inexplicably felt a tinge of melancholy. Goodbye, Commander Hill. Goodbye, Mr. Suemo. Cut off of it. Gwen watched as Hill disappeared around the corner, her gaze drifting. Was she reluctant to part with Mr. Suemo? Karagenti elboeter, simirking mischievously. Absolutely not. Gwen retorted immediately, her face betraying her discomfort. I was merely contemplating why the Osborn Group would take that individual, she huffed, adding, and I have yet to forgive him for saying my chest is small. Kara nodded knowingly, deliberately echoing her sentiments. Indeed, Mr. Suemo is quite bothersome, always enjoying to tease others. He even snatched my ice cream once. No wonder you bought that doll to vent your frustrations. Kara was referring to the Venom doll. She was correct. Indeed, Gwen had intended it as an outlet for her ire. For instance, she would place it beneath her rear, use it as a footrest, and when boredom struck, she would grasp the doll's head, mercilessly contorting it into various bizarre shapes. Kara continued, if I were Gwen, I certainly wouldn't wish to see him again. Kara, you do not understand him. Gwen interjected suddenly, her voice soft yet resolute. That fellow is actually quite decent. The ensuing 2 days felt to Hill like an enforced holiday. Suemo sensed her taut, nerves had indeed relaxed considerably. She even found the leisure to tend to several nearly withered potted plants on the balcony. Are you resurrecting the dead? Suemo peered in. Hill felt somewhat embarrassed. To say she was resurrecting the dead was rather excessive. In the afternoon, Hill visited the safe house in Queens. Natasha had left her a message. Fury had long suspected that there were Hydra infiltrators within the agency, yet the number of personnel involved was vast, leaving him without specific evidence. Thus, he instructed Natasha and Captain America to investigate a freighter named the Lemuria Star in Somalia. Hill examined the message, her fingertips gently tapping the table. Does that ship contain a list of Hydra operatives? More or less. In any case, Fury would not undertake a futile endeavor, S.H.I.E.L.D replied. Natasha also mentioned that Fury had covertly assembled a small team. Ordinary superpower incidents did not necessitate the involvement of the Avengers. They would handle it instead. Comment va-t-il? Inquired, if it is a secret, how does Natasha know? She is an 8th level agent like Coulson. Impressive, she added. I'm a 9th level agent. S.H.I.E.L.D regarded her small expression with a resigned roll of his eyes. You are quite impressive, he remarked. Satisfied with the response, Hill beamed with pride. Poor Coulson. Resurrected only to be thrust into labor. S.H.I.E.L.D was aware that Coulson's storyline involved being an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. Initially, the narrative consisted of petty betrayals, but the stakes would soon escalate, potentially jeopardizing Earth's safety. Sky's abilities were commendable. Perhaps they should consider them. The final piece of information raised an eyebrow from Hill. The president had granted her a pardon, and the military's warrant would soon be rescinded. This was indeed splendid news. Yet, how had Fury managed such influence? Upon returning to the apartment, Hill's mood visibly brightened. She unexpectedly ventured into the kitchen. S.H.I.E.L.D, apprehensive, nestled closer to her. You best hope it can tantalize your taste buds. S.H.I.E.L.D, she teased as she retrieved eggs and bacon from the refrigerator, her technique surprisingly adept. A mischievous smile played upon her lips. After all, you'll be consuming this daily. A simple dish of fried eggs and bacon accompanied by perfectly toasted bread awaited. S.H.I.E.L.D sampled the meal. The eggs were silky, the bacon crisp and savory. Unexpectedly delightful, he remarked with surprising earnestness, though it lasted mere moments. However, if I were to eat fried eggs and bacon every day, I might grow weary of it. Hill was accustomed to such comments. Reassured that her culinary repertoire extended beyond this one dish. Nightfall enveloped the rooftop terrace of the apartment building. The evening breeze, cool and gentle, caressed Hill's hair. With arms crossed, she gazed at the radiant skyline of New York City. The view is rather splendid. I senti it. Sumo initiative. There is something I've pondered for quite some time, and I believe it's time to share. Hill, perplexed, listened intently. Sumo inguayer nonchalantly. What do you think of Gwen's abilities? Are they akin to spider-like powers? Quite impressive. Do you desire them? He gweeped. Sumo. Are you suggesting you wish to be bitten by a spider? Rarely did she indulge in jest. She was uncertain why S.H.I.E.L.D had summoned her to the rooftop at such an hour, nor did she comprehend the implications of his words. Hill felt fortunate to have S.H.I.E.L.D. There was no need to covet other superpowers, especially since none surpassed his prowess. What secret do you wish to disclose? I am listening, she said gently. I possess the ability to replicate the powers of superhumans I come into contact with. Unprepared for such a revelation, the words penetrated Hill's ears, leaving her somewhat incredulous. Hill fell silent for several seconds, processing this astonishing information. To replicate powers? What does that entail? She understood the implications all too well. S.H.I.E.L.D was, in essence, a walking anomaly. Why reveal this to me? Chapter 18. Gwen's abilities, the Electric Man returns. There is no particular reason. S.H.I.E.L.D continued. I've already replicated Gwen's abilities. He sought to encounter more superhumans, and, as the deputy director of S.H.I.E.L.D, Hill had limited opportunities for field work. Moreover, she is not only employed by S.H.I.E.L.D, but also serves as the eyes and ears of several national leaders within the organization, rendering her words and actions beyond her own discretion. S.H.I.E.L.D had been wavering on whether to follow Hill. However, he has now reached a conclusion. Is cohabitation truly contingent upon the company one keeps? He intends for Hill to exist as a member of the Avengers rather than merely as an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. Should a mission arise, he and Hill can partake, but he does not wish for them to be assigned trivial tasks. This is the state of affairs S.H.I.E.L.D desires. Are you intending to teach me to use webbing? Hill inquired, a slight smile gracing her lips. S.H.I.E.L.D chuckled softly. Then you must call me teacher. 10 minutes later, Hill aimed at the edge of a distant building, suddenly flicking her wrist. Whoosh! A strand of black webbing shot forth with precision, firmly adhering to the target. Hill gently tugged on the web, feeling its formidable resilience. Hold tight, S.H.I.E.L.D advised. Hill's lips curled into a smile. Understood, teacher S.H.I.E.L.D. She hesitated no longer. Leaping from the rooftop's edge, whoosh! The sensation of weightlessness enveloped her as the evening breeze rushed past her ears. Just as her body approached a critical point of descent, Hill abruptly tightened the web, using her momentum to swing forward. She traced graceful arcs through the night sky, deftly avoiding obstacles, reveling in the freedom among towering edifices. Buildings raced past her, while the traffic below transformed into shimmering streams of light. The exhilaration was unparalleled. The adrenaline surge compelled Hill to let out a joyous shout. Woo! Suemo, you're amazing. In Queens, atop a certain apartment building, Kara and Gwen leaned against one another, gazing at the starry sky. In recent days, Gwen had been preoccupied with refining her battlesuit, leaving little time for play with Kara. At times, she even skipped classes, curiously unmonitored. Kara had also skipped once, only to find her sister Alex summoned to the school the following day. It was decidedly undemocratic and lacking in freedom, Kara quietly complained. With Gwen not accompanying her, she practiced her abilities out of boredom. For instance, with her enhanced vision, she looked up. Hey Gwen, look over there on top of that church. It's Director Hill. Gwen followed her gaze, but, lacking supervision, could only discern a vague silhouette. What are they doing out so late? Wow, they're swinging. Could I claim it? Her supervision providing clarity, her tone brimming with wonder, noting the black webbing. They seem quite happy. Director Hill's face is flushed. Wow, Director Hill looks truly joyful. Gwen remarked, her irritation evident. Kara, it's wrong to spy on others. You should sleep. You have school tomorrow. What? Gwen, aren't you going? Aren't you afraid of getting your parents called? But I took a leave of absence. Could responded, eh? Understanding her surprise, Gwen delivered another blow. I heard someone who skipped class had their parents called. Aunt Danvers is quite busy. Gwen, you're mocking me. Kara, both indignant and embarrassed, was about to pounce on Gwen in a fit. Just then, in the distance, the iconic edifice of the Osborne Group suddenly extinguished its lights at the pinnacle. Immediately, as if triggered by a chain reaction, darkness emanated from the Osborne building, spreading outward like a tide. Office buildings, shops, streetlights, one by one, the city's illumination was swiftly devoured. Is there a blackout? Kara mused, bewildered. It's more than just a blackout. Gwen's spider sense buzzed ominously, a profound unease gripping her. The entirety of New York lay shrouded in darkness, save for a solitary power plant on the outskirts that still flickered faintly with light. I must investigate. Gwen sprang to her feet, donning her mask. Without hesitation, she leapt from the rooftop, shooting her webbing into the distance. Meanwhile, atop the church, Hill inhaled deeply, attempting to steady her racing heart, still throbbing from the exhilarating experience of swinging at such high speed. How do you feel, Hill? Suemo's voice carried a hint of amusement. Absolutely thrilling, Hill replied, a lingering smile of excitement gracing her lips. Just then, the distant lights extinguished. Has Electro returned so soon? Suemo remarked, somewhat resigned. Hill too noticed that the city was rapidly descending into a profound silence, with only the power plant in the distance still aglow. At the entrance of the power plant, Gwen landed lightly, scanning her surroundings with vigilance. Suddenly, another figure descended almost simultaneously, landing nearby. Gwen recognized the newcomer, momentarily taken aback by the sleek black Venom suit that melded with the night. The face devoid of a mask. Indeed, it was Hill. Gwen, don't you have school tomorrow? Hill asked, equally surprised. A hint of awkwardness hung in the air. At that moment, a jarring crackle of electricity erupted from within the power plant, followed by an unsettling surge of energy. Let's take a look inside. The sight before them drew sharp intakes of breath. In the center of the control room, where a massive turbine generator once stood, Max now hovered midair, his form no longer flesh and blood, but comprised entirely of pure, ferocious blue electricity. Countless arcs of electricity danced around him, illuminating the space as if it were the eye of a storm. Gwen, you need to leave now. Hill's voice was firm. This individual was far too dangerous. Indeed, Suemo chimed in. Your web shooter was nearly fried last time. Getting close to him this time might render it useless. Gwen felt her body tense at Suemo's pointed words, uncertain of her own feelings. Seeing Hill also wielding webbing stirred a complex mix of emotions within her. This form was supposed to be a combination of her and Suemo's strengths. I've upgraded my web shooter and suit with electromagnetic insulation and specially designed inner linings. Even if he is a walking Tesla coil, he won short circuit me easily. I defeated him once. I can do it again, Gwen asserted with determination. She yearned to prove herself in front of Suemo. With that, she flicked her wrist. The white silk of the spider accurately shot upwards, intertwining with the metallic pipes above. Whoosh! Gwen, undeterred, swung toward the heart of the tempestuous blue electric light. Chapter 19, Black and White Silk. Max sensed Gwen's arrival and abruptly opened his eyes. You again, bothersome spider. Every cable in this power plant is my masterpiece. Now, it shall become my sanctuary. I shall be the god of this city. Perhaps it was a racial endowment. Sumo listened from a distance, mistakenly believing he was engaging in some form of rap. Gwen landed steadily on a metal walkway, the corners of her mouth curling beneath her mask. A god? What kind of god? The deity of circuit breakers and short circuits? That hardly sounds imposing. I am a god of thunder. Max's electric form suddenly expanded, the blue arcs becoming more frenzied. You have no idea how powerful I am. Just a day prior, those researchers from Osborne Technologies had treated him like a mere laboratory rat, relentlessly increasing the voltage, attempting to extract every ounce of value from him. The pain and humiliation he endured would never be forgotten. It was that fool Harry Osborne who set him free, foolishly believing he could control him. Ridiculous. How could Max Dillon ever be subjugated again? Thus, he had electrocuted Harry. Thanks to that torment, Max's powers had grown immensely. It was no exaggeration to say that he was electricity incarnate. The god of thunder? Are you not afraid that Thor will descend from the heavens and deliver a crushing blow? Hill also swung in, landing beside Gwen. Sumo couldn't help but mock. Thor? He's merely a brute wielding a hammer, while I am electricity itself. Max, brimming with confidence, scoffed dismissively. Sumo retorted, I'm still light. Silence. Unable to counter, Max unleashed a thick electric whip aimed at Hill. Hill was well prepared, dodging the attack and swiftly unleashing a jet of black silk. Gwen immediately complimented him, firing a white silk that precisely ensnared Max's arm. The two silks, one white and one black, instantly tightened. Do you think these ridiculous silks can defeat me? Electric currents surged wildly through Max, yet the two silks remained entirely unaffected. With seamless coordination, Gwen and Hill exerted their strength simultaneously, leveraging the momentum of their swing to hurl him violently toward a massive array of control panels. Boom! In an instant, sparks flew. Gwen landed, keeping a vigilant eye on the billowing smoke. Suddenly, Max's body transformed into a dazzling blue electric light, instantly merging with the entire power plant's electrical grid. The silks in Gwen and Hill's hands lost their target and drooped helplessly, their ends still emitting wisps of smoke. Oh, this is bad, Gwen murmured, feeling a prickling sensation on the back of her neck. The lights in the control room began to flicker wildly, alternating between bright and dim. The entire metallic structure of the space began to emit a low, ominous hum. I am a god of thunder. Max's voice echoed from all directions, carrying an unsettling tremor. Gwen had not yet fully grasped the situation when the metallic grid beneath her erupted with a fierce surge of electricity. Ah! She cried out in agony as she was violently propelled by the powerful electric shock, crashing heavily against the distant wall. Although the insulating layer absorbed most of the current, the sheer force of that raw energy left her dizzy and disoriented. Suddenly, another electric arc shot forth from the overhead cable conduit, targeting Hill. Hill reacted with remarkable speed, twisting her body sharply. In that instant, Sumo conjured a layer of dark liquid shield around her. Even so, the immense energy still forced her to stagger back several steps. Fortunately, my symbiote is not particularly afraid of electricity, Sumo remarked. Is there anything you fear? Hill inquired rapidly, evading Max's assault once more. To her, Sumo's only apparent weakness seemed to be her inability to fly. Must you two engage in conversation at such a time? Gwen called out as she navigated through the labyrinth of metal pipes, narrowly avoiding an oncoming surge of electricity, which shattered the pipes behind her, sending sparks flying. Each of her movements was executed with utmost caution, turning to glance at Hill and Sumo. She was astonished to see them chatting while dodging attacks. Ahem. Actually, we were contemplating how to defeat him. Sumo immediately adopted a serious demeanor. Against such an energy entity, pure force is utterly futile. Of course, unless one were to obliterate the earth itself, but let us not entertain that thought. At that moment, Gwen's gaze swept over the severed cable ends torn apart by Max suddenly. A brilliant idea struck her. The cables leading to the city had been damaged, which was the cause of the power outage. Max had not consumed all the electricity. He was merely an oversized battery. Yes, exactly. A bold thought blossomed in Gwen's mind. Every battery has a maximum capacity. What if they could channel all the electricity from this place into him? Sumo, I know how to defeat him, Gwen exclaimed excitedly as she swung over to Hill, whispering her plan. You're quite clever, Gwen. What do you need me to do? Hill regarded her with newfound respect. Go to the main power switch and wait for the opportune moment to flip it. Gwen's white figure traced an arc through the air as several strands of web shot out, ensnaring the thick, severed cables. Leave the rest to me. Understood. Hill hesitated no longer. The black strands propelled toward the far end of the control room, where a massive red lever awaited. As Hill disappeared from view, Max audaciously emerged from the currents. Gwen gritted her teeth, nimbly evading him while skillfully maneuvering her webs to reconnect the severed main cables. This time directing all output towards the suspended Max. Multiple strands shot out again, ensnaring Max momentarily like a net in midair. Everything was in place. Now, Gwen shouted. S.H.I.E.L.D yanked the lever down with all her might. Buzz! In an instant, the remaining electricity of the entire power plant surged forth like a torrent unleashed. Racing through the strands Gwen had connected, wildly flooding toward Max. Ayahawk! Max emitted a chilling, inhuman scream. His body swelled to its utmost limits. The overflowing energy transforming the entire control room into a dazzling azure. Sumo remarked, I must say this fellow truly knows how to absorb. How is he still alive? He cannot endure much longer. Gwen, breathing heavily, expressed her conviction. Honestly, Gwen, our collaboration has been quite commendable. Once we conclude the matters here, how about we dine together this weekend? Let it be a celebration of yet another rescue of New York. S.H.I.E.L.D regarded her with newfound respect. Really? Together? Of course. S.H.I.E.L.D affirmed with a nod, along with Kara. Yet, in that fleeting moment of levity, calamity struck. Buzz! Without warning, Gwen and S.H.I.E.L.'s spider senses began to blare in alarm. The sensation of pain, unprecedentedly intense. Cackling laughter, sharp and grating like metal scraping against glass, echoed from above. In the next instant, a pumpkin-shaped bomb landed squarely at their feet, pulsating with green light and emitting a frantic beeping sound. Chapter 20. The Spider Sense, Perceiving the Details of Her Demise? Fuck. A warning bell rang in Sumo's mind. He scarcely had time to contemplate, as dark, viscous fluid instinctively surged forth, striving to envelop S.H.I.E.L.D and Gwen completely. Boom! The pumpkin bomb detonated before his consciousness could react. The searing heat, unimaginably intense, engulfed him in an instant, as if it aimed to melt him entirely. This was the symbiote's vulnerability, fire and sound waves. Sumo's awareness rapidly blurred amidst excruciating pain, and his symbiotic bond with S.H.I.E.L.D was violently severed by the extreme heat. Meanwhile, Max was hurled away by the sudden shockwave of the explosion, breaking free from the paralysis of electrical overload and crashing hard against a twisted metallic support. The current coursing through him dimmed, but he had miraculously survived. Cackling. That was my prey. A sharp, distorted laugh pierced the night sky as a green figure on gliding wings circled like a specter above the distant clock tower. Harry Osborn? You're not dead. Fear gripped Max as he hastily merged with the city's power grid, fleeing in panic. Coward. The Green Goblin paid no heed to the escaping Max, his attention drawn instead to the two figures amidst the swirling dust below. Sumo, are you all right? S.H.I.E.L.D coughed, struggling to rise from the rubble. He so formidable. He must be fine, Gwen mused, rubbing her waist. Yet, the response was an eerie silence. The two women were suddenly gripped by panic. The lifeless symbiote began to shed from their bodies, causing S.H.I.E.L.'s heart to stop. Could it be that Sumo? The Green Goblin's crimson goggles greedily fixed upon Gwen. The Osborn Corporation's spider project. He was aware of that entity. Why could this girl wield such power so flawlessly? Brimming with youth and vitality, beloved by the city? While he, Harry Osborn, was condemned to endure the torment of the serum, reduced to this grotesque, half-human, half-monster form. And then there was that venom agent. The Green Goblin's grin widened, imbued with a hint of sinister delight. The once mighty black monstrosity that had wreaked havoc on the battlefield of New York had been effortlessly dispatched by a mere pumpkin bomb. Such a delightful irony. Two lost ladies. Allow me to escort you, he rasped, as his glider suddenly surged forward, diving downwards with ferocity. His claw-like fingers spread wide. Watch out, Gwen shouted, shoving the dazed S.H.I.E.L.D aside as her web shooter aimed skyward. With a whoosh, a strand of white web shot towards the Green Goblin, only for him to deftly evade it. Quick on the uptake, aren't you, little spider? He cackled, flicking his wrist as a flurry of bat-shaped throwing darts glinted ominously, spiraling toward Gwen. She rolled to the side, just in time, the darts embedding themselves deeply into the stone where she had just stood. Using the momentum, she sprang up, distancing herself from S.H.I.E.L.D and redirecting the battle to the belfry. In the distance, Gwen engaged fiercely with the green lunatic atop the clock tower, the air filled with the sounds of explosions and clashing metal. Yet to S.H.I.E.L.D, it all resonated as if muffled by a thick pane of glass, distant and unreal. Sumo, Sumo. S.H.I.E.L.D trembled, repeatedly calling out in her heart. The once loquacious, sometimes teasing yet unfailingly reliable voice had faded into an ominous silence. The black ichor that had enveloped her, offering warmth and strength, now lethargically sloughed off her form. Sumo, please don't frighten me. S.H.I.E.L.'s voice quivered, yet she could not vocalize her despair. Her eyes reddened as tears streamed uncontrollably, blurring her vision. How could this be? In Hill's heart, Sumo was not merely a powerful symbiote. He was akin to a family member, a presence that allowed her to lower her defenses and reveal her true self without reservation. She had grown accustomed to his banter at her ear, to his sudden, thoughtless displays of concern. She had believed he would always be there. Yet now, leaning feebly against the crumbling wall, tears mingled with dust, etching a path of disarray across her cheeks. Sumo, don't leave me alone. Is running all you can do? The Green Goblin relentlessly pursued, hurling pumpkin bombs as if they were mere trifles. Boom! Boom! The explosions echoed through the ruins of the clock tower. Damn, madman. You belong quietly confined to an asylum. Gwen swung onto a massive, slanted clock hand, gasping for breath. Sharp-tongued, aren't you? The Green Goblin roared, as his glider unleashed twin bursts of high-voltage energy. Anticipating his move, Gwen tilted her head just in time, the current grazing her hood and blasting a charred hole into the stone wall behind her. She fired webs in rapid succession, attempting to ensnare the glider's turbine. The goblin maneuvered the glider with astonishing agility, executing impossible turns to evade her webs, while his fingers discreetly acquired more glimmering, red-eyed pumpkin bombs. He seemed to revel in this game of cat and mouse. Gwen furrowed her brow. The Green Goblin was equipped to the teeth, his combat style increasingly erratic and unpredictable. She had to seize the opportunity for a decisive victory. The Green Goblin seemed to read her thoughts, suddenly changing course, abandoning his assault on Gwen and charging straight toward the precariously standing hill. Your friend seems to be quite a nuisance. The Green Goblin sneered. No. Gwen's expression shifted dramatically. The goblin's glider came to a sudden halt before Hill, grasping her ankle with a vice-like grip. Hill barely had time to react before she was hoisted upside down. She attempted to fight back, but her strikes were utterly ineffective against Harry's armor. No, Harry, let her go. Take it out on me. Let go. Very well. The goblin grinned, a smile more grotesque than a grimace. He abruptly released his grip. Hill plummeted rapidly downwards. The interior of the clock tower was a labyrinth of gears, beams, and shattered flooring, descending into an abyss of darkness. No, Gwen thought with urgency. With a powerful thrust of her legs, she leaped from the tilted, giant hand. Her petite figure traced a desperate arc in the air, perfectly intercepting Hill's descent, her arms enveloping her tightly. Hold on to me, Gwen shouted fiercely. Gwen's back and shoulders absorbed the impact as they crashed onto a relatively intact wooden floor. The tremendous force causing a metallic taste to rise in her throat as she nearly coughed up blood. Dust cascaded down from the clock tower ceiling. However, the Green Goblin above afforded them no respite. Hey, here, that's another for you. With a sharp cackle, another pumpkin bomb, glowing ominously green, hurtled down, striking the very floorboard where they had just landed. Beep, beep, beep. The frantic countdown sounded like a death knell. Get out of the way. Gwen attempted to roll with Hill to evade the impending disaster. Boom! The deafening explosion reverberated throughout the clock tower. The floor beneath Gwen and Hill shattered instantaneously. Splinters and debris flying in all directions. Their tenuous foothold disintegrated in an instant. The sensation of weightlessness struck again. Hill's body fell uncontrollably deeper into the void. No! Gwen's eyes widened in terror. Hill's falling figure was starkly clear to her. Without hesitation, she shot out a web. The white thread, a fragile beacon of hope, soared toward the plummeting Hill. Simultaneously, she saw it. The pale face of Hill, slightly ashen from the lack of gravity, the fleeting despair in her eyes. And the unforgiving ground below. Hill would perish. Even if the web caught her, the immense inertia would surely snap her neck in an instant. No, I will not allow this to happen. Almost instinctively, the remnants of Sumo's symbiote surged down the white thread that Gwen had shot. The white strand was rapidly tainted by the inky blackness. Hill instinctively reached out her hand, and in her despair, she saw a familiar dark tide rushing toward her. Sumo, you're still alive. How wonderful! Just as Hill was about to touch the ground, at the very moment before the inertia would deliver its fatal tug, at the forefront of that pitch-black web, a menacing and powerful black claw suddenly unfurled, steady yet imbued with an undeniable gentleness. Sumo grasped Hill's hand. The symbiote rapidly spread, enveloping and merging. In the next moment, Hill's tall and slender figure vanished from sight. In its place stood a nearly 3-meter-high creature, exuding an aura of primal ferocity. Chapter 21. Instant Kill, Seeking Weaknesses. The interior of the bell tower lay in ruins. Shattered bricks and twisted metal gears were strewn about, while a massive copper bell hung precariously. emitting a groan under the weight of its burden, threatening to fall at any moment. Moonlight struggled to filter through the gaping dome and wall breaches, casting eerie shadows upon the crumbling remnants. The atmosphere was steeped in silence. Gulp. Gwen swallowed hard, sensing that S.H.I.E.L.D had transformed into someone unrecognizable. No, he had morphed into something beyond human. Above the bell tower, the smile on the Green Goblin's face froze. The glider beneath him shifted anxiously. He wished to flee. In response, a sudden surge of murderous intent erupted. Sumo's right arm grotesquely morphed into a colossal black scythe, shimmering with an ominous glint. He moved, his massive form unleashing a speed incongruous with his size. The Green Goblin barely had time to adjust his glider. Swoosh! The blade sliced through the air. The Green Goblin, along with his flying apparatus, was effortlessly cleaved in two. Debris and sparks rained down. Meanwhile, in the vicinity of the power plant, atop the rooftop of an abandoned skyscraper, Sky murmured in disbelief. As a member of the Rising Tide organization, dedicated to unveiling obscured truths, she pondered, were they truly cut in half? No trial, no process, just like that? She stowed her long focus camera, still bearing the shock on her face. The public has the right to know the truth. They ought to be aware of how perilous these superhumans are. I fear that may not be possible, madam. A calm, yet powerful female voice resonated behind her. A woman, clad in a suit of red, blue, and gold armor, exuding an air of authority, appeared seemingly out of nowhere. She stood tall, akin to a Valkyrie descended from myth. Who are you? Sky retreated warily, clutching her camera tightly. What you have captured is not suitable for public dissemination. Diana's gaze fell upon the camera in Sky's hands. Not suitable? Sky scoffed. Are you attempting to shield that monster? He cleaved a person in two. Is that not a fact? Diana shook her head slightly. You do not grasp the full context. Nor do you comprehend the panic and misunderstanding that could ensue if this footage were to spiral out of control. Should we turn a blind eye to such violence? We aim to expose these truths, to ensure the public is aware of what lies beneath. Sky raised her voice, asserting, exposition requires wisdom, not merely courage. Diana maintained her calm demeanor, yet her tone bore an undeniable authority. Some truths, when revealed at the wrong time and in the wrong manner, can only lead to greater harm. She extended her hand. Give me the camera. Not a chance. This belongs to me. It is also the public's truth. Sky recoiled. Diana's azure gaze betrayed no hint of turbulence. I was not making a request. Before her words had fully escaped her lips, her figure darted forth with the swiftness of lightning. Sky merely perceived a fleeting blur, and the camera had already succumbed to her grasp. The recent power outage had wrought considerable repercussions. Yet, aside from murmurs of discontent and speculation, ordinary citizens found themselves powerless to effectuate change. At S.H.I.E.L.D, Fury's singular eye fixated upon the screen, displaying the high-definition close-up captured by the satellite, depicting Su-Mo in a violent act. With a resigned sigh, he proceeded to delete the footage entirely. The military regarded this incident as yet another testament to the uncontrollable threat posed by superhumans, amplifying calls for stringent oversight. Gwen found herself at a loss for words, as if to suggest that the Chitauri invasion of Earth was somehow attributed to her presence. We mourned Harry's untimely demise. The Osborn group swiftly distanced itself from any implication, asserting that Harry Osborn had regrettably gone missing while attempting to avert disaster, and that the transfer of shares was a routine legal procedure. 2 days later, under Hill-S meticulous care, Su-Mo finally achieved a complete recovery. The damage inflicted by the flames was more troublesome than anticipated. The searing sensation originating from his very soul was an experience he wished never to endure again. During these days, he and Hill had been ensconced within S.H.I.E.L.D's clandestine laboratory, where, with the assistance of Fitz and Simmons, they endeavored to conduct some extraordinary experiments, hoping to uncover methods to overcome or mitigate the symbiote's vulnerabilities. In pursuit of this goal, they even neglected to concern themselves with Tony's latest disappearance. Su-Mo speculated that he was investigating the extinction virus. Recent news reports had detailed multiple incidents of spontaneous human combustion, with victims reduced to charred remains, the scenes gruesomely horrific, likely connected to these events. In truth, Su-Mo harbored a desire to intervene, for who wouldn't he wish to witness numerous suits of armor transformed into a dazzling display of fireworks? However, Hill's stance was resolutely firm. She forbade him from engaging with anything related to fire. Su-Mo, listen, Hill, donned in a white lab coat, addressed him with a grave expression as he lay atop her head, revealing only his eyes. We must first address your vulnerabilities. This is of utmost importance. Leisurely, Su-Mo interjected. I can understand the prohibition on entering the kitchen, but why must the fiery maidens also be off limits? They bear no flames. Hill momentarily faltered, her cheeks tinged with a hint of crimson as she playfully rapped his head in exasperation. I told you, you wouldn't comprehend. In any case, until we discover a definitive solution, these remain high-risk factors. No sooner had her words left her lips than a knock resounded at the laboratory door, followed by Coulson's entrance. His face adorned with his signature, gentle smile. It seems I have arrived at an opportune moment. Coulson's gaze flitted between Hill and the figure peeking from above her, and with a smile, he remarked, Your camaraderie is truly delightful, Director Hill. Indeed, our bond is one of life and death, is it not, Hill? Su-Mo's voice emanated from above her, tinged with a note of pride. Hill offered a barely perceptible nod. Coulson's smile deepened, and he shifted to the matter at hand. The team that the director has tasked me with assembling has reached a preliminary structure. Allow me to introduce our new operatives. Our operative expert, well-versed in combat, weaponry, and tactical infiltration, was indicated by Coulson, who gestured towards a tall, serious-looking young man beside him. Ward nodded at Hill, acknowledging her presence. This is Agent Melinda May, an ace pilot and master of close-quarters combat, tasked with the team's transportation and primary fire support. Coulson then pointed to another stoic, composed Asian woman. Su-Mo. I recognize her, codenamed Quake, right? May cast a surprised glance at Su-Mo, while Hill and Coulson were equally curious about how Su-Mo came to know her. As for scientific and technical support, Coulson's gaze shifted to the two busy individuals in the lab, Doctors Fitz and Simmons, who you are already well acquainted with. They are also indispensable core members of the team. At this, Fitz shyly adjusted his glasses, while Simmons offered a friendly smile to Hill before turning her attention to Su-Mo. She is a biochemistry expert, eager to delve into research regarding extraterrestrial symbiotes like Su-Mo. What about S.H.I.E.L.D? Su-Mo's voice resonated from above Hill. Upon hearing this, the members of S.H.I.E.L.D exchanged puzzled glances. Who is S.H.I.E.L.D? Coulson was the first to speak, his tone laced with evident confusion. Chapter 22, Doppelganger or Demon Shapeshifter. I apologize, Su-Mo, but regarding cyber information and technical infiltration, I have already identified a suitable candidate, an experienced hacker consultant. Su-Mo was taken aback by Coulson's decisive rejection of his recommendation for S.H.I.E.L.D. The unfolding of events perplexed him. If S.H.I.E.L.D. did not join the S.H.I.E.L.D. team, would she still evolve into that formidable seismic force capable of shaking the world? Su-Mo had hoped to replicate S.H.I.E.L.D.'s abilities, utilizing specific frequency vibrations to precisely counter external sonic attacks. Theoretically, it was entirely feasible. This would effectively resolve the vulnerabilities associated with sound waves. However, now a crucial figure was simply eliminated. On the way back, Hill sensed Su-Mo's frustration and couldn't help but inquire, aside from her, is there no one else with similar abilities? Of course, there are others, but only akin. Su-Mo sighed. To my knowledge, there is a mutant named Siren, but he primarily emits powerful ultrasonic waves for attacks or flight, which is entirely different from S.H.I.E.L.D.'s controllable and versatile vibration manipulation. As for the far side of the moon, there is an inhuman known as Black Bolt, whose voice possesses world-ending destructive capabilities, but regrettably, he cannot control it at will. My sweet tongue is too precious to be rendered mute. Hill remarked, how narcissistic. Whether or not he was sweet, Hill could not ascertain, but his words were indeed venomous towards foes. Su-Mo pondered deeply. After much consideration, it seemed that S.H.I.E.L.D.'s abilities were the most suitable and safest for my needs. You just mentioned the far side of the moon. What are inhumans? Hill noted that every time she engaged in a deeper conversation about superhumans with Su-Mo, she encountered a plethora of new terms and secrets. This individual's intelligence network appears to be more astute than that of the entire S.H.I.E.L.D. organization. However, considering that Su-Mo is an extraterrestrial being, it is reasonable to surmise that his knowledge surpasses that of an ordinary human. To put it succinctly, long ago, the Kree, in their idleness, conducted genetic experiments on humans, resulting in the emergence of a group of inhumans endowed with various extraordinary abilities. The Black Bolt serves as their leader, Su-Mo explained succinctly. The Kree again. Hill felt her repository of knowledge expanding at an alarming rate. Yet, this name seemed somewhat familiar. Fury had mentioned it before. He required S.H.I.E.L.D.'s abilities to compensate for his vulnerability to sonic attacks. This plan must not be easily abandoned. Although he could evade extreme heat, sound waves were inescapable. Su-Mo, you just mentioned mutants. Hill, having discreetly researched information over the past few days, suddenly recalled a detail. Within S.H.I.E.L.D., DSX files, there was a record of a mutant with the ability to control flames. If you could replicate that ability, wouldn't you? Indeed. Sumo's voice escalated in excitement. A flash of inspiration struck him. How could he have overlooked this? Within the Marvel Universe, there indeed exist mutants who wield fire, one of whom, though not the strongest in combat, possesses a unique ability that allows them to absorb energy from others, akin to using a power bank. This ability exhibits an almost unreasonable counter to flames. Sumo had been contemplating how to combat fire, considering transformations into ice or water, but in that moment, he forgot that he could simply manipulate fire. The powers of mutants are incredibly diverse. Clones, shapeshifters, and others with extraordinary prowess. Sumo realized he might adopt a different approach, no longer solely aspiring to the invulnerability of a superhero, but instead amalgamating the strengths of mutants and inhumans. He could become a god of omnipotence, akin to Apocalypse. "Hill, you are truly remarkable," Sumo exclaimed, nearly leaping with joy. "Well, I'm glad to assist you." Hill's spirits were uplifted, as if warmed by sunlight. Even being stuck in traffic was no cause for irritation. Speaking of which, they had been ensnared in traffic for quite some time. The green light shone upon the immobile vehicles, creating a rather ironic scene. Is there a fire ahead? At this moment, I'm more eager than Nick to locate a mutant. Sumokistiv, the cacophony of honking horns, sirens, and the wail of fire trucks merged from the front, affirming Sumo's suspicion was not unfounded. "Strange, there is no smoke," Hill noted, her brow furrowing slightly. At last, the procession began to inch forward. As they passed the intersection, the answer revealed itself. There was no fire, only a scene cordoned off by police tape, a chaotic sight. In the center of the road, several charred human-shaped impressions were seared into the asphalt, a shocking sight. "It's the extremist virus." Sumo's voice grew somber, devoid of its usual levity. The pair's gaze fixed upon one particularly small imprint. It was that of a child. Hill's heart plummeted. Returning to the apartment, the oppressive atmosphere lingered. Suddenly, the phone rang, its shrill sound breaking the silence. Hill answered, instinctively remaining silent as she awaited the caller's words. "It's me, Stark," came a familiar yet weary male voice. Hill paused, and Sumo looked taken aback. "Stark? How did you get this number?" Hill's tone was tinged with disbelief. This was her private line, known to very few. The unexpected call was indeed a pleasant surprise. "You sound unwell, Tony. What has happened?" Sumo inquired with concern. "You could say that," Tony replied with a self-deprecating chuckle. "My beachfront villa just underwent an unfortunate renovation courtesy of a few missiles. I fainted and woke up in Tennessee, courtesy of my Suit-S autopilot. Missile renovation? That certainly fits your style. But Tennessee? Are you on a rural retreat?" Sumo wept. "It's 11 degrees below zero here, and it's still snowing." Tony exhaled into the phone booth, rubbing his hands together for warmth. Outside, his Mark 42 lay in a heap, tethered and dragged along. "I need your assistance. I'm quite worried about Pepper." Hill exchanged a glance with Sumo, who nodded. Although they were anxious about the mutants, confirming Pepper's safety wouldn't take long. "Send me the address." "I will. Thanks, folks." Chapter 23. Pepper, I've got your back. Amidst the night, the red and blue lights of police cars and fire trucks flickered against the remnants of what was once a cliffside mansion. The air was thick with the acrid scent of burnt electronic components, mingling with the salty aroma of the sea. Pepper stood disoriented amidst the chaos. Clutching a deformed Iron Man helmet tightly in her hands, the golden faceplate cracked, one eye socket glaring vacantly, as if silently accusing her. At that moment, Maya Hansen cautiously approached Pepper. "Miss Potts." Pepper slowly lifted her gaze, her eyes bloodshot and tear-streaked. Maya lowered her voice, urgency and fear evident in her tone. "I believe my employer, Aldrich Killian, may be involved in this. It's not safe here. We need to find a place to talk." Pepper regarded the woman before her. Earlier that afternoon, Maya had boldly declared herself to be Tony's former lover, a claim Tony had confirmed, albeit as a brief encounter. Overwhelmed with concern for Tony, Pepper felt a fog of confusion envelop her. She numbly nodded. Maya supported her as they hurried towards a black sedan parked a short distance away. The engine roared to life, and the taillights swiftly disappeared along the winding mountain road. A few minutes later, Hill's vehicle arrived quietly at the scene. Stepping out, her keen gaze swept over the crumbling remains of the mansion, quickly noting the absence of Pepper. She soon found the foreman in charge of the site, advancing purposefully and revealing her S.H.I.E.L.D. credentials. "Have you seen Miss Potts?" she inquired sternly. The foreman wiped the sweat from his brow and gestured towards the mountain road. "Miss Potts just left with another woman with black hair. They appeared quite anxious." He was driving a sleek black sports car, likely not having gone far, as mere minutes passed. In the distance, a fleeting glimpse of the car's red taillight vanished. Chase. Sumokemandid immediately. The car spun around sharply, racing up the mountain road like an arrow released from a bow. However, Hill's vehicle, a modest means of transport, could not compete with the performance of the sports car. The distance between them widened rapidly. I mean, Hill, you're a top-tier agent, a senior operative of S.H.I.E.L.D. Even if your ride isn't a Chevrolet or an Audi A8, it shouldn't be a Camry, should it? Sumo could not resist the urge to comment. Hill tightened her grip on the steering wheel, her focus unwavering ahead. This is called camouflage. Just think about it. I live in Brooklyn. That's a fair point. Sumokon Sedith. By the way, I've already dispatched Carlson to investigate the mutant situation. It won't be long before we can pinpoint their location. Hill suddenly brought up the matter. Such efficiency? Sumo was taken aback, considering it had been less than 3 hours since they had finalized their plan, during which they had also been on the road. Well, who do you think I am? A penniless soul residing in Brooklyn. Hill seized the opportunity to retort. Sumo paused for a moment before complimenting her. Indeed, you are the deputy director of S.H.I.E.L.D., Director Hill. Where did you learn such confidence? Hill had surprisingly become quite self-satisfied. Just then, a tremendous roar of helicopter blades grew louder, drawing their attention upward. A pitch-black armed helicopter, devoid of any markings, swept low overhead, its glaring searchlight locking onto the black sedan, carrying Pepper on the mountain road ahead. I have a very ominous feeling about this. Sumorimarked. In the next instant, several grappling hooks were fired from the helicopter, expertly attaching themselves to the roof of the black sedan, with a jarring metallic screech. The car was violently yanked off the ground, its wheels helplessly spinning in the air as if ensnared by a spider's web, swaying precariously towards the sky. This is bad. Hill's expression changed drastically. She slammed her foot on the accelerator, attempting to surge forward, but her vehicle was simply too slow. They could only watch helplessly as the car carrying Pepper ascended higher and higher. This was a predicament. Sumo thought to himself. That guy Tony likely used a payphone to call for help. Notifying him about Pepper's abduction now posed a challenge. He had promised to ensure Pepper's safety, and now she was being taken right under his nose. This was intolerable. Images of those charred victims of the extinction virus flashed through Sumo's mind, particularly that of the child. His voice suddenly turned grave. Hill, do you wish to unearth the puppet master behind the extinction virus? That man with the mask? Hill had seen the news. These terrorist attacks were orchestrated by him. He even brazenly live-streamed the execution of government officials. No, the true puppet master, Sumo replied coolly. Deception is a necessity. Midtown High School in New York is no exception. From December 23rd to January 3rd, they were on winter break. The New York airport was bustling with crowds. Kara tightly embraced Gwen, feeling a hint of sadness at the tip of her nose. She was about to embark on a holiday in Miami, Florida, with Alex, where the climate was warm and comforting. Christmas week was the peak of the travel season, and they had barely managed to secure a hotel room. However, the thought of being separated from Gwen for over 10 days left her heart feeling hollow. Gwen, are you really not coming with us? We could enjoy turkey together and watch dolphins, Kara said, her voice heavy with reluctance. Maybe next time, Kara. I have some matters to attend to. Kara sensed the insincerity in Gwen's words, but nodded nonetheless. All right, just be happy. Remember to message me every day. You too. With a heavy heart. She bid farewell to Gwen. Kara and Alex boarded the flight to Florida. Seated in the middle, Kara's spirits remained low. Alex noticed her despondency and softly inquired, "What's wrong? Still thinking about your friend?" Kara nodded. Alex's work was of a highly confidential nature, and Kara was unaware of the details. She rarely had the opportunity to spend extended time with her sister and felt a sense of obligation towards her. This Christmas week, Alex had nearly exhausted all her accumulated vacation time to accompany Kara on this trip to Miami, hoping to make up for lost moments. She endeavored to engage Kara in conversation, seeking to lift her spirits. How's school? Is the academic pressure overwhelming? Have you made any other friends besides Gwen? I suppose so, Kara replied, her mind drifting to the calm visage of Hill and the mischievous antics of Sumo. Sumo counts as a friend, right? After all, he does have a male voice. Alex's interest peaked, her lips curling into a smile. What does he think of you? He always teases me and steals my ice cream, Kara pouted. I see, Alex remarked knowingly. He likely does that to attract your attention. Boys often behave like that. How do you feel about him? Do you dislike him? Of course not. I think he's quite impressive. Although he seems a bit mischievous and enjoys teasing. He has a gentle heart. What are you doing? Kara looked up, noticing her sister gazing at her with a peculiar expression. Kata, do you think you might have feelings for him? Like him? Swallowing hard, She replied, I don't think it's that. That would be strange. Chapter 24. 12 Abyssal Warriors. Tony's Iron Legion. Feeling shy? Alex claimed to see through it all. They were seated in a row of 3, with Kara in the middle and Alex near the aisle. The window seat remained unoccupied. The announcement began reminding passengers to turn off electronic devices, and the flight attendants commenced their final checks before takeoff. Kara felt a twinge of curiosity. When she and her sister purchased the tickets, that seat had clearly been occupied. Just then, a familiar yet slightly chilly voice emerged from behind Carla. Excuse me, could you please make way? Carla's heart skipped a beat. Upon recognizing the figure standing behind her, her eyes widened in surprise, and her mouth fell slightly agape. Sister Hill, Suemo, what are you two doing here? Hill and Suemo were equally astonished. What a coincidence! At the Miami International Airport, a wave of heat enveloped the shadows of the palm trees. Wow, Miami. Sister Hill, are you really not here for vacation? Carla, dragging her suitcase, walked alongside Hill, while Alex silently scrutinized Hill from the other side. This woman was undoubtedly extraordinary. It was evident that Carla thrived in bustling environments. Just before parting, she once again eagerly extended an invitation, to which Alex nodded in agreement. Hill wished to join but clearly had more pressing matters to attend to. She could only politely decline, saying, if time permits, certainly. I understand, Carla mused thoughtfully. Choosing to keep the secret, she fabricated a story. Sister Hill is a government official, and you are here because she brought a little pet. A pet? Named Suemo? Very well. She is quite dangerous, Carla. Please keep your distance from these individuals, all right? Alex's expression turned serious. Carla acknowledged with an O, refraining from further inquiries, though she felt skeptical within. As night descended, the briny sea breeze swept across the silent dock. Hill finally located the abandoned oil tanker named Norco. Just then, 2 furtive shadows climbed aboard the cargo deck. It was Stark. Hill glanced at Suemo and whispered, the other one is? Rhodey, Suemo replied, eyes wide. I didn't even notice him since he was so quiet. On the tanker's deck, Rhodey moved with agility, rolling into the shadows of the containers. Tony followed closely, yet his movements appeared somewhat clumsy. He stumbled and nearly toppled a nearby oil barrel. Wearing the suit for too long seems to have caused someone's limbs to deteriorate. Suemo teased, observing Tony's antics. Hill stealthily followed, her figure swiftly merging with the darkness, bathed in the distant port lights. The group discerned the scene beneath the tanker's crane. The President of the United States, clad in the red, blue, and silver Iron Patriot armor, hung motionless in midair, bound by iron chains. This is a public execution, Tony remarked in a hushed tone, casting a teasing glance at Rhodey. You're going to get fired. After this, he will surely be suspended for review, Rhodey lamented, recounting the situation. A few days ago, the President was attacked by a blue mutant who could teleport, which is why I was assigned to protect him. Killian clearly exploited this, impersonating me to abduct the President. Rhodey cautiously surveyed the surroundings, tightening his grip on his assault rifle. Hold your gun properly, Tony, and don't point at my back. Oh, my apologies. Tony adjusted his stance. No sooner had he spoken than several beams of bright flashlight swept across the area. There are people over there. Rat-a-tat-tat. Bullets poured down like rain, striking the containers where they sought refuge and sending dazzling sparks flying. Hill rolled her eyes in the shadows, her expression one of exasperation. It was truly amateurish. Tony and Rhodey were pinned down, unable to raise their heads under the relentless fire. Should we charge out? Tony shouted. You've got to be kidding, brother, Rhodey replied, incredulous. Just then, a shadow flitted past them like a ghost. Hill and Suemo synchronized, their arms thrusting forward as 2 strands of jet-black web shot out, precisely adhering to the steel structure above. She navigated gracefully through the labyrinth of beams, silent as a whisper. Who goes there? Before the guards could react, they were swiftly dispatched. 2 minutes later, the gunfire abruptly ceased, and Tony and Rhodey exchanged glances. Should you check? Rhodey asked. No need for pleasantries, gentlemen. Hill's voice emanated from the nearby shadows. Cautiously, Tony and Rhodey peered out to see Hill, and Tony's face lit up with joy. Hill, Sumo, how wonderful. I knew you could be relied upon. He was acutely aware of the formidable strength of their combined efforts. Yet, just as a smile graced his lips, a sudden thought struck him. Wait, Pepper, how is she? She's alive. Suemo succinctly explained the circumstances of Pepper's abduction. The smile faded from Tony's face. He certainly wouldn't be foolish enough to take out his frustration on Hill and Suemo. After all, they were there to aid him. Killian, Tony murmured, his gaze turning icy. That scoundrel had not only blown up his house, but had also kidnapped Pepper. Stay calm, Tony. The priority now is to rescue Pepper and the President, Rhodey reassured him, patting his shoulder. Hill's vigilant gaze swept the surroundings. This abandoned oil tanker was eerily silent, too quiet, as if it harbored more than just perimeter guards. Before she could finish her thought, a series of heavy footsteps echoed like a drumbeat from all directions. Dozens of figures leapt from the shadows, agilely landing atop the uneven containers surrounding them. They radiated an eerie orange glow, with veins clearly visible beneath their skin, as if molten lava coursed through them. Warriors of despair, and their numbers far exceeded expectations. S.H.I.E.L.D recalled that the film featured only 4. Yet, there were a full 12 before them. So, were these 12 individuals cosplaying as Jesus' 12 apostles? They loomed above, silently encircling the few in the center of the tanker. Rhodey gripped his gun tightly. This situation was more daunting than any he had previously encountered. His throat dry. He asked, "Tony, do you have a plan?" "A plan? With them around, who even thinks of a plan?" Tony replied, shaking off his apprehension as he regarded the adversaries before them with disdain. Rhodey was right. With Hill and S.H.I.E.L.D present, overcoming these foes should be well within reach. However, Hill slowly shook her head, her gaze fixed on the nearest warrior of despair. Once these individuals self-detonate, the terrifying heat they generate would render any explosion unnecessary. They could easily elevate their body temperatures to such extremes that mere contact with them could inflict irreversible harm upon S.H.I.E.L.D. All she could do was restrain these beings with her webbing. The task of neutralizing them, however, would fall to Tony and his mark armor. "Surely you do not intend to remain a mere spectator, Tony? S.H.I.E.L.D. Do not assume we are oblivious. When we visited your seaside mansion last night, not a single piece of armor remained in your basement. All mysteriously vanished." "Oh, you were aware of that?" A smirk of pride crept across Tony's lips. His secret was out. Yet, this was precisely to his advantage. He spread his arms wide, striking an exaggerated pose. "It is time for family gathering, everyone." As the words left his mouth, a multitude of dazzling points of light erupted in the night sky above the dimly illuminated waters behind him. They tore through the darkness with astonishing speed, racing toward the oil tanker. Chapter 25, The Silver Centurion. The armored suits blazed like fiery meteors, tearing through the Miami night. They hovered with precision, encircling the entire Norco oil tanker. Over 30 uniquely designed suits, each boasting distinctive metallic luster and paint schemes, from the classic red and gold to the profound black of the night. From heavily armored variants to agile assault models, lit up with the glow of energized weaponry, awaiting a command. "Merry Christmas, you bastards," Tony grinned. "Erves. Lock onto all thermal signals of the desperate virus, and then eliminate them." Meanwhile, on the outskirts of the oil tanker dock, beneath the shadow of a shipping container, Skye lowered the brim of her baseball cap. She aimed her new camera toward the distant battlefield. Utilizing her exceptional hacking skills, she had tracked down the whereabouts of the late Tony Stark, initially hoping to seize an exclusive scoop. Little did she know she would encounter the dark entity, Venom. Adjusting her focus, she thought, "Splendid. After the interference caused by that Valkyrie last time, this time she would capture Venom's unrestrained acts of violence, revealing the peril posed by these superhumans to the public." "What are you doing?" Suddenly, a voice emerged from behind Skye, startling her. She gasped, but a firm hand swiftly covered her mouth. The grip was strong, and instinctively she assumed it to be a man. "This place is far too dangerous. Miss, you should leave at once," Kara whispered urgently, her cerulean eyes filled with sincerity. Residing at a hotel by the seaside with Alex, Kara had been using her superhuman vision to gaze at the ocean when she inadvertently caught sight of the events unfolding near the oil tanker. Seizing the opportunity under the pretense of purchasing socks for holiday gifts, she had come to offer assistance. Once she dealt with these individuals, she would finally be able to showcase a newly acquired formidable skill, Frost Breath. "Hey, little sister, I know this is perilous." Skye realized that the girl before her was merely around 18 years old, and though she herself was not much older, she felt a sense of protectiveness. "You should hasten your departure from this place. A battle is raging over there." Skye pointed to the ironclad war machine on the oil tanker. Combat had already erupted. The Mark 31, with its pistons and thrusters, erupted in a blinding blue light, propelling itself at supersonic speed towards a desperate warrior. The sonic boom reverberated through the air. The Mark 41, skeletal in design, gracefully disassembled mid-air into dozens of independent components, skillfully taking down the ordinary guards attempting to charge forward like a precision swarm. Hill had completely fused with S.H.I.E.L.D, their dark figure leaping between the interwoven steel frames and containers. Jet black threads shot forth, expertly ensnaring a desperate warrior's legs and yanking him into the air. He was subsequently pierced through the chest by the rapidly approaching Mark 40 shotgun. Boom! Meanwhile, on the other side, a desperate warrior detonated a suit of armor, triggering a violent explosion. The shockwave sent nearby debris flying, and the tanker's steel structure emitted a disconcerting creak on the verge of collapsing. Igor, Tony shouted. The Mark 38, heavy armor Igor, capable of lifting aircraft carrier components, advanced with heavy steps. Its colossal mechanical arm steadfastly supported the precarious steel beam. The Heartbreaker, Red Silk Fish, and Raider, an array of uniquely designed armors, plunged into the fray, grappling with the desperate warriors radiating an orange-red heat. Laser blasts, missiles, and explosions erupted in a cacophony. What a spectacle! I am enviously overwhelmed. Su-Imo lamented internally, rolling around in Hill's mind. Hill, do you think if I were to create a symbiotic army like this, it would be even more impressive than Tony? Hill replied, a symbiotic army? Indeed, if we were to merge the Avengers with symbiotes, we would surely be deemed a villainous organization. Hill jested while evading a covert assault from a desperate warrior. A peculiar image surfaced in Sumo's mind during the endgame. The Avengers fused with symbiotes, each adorned with grotesque heads and sharp fangs. Captain America, facing a bewildered Thanos, would assert, Avengers assemble. With such a visage, Thanos might suspect he was the one being invaded. How amusing! I declare this my new little aspiration. Su-Imo anticipated the image with excitement, but Fury would likely disapprove. Right? I have a plan. I could gift Fury a symbiote, and I've even thought a name for it. Mother or man? Hill responded, unfortunately, he wouldn't be able to fight alongside Steve. Why? Hill blinked in confusion. Su-Imo explained, because the captain despises foul language. At that moment, above the steel framework, Rod's eyes widened in disbelief. Tony, is this what you've been concocting while holed up at home? He gawked at the array of armors, having painstakingly commandeered the Iron Patriot from Tony, treating it like a prized possession. Yet here stood Tony, with no less than 42 unique suits of iron armor, including the wrecked ones. Comparing oneself to others can be maddening. He felt akin to a child who had just received a limited edition toy gun, only to discover that others possessed an arsenal. Tony's gaze swept across the scene, and then he beheld the Mark 33, the Silver Centurion armor, soaring through the air. Dominated by silver with accents of red, it was simply magnificent. Rhodey, envious, could not restrain himself. Tony, give me a set. Any set will do. At that moment, Jarvis's voice chimed in. Sir, Ms. Potts's location has been confirmed. Send me the coordinates, Jarvis. Tony's expression hardened as the silver faceplate instantly closed. The thrusters erupted with force, propelling the Silver Centurion like a streak of light deep into the oil tanker. Observing the whirling steel armors above, Skye clenched her fists. You see that, Kara? Skye. It's incredibly cool, right? Looking into Kara's naive eyes, Skye sighed. Look at them, at the destruction these superhumans have wrought. They possess powers far beyond ordinary beings. Yet their actions are often dictated solely by their own will. Kara replied, but they're doing the right thing. I understand they are heroes, revered by many. But have you considered what this unchecked power signifies for society as a whole? Karabilinkit, seemingly perpliet. With her exceptional hacking skills, Skye had uncovered numerous secrets, particularly those pertaining to Tony Stark. His arms dealings from Serbia to the Middle East were notorious. Therefore, she firmly believed that such unrestrained superhumans must be subjected to stringent oversight, lest they bring about greater calamities. These extraordinary individuals exist beyond the law, unregulated. Today, he may eliminate a universally acknowledged villain. But what about tomorrow? What if he misjudges, or loses control of his emotions, or is manipulated by those with ulterior motives? Who will stop them? Who will take responsibility for the potential innocent casualties? Chapter 26, Kara's Icy Breath. At the edge of the battlefield, he suddenly spotted Skye and Kara. Hostages. Madness filled his eyes as he abruptly altered his course, charging towards the two. Run. Skye's expression shifted dramatically. She instinctively grasped Kara's hand, turning to flee. However, the extremist soldier's speed was unparalleled. In mere strides, he blocked their path, a searing breath washing over them. Their escape route was severed. Gritting her teeth, Skye yanked Kara behind her, spreading her arms protectively in front of her, her voice trembling with tension. Stay back. A figure adorned in bright yellow with black stripes rushed toward them. The Mark 25, the Raider. The heavy combat armor positioned itself before the two. Threat level confirmed. Initiating protective protocol for target, civilian. Only one? The extremist soldier's eyes gleamed. Was this not tantamount to seeking death? He showed no mercy. his crimson hand effortlessly piercing through the armor's chest plate. The intense heat melted the metal. The remaining suits of armor rushed in. Mark 19, the Tiger, Mark 27, the Disco. However, having lost the advantage of speed and formation, they were dismantled into scrap metal, crackling with sparks under the relentless assault of the Doomsday Warrior. Why? S.H.I.E.L.D. gazed at these cold machines that selflessly defended her, her heart jolting violently. The Doomsday Warrior had figured it out. As long as he stood near the civilians, these armors dared not launch their missiles. Using the two women as bait, he dismantled yet another suit of armor. This could not continue. In her panic, Kara attempted to freeze the Doomsday Warrior with her icy breath. She blew repeatedly, yet no cold air emerged. Sweat beaded on her forehead in desperation. How could this be happening? I have learned this. On the other side of the freighter, Hill sensed the distant explosions were amiss. A web of threads ensnared the steel framework, and a shadowy figure swiftly emerged from it. In less than a few seconds, bang, Hill landed firmly in front of Kara and S.H.I.E.L.D. Stay back from them. With a flick of her wrist, she shot out a strand of webbing, wrapping around the Doomsday Warrior's ankle. With a powerful tug, the Doomsday Warrior stumbled away from S.H.I.E.L.D. and Kara. S.H.I.E.L.D. watched the silhouette of the Venom agent, standing protectively before them. This individual was indeed shielding them. A wave of warmth flooded her heart, and some entrenched beliefs began to waver. There was no time to ponder why Kara was here. Hill attempted to fling the Doomsday Warrior into the sea, hoping the ocean's water would cool him down. But the orange glow emanating from him was like a miniature sun, radiating an oppressive heat. After being scorched by flames, the webbing had lost its symbiotic properties, transforming into a mere ordinary web, akin to Gwen-S. With a snap, it was easily broken free by the Doomsday Warrior. Simultaneously, the adversary retaliated, gliding past Hill's left shoulder, causing the symbiote there to retract swiftly. Suemo, are you all right? I was too careless. Hill immediately inquired about his condition, her heart heavy with guilt. It's nothing, Suemo replied with a hiss in her mind. S.H.I.E.L.D. had been closely monitoring the battle and keenly observed this moment. This is bad. The Venom agent fears fire. Kara heard this and noticed that Hill seemed genuinely burned. The earlier frustration of being unable to utilize her abilities was instantly replaced by a surge of anger. She no longer wished to hide behind others. Taking a deep breath, it felt as if something within Kara awakened. Kara, what are you doing? S.H.I.E.L.D. instinctively took a few steps back. In the next moment, Kara opened her mouth wide. Whoosh! A torrent of icy wind, 100 times stronger than during her practice, erupted forth. The moisture in the air crystallized instantaneously. The brilliance on the Doomsday Warrior dimmed at a visible pace. His movements abruptly froze, and a thick layer of frost rapidly enveloped his surface, transforming him into a lifelike ice sculpture. What is happening? Well done, Kara. Suemo could not help but exclaim. You've been playing the role of a pig to eat the tiger. Hill nodded at Kara in approval. Then, she stepped forward, her right fist slicing through the air with a whoosh, and struck the ice sculpture with great force. With a resounding crash, the ice sculpture shattered, scattering sparkling shards across the ground. S.H.I.E.L.D. stood in stunned silence, glancing between Kara and the broken ice on the floor. Kara, is she also superhuman? This innocent girl who had just cowered behind her in fear? I succeeded, Kara gasped, her small face paling slightly, clearly exhausted from the effort. Just then, a figure flew out from the depths of the oil tanker, crashing heavily onto the deck before several of them, leaving a deep dent. The Silver Centurion armor swiftly disassembled, and Tony clumsily crawled out. Pepper, is she rescued? Suemo inquired. Tony's eyes were red, and he remained silent. Then, a man radiating a molten red glow descended from above. I sincerely apologize, Tony. I slipped up just now. It was you who failed to catch her. Bitch. Tony glared at Killian, his murderous intent palpable. Pepper had died, plunging into the sea of flames before his very eyes. Sorry. Sensing Tony's turmoil, Hill began to piece together what had transpired. But Suemo knew the truth. Tony, do you think the extremist warriors fear fire? Tony shook his head. Sumosmaid. I believe I have seen Pepper injected with the extremist virus. What? Tony's eyes instantly lit up. Injected with the extremist virus. This is the best news I've heard today. You mean, she is not dead? Why not go and check? What benefit would I gain from deceiving you? Jarvis, give me a suit. Tony shouted excitedly. In the next moment, Mark 16, the nightclub model, hovered before him. Jarvis's voice resonated, Sir. I believe this suit best matches your current state of mind. Tony turned and took flight. You say she is still alive? After that explosion, there's no way she could survive. Killian fixated on the remaining few on the deck, particularly Hill. But why give him hope? Ah, I see. You wish to witness Stark's complete breakdown. Killian's voice was low and distorted, the surrounding air shimmering from the heat. Uh-oh, this guy seems rather angry. S.H.I.E.L.D remarked loudly, ensuring Killian could hear him. It was undoubtedly because Tony had just laughed so exuberantly. Upon hearing that Pepper was not dead, his entire being had brightened. Truly, one cannot hide such things. If my enemy were to laugh so joyfully before me, I too would be incensed. Shut up. I can hear you, Killian growled. If you leave Stark, I can spare your lives. But I do not wish to spare you. What then? S.H.I.E.L.D scoffed. Given that Killian has orchestrated so many explosive attacks, he must die today. Must you oppose me so resolutely? S.H.I.E.L.D, today, my sole desire is to end your life, or perhaps, to meet my own demise at your hands. Chapter 27. Coexisting with Kara, the darkened Supergirl. Tony finally located Pepper amidst the ruins, her skin aglow with an orange-red luminescence. Meanwhile, Rhodey managed to extricate the president from that ludicrous Iron Patriot suit, ensuring his safety at last. Before they could arrive, Sumo's audacious taunt echoed through the air. Tony grimaced. This fellow truly was something else. Jarvis, record that remark. Certainly. Sir, it has been logged into the Anti-Su-Mo Armor Project folder. Hey, are you referring to an Anti-Su-Mo initiative or an Anti-Me one? Tony promptly glanced ahead, relieved that Su-Mo had not overheard. On the main battlefield, Killian chuckled, perplexed. This individual before him trembled at the thought of facing an ordinary Doomsday Warrior. What chance did he stand against someone injected with the perfect Doomsday virus? With mere words? Frankly, these people were nothing but ants in his eyes. Iron Man, Venom Agent, Avengers, all destined to be his subordinates. The fact that his Doomsday virus could vanquish Tony's armor had already proven his superiority over Tony Stark. That fateful night, Tony chose to abandon him on the rooftop while he engaged with Maya was the gravest error of his life. Su-Mo was acutely aware that confronting Killian alongside Hill would be quite troublesome. His audacity to provoke him stemmed from a definitive reason. Su-Mo commanded everyone else. Step back. Kara, you shall remain. Me? Kara questioned. Hill, well aware of Sumo's intentions, approached Kara and gently grasped her hand. In the next moment, a dark, viscous substance surged forth from Su-Mo with a clear objective. Let me witness your abilities. Ha ha ha. Mr. Su-Mo, your laughter is quite terrifying, Kara timidly remarked, feeling an icy and peculiar essence forcibly invade her body. The sensation was both unfamiliar and intense. Kara's super intellect buzzed, nearly reaching overload, as her body instinctively sought to reject it. It simply would not do. Kara, I've already boasted. Surely, you do not wish to see me humiliated before so many? Someone implored the emotionity. Kara hesitated. She certainly did not want to embarrass Su-Mo. However, her senses were far sharper than those of an earthling. The subtle writhing of the symbiote within her was distinctly palpable. Kara's legs weakened. You wouldn't want to witness everyone fall victim to Killian, would you? Rest assured, I shall resolve this swiftly. Su-Mo continued to coax her, appealing to her reason. Very well, Kara reluctantly murmured. The defenses within the Kryptonian girl faltered, and her resistance diminished instantaneously. Without hesitation, Su-Mo established a profound symbiosis with Kara. Next came the transformation. Contrary to expectations, the grotesque visage of Venom did not materialize. The symbiote swiftly molded itself across her exterior. A sleek black suit gradually took shape, hugging Kara's form. Its lines were fluid and imbued with a sense of power. Behind her, a dark cloak billowed without wind, rustling ominously. The most striking element was, it is the enormous and striking white S-shaped emblem upon her chest. This is the uniform of the House of S.H.I.E.L.D from Krypton. Is this the extent of Mr. Sumo's power? How formidable! Feeling the surging force within her, Kara clenched her fists. So, do you now recognize my prowess? Still resistant? The sound of Sumo's triumphant hum resonated in her mind. Kara's cheeks flushed, and she fell silent. She mischievously noted that the peculiar sensation had shifted from within her to the surface. Mr. Sumo's chest felt somewhat constricted. Oh, my apologies. I instinctively adjusted to Hill's size. Is Director Hill really that petite? But I dare not voice such thoughts. Sumo posed, urging her not to mention it to Hill. Oh, Kara thought of Gwen amazing. Tony couldn't help but exclaim, then stroked his chin, admiring the color scheme and texture. Jarvis, conduct a comprehensive scan. I require the design data for this suit, especially that inverted white S emblem. It is simply inspired. Rhodey, standing nearby, twitched his lips. Tony, is this truly the moment to appreciate fashion design? Don't you find her appearance rather perilous? This look seems familiar, Sky murmured. Hill, the Battle of New York. The attire is commendable, but regrettably ineffective. Killian scoffed, his entire form emanating a crimson glow, no longer holding back. He charged directly at Kara. Stark, these individuals shall perish because of you today. Hill, perplexed, remarked. He seems to harbor an intense hatred towards you. What have you done to him? Did you not accompany him for a rooftop rendezvous? Tony shrugged. Utilize the breath of frost, Kara. Sumo's voice echoed in Kara's mind, and she did not hesitate. She slightly raised her chin and opened her mouth. Whoosh! A blast of frigid air, 100 times more potent than before, erupted forth. The moisture in the air visibly crystallized into countless ice shards as this devastating cold swept across the entire deck. Killian's forward momentum abruptly halted. The orange glow enveloping him flickered wildly like a candle in the wind. Then, at an astonishing speed, it began to dim. This is impossible. His face betrayed shock and disbelief as layers of thick frost rapidly enveloped him, transforming him into a lifelike ice sculpture, frozen in a forward lunge. Well done, Kara. This is true artistry, far more refined than those explosive blasts. Yet the cold surge did not cease. It continued to spread wildly in all directions. The oil tanker S deck, containers, and broken steel frames all succumbed to the chilling grasp at an alarming rate. Even the distant dock and portions of the sea quickly formed a thick layer of white ice, glinting ominously under the night-s illumination. Wow, am I truly this formidable? Kara marveled at the scene before her, astonished by her own strength. She felt terrifyingly powerful, capable of knocking her cousin to the ground with a single punch. As for the criminals of Rodberg, she could take them down one by one. Her mother could send them to prison, and so could she. Meanwhile, within the confines of the hotel room, Alex cast a furtive glance at the wall clock, his brow furrowing increasingly. Kara had mentioned she was going to purchase stockings for wrapping Christmas gifts. Nearly an hour had elapsed. He picked up his phone and dialed Kara's number, but there was no answer. Waiting any longer was untenable. Grabbing his coat and room key, Alex strode purposefully toward the door. At that moment, a specially designed communicator in his pocket vibrated abruptly, emitting a low hum. It was the internal communication device of the Super Investigation Department. Alex's expression turned serious as he swiftly closed the door behind him. The Super Investigation Department operated independently of other entities, such as S.H.I.E.L.D, and reported directly to a clandestine organization responsible for managing extraterrestrial affairs and monitoring potential superhuman threats on Earth, wielding significant authority and executing its operations with utmost secrecy. Alex was one of its agents. He swiped the screen, and an encrypted message appeared. Emergency alert. Code Case 73, Kryptonian criminal, signal detected, rapidly approaching the Miami coast. Preliminary targeting indicates an abandoned oil tanker in offshore waters. Threat level, extremely high. Agent Danvers, you are currently in the vicinity. Proceed immediately to assess the situation, evaluate the threat, and await further instructions. Caution is advised, as the target is a Kryptonian and poses a significant danger. A Kryptonian criminal? Alex's heart sank. Her immediate concern was not the mission, but Kara. Chapter 28, The Powerful Criminal of Roseburg. Stop grinning, you're drooling. Huh? Kara pressed her lips together. Realizing there was no drool, her cheeks flushed. Mr. Sue had once again teased her. It's not over yet. Deliver the final blow. Sue glanced at the ice layer, noticing that Killian was once more illuminated by an orange glow. He was not yet defeated and was attempting to melt the ice. One had to admit, his resilience was remarkable. If he were reduced to ice shards, he would surely be unable to regenerate. Mr. Sue, should we not confine him to prison? Kara hesitated. Sue's tone turned icy. Are you hesitant to act? Kara felt a twinge of fear. She had never encountered Sue's demeanor like this before. Mr. Sue, the Z on my chest symbolizes the elf family. In our language, it signifies hope. We are here to offer hope, not to bring destruction, she retorted softly, her sense of justice compelling her to respond. Sue understood that, like her cousin, who was lost somewhere, Kara adhered to an intrinsic principle of not killing. Quite right. It aligns perfectly with mainstream values and is a popular narrative among many. However, I do not share that view. Ha hope? Sue scoffed. If I wished. That's good. Transform into SMN, an instant SM, sir. I'm still a minor. Kara suddenly covered her face, her earlobes burning with embarrassment. How could such words be uttered? Suriplaith. SM is merely an abbreviation of my name. Have you misconstrued it? Oh, is that so? Be serious, Kara. If you do not take action, then I shall. Sue attempted to forcibly control Kara's body. At that moment, an unforeseen event transpired. Boom! A thunderous roar erupted as a glimmering battle axe, radiating a metallic chill, descended from the heavens. The frozen deck of the cargo ship was shattered, leaving a gaping hole, and the ice splintered into fragments. Who could it be? The crowd gazed skyward. At that moment, a bald man, drenched to the bone, emerged from the water. The onlookers were uncertain whether he was friend or foe. Their vigilance heightened. Jarvis, scan this individual, Tony commanded without hesitation. Sir, the target's bone density and muscle fiber strength greatly exceed that of an average human. Preliminary assessment indicates that his pure physical power rivals that of Thor Odinson. Comparable to Thor, Tony's expression beneath his helmet was a tapestry of emotions. The revelation left Hill and the others astonished. Thor, the thunder god of Norse mythology, was said to be unparalleled. How could this bald man, surfacing from the depths, stand on equal footing with him? He certainly did not appear so. You bear a striking resemblance to someone, Alara Zeol, the bald man remarked, fixing his gaze upon Kara, his voice gravelly. Kara was taken aback. How do you know my mother? One never forgets the face of the person who imprisoned them, child. Alara, she is the judge. And a sharp crack echoed. Seizing the moment as the ice fractured, Killian summoned his last reserves of strength and clawed his way out from the shattered remnants. His condition disheveled. The orange glow that once radiated from him now dimmed to a mere flicker. Desperate for survival, he turned to flee. Yet the bald man spared him not a glance, merely swiping his hand in annoyance. The massive battle axe hummed ominously, transforming into a gleam of cold light. With a swift motion, Killian's body froze in place. Then, in an instant, his upper and lower halves were severed cleanly apart. Blood and viscera mingling with the fading orange glow that erupted forth, his upper body tracing a parabolic arc before crashing onto the deck, convulsing briefly before falling silent. I would appreciate a modicum of silence while I speak. The crowd stood in shock. He is dead? Killian was so effortlessly cleaved in half. Tony gasped in disbelief. My heavens, I now believe he is indeed Thor's equal. Sumo Hill was filled with concern. Mr. President, I must escort you from this place, Rhodey decided promptly, confronting the bald man head-on. A chill enveloped Kara. She sensed her own inadequacy in a confrontation with him. He too was a Kryptonian, and his combat experience far surpassed her own. He was imprisoned in the Fortress of Rhodes by her mother, and had now returned seeking vengeance. Instinctively, Kara took a step back. Are you afraid, Kara? Sumo's voice resonated in her mind. Mr. Sumo, he is far too powerful. I cannot prevail. Kara's voice trembled with uncertainty. Cannot prevail? What jest is this, Kara? You are the purest blood of the L family. Your potential far exceeds that of this prisoner. But, right now observe closely. I shall instruct you but once. Sumo's tone brooked no argument. He ceased any attempts at guidance, and instead forcefully seized complete control over Kara's body. Kara felt an irresistible, chilling force overwhelm her thoughts. Darkness enveloped her vision, and she suddenly perceived herself as a mere observer, imprisoned deep within her own body, witnessing her transformation. In an instant, Kara's gaze turned cold and hollow. The tips of her golden hair became ensnared by ominous black strands that surged upward with a life of their own, quickly tainting nearly half of her locks. The emblem of hope, the Z on her chest, now bore an unsettling shade of crimson. The bald man raised his battle axe, aiming it at Kara. I cannot kill Alara, but her daughter will suffice, he proclaimed, full of arrogance. Sumosko lightly. In the next moment, his figure vanished, unleashing a shockwave. Just as the bald man prepared to act, an irresistible force struck his chest with tremendous might. His eyes bulged in shock as his body flew backward like a severed kite, crashing through several layers of deck and stirring up a flurry of icy shards. Ultimately plunging into the frigid depths of the ocean with tremendous force, colliding with the seabed and creating a colossal whirlpool and soaring water column. Oh my God, what has happened? Did he die? Exclaimed the president. Colonel, I believe it is safer to remain here, said Hill. I knew it, replied Sky. She must be a goddess, right? After a prolonged silence, the bald man's lifeless body surfaced. Sumo frowned slightly. He had not exerted his full strength. Oh well, if he is dead, then so be it. Being locked away in Roseburg, what good could he possibly be? For someone to be labeled a supervillain by Kryptonians. I shudder to think of the atrocities he must have committed. He sensed Kara's body. It was becoming lighter, ultimately ascending gracefully into the air, a figure of invincibility, akin to a deity among mortals. In the distant sky, a figure approached at remarkable speed. Utilizing Kara's superhuman vision, Sumo clearly discerned the red and blue figure drawing near. Moments later, a man clad in a classic red and blue costume, with the same emblem on his chest, silently hovered in midair above the oil tanker. Kara, you should not kill him, he said. Chapter 29, Clash of Ideals, Sumo versus Superman. The fierce battle aboard the oil tanker, particularly the terrifying scene that froze everything, had already alarmed those on shore. They huddled together, shivering from the cold, yet driven by curiosity, picking up their devices to observe. "My God, look over there, it's Superman," shouted a tourist, holding a camera, the lens fixed firmly on the two distant figures hovering in the air. "Not just one, that black one, is he also Superman?" gasped a bystander, their voice trembling with excitement. After the battle in New York, the public had spontaneously assigned Clark the moniker Superman. More people flocked to the shoreline, and an array of videos and photographs began circulating wildly online. Each headline more sensational than the last. Reenactment of the New York battle? Double Superman sighted over Miami. Black Superman? Hero or new threat? What has the government concealed? The comment section erupted instantaneously, with various speculations and a wave of panic swiftly spreading. "Kutta, how would you take a life?" Clark questioned, bewildered. In his eyes, Kara was pure and kind-hearted, embodying the ideals of the L family, a symbol of hope. She would never so easily strip away another's existence. Yet why today? Kara felt a sense of injustice. She knew Clark was right. The L family represented hope and should not resort to killing. However, the criminal who had emerged from Roseburg had brutally slain Killian and sought to end her life as well. His fierce gaze and menacing aura terrified her. It was Sumo who, while uttering indifferent words, quietly shielded her through his actions. Although it contradicted the principles of the L family, he was merely acting out of necessity. Kara silently absolved Sumo in her heart, convincing herself. After all, compared to Clark's current reproach, Sumo's discreet protection provided her with a sense of security she had not felt since the destruction of Krypton and the loss of her parents in that explosion. "Mr. Sumo, please return my body to me. I will merely apologize," Kara weakly thought. Sumo retorted, "Apologize? What fault do you bear? His crimes do not warrant death. We can apprehend him and bring him to justice. There are always better alternatives, Kara." Clark frowned, sensing a significant change in his cousin. "Better alternatives?" Sumo scoffed. "For instance, confining him in a prison that you believe to be impregnable, only to await his next escape? Wouldn't it be far better to send him straight to hell?" Clark shook his head in denial. "Life is sacred. Once we begin to decide who should live or die, we become indistinguishable from the very villains we oppose." "Not all." Sumo's voice rose sharply. "Villains kill to satisfy their own desires, to sow fear and chaos, to trample upon the weak in their eyes. I, on the other hand, protect the lives of the innocents who would perish because of them, lives that are truly sacred. The so-called better alternatives you propose often come at the cost of more innocent blood and tears, merely to grant a criminal a chance at redemption." "That hardly sounds better. When the Chitauri army invaded New York, did you ponder what better alternatives existed? Did you pray they would spare the city and its civilians? Or did you choose the most direct method, to eradicate them entirely, to avert a greater calamity?" "I chose the latter. What about you, Superman?" Sumo slowly ascended, finally meeting Clark's gaze. Both noticed drones stealthily capturing their exchange, but chose to disregard them, knowing that once concealed, they would remain unseen. At that moment, Clark noticed the peculiar black at the tips of Kara's hair, as well as the ominous crimson on the S emblem upon her chest. "Wait, you are not Kara. Depart from my cousin," Clark exclaimed. Sumo stretched his neck. "And what if I refuse?" "Please do not fight," Kara shouted within Sumo's mind. Regardless of Kara's pleas, Sumo understood that conflict was inevitable. He glanced toward Hill in the distance. "Hill, take that reporter to a safe location. Stay vigilant, Sumo." Hill hesitated for a moment, then pulled the bewildered Sky along, seeking a speedboat to depart from this place. Tony and Rhodey piloted their suits, escorting the president as they soared toward the shores of Miami. Clark observed the scene, feeling a twinge of confusion. He did not seem to be a villain. Nonetheless, for the sake of his cousin and the recent ideological dispute, he felt compelled to act. "It appeared that I must force you to leave. This suits my purpose perfectly." Before his words had fully escaped his lips, Sumo's figure vanished in an instant. Clark's pupils constricted, and he instinctively retreated rapidly. Boom! A dark silhouette grazed the spot where Clark had just stood. A colossal sonic boom erupted in the air, sending shockwaves that violently lifted the already damaged deck of the oil tanker. So swift, Clark gasped. He steadied himself, his expression grave to the extreme. That speed, that power, and the unabashed desire for battle. It was perilous. "It seems I must subdue you first." Clark uttered a low growl, no longer hesitating. He transformed into a streak of red lightning, charging straight toward Sumo, simple, direct, devoid of any flamboyance. Sumo snorted coldly, neither dodging nor evading, and met him head-on. Bang! The fists of the two Kryptonians collided fiercely in midair. There was no earth-shattering explosion, only a profoundly dull thud that momentarily froze the entire space. Immediately, a visible circular shockwave emanated from their point of contact, expanding wildly in all directions. Below, the ocean was forcefully depressed into a colossal indentation, only to rebound violently, creating towering waves. The remnants of the oil tanker were tossed skyward like toys, then crashed down heavily. After the impact, both fighters were propelled backward for hundreds of meters. Intriguing. Suemo shook his arms. Clark, too, furrowed his brow, taken aback by the opponent's extraordinary strength. Meanwhile, the spectacle of their battle was broadcast live around the globe. Everyone watching was left agape in astonishment. Is this human? Is this still Earth? Suemo and Clark transformed into two indistinct shadows in the air, exchanging blows in an unending flurry. With each collision, shock waves twisted the air around them. The oil tanker had been utterly dismantled, massive steel components effortlessly torn asunder and hurled into the unknown amidst the aftermath of their confrontation. Seizing an opening, Clark unleashed two searing beams from his eyes, aimed directly at Suemo's face. Buzz. Faced with such intense heat, Suemo could only evade continuously. He roared inwardly. It was not that he was incapable of defeating Superman. Rather, Kara's ineptitude was the issue. Kira, suri, misteremo. Clark noticed that this individual appeared to fear his heat vision. He silently paused. Having fought until now, Clark was able to confirm that the entity controlling Kara was none other than the Venom agent from the Avengers. The fact that Suemo avoided striking Kara's vital points indicated that he harbored no malice in controlling her. At this moment, the conflict between the two had transcended personal grievances, evolving into a pure contest of strength. In essence, neither was willing to concede. After all, their ideologies were fundamentally divergent, and Clark had no intention of yielding. He accelerated abruptly, hurtling towards Suemo like a cannonball, delivering a powerful punch. Suemo raised his hand to block, twisting his body to leverage the force, his other hand transforming into a claw aimed at Clark's face. Clark tilted his head to evade, countering with an elbow strike aimed at Suemo's ribs. The impact resonated with a thud, sending Suemo hurtling sideways, crashing through a distant warehouse on the dock. Enveloped in a cloud of dust. "Mr. Suemo, are you all right?" Kara exclaimed, her heart racing. Clark paused momentarily, questioning why Kara was concerned for this individual, feeling as though he had become the antagonist. Amidst the swirling dust, a dark figure ascended once more, its speed undiminished. Suemo shattered the sound barrier, delivering a knee strike aimed at Clark's abdomen. Clark crossed his arms to shield himself, yet the tremendous force propelled him skyward, breaking through the clouds. "Come down," Suemo relentlessly pursued, grasping Clark's ankle midair and forcefully flinging him downward. Clark plummeted like a meteor, crashing into the ocean's surface with a resounding boom, creating towering waves that surged 100 meters high. The entire Miami coastline felt the violent tremor. Suemo retrieved Clark from the water, delivering another punch that sent him soaring into the sky. Clark stabilized himself in the air, poised to retaliate. Suddenly, it felt as though the entire world had been paused. The howling wind ceased, and the waves froze in their tumultuous state. Suemo and Clark remained locked in confrontation, yet were immobilized. Then, the scene before them began to shift bizarrely. The remnants of an oil tanker, the churning sea, and the distant city lights all appeared as though shattered mirrors, reflecting countless distorted fragments. The space layered upon itself, extending infinitely, yet curiously closing in. Chapter 30. Ancient One. You are to replace the Dark God. Where's this place? Clark's brow furrowed as he attempted to fly in a singular direction, but to no avail. Suemo, however, appeared remarkably calm. "Ancient One, reveal yourself. I know it is you." No sooner had he spoken than the multitude of folding images began to ripple like water. A spark of golden fire materialized, rapidly expanding to outline a circular portal. A woman clad in a yellow robe emerged from the light, her hands clasped behind her, her gaze serene and profound, as if she could see through all existence. It was the supreme sorceress, the Ancient One. "Welcome to Earth, visitors from Krypton." The Ancient One's gaze swept calmly between Kara and Clark. "You know us." Clark was taken aback. Kara, astonished within Suemo's consciousness, exclaimed, "She seems incredibly powerful." "Indeed, she is formidable." Suemo nodded in agreement. Yet this celestial being, who once commanded great authority, seems perpetually preoccupied with retirement. During her lifetime, Thanos wouldn't dare make a sound, and yet she, in her quest for a successor, met her demise from a fall. The Ancient One's gaze turned towards Suemo. As she cast her gaze upon him, Suemo felt as though he had been stripped bare, a sensation that struck directly at his soul, terrifying in its intensity. Ancient One enveloped them in golden energy and proceeded to address the issue with utmost directness. There resides within you an ancient and formidable darkness. I'm aware of it. Suemo replied in a calm demeanor. Do you intend to apprehend me, mage? As the guardian of Earth, having repeatedly thwarted the dimensional demon Dormammu, he sensed the possibility of her intentions. Conversely, Ancient One smiled knowingly and continued, this power originates from the cosmos, from the abyss. I have encountered references to it in the Book of S.H.I.E.L.D and the Book of Kalios. If my memory serves me correctly, it is the Black Death Sword. What did you just say? Suemo could scarcely believe his ears. Kara interjected, Mr. Suemo, is this sword truly powerful? Suemo swallowed hard indeed. It is quite formidable. What is? He possessed the Black Death Sword? How could he have been unaware of such a reality? This was the Black Death Sword, the first symbiotic weapon forged by the dark god Gnarl in the Abyss. A weapon capable of slaying deities, even easily dispatching cosmic entities of the highest order like the celestial gods. When had he acquired such an extraordinary treasure? Was it the Black Death Sword, supposed to be lost in the homeland of the God-Slayer, Grell? Clark, listening from the side, was utterly bewildered. What is this Black Death Sword? It doesn't sound good at all. He regarded Suemo warily, then glanced at Ancient One. It seems you are familiar with it, which simplifies matters significantly. Ancient One stated calmly. That spicy chicken should be quite pleased, Suemo instinctively quipped. Ancient One's brow barely twitched. Oh, my apologies, Malekith, the leader of the Dark Elves. Please continue. Suemo hastily corrected himself, internally exclaiming, Gnarl is awakening? The Black Death Sword is within me? This is a disaster. In the next moment, Ancient One made a startling declaration. I hope you can replace Gnarl and become the new Dark God. Kara and Clark were rendered speechless. Replace a deity. Suemo responded, that seems rather abrupt, mage. Gnarl is no minor figure. His existence predates the universe itself. Replacing him? What a farce. Is that so? Ancient One smiled slightly. Indeed, that being is of a higher dimension than Dormammu, and supplanting him is nearly impossible. However, you are rather unique. And with the god-slaying sword, anything is feasible. If it does not succeed, her gaze darkened as she recalled the visions of the prophecy. Suemo felt an unprecedented weight upon his shoulders. He had only just begun to navigate this world, and now he was to confront a boss? He asked gravely, when will Gnarl awaken? Ancient One's expression turned serious. The trio felt a tightening in their hearts. Could it be in 50 years? The three of them were left in stunned silence. Suemo, exasperated, laughed incredulously. Is this what you call imminent awakening? You truly gave me quite a fright. Is it gust? Yes. 50 years, a mere fleeting moment. Ancient One shook his head with a sigh. If you have made up your mind, come find me at Kamar Taj. Having spoken, he did not grant Suemo another opportunity for inquiry, turning instead to carve a golden circular portal. Stepping through as the portal vanished, the mirrored space began to collapse, the intricate scene swiftly reverting to its original state. No more fighting, the spirit is gone. This clash of two super beings had stirred up a tremendous uproar online. The high-ranking officials of various nations could no longer remain at ease. The destructive power and potential threat posed by superhumans had, for the first time, been laid bare before them. We must locate them. It is imperative that we find them. Mr. President, the enactment of the Superhuman Registration Act cannot be delayed. S.H.I.E.L.D. Fury gazed at the two cataclysmic figures on the screen and decisively proclaimed, at any cost, we must compel them to join the Avengers. Superhuman Task Force, Temporary Command Center. Martian hunter Ron Jones bore a grave expression. The news of Kara's survival spread rapidly, inciting those Kryptonian criminals sent to Fort Roz by Alara to stir restlessly. We must seek external assistance. Let us first reach out to S.H.I.E.L.D. LexCorp Executive Office. In the eye of the storm, Clark had quietly slipped away, while Kara was whisked away by the hurried Alex. At that moment, in a hotel in Miami, it was already past midnight. Yet the lights in the room remained aglow. Suemo relayed Ancient One's words to Hill, albeit with some reservations. Upon hearing, Hill's brow furrowed deeply. Are you saying you possess a weapon capable of slaying gods, and a cosmic-level villain has set their sights on you? This is quite a hefty revelation. 50 years. Not too long, yet not too short, Suemo sighed. He pondered the weaknesses of his symbiote, fearful of fire and sound waves. I fear that before the 50 years pass, and I can engage in a duel with the true NAR, I might be eliminated by some chaotic villains, Suemo jested. Hill retorted with indignation. How can you speak such words? Do not indulge in such thoughts. She quickly regained her composure, analyzing the situation seriously. Sumo, the pressing matter is to address your weaknesses. A few days ago, the president was attacked by mutants, and an official named S.H.I.E.L.D has claimed he can locate the assailants. I have arranged for you to go with him. Sumo replied, S.H.I.E.L.D is not a benevolent character, you know. Chapter 31, Fishing for Evidence. The following day, at 10 o'clock. Chief, are you certain this is the truth? First, two super beings clashed with earth-shattering force, the sea flooding in an alarming spectacle. Then the scene shifted, presenting numerous close-ups of corpses, some of which were the previously vanquished battle warriors by Iron Man and Venom. Finally, a serene half-body shot of Killian was deliberately featured. The accompanying text beside the video distorted the truth, implying that during the battle, the super beings showed complete disregard for civilian safety, and their barbaric actions directly led to the deaths of dozens of innocent citizens. Among them was a heartfelt tribute to the esteemed scientist, Mr. Killian, dedicated to the evolution of humanity. Tragically, there were casualties in this disaster. S.H.I.E.L.D felt a sharp pang at the corner of her eye. Nearly expelling the water she had just sipped, her mind was already rife with curses. This is utterly preposterous. She was present at the scene. For goodness sake. Are you certain this is the truth? S.H.I.E.L.D inquired once more. This is the truth, S.H.I.E.L.D. The public must be aware of the dangers posed by Superman. The organization needs you to disseminate these videos, ensuring that all traces are meticulously erased, so that no one, especially those from S.H.I.E.L.D, can trace it back to us. With that, the communication was abruptly severed. S.H.I.E.L.D fell into contemplation, having always believed that the rising tide was fighting for the truth. Yet now, they were actively fabricating and spreading distorted information. She recalled the previously released videos targeting superhumans. How many had undergone such manipulation? Gazing at the incendiary headlines and videos on the screen, S.H.I.E.L.D hesitated, her finger hovering over the publish button. Ultimately, she slammed her laptop shut and pushed it aside, irritably tugging at her hair. In the adjacent room, are you sure that she is S.H.I.E.L.D? No doubt about it, Sumo nodded, though he too felt a twinge of disbelief. After last night's altercation with Clark, he had a sudden realization. The woman he had mistaken for a reporter bore an uncanny resemblance to S.H.I.E.L.D. Was it merely a coincidence? He decisively chose to follow her alongside S.H.I.E.L.D, and they took up residence in the room next door. By the way, the abilities of these Kryptonians are truly remarkable, S.H.I.E.L.D remarked suddenly, gently blowing on her drink. A small plume of white frost emerged, swiftly covering the surface of the can with a thin layer of ice. No need for a refrigerator anymore. Having symbiotically merged with Kara, Sumo had replicated most of her abilities. Strangely, whether due to Kara's own unfamiliarity, his supervision only encompassed a range roughly equivalent to a city, not particularly extraordinary. Nevertheless, he had inherited abilities such as ice breath and biofield. As Kara had not mastered heat vision, he naturally could not replicate it either. Even so, Sumo felt immensely powerful now. At this moment, symbiotically linked with S.H.I.E.L.D, he could easily contend with Clark in a test of strength. As for defeating him, Sumo sensed he still had a ways to go. Clark had yet to reach his limits and possessed heat vision. A refrigerator was still necessary, which he could gift to a girl in the future. Sumo recalled a notable scene and remarked, "What kind of gift is a refrigerator? Can't you be a bit more romantic?" S.H.I.E.L.D feigned generosity, continuing, "You can tell me whom you wish to gift it to, and I can offer you some ideas, Gwen or Kara, or perhaps Natasha." Sumo suddenly felt a strange notion. S.H.I.E.L.D seemed less like a strategist and more like a grim reaper, summoning names. He sensed that these three had made it onto her assassination list. "S.H.I.E.L.D, let us focus on S.H.I.E.L.D's situation, shall we?" S.H.I.E.L.D pondered for a moment. "All right, if you must give a gift, stop. I want to be gifting anything. If gifts are to be given, they should be from them." Sumo candidly expressed his thoughts. S.H.I.E.L.D was to become a pivotal figure in addressing his sonic vulnerabilities. However, awakening her mutant heritage and acquiring the Terrigen crystal would not be an easy endeavor. Allowing her to leave without any precautions posed a significant risk. What if he could not find her again? Thus, he resolved to meet her. Determined, Sumo, accompanied by S.H.I.E.L.D, approached the adjacent room. Knock, knock, knock. Inside the room, S.H.I.E.L.D was lost in thought, staring at the blank screen of her laptop. The sound of the knocking startled her. She cautiously closed her computer and stealthily approached the door. Peering through the peephole, she was surprised to see Director S.H.I.E.L.D. After a moment's hesitation, she opened the door slightly. "May we converse?" S.H.I.E.L.D stood at the threshold, her expression serene. Without uttering a word, S.H.I.E.L.D fully opened the door, allowing her entry. S.H.I.E.L.D wasted no time, directly stating, "I have heard of your exceptional computer skills. Could you assist me in infiltrating the Pentagon's systems to locate an individual? S.H.I.E.L.D's eyes widened in disbelief. She surmised that S.H.I.E.L.D was affiliated with the government. Infiltrating the Pentagon? That was a grave crime, Director. S.H.I.E.L.D replied stiffly. I do not engage in illegal activities. Spare us the pretense, Su-Mo interjected, peering over S.H.I.E.L.'s shoulder and bluntly exposing her duplicity. Haven't you done this sort of thing before? Quickly, search for a person named Eric Lensher, or simply look up Magneto. Under the weight of Su-Mo's threatening gaze and S.H.I.E.L.'s unyielding scrutiny, S.H.I.E.L.D pursed her lips and reluctantly reopened her laptop, her fingers flying across the keyboard. In a short span, a progress bar appeared on the screen, rapidly loading. Done. S.H.I.E.L.D turned the laptop towards them, revealing a screen filled with an extensive list of files. Su-Mo leaned in for a closer look, noting that most of the titles pertained to mutants. Quite a collection, he mused, skimming through the entries. Mystique, Duplicitous Man, Deadpool, Gambit, Angel, Phantom, and various projects like X-Project, Sentinel Program, Brainwave Amplifier, Xavier Institute for Gifted Youngsters, and Red Omega. Finally, S.H.I.E.L.D clicked on an encrypted folder. Inside, she discovered detailed information regarding Magneto's incarceration, including prison schematics and guard details. Suddenly, her expression shifted as a glaring red warning box popped up in the lower right corner of the screen. IP tracking. The Pentagon was retaliating. She smirked, her fingers dancing over the keyboard, and within seconds, the warning box vanished, along with her digital footprints. She raised an eyebrow at Su-Mo and S.H.I.E.L.D, conveying her message, a trivial matter. Impressive, Su-Mo remarked, a grin spreading across his face. S.H.I.E.L.D then produced her S.H.I.E.L.D credentials, her demeanor turning serious. Ms. S.H.I.E.L.D, you are suspected of unlawfully infiltrating a highly classified government network and stealing national security information. In severe violation of the National Information Security Law, I am formally arresting you now and expect your cooperation. S.H.I.E.L.D was utterly bewildered. She glanced between S.H.I.E.L.D and Su-Mo, then back at her laptop. Wait, you two are engaging in entrapment. Chapter 32. The Sinister Allure of Tentacles. I am filled with trepidation, yet alas, my dear companions. Every word you uttered and every action you performed has been recorded, and I have set it to automatically disseminate to all my social media platforms in precisely 5 minutes. S.H.I.E.L.D confidently turned the computer screen towards them. Displayed prominently was the video of their earlier conversation and the evidence of S.H.I.E.L.'s credentials, accompanied by a countdown showing 0:04:57. With a provocative gaze, S.H.I.E.L.D regarded the two, as though victory was already in her grasp. Now, who is willing to take a stroll with me? S.H.I.E.L.D and Su-Mo were taken aback. They had not anticipated such a card up her sleeve. This woman was proving to be more formidable than they had imagined. Su-Mo sighed, realizing that there was no recourse but to resort to that particular tactic. Must we truly employ that method? S.H.I.E.L.D frowned, casting a reluctant glance at Su-Mo. A sudden chill ran down S.H.I.E.L.D's spine. What other strategy could they possibly have? Surely, they would not resort to coercive confessions or, heaven forbid, silence her permanently. S.H.I.E.L.D feigned calmness, though her palm began to sweat upon grasping the mouse. I advise against reckless actions. The moment the video is sent, you shall not succeed in sending it. Su-Mo flashed a grin, and in an instant, for thick, viscous tentacles surged forth from her body, coiling around S.H.I.E.L.'s limbs like agile serpents, yanking her violently from her chair and suspending her in midair. Ah! S.H.I.E.L.D screamed, instinctively thrashing about. Fear and fury mingled in her gaze as she glared at Su-Mo. What do you intend to do? What do you think? Have you watched the film Alien? The creature therein can lay eggs through a person's throat, and before long, a little darling will burst forth from the chest. Su-Mo conjured a particularly robust tentacle, waving it tantalizingly before S.H.I.E.L.D. The scene was undeniably provocative. S.H.I.E.L.D felt a wave of dread wash over her, goosebumps prickling her skin. Surely, she would not attempt to force that tentacle into her mouth. She swallowed hard, mustering her courage. You are speaking nonsense. I do not believe you. S.H.I.E.L.D stood silently by, observing the unfolding drama. S.H.I.E.L.D was clever, vigilant, and possessed an inherent rebellious spirit. As S.H.I.E.L.D resolutely refused to yield, Su-Mo leaned in menacingly, whispering into her ear, "Do not believe? Then allow me to demonstrate." The tentacle leisurely advanced towards S.H.I.E.L.'s mouth, inching ever closer. S.H.I.E.L.D clamped her lips shut, terrified, turning her head away. Yet Su-Mo remained relentless, shadowing her every move. Just as the slick tentacle was about to brush against her lips. I surrender. I surrender. I will cancel the sending. I beg you, do not enter. I will comply with whatever you desire." S.H.I.E.L.D could no longer maintain her composure, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Hours later, in New York, by the roadside, Natasha leaned against the door of a sleek black car. Her beautiful red hair danced in the gentle breeze. Yet, what captured Sumo's attention at first glance was the Chevrolet Corvette C7. How stunning it was, with its curves and headlights. Truly, it was unlike Hill's vehicle. Sumo, it has been a fortnight since we last met, and you have undergone quite a transformation. I must admit, your aesthetic sensibilities have reached a new zenith. Natasha puffed her chest proudly. He was referring to the car. Hill cast a sidelong glance at the striking Natasha, replying coolly. And who might this be? Natasha cleared her throat softly, masking her embarrassment. Swiftly diverting the conversation, her gaze fell upon Sky, who stood behind Hill. Hello, Sky replied, her expression one of profound disillusionment. This is our new colleague Sky, Su-Mo introduced. Sky inwardly rolled her eyes. During the flight, Su-Mo had dangled the tantalizing bait of superpowers before her, with the caveat that she would have to obey him thereafter. Without a moment's hesitation, Sky had declined. She had no intention of selling herself for mere abilities. Yet, Su-Mo proved to be unreasonable. Exchanging a glance with Hill, he seized her and headed toward the restroom. Indeed, the dark, thick tendrils threatened to invade her mouth once more. Let's get to the point. Has Fury had any news? Su-Mo inquired, looking toward Natasha. Her expression grew solemn. Yes, he has largely confirmed a partial list of Hydra's infiltrators. Surprisingly, the highest ranking among them is the meek Sitwell. Unfortunately, he managed to evade capture during the pursuit. Sitwell? It appears he is merely a scapegoat put forth by Pierce, Natasha continued. We have also received intelligence that someone is covertly inciting discord between mutants and humans, striving to instigate greater conflict. Fury has instructed me to collaborate with you on the investigation. Strucker may possess vital clues. Then we shall proceed to the Pentagon together, Hill declared decisively. Am I to accompany you as well? You won't take the opportunity to imprison me, will you? Sky questioned. If you can assist me in locating other mutants. Su-Mo smiled at her. I assure you, that will not happen. Outside the Pentagon, an Asian woman clad in a black professional suit, possessing an attractive visage yet exuding a frigid demeanor, awaited them. She introduced herself as Yuriko, Strucker's secretary. Hill scrutinized her. There was an almost imperceptible aura of danger surrounding the woman. Su-Mo recognized her as the Death Dealer, endowed with powers akin to Wolverine and even superior combat skills. Though currently under Strucker's pharmacological control, Yuriko said nothing, turning to lead them inside. Upon entering the Pentagon, they were met with a cold, solemn atmosphere. The corridors were expansive and elongated, adorned with monotonous gray-white walls. Above, harsh fluorescent lights illuminated the space. Yuriko guided them through several heavily guarded checkpoints until they arrived at the door of an office. A middle-aged man in military attire, with piercing eyes, emerged from within. He was William Strucker. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Strucker addressed Sky. The location we are headed to does not welcome irrelevant personnel. Sky pouted, but refrained from protest, as she had little desire to be there in the first place. The computer is in the car. Be bold in your actions. If anything goes awry, I will bail you out, Su-Mo whispered to Sky before following Hill. They arrived at a specialized detention facility where everything was constructed from unique plastic, devoid of any metal. This is where Lancer is held, Strucker explained. Through the observation window, Su-Mo beheld the once mighty leader of mutants, Eric Lancer, now clad in prison garb, quietly seated on a plastic bed, engrossed in a book. Several years ago, he caused quite a stir at the Statue of Liberty, ultimately sentenced to life imprisonment and confined here. Su-Mo felt a twinge of sympathy upon noticing the distinct bruises adorning his face, indicative of considerable mistreatment. Strick gestured for the guards to open the plastic door and strode directly to Magneto, producing a small vial of serum. Without a moment's hesitation, he let a drop of the liquid fall onto the nape of Magneto's neck. Magneto's body jolted as his expression momentarily dulled. The ensuing interrogation proceeded smoothly, leaving Hill and Natasha astonished by the serum's potency. When had the military acquired such a substance? It had existed for 30 years, yet its effects had never been so pronounced. Unbeknownst to them, the serum was extracted from Strick's son's brain, possessing formidable hallucinogenic properties, but only effective on mutants. Upon overhearing Hill and Natasha's conversation, Strick turned to them, his tone authoritative. Ladies, I trust you understand that my actions are directly under the command of the President. You have no authority to interfere, so it would be wise not to impede my work lest. His initiative to apprehend mutants was not without purpose. It aimed at their complete eradication. Yet now, 2 government advisors had suddenly been parachuted in. The higher-ups had stated that they would not interfere with his actions, provided that his undertakings were lawful. Natasha scoffed, interrupting him. Our operations are beyond your jurisdiction, former general. The President's orders have emphasized that during the apprehension and interrogation of mutants, their lives must not be endangered. We are merely here to supervise. Hill stood resolutely beside Natasha, maintaining her composure. Are you instructing me on my duties? When I was commanding covert operatives in North Vietnam, you were still nursing in your mother's arms, little girls. Strick's expression darkened, his gaze sharpening with a hint of disdain. Natasha chuckled, retorting, I was on missions when you were not even born. Chapter 33, Night Raid on Xavier Academy, coexisting with Phantom Cat. Strick's face instantly tightened, his eyes sweeping over Yukiko, contemplating an immediate order to eliminate them. However, out of the corner of his eye, he spotted the flickering red light of a security camera in the corner. He forcibly suppressed that thought. It would be disastrous to act here, exposing Yukiko's identity as a mutant. The entire plan would unravel. Remember my words, young man, do not provoke trouble. Strick's gaze was menacing. Yukiko remained expressionless, following closely behind. Quite aggressive, aren't you, Natasha? Must have been cooped up with the captain for too long, Su-Imo remarked, a subtle note of admiration in his voice. Just speaking the truth, and by the way, don't mention that relic to me. Natasha shrugged dismissively. After the three departed, Eric on the bed suddenly opened his eyes. He had committed Hill and Natasha's faces to memory. That night, outside Xavier's school for gifted youngsters. The night was deepening as several military trucks silently approached, halting outside the academy's tranquil tree-lined pathway. Stryker descended from the lead vehicle, waving his hand, causing a contingent of heavily armed soldiers to swiftly disperse, encircling the area. Prior to this, Professor X and Cyclops had visited Magneto in prison, only to fall victim to Stryker's cunning trap. Coincidentally, at that moment, Jean and Storm were in Boston investigating the Nightcrawler, the mutant responsible for the presidential attack. Presently, Wolverine stood as the lone high-caliber combatant within the academy. Team 1, follow me. The rest of you apprehend those mutants, Stryker commanded, initiating the operation. This raid on Xavier's academy was not merely aimed at capturing mutants. The primary objective was to seize the brainwave amplifier. Stryker understood all too well that once Professor X connected to this device, he could locate every mutant across the globe. His insidious plan involved using a hallucinogenic agent extracted from his son's mind to gain absolute control over Professor X. Under the dual influence of the drug and the brainwave amplifier, Professor X would be compelled to unleash his formidable psychic powers, launching indiscriminate attacks on mutants worldwide, fulfilling Stryker's ultimate goal of eradicating all mutants. The assault had commenced. Concealed in a nearby vantage point, Natasha lowered her night vision goggles. Hill nodded grimly, confirming, I verified. They are all non-lethal weapons, seemingly tranquilizer darts at least on the surface. Inside the vehicle, the atmosphere was tense. Surely, the attackers of the president could not be these children. It appeared Stryker was merely seeking a pretext to capture mutants. Natasha was no fool. After a brief observation, she sensed something amiss with the targets. However, as this was a presidential order, they were reluctant to intervene directly. Stryker's operation began under the cover of night. The special forces infiltrated Xavier's academy like phantoms. The corridors were eerily silent, save for the faint thud of their specialized military boots against the floor. One room after another was breached, red dots appearing on the sleeping mutant children, followed by a slight hiss, the sound of tranquilizer needles, until one door was pushed open, awakening Kitty Pryde, who jolted upright in bed. Who is there? She gasped in alarm. A soldier raised his weapon. Without a moment's hesitation, Kitty turned intangible, slipping through the bed and the floor, vanishing downstairs. Target disappeared. Repeat, target has vanished. At the opposite end of the academy, Wolverine Logan caught a whiff of danger and sprang upright in bed. Room A3 was clear. A soldier opened another dormitory door, inadvertently stepping on a toy, which emitted a loud squeak. A blonde girl in bed awoke, rubbing her sleepy eyes. Who are you? She asked. The soldier raised the tranquilizer gun. Upon seeing the dark muzzle, terror engulfed the girl's mind. Suddenly, a piercing high-frequency sound erupted. Boom! The glass windows shattered instantly. The entire academy's alarm blared, sharp and deafening. Damn it! The soldiers clutched their ears, collapsing to the ground in agony. In the academy, everyone was roused from slumber by a sudden, piercing scream. In the distance, a black sedan came to a halt outside the tree-lined path. Goodness, this sound is overwhelming. Su-Imo howled within Hill, feeling the tremors of his symbiotic tissues. A primal discomfort surging within him. It's nothing, just a slight unease. It seems Stryker's people have provoked a certain little creature. Are we just going to stand by idly? These children are innocent. Natasha glanced towards the chaotic Xavier Academy, recalling her experiences in the Red Room. It's all right. I shall intervene, Su-Mo declared with righteous fervor. Since you are reluctant to act, allow me to take charge. I can find a desirable mutant to symbiotically bond with, and together, we shall vanquish the intruders. She understood Su-Mo well. It was less about assistance. Which ability has caught your eye? Is there a mutant here that you seek? Hill inquired directly. Hill, you truly underestimate me. Before Su-Mo could concoct a suitable excuse, a voice crackled through the earpiece, laden with barely contained excitement. Hey everyone, I've unearthed something intriguing. Do tell. Su-Mo gestured for her to continue. That Strucker. Sky spoke rapidly. His son, Jason Strucker, is also a mutant, possessing the ability to create illusions. Strucker's wife was driven to madness by Jason's uncontrollable powers and ultimately took her own life. Therefore, this man harbors malevolent intentions towards mutants without a doubt. Natasha shot a glance at Su-Mo, a knowing smile gracing her lips. This new colleague is quite resourceful, managing to dig up such information. Indeed, she can infiltrate the Pentagon, Su-Mo said with pride. How can you so casually divulge this, Su-Mo? Sky exclaimed in anger. A smile flickered within Su-Mo's. S.H.I.E.L.D. had employed Sky, and she accepted her salary with glee. Well, perhaps not glee exactly. At that moment, Su-Mo's tendrils were swirling before her eyes. This tactic proved remarkably effective on her. Just then, the air inside the car began to subtly distort. A girl, seemingly around 14 or 15 years of age, clad in pajamas, appeared out of thin air in the back seat. Her face reflecting sheer terror as she stared at Natasha and Hill. The girl's chest heaved violently, clearly shaken. Their gazes locked, or rather 6 eyes met. Katie's legs nearly buckled from fright. She had been pursued by those menacing soldiers, fleeing in panic, eyes shut as she activated her powers, wishing to teleport anywhere as long as she could evade capture. When she finally opened her eyes, she found herself staring at 2 striking older sisters, who were fixated on her. One of them emanated an unsettlingly non-human aura that made her hair stand on end. Oh dear, a little darling has come to our doorstep. Su-Mo leaned forward, exposing a mouthful of gleaming white fangs. What one thinks, one manifests. It appeared that this young girl was indeed the phantasmal cat, Katie. Her ability allowed her to enter a phasing state, penetrating any material substance. How intriguing. Su-Mo decided he wanted her. Without granting her any chance to react, Su-Mo surged forth from Hill, swiftly lunging towards Katie in the back seat. Chapter 34. Intercepting the aircraft with determination. The Xavier Institute had descended into chaos. Logan, regardless of whether the enemy fired tranquilizer darts or live ammunition, launched a fierce assault on the advancing special forces, claiming many lives until he finally succumbed to the effects of a dozen tranquilizer shots. As drowsiness began to envelop him, he shook his head, preparing to continue the fight. Logan, over here. Iceman Bobby Drake appeared just in time, extending his arms as a formidable wall of ice erupted from the ground, temporarily halting their pursuers. Little Mischief and Fireman John Allardyce rushed to join him. Logan, they're apprehending people everywhere. I think I just heard Katie scream. Little Mischief was on the verge of tears. Fireman John, with flames dancing in his palms, gritted his teeth, exclaiming, "Let me incinerate these bastards. We don't have time to waste. We need to retreat." Logan understood that confronting the military head-on was futile. Their immediate priority was locating the professor. The 4 of them, relying on their familiarity with the Institute's layout, evaded the Special Forces search and dashed into the garage outside. At that moment, Logan's keen eyes spotted a flashy red sports car concealed near the edge of the woods. It was Scott's prized possession, the very vehicle he flaunted while flirting with Jean, deliberately provoking Logan. Raising an eyebrow, Logan declared, "Let us take that one." "Where are we headed now, Logan?" Bobby inquired while fastening his seatbelt. "Boston. We need to rendezvous with Jean and Storm." With a swift press of the accelerator, the sports car sped onto the road. Meanwhile, Stryker had located the cerebral wave amplifier. His subordinates were carefully loading it onto the transport plane while the captured mutants were being roughly shoved aboard by soldiers. "General, all target units are loaded and ready for takeoff," a lieutenant reported as he approached. "Excellent." Stryker nodded in satisfaction, adjusting his military uniform in preparation for boarding. The transport plane's engines roared to life, the propellers whipping up a powerful gust that sent leaves and debris swirling into the air. Just as Stryker placed one foot on the boarding ladder, an unexpected turn of events occurred. A young girl suddenly appeared in front of the transport plane, perfectly obstructing its path. It was Katie, the phantasmic cat who had just been symbiotically linked with Su-Mo. "Do me a favor and let them go," Su-Mo spoke, his voice clear, yet imbued with an unusual gravity. The surrounding soldiers stood momentarily stunned. Upon regaining their composure, they raised their weapons and unhesitatingly pulled the triggers. Swoosh! Dozens of tranquilizer darts hurtled towards Sumo, yet they passed right through him, striking nothing but air. This was Katie's ability. Although it was incredibly overpowered, it was not without its vulnerabilities. For instance, traversing denser materials caused her discomfort. Speaking of Katie, Sumo found it peculiar that this young girl had remained silent. Despite his takeover of her body, Katie could still communicate with him in her mind. At that moment, her emotions were decidedly strange. Fear was absent. Instead, a sense of exhilaration prevailed. With no time to concern himself with Katie, Sumo's gaze returned to Strick. General, that's the escaped mutant. Soldiers stood ready with their weapons, uncertain whether to continue firing at a target rendered utterly ineffective. Ignore her. Take off immediately. The brainwave amplifier is our primary objective. Understood. The pilot of the transport aircraft promptly pushed the control stick, and the plane began to taxi, its engines roaring to life. A massive shadow loomed closer. Yet Sumo remained motionless. Inside the transport, the captured young mutants peered through the windows at the unfolding scene. It's Katie, a young girl exclaimed in surprise. Recognizing her, what is Katie doing? Has she lost her mind? Is she trying to cross this plane? She'll get hurt. An older child expressed deep concern. Further away, Natasha observed the spectacle, lowering her binoculars to turn toward Hill. Is this a joke? Has he become powerful enough to stop a plane with his bare hands? It's a transport aircraft. Even Superman would think twice. Are you not going to intervene? I'm used to it. He revels in such theatrics. Hill replied with a smile, shaking her head in resignation. After replicating Kara's abilities, Hill felt no trepidation concerning Sumo. The transport aircraft drew nearer, accelerating towards him, poised for collision. In that critical moment, Sumo began to rise slowly into the air, aligning perfectly with the nose of the aircraft. Then, before the astonished gaze of all, he extended a delicate alabaster right hand, belonging to Katie, gently pressing it against the plane's nose. Super strength, biological stance, activate. Strick sneered. Fool, do you think you're Superman? Creak. The enormous transport collided with an invisible wall. Its nose abruptly halted, while the heavy body pitched forward due to immense inertia, tires screeching against the ground, leaving long black marks and billowing clouds of smoke. The aircraft emitted a groan of unbearable strain, as if it would disintegrate at any moment. The roar of the engines ceased abruptly, leaving only the propellers, still spinning due to inertia, producing a mournful whine. Time seemed to freeze in that instant. The soldiers dropped their weapons with a clatter, mouths agape, eyes wide with disbelief. Did I just see that? She stopped the plane with one hand? Oh my God, this is impossible. A third Superman. The world is doomed. We are all finished. The confidence and mockery faded from Strick's face, replaced by shock. How can there be such a powerful mutant? This is inconceivable. Inside the transport, the captured mutant children were momentarily stunned before erupting into thunderous cheers. Katie is a superhero, just like the Avengers. We are saved. She did it. Katie did it. But how? Sumo continued to hover in the air. In the next instant, his form blurred and seamlessly penetrated the transport's metallic shell, entering the interior of the aircraft. He remained suspended in the air as the captivated mutant children gazed up at him, their eyes shimmering with excitement and admiration. Sumo nonchalantly adjusted his pajamas, which, despite having not a single wrinkle from his recent feat, felt somewhat diminished in value. He cast a glance at Strick, who stood a few paces away, his expression one of utter dismay. In a light-hearted tone, he inquired, So, General, can you grant me this favor? Strick fixed his gaze upon Sumo, and after a few seconds of silence, managed to squeeze out the words, release them. The soldiers behind him, as if granted a reprieve, immediately sprang into action, carefully unbinding the little mutants, escorting them off the plane with a blend of reverence, trepidation, and even a hint of obsequiousness. This was the essence of power. Before absolute strength, any scheme would dissolve into nothingness. Strick was not one to be easily subdued. The sense of defeat within him was swiftly supplanted by a colder, more calculating resolve. He possessed a serum capable of manipulating minds. If he could control this formidable mutant to serve his ends, he was acutely aware that neither he nor his soldiers could contend with her alone. At that moment, a fierce figure flashed through his mind. Wolverine, the beast he had personally enhanced with adamantium bones and claws. Yet, he realized that merely having Wolverine might not suffice. He needed to dominate the entire X-Men. As the roar of the airplane engines gradually faded into the night sky, Su-Mo crossed his arms, floating in midair. How splendid. We are truly remarkable. Suddenly, a bright, youthful voice resonated in Sumo's mind. No, it burst forth. Startled, Su-Mo nearly lost his ability to hover. Are you the Venom agent? Katie exclaimed, brimming with excitement and disbelief. After the Battle of New York, the Avengers had seemingly vanished. She never imagined she would fight alongside a Venom agent. Did this mean she was also an Avenger? The thought filled her with elation. Sumori played, technically. Is I along with a lady? Oh my god, it's really you, the Venom agent. Alive. Inside my body? This is utterly astonishing. More thrilling than sneaking out to attend Evan's Rock Festival. Not only I, but also the Scarlet Witch and Professor Aurora admire you greatly. Katie's voice bounced jubilantly in Sumo's mind. She then rambled on about various topics, evoking the image of a fervent fan from past life. Hold on a moment. Katie. However, Katie, animated and chatty, offered no opportunity for Su-Mo to interject. He had not forgotten his purpose for being there. Saving lives was merely a secondary concern. Replicating the mutant ability to control fire was of paramount importance. With a thought, dark, viscous tendrils swiftly enveloped Katie's mouth, while a menacing symbiote head emerged from her shoulder. Its pale eyes fixated intently on Katie's. Listen closely, little one. In the past, at this juncture, ordinary individuals, particularly Sky, undoubtedly felt an overwhelming sense of fear. However, Katie was different. Her large eyes sparkled not with trepidation, but rather with excitement and admiration. She eagerly nodded. Is there a mutant in your academy who can control fire? Where's he now? Katie's enthusiasm slightly waned as she shook her head in confusion. I don't know. After the attack, I got separated from everyone. Mr. Logan, the Demoness, and Bobby, they also don't know where they went. This was the plot of X-Men 2, and Su-Mo could only recall that the final confrontation occurred at a dam. He had no recollection of where the fire wielder had gone in between. He only remembered that this individual later aligned with Magneto's faction. What a nuisance. At that moment, a faint roar of engines echoed in the night sky. A sleek, sci-fi black aircraft, the Blackbird of Xavier's Academy, descended gracefully upon the nearby lawn. In the plastic prison, Eric sat cross-legged on the solitary plastic bed, eyes closed in meditation. He resembled a statue, utterly still, as though he had already become one with a metal-free confinement. He had waited for far too long. Yet, patience was the one virtue he possessed in abundance at that moment. Footsteps resonated in the corridor, drawing closer until they halted before his cell door. Dinner time, Lanchel. Don't choke. We Haven Tea prepared metal utensils for you to scratch your throat with. Grunted the burly guard, his voice laced with the monotony of routine. A tray was shoved through a specialized plastic delivery slot. He habitually cast a glance at Eric through the narrow observation window. Everything appeared normal. Mutants were no different from those drifters. The guard turned to leave, but suddenly stopped in his tracks. A short, agonized grunt escaped his lips as his body convulsed uncontrollably, his complexion paling rapidly. His eyes widened in terror, seemingly pleading for help, yet no sound emerged. Within the cell, Eric slowly opened his eyes, a barely perceptible smile gracing his lips. He could sense it, a familiar, long-lost power awakening within the guard's body. It was the call of iron. The guard's body trembled violently, as if countless tiny insects were writhing beneath his skin. Moments later, fine droplets of blood oozed from his pores, swiftly congealing and coalescing in the air. The guard finally emitted a piercing scream as his strength seemed to drain away, collapsing limply to the ground. 3 pea-sized metallic spheres hovered in midair, extracted forcibly from his bloodstream. Eric extended his hand. The metallic spheres flew toward him, swirling around his fingertips in a graceful dance. Old friend, it's been a while, he murmured to himself, savoring the cold, yet potent sensation that the metal imparted. The metallic spheres transformed into a disc, levitating beneath him and lifting him off the ground. Magneto ascended slowly, akin to a deity gracing the earth. Inside Xavier's Academy, the lights shone brilliantly, yet the atmosphere no longer exuded the tranquility of yesteryears. In the corridor, shards of glass and toppled ornaments lay scattered across the once pristine carpet, while a faint aroma of anesthetic lingered in the air. Within a spacious reception room, Su-Mo had long since departed from Katie, currently residing within Hill. For reasons unknown, Aurora had been casting furtive glances in this direction. Unable to reach the professor or Scott, Logan was equally inaccessible. Jean's expression was grave, having gleaned the circumstances from Katie. The military's despicable actions ignited her fury. Why must mutants be denied the respect afforded to other superhumans? Stryker's actions were premeditated and, to a certain extent, lawful. Natasha, seated on a single sofa, sensed Jean's agitation. We have received intelligence that someone is secretly inciting animosity between mutants and humans, attempting to sow greater chaos. Xavier's Academy has always championed peace. I am curious about your stance on this matter. Jean inhaled deeply, her tone resolute. The mission of Xavier's Academy has never wavered. We firmly believe that humans and mutants can coexist harmoniously. Any actions aimed at provoking war are our common adversary. However, Natasha interjected, leaning slightly forward. The majority of mutants find it challenging to control their powers. With your numbers increasing, the Security Council is, well, quite wary of you. She paused, her gaze sweeping over Jean and Aurora. S.H.I.E.L.D. hopes to ameliorate this situation. Thus, we propose to recruit some mutants to join the Avengers. Through this, we aim to demonstrate to the world that you are not to be feared. As soon as the words left her lips, Katie sprang from the sofa, her eyes alight with excitement. I want to join the Avengers. Jean and Aurora exchanged glances, their expressions unreadable, evidently contemplating more than Katie had. Jean gently pressed Katie's shoulder, signaling her to remain calm before speaking. This is a significant decision. The professor is absent, and such matters must be decided by him. It appeared that Natasha had indeed come with this mission in mind. Su-Mo, within Hill's consciousness, marveled quietly. Truly the king of spies, fury. This old fox has nearly dropped his abacus on my face. As night deepened, Jean arranged guest rooms for Hill and Natasha. The rooms were adorned with a warm ambience. Yet Sumo's thoughts wandered elsewhere. Hill, tonight represents a splendid opportunity. Sumo's voice resonated in Hill's mind, tinged with excitement. As Hill prepared to remove her coat, her actions halted upon hearing the words. Are you intrigued by the abilities of those two teachers? Is that even a question? Su-Mo replied matter-of-factly. Their powers are quite impressive, though Jean may be somewhat unique and likely unreplicable. However, Aurora's abilities are assuredly viable. She can control the weather within a certain range. Just imagine, when the winds blow and the rains descend, it will all be at my command. I shall be the weather deity of America. Hill remarked. She knows all too well. Chapter 36. The Sleeping Storm, Strange Weather. Night deepened. Xavier's Academy, the temporary office lights still aglow. Aurora stood by the window, gazing vacantly at the pitch-black courtyard outside. As she approached the door, Jean suddenly halted. Turning back, a faint, elusive smile played upon her lips. Speaking of which, weren't you rather captivated by the news about that Venom agent? Upon encountering the real person, are you not inclined to ask for an autograph? Donotist, Jean. Aurora turned away, casting a dismissive glance at Jean. With a knowing smile, Jean shrugged and departed. The door closed gently behind her. Aurora's gaze returned to the window. The Venom agent. She was the formidable, almost purely destructive black giant featured in the news. Aurora had often pondered what it would be like to wield such power. Now, having seen her, she was struck by the contrast. A composed, capable, and even exquisitely refined white woman. This disparity stirred an indescribable feeling within her. A subtle sense of disappointment. She had anticipated that the force behind such power would embody a wilder, more untamed essence. In the deep of night, Aurora lay in bed. The courtyard outside enveloped in darkness. A stream of black liquid silently slithered through the crack of her door. Su-Mo's intentions were clear. This version of Storm was undeniably beautiful. It seemed only natural. After all, this was Halle Berry. Just as Aurora began to drift into slumber, her brow furrowed slightly. It felt as though something was resting on her legs. She pulled back the covers to check, finding nothing there, and fatigue washed over her once more. Soon, her breathing steadied, and a faint, elusive smile graced her lips, as if she had descended into an exquisite dream. The physical constitution of individuals varies. The enveloping sensation of symbiosis seemed peculiar to younger girls like Gwen and Kara. However, for Aurora, it was profoundly comfortable, akin to being cocooned in the softest of clouds. No wonder she was recognized as an Omega-level mutant. The intensity of her energy was formidable. America, prepare to welcome your weather goddess. So Montag was pleasantly so pleased. After all, the Storm in the films did not appear particularly powerful. Yet, she undoubtedly possessed Omega-level abilities. Aurora could project lightning, conjure fierce winds to lift herself aloft, and even summon solar storms. Equally unexpected was Iceman, also classified as Omega-level. Outside the academy, the night sky was exceptionally tranquil. Suddenly, a gentle breeze swept through, carrying an unusual warmth akin to a repressed sigh. In Natasha's room, she groggily opened her eyes. Why was this wind so warm? Had summer arrived? A light rain began to fall, initially shrouded in mist, softly pattering against the window. Jean awakened as well, sensing a powerful energy wave emanating from Aurora, intertwining with the sudden downpour. Had her abilities spiraled out of control? No, I must investigate. In another room, Katie was sleep-talking, murmuring, "I want to be the strongest Avenger." The rain intensified, followed by a low rumble of thunder, booming again and again. Unhurried yet unsettling, the rain poured down like a deluge, crashing violently against the roof and windows. Natasha found herself utterly unable to sleep. She ventured into the adjacent room, where Hill also lay awake. This place was indeed peculiar. Hill remarked, "It must be the mutant abilities of that Ms. Aurora, keeping us awake in the dead of night with this warm wind. Was it intentional? I've noticed Aurora covertly observing you. Could it be that she harbors some discontent?" Natasha approached the window, gazing into the tempest outside. After a pause, she pondered over Sue-Mo as well. "Where is he?" Hill's tone remained calm, as if discussing the most mundane of matters. Natasha exclaimed, "What? Are you serious? You can tolerate this?" A blinding flash of lightning rent the night sky, illuminating the courtyard in an instant, followed by a deafening clap of thunder. The rain fell in torrents. As dawn broke, the sun shone brightly. Sky stretched languorously on a grand bed in a New York hotel. So comfortable, she nearly let out a contented hum. This lifestyle, oh my. The salary promised by Hill and Sue-Mo, while perhaps not the astronomical figure she had envisioned for a S.H.I.E.L.D. agent, was sufficiently generous for someone like her, who had spent years evading danger and worrying about her next meal. It afforded her the luxury of renting a decent apartment in Queens with occasional indulgences. Most importantly, being backed by S.H.I.E.L.D. granted her access to an abundance of secrets. Sky licked her lips, feeling like a mouse that had stumbled into a grain bin. Her laptop emitted a soft ping. She lazily rolled over, dragging the computer closer with one hand. A cryptic message box popped up, bearing a message from the Rising Tide organization. Sky's brow furrowed slightly. She opened the message, which was blunt and to the point. Consistent with their usual style, report your location. Not even a courteous salutation. Sky scoffed. What? Now they remembered her. When they had instructed her to disseminate those false videos. The NT seemed so eager to know her whereabouts. She stared at the text, her fingers hovering over the keyboard. Report my location? And then what? Continue to be their pawn, spreading their distorted truths? Dream on. With a huff, Sky snapped the laptop shut. Before long, there came a knock at the door. Tap, tap, tap. Sky froze, her good mood deflating instantly. What now? She and T called for room service, and debt collectors wouldn't be so polite. That left only one possibility. She tiptoed to the door, peering through the peephole. A man stood outside, clad in a black suit, his hair impeccably styled, his expression mild. He resembled an insurance salesman or a Bible peddler, if one overlooked the nearly invisible earpiece. S.H.I.E.L.D. agent. Indeed, they always possess the uncanny ability to appear at the most fortuitous moments. Sky sighed and cracked the door open slightly. Coulson revealed a gentle smile, raising a black wallet, which he opened to display his credentials, the emblem of S.H.I.E.L.D. gleaming brightly. Ms. Sky, Coulson spoke in a calm, even somewhat gentle tone. You're under arrest. Pardon? Are you jesting? Recently, the United States had witnessed a resurgence of bizarre incidents involving spontaneous human combustion, followed by catastrophic explosions that rendered the scenes utterly horrific. Metallic fragments were discovered on the deceased, and upon technological reconstruction, it revealed a centipede-shaped device. Fitz and Simmons commenced their analysis. The contents evoked memories of Aldrich Killian. That cursed extremist virus seemed to have resurfaced under a new guise. Naturally, S.H.I.E.L.D. sought to trace the sellers of these centipedes. Yet, just as they were on the verge of a breakthrough, a mysterious force would meticulously erase or mislead the data. The methods employed were astutely clean. Coulson's gaze inadvertently swept over the computer on Sky's desk. His team followed the network lines in pursuit. After tremendous effort, they finally traced the interference back to its source. All signals ultimately pointed to a hotel in Queens, New York, the very room where Sky resided. I'm afraid you'll have to come with us, Coulson stated. How intriguing, Sky replied, her voice brimming with confidence. Do you not conduct background checks before apprehending individuals? Are you unaware that I am an agent of Venom? Chapter 37, Wild Fantasies. In the morning at Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters, Jean was hanging up laundry. The day had begun overcast, yet unexpectedly brightened. Last night, she had checked on Aurora's condition. Aurora was in a deep slumber, appearing healthier than ever. However, The sudden storm, accompanied by a sweltering wind, was indeed a result of her energy fluctuations. To ensure the safety of the academy, Jean extended her psychic abilities, attempting to probe Aurora's current thoughts. What she encountered left her nearly speechless. In her dream, Aurora was engaged in indescribable encounters with the powers of venom. Unbelievably, she gazed at the sleeping Aurora, unable to regain her composure. Aurora, usually so composed and restrained, harbored such wildness within. Jean took a deep breath, striving to calm her tumultuous emotions. Well, who among us does not possess a few fantasies? After all, this is the passionately vibrant America. Jean attempted to convince herself. Besides, as one of the leaders of the X-Men, Aurora undoubtedly bore immense pressure. A fleeting indulgence in dreams was hardly objectionable, was it? Jean was aware that intruding into another's dreams was improper, especially when it concerned a friend. Most importantly, she had stumbled upon such an intimate fantasy. Gritting her teeth, Jean silently wielded her telekinesis to strip Aurora of her garments and change the bed linens as well. This secret, she resolved, would remain buried deep within her. At that moment, having finished with the last t-shirt, the protagonist of last night's dream was now resting atop Hill's head, appearing utterly harmless. Jean understood that this had nothing to do with S.H.I.E.L.D. The entire notion of Alualuo was purely a figment of imagination. "Good morning to you both," Jean greeted them. They would set off as soon as Alua woke up. After a moment's pause, Jean retrieved a clean shirt and, with a hint of embarrassment, said, "Could you possibly deliver this shirt to Alua for me? I suddenly recalled I have something to attend to." "Of course," Hill replied, taking the shirt and folding it neatly. She nodded and proceeded directly toward Alua's room. Su-Mo let out a soft scoff in Hill's mind, questioning why Alua required someone else to deliver her clothing. "She seemed perfectly fine when I left last night," he mused, baffled by the situation. Natasha shot a glance at Su-Mo and teasingly inquired, "You genuinely don't know, do you?" "Sumori tortif." Natasha shrugged, "I don't either." "Then how could I possibly know?" Su-Mo replied, exasperated. Hill sighed, "All right, you two, it's merely a delivery of clothing." Inside Alua's room, she had just awakened and, glancing down, was startled to discover that she was not wearing any clothes. Her body felt both languid and unusually refreshed. The memories of the previous night were hazy, only a wild and satisfying dream lingering in her mind. Damn it, I can't just wear the bed sheets to meet them. At that moment, she was bent over, frantically rummaging through her wardrobe for something to wear. Knock, knock. "Who is it?" Alua asked cautiously. "It's me, Hill. Jean asked me to bring this to you." Alua opened the door a crack and, upon seeing the shirt in Hill's hands, sighed in relief. "Thank you," she said gratefully, taking it from Hill and quickly shutting the door. On the lawn of Xavier Academy, the door of the Blackbird had already swung open. Jean, Alua, Hill, and Natasha were preparing to board the aircraft bound for Boston. "What about Katie?" Jean inquired. "She is probably still sleeping in," Alua replied nonchalantly. Jean shook her head in resignation. The Blackbird ascended, soaring toward Boston, with an estimated arrival time of about an hour. Alua and Jean occupied the pilot and co-pilot seats. Alua deftly piloted the aircraft, her gaze fixed ahead, and after a while, she quietly asked Jean, "Jean, were you the one who helped me out of my clothes?" Jean kept her eyes straight ahead. "Yes." "Thank you." Alua's voice lowered further. "Did you see anything else?" "All right," Alua exhaled softly, refocusing on her flying. "Good news. I received a message from Logan. They're in Boston, at Bobby S. home." Jean accessed the student files from the academy, swiftly confirming the exact location. Boston, the Drake residence. The atmosphere in the living room was colder than a refrigerator. Bobby's parents sat uneasily, gazing at their long-absent son with eyes filled with longing, yet overshadowed by an undeniable fear. Logan leaned against the doorframe, impatiently scratching the wood with his claws. Little Mischief perched awkwardly on the edge of the sofa. Fireboy John casually fiddled with a lighter in his hand, occasionally emitting a disdainful snicker. "Bobby, how have you been lately?" Mrs. Drake ventured cautiously, breaking the silence. "Mom, I'm doing well." Bobby endeavored to muster a smile. At that moment, his brother Ronnie stormed down from upstairs, agitated. Clutched in his hand was a newspaper featuring a wanted poster issued by the military, prominently displaying Bobby's photograph. "How long are you going to keep pretending?" he exclaimed, pointing at the television, where news reports were incessantly broadcasting the mutant threat. "Just as the TV says. You're monsters." "Ronnie," Mr. Drake admonished sternly. Ignoring the rebuke, Ronnie dashed upstairs and quietly dialed the tip-off hotline. 5 minutes later, Logan detected an unusual scent wafting through the air. Something was amiss. He pushed open the door and stepped outside. In the blink of an eye, blinding police lights surrounded the house. Dozens of armed officers cordoned off the area. Listen up. You are surrounded. Raise your hands and come out. Hey, don't panic. Logan began to negotiate, but before he could finish, a young officer, overwhelmed with anxiety, pulled the trigger. A bullet struck Logan squarely in the forehead. Despite possessing self-healing abilities, the sudden impact rendered him unconscious, collapsing to the ground. Logan, Little Mischief gasped. The police raised their weapons. Everyone else, get on the ground. Now! Bobby and Little Mischief, having been taught by Professor Xavier from a young age not to oppose ordinary people, stood frozen, their faces etched with helplessness. Slowly, they raised their hands and laid down on the ground. John observed their cowardly demeanor with disdain and fury. You little brat, I told you to get on the ground. An officer shouted, aiming his gun at him. John remained silent. A flicker of flame danced at his fingertips. You all claim that mutants are dangerous, he declared, suddenly lifting his head, his eyes ablaze with a wild intensity. But I am the most dangerous of them all. Before his words had fully escaped his lips, a searing wave of fire erupted from his hands. The nearest officer screamed as they were hurled backward, their uniforms igniting instantly. Following that, a police car was engulfed in flames, erupting with a thunderous explosion that scattered debris and fire in all directions. The entire neighborhood descended into chaos and inferno. In the shadows, atop a small building, Yuriko observed the tumult below with a calm demeanor. The situation had spiraled out of control, resulting in widespread turmoil. Her voice remained steady. On the other end of the communicator, Strick's voice promptly responded, Excellent. Proceed as planned. Understood, Yuriko replied, severing the communication. Chapter 38, The Blackbird Falls. You need a savior. The blackbird soared steadily through the clouds. Once we handle the mutants here, we shall take a detour to Kamartaj. Sumo's voice reached Hill's ears. Have you decided to seek out the Ancient One? Indeed. Although there is still ample time until Nars awakens, we must prepare in advance. Besides, the Darkhold is immensely powerful. Hill responded with a smile. Oh, that sword is your true objective, isn't it? Her guess was accurate. Sumo indeed yearned to acquire the power of the Darkhold. This sword possessed a level of potency that would significantly alter the dynamics within both the Marvel and DC universes. Hearing their conversation, Natasha approached them. Kamartaj. It sounds like a tourist destination. What do they teach there? Yoga Pilates? Sumosidust. Magic. Natasa. Through magic. Similar to the wizards in Harry Potter? A flicker of surprise crossed Natasha's eyes, swiftly followed by profound interest. No, even muggles can learn the magic of Kamartaj. Sumo leaned closer to Natasha. It all depends on whether you possess the talent. Would you like to give it a try, Natasha? Perhaps you could conjure a portal with the suspended ring. Natasha replied, That sounds delightful. I would never be late for work again. At that moment, the blackbird suddenly blared an alarm. On the radar screen, 2 luminous points were approaching at an astonishing speed. A chilling warning echoed through the communication channel. SR-71 Blackbird, you have entered restricted airspace. Immediately descend to 20,000 feet and follow us to Hanscom Air Force Base for inspection. In 10 seconds, we will take coercive measures. Orolo cast a glance at the flashing screen. Oh, someone is getting angry, he remarked, a sense of dread washing over him. Natasha said coolly, We are entering their optimal attack range. Hill's voice calmly reminded them. No sooner had the words left her lips than a shrill alarm pierced the cockpit. The dashboard of the aircraft blazed with red lights. The Blackbird had been locked onto. They're about to fire. Brace yourselves. Orolo barked, yanking the control stick. The Blackbird executed a perilous roll, beginning to evade rapidly within the clouds. Natasha and Hill had already secured their seatbelts, their bodies steady as a rock. However, Katie, in the back seat, was not so fortunate. She was violently thrown from her seat by the sheer force, tumbling clumsily in the cabin. Fortunately, Sumo extended a tendril, deftly wrapping around Katie's waist. Katie's eyes flew open, staring at the clouds racing past outside. Are we performing stunts? Sumo replied, If we weren't being pursued by missiles, yes. The Blackbird darted through the air, executing a series of extraordinary evasive maneuvers. For Natasha and Hill, this was merely routine, but for Katie, it was overwhelming. She covered her mouth, her face turning pale. Natasha glanced back at the relentless fighters. Don't your planes have any weapons? At this, Orolo's eyes widened with a terrifying milky white. Suddenly, the sky darkened. Dense clouds, thick as ink, roiled and gathered, and a pitch-black tornado descended from the heavens, violently tearing apart the clouds. It roared, rushing towards the 2 pursuing fighters. However, the pilots of those aircraft displayed exceptional skill. With their masterful flying techniques, they narrowly evaded the menacing tornado while constantly adjusting their positions, attempting to relock onto the Blackbird. Sumo's voice resonated deep within Hill's consciousness. Let the weather deity of America entertain them. The next moment, Hill slightly lowered her head. Her eyes began to shimmer with an abyssal white light. What Hill revealed at that moment was an even more terrifying spectacle. Amidst the tempest, tornadoes materialized from thin air, fierce winds howled, and torrential rain cascaded down. Blinding lightning danced like silver serpents, frantically weaving through the dark clouds, striking the two diminutive fighter jets with a fury akin to a relentless downpour. The very sky seemed to rage, the scene unfolding like the onset of an apocalyptic event. All were rendered speechless by this sudden and terrifying spectacle. Arolo, do you wish to destroy them? Sheen questioned, glancing towards Arolo with a tone of incredulity. The luminous glow in Arolo's eyes had faded, returning to their usual hue. She shook her head, her expression earnest. It was not me. Before long, one of the fighter jets failed to evade the relentless barrage of lightning and the ferocious tornado. Its fuselage sustained damage, and the pilot decisively ejected to escape. The other aircraft was already teetering on the brink of calamity. Yet, before he could eject, he stubbornly launched 2 missiles, their trajectory veering to the left. Hill ceased her output of power. The sky rapidly regained its former clarity. All eyes were fixed upon Hill with an expression of utter bewilderment. However, she merely lifted her head slightly, a frown creasing her brow, as if the cataclysmic event had no bearing on her. Apologies, I was feeling a bit airsick. Sumo cleared his throat, jesting, I bear witness. Natasha wore an expression of disbelief at his jest. Warning, warning, incoming missile. The shrill alarm blared once more. On the radar screen, a missile was now tracing an uncanny arc, miraculously locking onto the Blackbird. Damn, Arolo cursed, attempting to evade. Sheen's pupils suddenly flared with a terrifying crimson light. An invisible force field materialized instantaneously at the aircraft's tail. Boom! The missile detonated before the barrier, the shockwave violently jolting the plane. Well done, Sheen. Arolo exhaled in relief. Wait, there's another one. Hill utilized her enhanced vision to peer behind, her mind reeling in shock. The radar displayed no signs of it. A thunderous roar erupted as the right wing of the Blackbird was struck directly, creating a massive hole, flames and smoke billowing forth. Inside the cockpit, red lights flashed alarmingly, the operating system failing instantaneously. Click. All seatbelts unlatched automatically. So intelligent? Can we also eject and take off? Sumom used. Sheen and Arolo shared a glance of disbelief. A tremendous suction force ensued, sweeping everyone from the cabin. Oh no! Hill and Sumo instantly completed their symbiosis, their dark attire enveloping them entirely. Hill attempted to harness the flight ability she had replicated from Kara, her body swaying unsteadily in midair, clearly still unaccustomed. Ladies and gentlemen, I believe you require a savior. Sumo shouted. Jet black tendrils shot forth. One ensnared Katie's ankle, hoisting her upside down. Another robust tendril coiled around Arolo's waist, while a nimble one reached out to grasp Sheen's hand. As for Natasha, she received the VIP treatment, being cradled securely in Hill's arms. You can actually fly? Hill, can I borrow Sumo for a couple of days? Natasha felt the howling wind by her ears and jested. Sheen let out a long sigh, embodying the relief of one who has narrowly escaped disaster. Although Aurora remained silent, Sumo could sense the tentacle coiling around her waist being discreetly caressed by her. Was she merely anxious, or did she harbor some thoughts about my tentacle? Sumo mused to himself. At that moment, a jarring metallic distortion echoed from below, prompting everyone to instinctively glance downward. The Blackbird, which should have crashed to the ground, miraculously halted midair, suspended just a few dozen meters above the earth. Upon closer inspection, beneath the aircraft stood a man clad in a dark red cloak, his hair streaked with gray, effortlessly supporting the massive fuselage with one hand, as if it were but a toy model. Beside him stood a woman with alluring blue skin, gazing at them with keen interest. Will these people learn to fly on their own? A voice, aged yet authoritative, resonated. Magneto turned his head slightly towards Mystique beside him and remarked nonchalantly. Chapter 39. Fury sends reinforcements, the Playboy and the elderly as they safely descended. Sumo had envisioned a heroic landing, yet Katie, upon touching the ground, clung to the tentacle entwined around her ankle like a koala, unwilling to let go, her eyes sparkling with delight. This is so cool. I want to fly just like you guys. I must join the Avengers. Please take me with you. Katie exclaimed excitedly, her cheeks flushed, unabashedly snuggling against the slippery tentacle. The other four, however, were not so carefree. Almost simultaneously, they cast wary glances at Magneto. Although he had saved the aircraft, it did not imply that he was an ally. He was, after all, the infamous leader of the mutant extremist faction, a frequent name on humanity's enemy list. Hill and Natasha, as S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, naturally regarded him with suspicion. Sheen and Aurora wore complex expressions. They had dealt with Magneto before and were well aware of the man's terrifying unpredictability. Charles' old relics always seemed to invite trouble. Magneto gently set the damaged Blackbird down on the ground and turned his gaze towards the group. Do not be so serious, children. The current situation is that we share a common enemy. Stryker? Aurora stepped forward. Mystique interjected. He has captured Charles and Cyclops. What? Sheen and Aurora's expressions shifted dramatically. Stryker's target is all mutants. Magneto continued, his tone grave. Raven has uncovered some useful information. Stryker has a secret base beneath an abandoned dam, and Charles is there. Why should we trust you? Aurora challenged. You may choose not to believe me, Magneto replied coolly, but your options are limited. Stryker will not afford you the luxury of time to ponder. Sheen glanced at the Blackbird. Repairs will take at least 6 hours, and we still need to find Logan. 6 hours? I cannot wait that long, Sue-Mo thought. Request the address of Bobby's residence from Jean. Let us first assess the situation. Sue-Mo conveyed to Hill in her mind. Just as Hill was about to respond, her wrist communicator vibrated unexpectedly. She raised her hand to glance at it, her expression shifting slightly. A brief SOS signal accompanied by a location address had arrived. It was from Skye. Haven't you been following the news? A mutant threat to ordinary citizens has occurred in Boston, with several leaders already apprehended by the military. Mystique scoffed. I suspect they have already been taken by Stryker. Jean. Aurora, what? Truly, nothing seems to go smoothly. Sue-Mo resolved to rescue Skye first. Before they could react, she soared into the sky. Hill transformed into a shadow, rapidly heading towards New York. Aurora gazed at the skyline from which they had vanished, murmuring, Is this the power of Venom? Do you desire it? Natasha's voice suddenly resonated behind her. Of course, who wouldn't? Aurora replied. Magneto's lips curled into a slight smile as he muttered to himself, You are correct. It is time to get to work. Natasha stepped into a small grove. Ensuring the surroundings were clear, she activated her encrypted communicator. Soon, the connection was established. Fury's iconic one-eyed visage appeared on the screen. The situation is far more severe than we anticipated, Natasha stated gravely. Stryker intends to control Charles and exploit his abilities to eliminate all mutants. Fury's brow furrowed as his solitary eye fixated intently on Natasha, as if seeking confirmation that this dreadful news was not merely another cruel jest. After several seconds, he managed to squeeze out a few words through clenched teeth. Is the information verified? Damn it. Fury could no longer contain his frustration, slamming his fist onto the metal table before him, causing the documents atop it to leap. I still haven't cleaned up the traitors on my end, and now I have to watch out for my own people stabbing me in the back. What the hell? Son of a bitch, as if the world isn't chaotic enough. What on earth is wrong with these idiots? Natasha held the communicator at a distance, well aware of Fury's tendency to speak only in expletives. After a full 5 minutes, Fury finally ceased his tirade. Aren't Hill and he around? Get this bastard resolved. Natasha shook her head. The communication fell silent for a few moments. Fury instinctively began to utter that word, but Natasha interjected calmly. Sumo's temperament is rather volatile. Fury fell silent. Fine, because of this bastard, I now have to implore some playboy to abandon his trinkets and parties. And I must sternly request that the elderly operative, who recently completed numerous missions, end his vacation. Damn it. In New York, Queens, Skye reclined in the back seat of Coulson's car, watching the fleeting scenery outside the window, utterly bored. Having just emerged from a luxurious hotel room, she found herself in the back seat of a police car. I have already proven that those matters are unrelated to me. Moreover, that rascal, Sumo, has assigned me a considerable amount of work, and the consequences of failing to complete it are dire. I cannot guarantee that he will not take his frustration out on you, Skye threatened. Coulson, seated in the driver's seat, glanced at her through the rearview mirror. We will do our utmost, Miss Skye. The efficiency of S.H.I.E.L.D. has always been commendable. Indeed, remarkably efficient when it came to capturing me. Skye silently retorted. The vehicle turned a corner and entered a relatively secluded street. At that moment, Coulson abruptly slammed on the brakes. 3 figures clad in hooded sweatshirts suddenly burst forth from a nearby alley, charging directly at the moving car. Bang! A deafening crash ensued as the front of the car crumpled, and the airbags deployed instantaneously. Skye felt the world spin around her, the seatbelt constricted tightly, causing her vision to blur. The car flipped over. Coulson let out a muffled grunt, struggling to maintain his balance in the overturned cabin. Damn it, he muttered under his breath, his gaze darting outside. The three assailants stood up unscathed, their metallic devices on their arms glinting ominously with a red light in the shadows. The grotesque form of Centipede was unmistakable. Centipede soldiers, Coulson's voice grew grave. When the Centipede soldiers reached out, violently tearing the crumpled car door away as if it were mere paper. Sky's heart sank. Damn it, you're gonna get me killed today. Just as a hand reached for Sky, whoosh, a strand of white web descended from above, expertly ensnaring the Centipede soldier's face and yanking him backward. Bang! The assailant was forcefully slammed against the adjacent wall, incapacitated for the moment. Following that, a searing red light traced a line across the deformed car roof, the edges appearing as if seared by a raging fire. A piercing sound of tearing metal followed. A large portion of the roof was lifted away as if it were a mere sheet of paper. Sudden sunlight flooded in, revealing a blonde girl atop the car. "Kutta!" she exclaimed, momentarily bewildered. "Sky, what a coincidence! What are you doing here?" In Chapter 40, cyber technology and the all-seeing eye coexist with Sky. Gwen swiftly neutralized 2 Centipede soldiers. The last Centipede soldier, glowing ominously, attempted to charge at Coulson. Observing this, Kara exhaled a breath of frost, instantly encasing him in ice, thoughtfully leaving a small opening at his mouth. "Perhaps we can extract some information," Kara explained. Sky clambered out of the overturned vehicle, using her hands and feet. She recognized them, Ghost Spider and Kara, both connected to Sue-Mo, saved at last. Sky felt a surge of joy as she approached them. Just then, Gwen's spider sense blared, her hair standing on end. "Don't come any closer." It was too late. A bullet pierced through Sky's chest with a sharp hiss. Blood erupted, staining her light-colored jacket vividly. In disbelief, Sky looked down at the widening wound in her chest, her mouth moving as if to speak. But only a series of gasps escaped her lips before she collapsed weakly. "Sky!" Kara gasped and immediately rushed over to investigate. At that moment on the rooftop, a long-haired man wearing a mask swiftly stowed his weapon and departed. "I will pursue him," Gwen declared without a moment's hesitation, sending out a web line in hot pursuit. His figure vanished into the depths of the alley. On board the S.H.I.E.L.D. aircraft, Sky lay on a medical bed, surrounded by beeping machines. Fitz and Simmons flustered at her side, their expressions grave. Kara was also present. She glanced at the message from Gwen, relaying the information to everyone. The assailant escaped. The man wore a mask and had a metal arm, displaying immense strength. Could the metal arm be related to cybertech? May pondered aloud. Following Killian's demise, someone had replicated the extremist virus to produce a centipede serum. Coulson and his team were tracing the origins of these enhanced soldiers, leading them to a company known as Cybertech. This firm, a legitimate military contractor, supplied advanced exoskeletal armor to the centipede soldiers, significantly augmenting their combat capabilities. The S.H.I.E.L.D. team had suffered severe losses during an operation, nearly decimated by these well-equipped centipede soldiers. To complicate matters further, their subsequent investigative efforts were repeatedly thwarted. Each step was anticipated by an individual codenamed Sight, who seemed to possess uncanny foresight. Under Fury's insinuations, Coulson was startled to learn that the Hydra infiltrators were far more sophisticated than they had imagined. They had already penetrated high-level ranks. This Sight was a significant player, secretly supplying intelligence to the enemy, keeping them perpetually one step ahead. "What about Sky?" Coulson inquired, reporting the news to Fury, who emerged from the shadows. Simmons shook her head. "The bullet has been removed, but it struck a vital organ, resulting in excessive blood loss. Our equipment can only strive to maintain her vital signs." The implication was clear. Sky could succumb at any moment. The other S.H.I.E.L.D. team members on board, May and Ward, gazed at Coulson with questioning eyes. How could such a calamity have occurred? Their original plan was merely to summon Sky to investigate the centipede serum. Coulson sighed and rubbed his temples. "That shot was intended for me." He looked at Sky, who had inadvertently positioned herself between him and the gun's muzzle. Sky was a designated person of interest for both Hill and Sumo. With this incident unfolding, he could already sense the ire of the two. Especially from Sumo, Coulson shivered at the thought. No sooner had he spoken than a muffled thud resonated from the top of the aircraft. Fitz immediately glanced at his tablet. There is someone on the roof. Venom agents? Surely, they shouldn't be able to fly. In the next moment, to everyone's astonishment, Hill burst through the reinforced ceiling, floating like a specter in midair. She was clad in a sleek black symbiote suit. Sumo emerged from her shoulder. Following the locator signal from Sky's communicator, they had finally arrived at this location. The S.H.I.E.L.D. team stared wide-eyed. The Venom agents had grown even stronger. They could fly and possessed the ability to penetrate solid objects, truly astonishing. Sumo's gaze fell upon S.H.I.E.L.D., who lay on the medical bed, blood staining her chest in a shocking display. A chilling aura of murderous intent enveloped the room. Who did this? Sumo's voice was devoid of warmth. With great difficulty, Coulson managed to respond, "I'm sorry, it was an accident." An accident? Sumo scoffed. Before he could finish speaking, a dark tendril shot out, ensnaring Coulson's neck and lifting him into the air. Coulson's face turned crimson as he grasped desperately at the tendril around his throat. Yet it yielded not a fraction. S.H.I.E.L.D. was Sumo's sole hope for resolving the sonic weakness. And now she had nearly been shot dead. "Calm down, Sumo," Hill murmured soothingly, her gaze shifting to Coulson. Why was S.H.I.E.L.D. here? How did she sustain such severe injuries? Inside the aircraft S.H.I.E.L.D. agents held their breath, while May and Ward instinctively reached for their weapons. However, upon witnessing Hill and Sumo levitating in the air alongside the suspended Coulson, they abruptly halted their movements. Coulson struggled to breathe as the grip around his neck tightened. Sumo released the tendril, allowing Coulson to explain the situation. "You took someone without permission? Everyone, follow me to the conference room." Hill's voice brooked no argument. She severed the symbiotic state, yet retained an aura of authority that was palpable. Coulson rubbed his reddened neck and nodded with a wry smile. May, Ward, Fitz, and Simmons, recognizing Hill's position as the acting deputy director of S.H.I.E.L.D., instinctively complied with her orders. Beside the medical bed, Sumo quietly established a symbiotic connection with S.H.I.E.L.D. Fitz and Simmons were indeed brilliant. The medical bed had miraculously stabilized S.H.I.E.L.D.'s condition, her consciousness teetering on the brink of chaos. "It's time to get up." Sumo's voice resonated in S.H.I.E.L.D.'s mind. "Is it you? Did the tentacle monster come to save me? I suggest you change your title, or I shall send you to meet your maker. You wouldn't dare. I must still be of use to you, am I right?" S.H.I.E.L.D. and Sumo conversed within their shared consciousness. Here, she felt no trepidation regarding Sumo's ability to intimidate her with his tendrils. Sumo remained silent, as the grievous gunshot wound healed at an astonishing pace, leaving no scars behind. In mere minutes, S.H.I.E.L.D.'s pallid complexion regained its rosy hue. "Next time, be more cautious. I shan't always be your savior, especially after having replicated your abilities." Sumo mused inwardly. "Is that it? No further treatment?" Startled, S.H.I.E.L.D. opened her eyes wide, instinctively feeling her chest. "All healed. This is too fast. 5 minutes? No, it couldn't have been that long. We're leaving. Time to find Hill." Feeling the surge of power within her and a profound sense of security, S.H.I.E.L.D. found herself reluctant to part ways. The bond of symbiosis indeed fostered dependency, particularly evident for someone like S.H.I.E.L.D., who was an ordinary individual like Hill. "I still feel a bit of pain in my chest. Could you heal me just a little more?" Chapter 41. Hydra's Usurpation. The plot of Captain America, the Winter Soldier commences. Fury endeavored to transform mutants into allies, uniting against the cosmic threat. Meanwhile, that imbecile Strick, driven by vengeance for his wife's death at the hands of a mutant, sought to eradicate all mutants. Fury glanced at the documents before him and muttered an expletive under his breath. Distrustful of most of his agents, he was compelled to seek alternative solutions. First, he approached Tony Stark, the notorious playboy who loathed complications. After much persuasion and the promise of ample resources and autonomy, Tony reluctantly agreed to assist. Next, he turned to Steve, confident in his ability to sway the seasoned soldier. He revealed the tantalizing news about Peggy Carter. Indeed, she was alive, albeit advanced in years, enjoying her twilight years under the protection of S.H.I.E.L.D. Unsurprisingly, upon hearing that Peggy still lived, Steve readily agreed to temporarily set aside his own affairs to help resolve the mutant crisis. Fury piloted a black SUV modified to the highest specifications of the agency. Suddenly, the onboard system blared an alarm. An unidentified vehicle was rapidly approaching from behind, confirmed to be hostile. Fury glanced into the rearview mirror. Several police cars were closing in rapidly, encircling him. It appeared some were eager to act. With a cold grunt, Fury yanked the steering wheel. Bang, bang, bang. Bullets struck the windows and body of the car, producing a dull thud. Fortunately, the specially designed bulletproof glass and armor withstood the initial barrage. Up ahead, traffic control was anticipated in 30 seconds. Excellent. Fury floored the accelerator, attempting to break free from the encirclement. However, the opposition was clearly prepared. A modified off-road vehicle suddenly surged from side street, crashing directly into Fury's SUV. The violent impact jolted Fury, disorienting him. The SUV flipped, skidding along the asphalt, sparking as it ground against the road, finally crashing into a concrete barrier, severely mangled and emitting plumes of black smoke. The airbags deployed, yet Fury was left reeling from the shock. He shook his head, striving to maintain his composure. Outside, the police cars had fully encircled him. The doors swung open, and armed officers in uniforms descended, their weapons trained on Fury, who wasted no time before opening fire. The vehicle's AI reported shell integrity at 80-75. Damn it, these bastards. Fury cursed, ignoring the hail of bullets outside. He reached beneath his seat for a compact device and pressed a button. The floor beneath him clicked open, preparing for a daring escape. Just then, the man with the metallic arm, who had previously attacked Sky, re-emerged. He hoisted a dark, menacing rocket launcher, aiming it at Fury's SUV. Fury's heart sank as he witnessed the man pull the trigger. There was no time left. Suddenly, a white web shot down from above, ensnaring the rocket launcher and yanking it away with force. The weapon flew high into the air. It crashed onto the distant open ground. Fury instinctively looked up, only to catch a fleeting glimpse of a black and white figure darting between the buildings, swiftly vanishing from sight. The Ghost Spider. Fury etched this name into his memory before leaping into the sewer. Meanwhile, in the conference room, Coulson rubbed his still slightly reddened neck and spoke in a low voice. The all-seeing eyes become increasingly audacious. We must brace for significant maneuvers. Is the target still the centipede serum? Are they aiming to create more enhanced soldiers? May's expression was grave. Ward interjected, or perhaps they're developing more formidable weapons. Fitz and Simmons exchanged a glance, hesitant to interject. Hill absorbed their analysis, when suddenly a flash of conversation with Sue M.O. about Hydra crossed her mind. She interrupted their speculations, asserting that their goals extended beyond that. Everyone turned to her. I have a premonition that Hydra's infiltrators may be plotting a coup. Just then, a piercing alarm suddenly resonated throughout the cabin. Red lights flashed frantically. Fitz sprang to his feet, exclaiming, "Have we been locked on? This is impossible. This aircraft is equipped with the most advanced stealth systems." Outside, on the medical bed, Sky deliberately clutched her chest, biting her lip, her gaze feigning vulnerability. "Aren't you going to take another look?" Sue M.O. rolled her eyes inwardly at her demeanor. Such was the nature of people from America. At that moment, the alarm's wailing clearly pierced their ears. Sue M.O. immediately urged, "Use your eyes to see what is happening outside." "My eyes?" Sky was taken aback, instinctively glancing out the porthole. In the next second, her pupils dilated, her vision instantly expanding, piercing through the clouds. She clearly saw a multitude of dark dots rapidly approaching the distant horizon. "What is that?" Sky's voice trembled, her initial curiosity swiftly replaced by fear. "It's artillery shells. My heavens, there are dozens of them," she exclaimed in horror. There was no time to waste. Sumo's tone turned serious as she swiftly took control of Sky's body. After her form became ethereal, she passed through the top of the cabin, hovering in midair. Ahead, dozens of flaming artillery shells, like a swarm of locusts, whistled toward the aircraft. Faced with the overwhelming barrage, Sumo's thoughts were focused. "I must replicate Magneto's abilities." "Can you really do it?" Sky questioned. "I remember you seem to fear fire. That only applies if I come into contact with it." Dark Spider's silk shot forth, ensnaring the shells, and, with a powerful flick, redirected them, causing them to collide and explode in midair. Immediately, Sky's eyes glazed over. The sky darkened abruptly, ominous clouds churned, and fierce winds howled. Crack! Several lightning bolts, as thick as a man's arm, descended from the heavens, striking the few shells that had evaded capture, detonating them in the air. But there were simply too many shells. Sue M.O. suddenly opened her mouth, releasing an intense wave of cold air. With a crackling sound, the leading dozen shells were instantly encased in massive blocks of ice, losing their momentum and plummeting like hailstones. Amidst a dazzling display of spider silk dancing wildly, accompanied by the fury of thunder and lightning and the chilling breath of ice, Sky single-handedly erected a formidable barrier of death before the aircraft, leaving her comrades in the Quinjet in a state of awe. Explosive projectiles were ceaselessly intercepted, the fiery eruptions and thick smoke almost obscuring the heavens above. The scene was nothing short of a mythic epic. Within the cockpit, the members of Coulson's team were rendered speechless, their mouths agape, struggling to comprehend the spectacle before them. "Am I dreaming?" Fitz murmured, rubbing his eyes, nearly dropping his tablet in disbelief. "Is this truly the might of the Avengers?" Ward whispered, his gaze filled with shock and a hint of barely concealed envy. He prided himself on his own prowess, Yet in comparison to such cataclysmic power, he felt utterly insignificant. May's expression softened, her eyes glimmering with intrigue. Simmons, curious, turned to Hill. Director Hill, are all Avengers this formidable? They are indeed impressive, Hill replied, a subtle pride gracing her lips, but none possessed the strength of S.H.I.E.L.D. Chapter 42, Night Raid on Mystique. Upon returning to the aircraft, S.H.I.E.L.D's symbiote receded. She gasped for breath, her cheeks flushed with exhilaration. Did anyone capture that incredible performance? Please tell me someone recorded it. I want to save it on a USB drive and engrave it on my tombstone. Coulson's mouth twitched as he exchanged a glance with May, both unable to conceal their astonishment. Fitz sighed, observing Simmons's eyes filled with the fervor of inquiry. How could one expect S.H.I.E.L.D. to willingly share her secrets for study? Kara, who had remained silent, leaned closer to Hill. Mr. Su-mo, can he replicate others' abilities? Sure, Hill replied with a slight smile, placing her finger to her lips. She raised her gaze, surveying the still astonished expressions of Coulson's team. May, immediately contact Director Fury and report the situation here. May nodded and proceeded to operate the communication device. Moments later, she shook her head. Hill's brow furrowed. The fact that even Fury was unreachable was a troubling omen. Fitz and Simmons approached, their faces awash with astonishment as they beheld the rapidly scrolling code on S.H.I.E.L.D's screen. This is mutant algorithm. You managed to decompile it? S.H.I.E.L.D's lips curled into a smile. If you can claim that skill, I am among them. A few minutes later, she abruptly halted her work. Wait, what is this? A repeatedly sent command target. All S.H.I.E.L.D. divisions and covert units. The screen flickered with the menacing symbol of Hydra, a grotesque skull. Hydra, Hill's voice grew cold. Almost simultaneously, Fitz exclaimed, the aircraft has deviated from its course. The autopilot has been overridden. We are heading towards the Triskelion headquarters. The atmosphere in the cockpit instantly thickened with tension. Hill closed her eyes, and Su-mo could sense her internal struggle. S.H.I.E.L.D. was finished, at least for the time being. She bore unfulfilled responsibilities here, with traitors to confront. Yet, the matter of mutants was Su-mo's vulnerability. I must resolve this chaos. The voice of Hill resonated within Su-mo's consciousness, urging Su-mo, please attend to the matter concerning the mutants. We have painstakingly located a mutant who can resolve your vulnerabilities. We cannot afford to delay. After a brief silence, Su-mo replied, "I understand. Do take care of yourself." You too, she responded. Once I complete this mission, I will. Stop, he interjected. Such sentiments are ill-advised. I shall swiftly attend to that situation. Without further hesitation, Su-mo commanded, "Sky, let's depart." As the words left his lips, the symbiotic battle suit manifested once more upon S.H.I.E.L.D. She nodded to the assembled individuals, then resolutely turned, her form phasing through the hull of the Quinjet, vanishing from sight. Coulson gazed in the direction of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s disappearance. The crisis with Hydra was dire. Had he been present, the matters at hand would have taken precedence. Pausing momentarily, he shifted his gaze to Kara beside him, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Moreover, we still have Supergirl, do we not? With S.H.I.E.L.D. by his side, Su-mo soared swiftly towards Boston. Wow, S.H.I.E.L.D. exclaimed, reveling in the sensation of gliding freely through the clouds, akin to a bird liberated from its constraints. Why are we staying to assist Hill? She inquired, unable to suppress her curiosity. That is the unspoken understanding between Hill and myself. What understanding? S.H.I.E.L.D. blinked, slightly perplexed. You wouldn't comprehend, Su-mo replied. S.H.I.E.L.D. pouted, but refrained from further questioning. Soon, they arrived at the site of the Blackbird's crash. Observing the downed aircraft and the seemingly stalled efforts of Jean and Aurora, Su-mo remarked with a hint of exasperation, "Ladies, are you intending to use this as kindling for warmth?" In unison, Jean and Aurora shot him an exasperated glare. If someone could lend a hand, our efficiency would significantly improve, Aurora noted, wiping the sweat from her brow while casting a pointed glance at Su-mo. At that moment, Katie burst forth from the Blackbird's cockpit, excitedly brandishing a small metallic component. "Jean, Ms. Aurora, look what I found." Upon seeing the part, Jean's expression darkened, her frustration bubbling over as she pointed at Katie's find. "Katie, that was meticulously organized by me. I truly suspect you were a saboteur sent by Strucker." Katie, the source of their woes. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Natasha emerged from the woods, her gaze landing on S.H.I.E.L.D. The symbiotic suit faded, revealing S.H.I.E.L.D.'s visage. Hill is preoccupied with some matters. Sumo's voice emerged through S.H.I.E.L.D. Natasha raised an eyebrow, a smirk playing at her lips. "Oh, has she encountered a crisis significant enough to forego merging with you?" "Nothing of great consequence," he replied calmly. "Your S S.H.I.E.L.D. is on the brink of collapse. You ought to update your resume. Sumo's tone was serene. Natasha found herself momentarily speechless, her playful demeanor evaporating as she processed the gravity of his words. That sounds rather dire. You know, positions in world-saving endeavors are not easily come by. Although Natasha harbored concerns within her heart, she had faith that Hill could manage the situation adeptly. Worrying was futile at this juncture. It would be far more prudent to contemplate how to subdue the deranged Strick. She gestured towards a newly erected tent not far away. There. The tent has been prepared for you. However, since Hill is absent, would you care to join me in my tent tonight? Sumo replied, perhaps another time. I have pressing matters to attend to this evening. He cast his gaze towards Mystique and Magneto, who were engaged in hushed conversation nearby. As night descended, the only sounds that filled the air were the crackling of the campfire and the chirping of insects. Sumo employed his familiar tactics, stealthily maneuvering to the exterior of Mystique's tent. Inside, beneath the dim light, Mystique's form was in a perpetual state of transformation. Her mind was consumed with Magneto's recent directive to recruit the Venom agent at all costs. How to accomplish this? It was indeed a technical endeavor. She first morphed into the appearances of Jean, Aurora, and Kitty before finally assuming Natasha's form. Curvaceous and alluring, her gaze captivating. Confidently, she licked her lips, murmuring, surely. There is something here that you fancy. Chapter 43. The Seduction of Mystique. The tent was shrouded in dimness, with flickering lights in the corners. Sumo slipped inside and immediately spotted a figure reclining on the bed. Natasha? He paused momentarily, realizing this must be Mystique's transformation. It was exceedingly realistic. Even the enticing sleeping posture had been perfectly mimicked. What was her intention? Sumo swiftly ascended Natasha's smooth, cool leg, an intimate intrusion as he ventured further. Mystique's body tensed suddenly. Something was penetrating. The slick sensation sent a shiver through her, and her disguise vanished, revealing her original blue skin. Venom, is that you? Mystique exclaimed, her heart surging with excitement. She had longed for a chance to be alone with him. 30 minutes. Once the time is up, I shall depart. Sumo's voice resonated within her mind, clear and decisive. Ah, but what if I desire you to linger a bit longer? Mystique's lips curled into a playful smile, her eyes sparkling with mischief. That is not feasible. To Sumo, the ability to replicate transformations was of utmost importance. Mystique's playful whims held no significance for him. Are you in such a hurry to leave, dear? Would you not wish to experience something truly exhilarating, a novel delight you have never encountered before? Mystique teased, extending her tongue to lick her lips. What I mean is, I can transform into anything, tall, voluptuous, petite, blonde, brunette, whatever type you can fathom, I can replicate flawlessly. So, what do you say? Care to give it a try? Mystique's form began to shift continuously, presenting a parade of stunning beauties, each clad in minimal attire. Among them were several renowned celebrities Sumo had seen on screen. It must be said, this spectacle was undeniably enticing. However, Sumo was not merely a man. I have no interest in your grand display of transformations. My time is valuable. Once I conclude my business, I must take my leave, understood? The matter at hand refers to entering my body. Mystique, far from being angered, instead erupted into a fit of laughter, an utterly frivolous sound. I shall persuade you to reconsider, my dear, and you will do so willingly. No sooner had she spoken than her azure skin began to undulate. In the blink of an eye, she transformed into the likeness of Jean Grey. With fiery red hair and a gaze both gentle and beguiling, she softly murmured, why not stay tonight? Just the two of us, conversing until dawn, sharing everything we wish to express. Sumo replied, I am not interested in engaging in idle chatter. Mystique's lips curled in a smirk, and in an instant, she shifted her form once more, this time adopting the appearance of Aurora. With flowing white hair and a demeanor exuding queenly pride and wildness, she declared, listen well, tonight, from head to toe, you belong to me. Thus, you would best remain still beneath me. Should you dare to move, I guarantee you shall experience the sensation of being swept away by a tempest. Do you understand? Sumo retorted, what do you take me for? I have no interest in your queenly conquest games. There's still 20 minutes left. Very well, my dear. You might find this appealing. Mystique's form morphed yet again, this time becoming the lively Kitty. Mr. Venom, shall we play a game together? Sumo responded, I do not wish to participate. If you win, I may allow you to. Kitty teased, adjusting her modest bosom, for instance, cause her intestines to knot. Mystique finally ceased her transformations, returning to her original appearance. You rascal. She gritted her teeth in disbelief. Are there truly cats in this world that do not stray? Undeterred, she attempted once more. With a thought, her blue skin began to shift again, and soon, she took on the form of Hill, capturing her composed and cool demeanor perfectly. Noticing a change in Sumo's emotional state, Mystique thought, this time it will work. However, what she received in return was, you are courting death. Sumo's voice in her mind turned icy, imbued with unrestrained malice. Meanwhile, the aircraft landed on the helipad of the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. As the door opened, a cadre of armed agents surrounded them. Led by a woman with a stern expression, Victoria Hand, a senior agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. Coulson, I am pleased to see you still alive. Agent Hand remarked, her tone devoid of warmth as she regarded Coulson emerging from the plane. I had thought you had either met an honorable demise or joined that band of traitors. Her gaze swept over the others behind Coulson. Aside from you, the rest must be temporarily detained until we ascertain who is clean. There is no need for that, Hill interjected, stepping out of the cabin. Agent Hand, my authority supersedes yours, so I shall take command here for the time being. Do you have any objections? Hand visibly faltered upon seeing Hill. Maria Hill, the most trusted deputy of Fury, certainly not one to betray S.H.I.E.L.D. Deputy Director Hill has tempered her brilliance somewhat, and I have no objections. Having you at the helm is indeed a fortuitous circumstance. Excellent. Let us not squander any more time here. We have numerous tasks ahead of us. Hill wasted no words, striding purposefully toward the command center. Inside the command center, the atmosphere was so tense it could almost be cut with a knife. On the large screen, the global S.H.I.E.L.D. division logos had, for the most part, morphed into a sinister crimson, representing Hydra. You are all aware of the current situation, Hill stated, standing resolutely at the operations console. Those despicable rats from Hydra are exploiting our internal networks and agent information to systematically eliminate dissenters. Therefore, our first course of action is to delete all agent files. We cannot allow them to use this information to harm our personnel. Fitz sprang into action, his fingers flying across the virtual keyboard. Wait, Simmons suddenly exclaimed, pointing at a file on the screen. Commander, this file is locked. It's quite peculiar. With your clearance, there should be nothing within S.H.I.E.L.D. that you cannot access. Hill glanced at it, her brow furrowing. The screen displayed a folder labeled Insight Program, secured with the highest level of encryption. The Insight Program, she recalled that S.H.I.E.L.D. had constructed 3 aircraft carriers intended to utilize big data analytics and predictive technologies to identify and neutralize potential security threats preemptively. If those standards had been compromised by Hydra, the system would no longer forecast crimes, but instead target those who obstructed them. Hill's pupils contracted slightly as she immediately grasped the gravity of the situation. Kutta, I need you to contact Gwen. Chapter 44, Sumo's Punishment Towards the Dam. The night deepened. Sky rolled over in her sleeping bag, her bladder near bursting. She unzipped the tent, peering out. The campfire had dwindled to mere embers, and silence enveloped the surroundings. Good, no one's around. She crouched and slipped out of the tent, intending to relieve herself by the edge of the woods. As she passed Mystique's tent, her footsteps faltered. Shadows danced on the tent's fabric. Curiosity piqued. Sky couldn't resist inching closer for a glimpse. The silhouette projected onto the tent wall froze her in place. It was the outline of a woman, her form voluptuous, with limbs entwined by several long, thick tendrils. Oh my God! Sky clamped her hand over her mouth, nearly gasping aloud. What on earth were Sumo and that blue-skinned mutant woman doing inside? Within the tent, Sumo's voice was icy, his tendrils constricting tightly around Mystique's neck. Yet, her expression bore no sign of pain. Instead, she smirked, her eyes gleaming with a mix of excitement and defiance. Her breathless voice taunting, "Oh, come on, Mr. Venom. Is this your maximum strength? I expected you to be a bit more brutal. Stubbornness. I wonder how long you can endure." Sumo's cold voice echoed in her mind, devoid of any emotion. Outside the tent, a newly emerged shadow, perceived from Sky's perspective, appeared to engage in unspeakable activities due to a disorienting effect. Sky exclaimed, "What is this restricted live performance that I cannot even pay to see?" Her mind was a blank slate. Is this what Sumo referred to as the serious matter for tonight? She slowly retreated, her gaze fixed intently on the tent. The sight was overwhelmingly stimulating, and she feared she might have nightmares that night. As dawn broke, and the morning mist in the forest lingered, the engine of Blackbird roared with a deep rumble, preparing for takeoff. Sky stifled yawns, her dark circles evident, her spirit waning. She had barely slept the previous night, her thoughts consumed by the swaying shadows, the tentacles, and that blue-skinned woman. stealing a glance at Mystique, who was conversing quietly with Magneto. S.H.I.E.L.D admitted to herself that Mystique's physique was indeed impressive. However, Sumo's taste seemed rather excessive. "We're leaving, board the plane," Sumo's voice echoed in her mind, interrupting her wandering thoughts. S.H.I.E.L.D responded with an "O," hastily joining the main group. Blackbird ascended, heading towards a striker base. Inside the cabin, the atmosphere felt somewhat peculiar. S.H.I.E.L.D occasionally cast sidelong glances at Mystique, her expression complex. Magneto sat beside her, leaning slightly and speaking in a hushed tone. "How is it?" Mystique instinctively rubbed her neck, still haunted by the sensation of being constricted by an invisible force. She forced a smile, her voice hoarse as she replied, "He said he would consider it seriously." Magneto remarked, "Your voice." "Nothing. Persuading someone like him requires quite a bit of effort," Mystique replied, uneasily averting her gaze. After hearing this, Magneto's eyes flickered, but he refrained from probing further. "We're almost there," came Jean's voice from the cockpit. Katie, Natasha, and S.H.I.E.L.D peered out the window. Below, a colossal dam spanned the canyon, with torrents cascading from the spillway, a magnificent sight. On one side of the dam, inconspicuous buildings blended in, resembling ordinary hydraulic facilities. This was Stryker's secret base. Aurora spoke first, pointing to an unremarkable passage on the virtual map. "That is the spillway, the only entrance to the interior of the dam. If we march in boldly, Stryker will likely release the water. I can phase through." Katie eagerly raised her hand. Jean immediately shook her head. "No, Katie. The structure of this dam is too thick. Forcing your way through will be excruciating, and you might even get stuck." S.H.I.E.L.D felt the surging power that Sumo had bestowed upon her, and thought, "What is the difficulty in that?" Just as she was about to propose, "Why don't we just demolish this wretched place?" Sumo's voice echoed in her mind. "Wait for me to find someone." S.H.I.E.L.D paused, searching for someone. At this moment, Sumo offered no further explanation. In his perspective, eliminating Stryker was undoubtedly significant. However, the quest for the fireman and the replication of his pyrokinesis was of paramount importance. Had the plot unfolded as originally scripted, Sumo might not have felt such urgency. Yet, circumstances had shifted dramatically. Wolverine and Fireman had been captured by Stryker. Who could predict how the narrative would evolve? If Fireman were to meet his demise amidst the chaos, from whom could he replicate the ability to control fire? Sumo was compelled to strategize early. Replication required time, and he did not wish for the situation to devolve into disorder so swiftly. Thus, he resolved not to assist Jean and the others in entering the dam. At that moment, Aurora and Magneto conferred briefly, swiftly arriving at a decision to have Mystique impersonate Magneto and feign surrender. As long as she could gain entry into the dam, she would seize the opportunity to disable the flood control mechanisms. A rather simplistic notion, yet effective. Sumo recalled that the original plot involved transforming into Wolverine to infiltrate. "Everyone, let us take our leave for a moment," he announced before vanishing with S.H.I.E.L.D. Aurora and Jean exchanged glances, perplexed. Meanwhile, Natasha stood with her back to the group, scrutinizing her communicator. Where were the reinforcements promised? Why had they not yet arrived? Both sides were executing their missions simultaneously. Mystique, disguised as Magneto, strode confidently into the flood control tunnel. The cameras had already detected her presence, and the guards promptly reported to Stryker, who grinned widely. "Perfect. Let Charles deal with him." Behind him, Wolverine and the others, including Yuriko, had already fallen under control. On the other side, as they traversed the excessively thick dam structure, S.H.I.E.L.D felt as though she were on the verge of disintegration. It hurt so much. Sumo. Her mental shriek could have toppled the ceiling. Sumo felt the pain as well, a deep ache that seeped through his bones, causing him to gasp. Katie's ability applied to such a massive structure was nothing short of torture. No wonder Jean forbade Katie from taking risks. This level of pain was unbearable for ordinary individuals. "Don't blame me," he retorted. "You rushed in so fast that I couldn't even dampen the pain signals." S.H.I.E.L.D, feeling a bit wronged, protested. "How was I to know it would hurt this much? Did you not know? Do some individuals genuinely believe that crashing through a dam at high speed would feel akin to a spa treatment? You were practically airborne." S.H.I.E.L.D was momentarily taken aback. Then her eyes glinted mischievously, her tone defiant. "You'd better be nice to me, or I'll recount every detail of your escapades last night with that blue-skinned woman Hill." "Sumo." S.H.I.E.L.D scoffed, "Thinking you think I've met my match?" Sumo was amused by her bluster. This woman resembled a well-fed cat that occasionally sought to display a hint of rebellion, fully aware of who the master was, yet constantly seeking opportunities to flex her claws and test boundaries, as if to assert her own prowess. Sumo found no anger in this. Rather, he found her spirited demeanor quite entertaining. S.H.I.E.L.D. Chapter 45. replication of pyrokinesis, the X-Men crisis. Though playful banter persisted, serious matters loomed. Within the damp metallic corridor, the air was permeated with a peculiar blend of mildew and rust. S.H.I.E.L.D. endeavored to keep her body hunched. Stealthily navigating the dimly lit metallic corridor, she appeared to mimic the demeanor of spies depicted in films, yet inadvertently bumped her knee against a nearby metal pipe, producing a faint thud. "Hey, Sumo," she mentally addressed him, partly to divert her embarrassment from the knee incident and partly out of genuine curiosity. "What do you think? If I were to apply to S.H.I.E.L.D, what rank do you suppose they would assign me? I certainly wouldn't aim for a high rank like Hills. With my skills and clever mind, wouldn't a rank of 4 or 5 be quite attainable? After all, this is S.H.I.E.L.D, not a welfare facility." As they turned a corner, 2 patrolling soldiers appeared. They quickly concealed themselves against the wall. Sumo's response was succinct. "Another one." S.H.I.E.L.D. resigned herself, holding her breath as her body melded into the cold concrete. This time, Sumo managed to suppress the sensation of pain, yet the suffocating inability to breathe within the wall left S.H.I.E.L.D. feeling quite uncomfortable. Moments later, they emerged from the other side. S.H.I.E.L.D.'s face was flushed, gasping for air. "Can you hold out a bit longer? Once this is over, I can offer you some compensation." Sumo glanced at her. "The reward would grant you superpowers, which I could then replicate. A surefire profit." S.H.I.E.L.D.'s eyes sparkled with curiosity, though she feigned indifference. "I'm merely assisting you to experience the thrill of being a superhero. I seek no compensation." "So what do you Oh, I was under the impression you aimed to take down Strucker." S.H.I.E.L.D. scoffed. "I'm not that noble." Sumo smirked. "Coincidentally, neither am I. John should be nearby. I can sense the presence of the living." His tone grew slightly more serious as he led S.H.I.E.L.D. into a narrower passage. On either side stood heavy metal prison doors, each adorned with palm-sized observation windows. S.H.I.E.L.D. leaned closer to one of the small windows to peer inside. There, a somewhat frail young man was fiddling with a Zippo lighter, igniting it intermittently. In the dim light, the flame flickered brightly before extinguishing swiftly. It was John, codenamed Fireman. Her gaze shifted to the adjoining cell, where another girl, younger and with strands of premature white hair interspersed among her black locks, was imprisoned. It was the Demoness. The other cells were empty. Logan and the others were nowhere to be found. S.H.I.E.L.D. whispered, "What now? Should we rescue him?" "Leave it to me." Sumo's voice resonated in her mind, crisp and decisive. The next moment, S.H.I.E.L.D. felt her body slipping from her control. Sumo seized command, striding boldly toward John's cell. Upon hearing the commotion, John lifted his head, about to inquire who was there, only to witness a woman phasing directly through the cell door as if she were a specter. John exclaimed, "What?" Before he could react, Sumo delivered a punch to his jaw. Thud! John's eyes rolled back, and he collapsed, the lighter clattering to the ground. Sumo's voice echoed in S.H.I.E.L.D.'s mind. "This is precisely what I intended." No sooner had the words escaped than Sumo completed the symbiosis. S.H.I.E.L.D. blinked in astonishment. Behold the unconscious John, and then the tightly shut prison door. "Once this concludes, do not forget to compensate me," murmured Mystique quietly. Mere dozens of meters apart, within a control room abundant with screens flashing red warning lights, the soldier escorting her had been deftly dealt with by her, employing her agile physique and combat prowess with minimal exertion. Thus, with a flicker of blue light, she transformed into the likeness of Stryker, seamlessly taking control of the room. Click! She locked the door behind her. Now this domain was hers. Task accomplished. Mystique cast a glance at the control panel, where the words "Floodgate" closed were displayed. Subsequently, she pressed several buttons on the main control room S interface, and the heavy doors leading to the base creaked open. This way, Magneto and his entourage could enter without hindrance. After completing this task, she delved into the system to locate the area where Charles was imprisoned. Once everything was arranged, Mystique exhaled a sigh of relief, leaning against the console. It all seemed too effortless. The soldiers who had escorted her appeared to have deliberately directed her towards this control room, and the obstacles encountered along the way were suspiciously minimal. Could these individuals be acting with intent? Meanwhile, outside, thunder rumbled ominously. A guard's Adam's apple bobbed instinctively as he glanced at his companion. Is the weather not rather inclement? It is merely a normal occurrence. The weather here is perpetually complex and capricious, his companion replied, lacking conviction. Before he could finish, the robust metal doors of the base emitted an agonizingly distorted sound, then suddenly buckled inward with a deafening crash. Several guards, just raising their weapons, found themselves disarmed by an unseen force. Their firearms twisted into grotesque shapes midair before crashing down upon them like scrap metal. Humanity's folly never ceases to baffle. Magneto strode into the corridor, metal debris swirling around him. Following closely was Jean, her eyes gleaming. The remaining guards were hurled uncontrollably against the walls, succumbing to unconsciousness. Ororo then soared in through the gaping doorway, surrounded by crackling electricity, resembling a Valkyrie descending from the heavens, effortlessly obliterating several cameras with bolts of lightning. Katie followed suit, her excitement palpable as she observed the spectacular display of destruction. In my view, Agent Romanoff need not await any external assistance from S.H.I.E.L.D. We can handle this ourselves, right? Katie glanced at Jean and Ororo, seeking their affirmation. Ororo shook her head. We need to rendezvous on the Blackbird. Jean smiled, adding, and you cannot pilot a plane. All right, everyone, we must seek out the principal subject. Emerging from the control room, Mystique happened upon Magneto and the others. She took the lead as they traversed several corridors. Just as they rounded a corner into a more expansive area, Stryker appeared, pushing a wheelchair, and seated within was none other than Charles Xavier. He wore a rudimentary metallic suppressor atop his head, his eyes tightly shut, and his complexion pale. Welcome, everyone. I expected you to linger outside for a bit longer in a game of hide and seek. Stryke grinned, his smile replete with cunning and satisfaction. Magneto's expression darkened. Charles, however, paid no heed to Magneto. He lowered his head and softly addressed the man in the wheelchair. It is time for action, my old friend. Quiet them down. Charles's body trembled slightly. In the next moment, an invisible wave of psychic energy surged forth. Aurora and Mystique were the first to bear the brunt. With a cry of distress, they clutched their heads in agony and collapsed to their knees. Katie soon followed, her body flickering uncontrollably between realities before she let out a muffled groan and fell limp. Professor! Jean's forehead was lined with veins, evidently straining against the formidable psychic force. In contrast, Magneto, shielded by his helmet, was spared the direct impact. Yet, just as he contemplated a response, a metallic claw emerged from the side. Magneto reacted swiftly, suspending Logan in midair. But the next instant, searing red beams and frigid blasts assailed him from two other directions. Cyclops and Iceman, their eyes vacant like marionettes, relentlessly launched their attacks against Magneto, with this continuous ebb and flow. The defeat of the group was merely a matter of time. Inside the Blackbird, Natasha sat idly, observing the communicator, which emitted not a single signal. What on earth? Where's the promised support? She muttered under her breath. Just then, the communicator crackled with a jarring electrical noise. Following that, an audacious tone invaded the communication. Natasha froze. A flippant yet familiar voice emanated from the device. Hey, Agent Romanoff surprised? Stark? Chapter 46. Avengers vs. X-Men. In the prison sector, Sue-Mo withdrew from John's body. Done. A warm and restless energy coursed through him, elevating his spirits. Yet, he noticed an unsettling silence outside. Under normal circumstances, Old Man, one would be creating a ruckus with Strike, and not to make a mess would mean he was in an unusually good mood. Why was there not a sound? Sky. This fellow had dragged the unconscious John from the bed and tossed him onto the floor. Then he curled up on the narrow single bed, sleeping soundly. Sue-Mo, what kind of extraordinary relaxation allows one to sleep so soundly in such a place? Get up and sleep properly. Before Sky was fully awake, she felt a chill on her back. Black tendrils emerged from her spine, wrapping around her waist like a whip, unceremoniously yanking her from the bed and standing her upright. Wow, what are you doing? Startled, Sky jolted awake. Sue-Mo, if you're feeling drowsy, I can help wake you up. No sooner had he spoken than he manipulated Sky, raising his leg to deliver a kick. Bang! The heavy metal gate was forcefully kicked open, embedding itself into the wall of the opposite corridor with a sharp, piercing whistle, creating a deafening cacophony. Previously, the intention had merely been to discreetly replicate abilities, but now, if not for the concern of burying Katie and the others, he would have considered dismantling the dam. Sky remained silent in thought for a moment. Indeed, the commotion was rather invigorating, but the focus extended beyond himself. Instantly, alarms blared throughout the area. The sound of hurried footsteps approached rapidly as several armed soldiers rushed in, aiming their weapons at Sky, who stood before the shattered door. They immediately opened fire. The staccato of gunfire filled the corridor, bullets raining down upon Sky, producing a series of metallic clinks. Sparks flew, bullets deformed, and fell helplessly to the ground. Sue-Mo, however, could not be bothered to evade. The symbiotic entity was inherently bulletproof, and considering he had also replicated a steel physique, these attacks barely qualified as mere nuisances. Yet, these individuals had already sealed their fate. Sue-Mo guided Sky's body forward, taking leisurely steps. Amidst the dense firelight, he snapped his fingers. In a crisp, resonant sound, the flames belching from the soldiers' gun barrels seemed to be doused in gasoline, surging violently. Several blazing pillars of fire erupted, instantly engulfing and incinerating them. Within mere seconds, the corridor was left with only the acrid scent of charred remains. S.H.I.E.L.D stood dumbfounded. Wasn't he afraid of fire? How had he suddenly acquired control over flames? Suddenly, the sharp-witted S.H.I.E.L.D realized something. She instinctively responded, "You perhaps?" "I would never." S.H.I.E.L.D's voice echoed softly. S.H.I.E.L.D quickly shook her head, her prior actions flooding back to her, leaving her feeling slightly guilty. They had fired without warning. Was it not entirely reasonable for us to retaliate? Hey, hit. I hope you truly believe that, S.H.I.E.L.D. S.H.I.E.L.D walked with a measured pace towards the exit. Upon leaving the prison area, they encountered several guards lying on the ground. Turning a corner, they arrived at the equipment zone, where the scene opened up dramatically. It was a vast hall, with a dozen large hydroelectric generators arranged upon the somewhat damp floor, emitting a deep, resonant hum. The metal grating beneath their feet vibrated slightly with the machine's operation, creating an impression of being within the belly of a colossal beast. At that moment, Su-Mo's instincts kicked in, and he instinctively turned his head. A swift motion ensued as 3 sharp claws grazed his cheek, stirring up a gust of wind. It was Wolverine. Without a glance, Su-Mo retaliated with a punch. The impact sent Logan flying, crashing directly into the thick metal wall, leaving a clear indentation of his form. An ambush? How utterly devoid of martial ethics. S.H.I.E.L.D mused within her consciousness. Su-Mo then turned to face the side, where the X-Men and Magneto's group stood in neat formation. Cyclops, Iceman, Storm, and Mystique. All present except for Katie. Their eyes were vacant, their expressions blank, resembling a troupe of marionettes. Behind them stood Strick. A sudden jolt coursed through Su-Mo's heart. How could he not have sensed such a large gathering of people? It was as if this area had been obliterated from his perception. It was Charles's ability. Su-Mo immediately grew wary. Could this individual manipulate my senses? Could he also exert control over my thoughts? Never mind. I shall summon a blizzard and freeze this bald man to death. Impressive. Strick regarded Su-Mo with admiration. You are unlike the others. This is true power. Join us, and we shall eradicate these aberrant mutants from the earth. He took a few steps forward, his face alight with fervent persuasion. What distinguishes mutants from superhumans? Why do you harbor such hatred for them? S.H.I.E.L.D inquired, puzzled. They are monstrous genetic mutations, errors of nature. We, you and I, are the same kind. The same kind? Su-Mo felt he had heard the most ludicrous joke of the century. You, hiding behind a group of puppets, dare to claim kinship with me? Unfortunately for you and your puppets, you belong to the latter category. All right. Strick sneered, issuing an order to Charles. Silence him, Charles. Charles pressed his finger to his temple. An invisible mental tempest surged forth, akin to a red-hot iron rod poised to pierce S.H.I.E.L.D's mind. Indeed, it was S.H.I.E.L.D. S.H.I.E.L.D lamented. Why is it always me who gets hurt? My head is going to explode. Su-Mo replied. Don't explode just yet. Su-Mo acted faster than Charles. Whoosh! He remained still, yet a blizzard erupted within the vast hall. The air temperature plummeted below freezing. Thick frost rapidly formed on the turbines, and the walls creaked ominously. The mental assault seemed to be frozen in its tracks, its potency diminished. This plan had failed. All the controlled mutants sprang into action simultaneously. Blinding red beams, the encroaching frost, and electrified metallic shards cascaded towards Su-Mo. Just then, a flippant voice echoed through the venue via some amplification device. Hey, kids, has anyone ordered takeout? Before the words had fully left his mouth, several small missiles descended with fiery trails, accurately detonating within the ranks of the X-Men. The shockwave sent them sprawling, their formation disintegrating in an instant. Charles's mental attack dissipated completely. Su-Mo was taken aback. Tony? The Iron Man suit landed nearby, its visor retracting to reveal Tony's infuriating face. Well, a superheroic intervention. Surprised? By the way, who is Strick, the one who has fury cursing every day? Su-Mo didn't require assistance. To be honest, the arrival felt somewhat superfluous. Yet, it wasn't entirely unwelcome. This was the bond among the Avengers. Gust alitriist. Tony exclaimed. That is a bit hurtful. Natasha also emerged from the shadows on the opposite side. What is the situation now? In terms of numbers, we seem to be at a disadvantage. Do not fret, Tony shrugged. We have an old relic on the way. Steve? Where's he now? Suddenly, Strick narrowed his eyes, gazing toward the rear of Su-Mo. A steady voice emerged from behind him. On your left. Chapter 47. Tony faces off against Magneto the Phoenix Force awakens. In the next instant, a circular shield adorned in red, white, and blue whistled through the air from the left. With a resounding clang, it struck Cyclops on the head, rendering him unconscious. The impending red beam of energy was extinguished as well. The shield traced a graceful arc in the air. "Apologies for my tardiness," Steve Rogers declared, standing at the entrance with a serious expression. Suemo was taken aback. Was he deliberately timing his entrance? That phrase, "on your left," must have been rehearsed for ages in a corner. How else could it be so striking? "I've noted that down, Steve. One day, I shall return it to you in full." During the events of Avengers Endgame, he would have Doctor Strange open a portal on the left. Wait a minute. This world has Superman, Wonder Woman, and Thanos, yet we still face such trivial threats? "Always welcome," Steve replied, a calm smile gracing his lips, though his gaze remained fixed on the foes ahead. Strick's eyes were cold. He certainly recognized Iron Man and Captain America. Their presence here indicated that his plans had long been compromised. "Eliminate them," Strick sneered, offering no further words. In an instant, beside Scott, the X-Men and Magneto sprang into action. Suemo initially intended to dispatch Magneto swiftly, for his abilities posed a significant threat to both Tony's armor and Steve's shield. It would be unfortunate for someone coming to help to be utterly humiliated. However, to his surprise, Tony flew directly toward Magneto. "Listen, I genuinely do not wish to bully an elderly gentleman." Tony's armor hovered effortlessly, as if he were conversing at a private soiree. A billionaire assaulting an octogenarian would undoubtedly reflect poorly on Stark Industries stock prices. "So here is a chance for you, old man. Surrender now, and I might assist you in contacting the finest retirement home." At that moment, a psychic force from Charles surged forth, only to strangely vanish again. Suemo resolved to deliver a punch to Charles, granting him eternal slumber to prevent any further complications. Meanwhile, on another front, whoosh, Wolverine's claws, slicing through the air, aimed straight for Steve's throat. Steve's eyes sharpened as he raised his shield to block. Clang! The collision of vibranium and adamantium sparked brilliantly. "We do not wish to harm you," Steve spoke firmly, delivering a shield strike that forced Wolverine back. Both were veterans of World War II. Yet Steve's combat skills far surpassed Logan's, dominating the encounter with ease. However, Logan can afford countless mistakes, while Steve can only make one. Natasha faced off against Mystique, who transformed into her likeness, even mimicking the cold allure in her gaze flawlessly. Seeking to engage in a game of imitation? An imposter. Natasha scoffed disdainfully and launched a sweeping kick. The two Black Widows instantly became entangled in a fierce struggle, each strike lethal. Amidst the chaos, Iceman pressed his hands against the ground. Crack! Chilling ice surged upward, morphing into a colossal wall and sharp icicles, barreling towards the crowd. Suemo scarcely glanced at it before delivering a powerful punch. Boom! The rigid ice wall shattered into countless icy shards. His figure flickered through the icy mist, and in the next moment, he appeared before Iceman, delivering another punch. Iceman had no time to react and was knocked unconscious to the ground. "You're tired. Sleep now." Aurora's eyes glazed over as she slowly ascended into the air. Sumontak va svifta. Just as Aurora's feet left the ground, surrounded by crackling electricity, he silently materialized above her. Placing a hand on her white hair, he gently pressed down. The brewing tempest of lightning was extinguished in an instant. Thud! His feet struck the metallic floor with a muffled sound. Suemo gracefully descended, observing the astonished Aurora with an even tone. "Still wish to unleash your powers? You should rest as well." A simple punch, and Storm rolled her eyes before also succumbing to unconsciousness. The entire process was straightforward and brutally swift. In the blink of an eye, the X-Men lay scattered. Only Jean remained, standing motionless throughout the ordeal. Meanwhile, Tony and Magneto faced off. The latter stirred, slowly raising a hand. Creak! A piercing sound of twisting metal echoed. "What the?" Tony's curses were abruptly cut short as he lost control, sent crashing like a broken toy into a massive generator. Crash! A thunderous noise erupted as his armored suit embedded itself into the machinery, sparks flying. The billionaire was thoroughly humiliated by an octogenarian, causing his stocks to plummet further. The helmet popped open, and Tony coughed twice before awkwardly crawling out of the mangled armor. He looked at the smirking Suemo and complained, "Hey, you didn't tell me this guy could control metal. Otherwise, why do you think he is called Magneto?" Suemo shrugged indifferently. "What did you expect?" Tony retorted, "Honestly, wouldn't Metal King be more fitting?" Meanwhile, the battle on the other side quickly reached a conclusion. Steve seized an opportunity and struck Wolverine's head with his shield. A dull thud echoed as Logan rolled his eyes back and fell straight down. This marked the second time After being knocked out by the police with bullets, he had now succumbed to a concussion-induced slumber once more. Just as Steve breathed a sigh of relief, he felt a chill at his waist. Looking down, he noticed a gash in his uniform, blood seeping through. Such reckless tactics. The duel between the two Natashas had also intensified. With a graceful flip, Mystique ensnared Natasha's neck with her remarkably flexible legs. This was precisely Natasha's signature scissor hold, and her face flushed crimson with humiliation. Growing weary of the superhuman skirmish, she swiftly twisted her wrist, delivering a direct thrust of Widow's bite into Mystique's thigh. A sizzling sound echoed as Natasha rubbed her painfully constricted neck. Surveying the fallen bodies around her, she frowned and inquired, "Where's Stryker?" He slipped away amid the chaos. "I shall see where he has concealed himself." Sumo's gaze penetrated the thick walls, revealing Stryker preparing to escape with his beloved son, Jason, through a clandestine passage. Hibiscus, ever at his side, stood guard at the inevitable route of escape. Thinking of pursuit, Sumo was suddenly alerted by his spider sense. Jean Grey. Her once vacant eyes now blazed with a terrifying crimson light as an ominous energy stirred within her, warping the surrounding air. The Phoenix Force, one of the oldest and most potent cosmic powers. Unbeknownst to Tony and the others about the gravity of the situation, Natasha jested, "It seems she is watching you." Sumo. A chill ran down his spine. How could he not realize that the Dark Phoenix was observing him? But why? Chapter 48. Dark Phoenix, Gu-E, save me. In the Himalayas, the cold wind sliced through the ridges like a blade, the air frigid enough to freeze one's breath into white frost. Amidst this white desolation stood an ancient temple. Within the courtyard of Kumar Taj, Gu-E leisurely arranged her tea set. She lifted a purple clay teapot, pouring the amber liquid into a cup. Strangely, the rising steam did not dissipate. Instead, it coalesced into moving images in the air. Iron armor soared across the skies of New York. A dark night loomed over Gotham in the rain, and a red and blue figure traversed the globe. The scenes flickered before settling on the interior of a massive dam, where Jean was erupting with the formidable power of the Phoenix. "This is troublesome," Gu-E mused, gently blowing on her teacup, causing the images to dissolve. At that moment, ripples formed at the entrance of the courtyard. The barrier here was far more robust than in the previous century. A woman clad in a dark trench coat entered, her features sculpted to perfection, reminiscent of a goddess from myth. An unavoidable choice, for the world was indeed far noisier now than in the last century. Gu-E pushed a teacup toward her. The woman inquired, "You summoned me. What is the matter?" Gu-E remained silent, merely extending a finger to lightly tap the surface of the teacup. The water rippled, and the recently dissipated images re-emerged. The Phoenix. The woman's expression grew grave. It was but a fragment, yet it had found its most fitting sanctuary. What has awakened it? Charles Xavier. Gu-E took a sip of her tea. When Jean was younger, he had erected a wall within her mind, a well-intentioned cage. Regrettably, someone had just forced him to shatter that lock with his own hands. His own mental assault had breached the very seal he had established. The woman immediately comprehended the situation. Indeed, it was apparent that the Phoenix should not manifest at this juncture. Thus, is my intervention required? Sumo felt a prickling sensation at the nape of his neck. Why? Was it due to the surging energy within him and the myriad abilities he had assimilated? Had he begun to perceive himself as a coveted prize? Jean. Sumo was about to speak when a painful groan emerged from beside him. Scott had awakened. He shook his head, propping himself up from the ground, and upon raising his gaze, he saw Jean. Jean. His face was etched with concern, and without a moment's hesitation, he staggered toward her. "Don't go," Steve shouted, but it was too late. Jean slowly lowered her head, her vacant stare fixed upon Scott. She reached out a hand, gently caressing his cheek with a tenderness akin to that of a lover. In the next instant, Scott let out a piercing scream. The energy within him was being frantically siphoned away, much like water from a pump, into the body of the Dark Phoenix. "This is dire." Tony had just begun to raise his hand. "She is killing him." Natasha was also poised to draw her weapon. Yet they found themselves immobilized and invisible. Weighty mental force enveloped everyone present. Steve gritted his teeth, yet he could not lift even a finger. "She is observing us." Sumo's voice was chillingly calm. "She is selecting her next target." Jean drained Scott of his energy, allowing him to crumple to the ground. Then she turned her gaze once more. Fixing it on Sununtayemo. The immense mental force doubled instantaneously, bearing down upon Sumo Dam. Sumo cursed silently in Sky's mind. However, at that moment, his gaze swept across the corner. Magneto's unassuming helmet lay carelessly discarded. Was there hope? Sumo looked back at Jean. "If I don't give you a beating today, You shall be the one to face consequences. In a swift motion, he seized the helmet and placed it firmly upon Sky's head. The overwhelming mental pressure diminished by 90%. Sky exclaimed, "What just happened? I feel as if I've died once already." He continued, "Can you defeat her?" Sumo replied, "Let us find out. Don't you dare try and die on me. I'm the one at risk here." In the next moment, his body surged upward, expanding as black symbiotic matter erupted forth, enveloping him entirely. In an instant, a towering 3-meter black monstrosity loomed before them, muscles bulging and grotesque features on full display. "Get Katie and the others out of here. And remember, there are still 2 in the prison." Sumo glanced at Steve and the others. With that, he exerted tremendous force, causing the ground beneath him to crack and splinter. He threw a powerful punch toward S.H.I.E.L.D. A brilliant red energy shield enveloped her instantly. Boom! His fist collided with the shield, producing a resounding thud. The shield did not shatter, yet the sheer force propelled S.H.I.E.L.D. backward. Bang! 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 They shattered the first wall, followed by the second and the third, the thick concrete barriers crumbling before them as if they were mere paper. The entire foundation of the dam trembled violently. Dust cascaded down from the ceiling. Sumo realized that he could not defeat the Black Phoenix in this moment. The future was uncertain. He would entrap her with the flood. Amidst the swirling smoke and dust, S.H.I.E.L.D. slowly ascended, her eyes radiating a fierce crimson glow. A cataclysmic storm of energy erupted around her, centered on her being. Sumo was struck directly by this force, his massive form hurled backwards without pain. Within the haze, he crashed through the last wall, stabilizing himself. Sky's voice carried a strange note. "Sumo, it seems she does not wish to kill us." Sumo sensed this too. That last strike felt more like a shove than an attack. Before he could finish his thought, energy erupted behind S.H.I.E.L.D. A pair of wings, forged from pure energy, unfurled explosively. A colossal phantom of a fiery phoenix roared behind her, soaring upwards. The entire space vibrated, nearly bursting apart. That overwhelming power surged forward like a tsunami, like an avalanche. Buzz, the helmet he had acquired from Magneto, emitted a mournful wail, utterly incapable of resisting this force. Sumo's body stiffened, rendered immobile. His gaze subtly shifted upwards. In the chaos of battle, he had cracked the ceiling. It was about to collapse. Sky despaired. "It has been a pleasure knowing you, Sumo. Please, don't utter your last words. It would be quite awkward. Wait, can we still survive?" Sky's emotions fluctuated like a thrill ride, suddenly soaring. Soon, he would use phasing to charge outside. Sumo was skeptical. Even if the flood could not contain S.H.I.E.L.D., surely he could hold her back for a moment. With his phasing and super speed, could she truly catch him? S.H.I.E.L.D. hovered in the air, her scarlet eyes calmly fixed on Sumo. She slowly approached, aligning her gaze with his massive head. Then, she extended her hand, gently placing it upon Sumo's head, just as she had with Scott. But in the next moment, she did not siphon any energy. Instead, she leaned in to kiss him. Both Sumo and Sky were taken aback. Shit, what is she doing? Sumontak was kvali bewildert. He had envisioned countless scenarios of being overwhelmed by the power of the Phoenix. Yet this was not one he had anticipated. This was not merely a kiss. It was a predation, a greedy consumption from the universe's most ancient force. The symbiote gradually lost its vitality, beginning to disintegrate. It was not painful, nor was it pleasurable. It was a profound emptiness, as if his very soul were being extracted. Sumo exclaimed, "Damn it, where's the water? Why is this dam so sturdy? Who built this dam, anyway?" Just then, a peculiar energy wave resonated through the chamber. In midair, a circular portal composed of golden sparks materialized out of nowhere. Sumo's eyes brightened. "Ancient One, save me." Before he could finish his plea, a radiant golden rope burst forth from the portal. Chapter 49. The Form of Achan. The Crimson Chains of Shattering. The verbal lasso ensnared S.H.I.E.L.D. with precision, encircling her repeatedly, binding her and the immense fiery phoenix apparition behind her tightly. Soon after, a woman emerged from the portal, divine and flawless, as if a statue from ancient Greece had come to life. Clad in armor, she held the other end of the verbal lasso, her features exuding an air of heroism. Sumo's mind buzzed. Wonder Woman? How did she arrive here as well? Sky expressed her surprise. Is that the Valkyrie? She still owes me a camera. With a cry not quite human, S.H.I.E.L.D., now bound, emitted a sound akin to a bird's call. The power of the phoenix surged uncontrollably. Crimson energy violently assaulted the verbal lasso, its brilliance flickering erratically. Diana furrowed her brow as the ground beneath her began to crack. In that moment, Ancient One's figure appeared before the portal, merely standing there. And the chaotic space seemed to be paused. With her hands clasped at her chest, she gradually drew them apart. Countless identical phantoms separated from her being, layering upon one another, instantly filling the vast hall. Hundreds, if not thousands, of ancient ones, donned in the same yellow robes, adopted the same stance. Their calm gazes fixed upon Cheen at the center. This was the form of Aiken. Then, her hands traced circles in the air with fluid grace, softly reciting incantations. Several deep crimson energy chains materialized from thin air. The chains instantly entwined with the black phoenix, intertwining with a verbal lasso, one golden, one red, sacred and malevolent. The black phoenix's shrill cry turned hoarse, its energy waning. Sky was utterly astonished. How formidable! The crimson chains of S.H.I.E.L.D, one of the most powerful binding spells. Only a sorceress like Ancient One would dare employ such a tactic, S.H.I.E.L.D elucidated. It is well known that the magic of Marvel is borrowed, and this particular spell draws upon the formidable power of S.H.I.E.L.D, the dark god of the Crimson Cosmos. S.H.I.E.L.D reigns over the Crimson Cosmos and is the source of the Red Hulk's power. The Infinity Gauntlet holds no sway in his realm. He has even ensnared the ship of Galactus and banished a fifth of the Phoenix fragments. However, to use so many duplicates simultaneously with S.H.I.E.L.D's crimson chains? What a jest. How much power must be borrowed from S.H.I.E.L.D? Was Ancient One intending to drive her creditor into bankruptcy? S.H.I.E.L.D recalled that in Avengers, Infinity War, when Strange battled Thanos on Titan, he had also employed a similar strategy, summoning ordinary energy whips with his duplicates. Ancient One, however, was the genuine article. Each duplicate was an independent, potent unit of magic. Yet that was not sufficient. Ancient One formed seals with her hands, her speed blurring. Sealing. An ancient rune illuminated in her palm and was forcefully thrust into the air. Imprinting. Another gesture. Countless intricate magical arrays layered upon one another, forming a precise cage that ensnared Cheen in its center. Ancient One's demeanor remained serene, as though performing the simplest of tasks. She stepped forward, her words manifesting as law. Inch by inch, the entire space was filled with mournful echoes. At last, the final glimmer of crimson light faded into the forehead of the phoenix. All fell silent. She gazed at Ancient One, her eyes brimming with reverence. It was truly rare for an ordinary human to possess such immense strength. S.H.I.E.L.D exclaimed, "Coach, I wish to learn this." A thunderous roar erupted. Above, the dam's foundation could no longer withstand the pressure and finally crumbled completely. A massive chasm tore through the walls. The surging floodwaters rushed in like untamed beasts, roaring ferociously. The icy torrent swiftly engulfed their ankles. "Follow me." Ancient One cast a glance at S.H.I.E.L.D. Without hesitation, S.H.I.E.L.D leaped forward, plunging directly into the portal. Meanwhile, inside the Blackbird, Steve had just dragged the unconscious Logan onto the aircraft. A deafening crash reverberated, causing the entire fuselage to shudder. "Shit," Tony cursed. "They're still inside." Steve's expression darkened instantly. Inside the cabin, the X-Men were awakening one by one. Logan asked, "How'd I get here?" "Where's Jean?" Katie complained, "It hurts." "Why is there a bump on my head?" Aurora exclaimed, "The dam collapsed." "Is this the end?" All eyes were fixated on the turbulent, murky water surface. Natasha stood silently at the cabin door, her red hair billowing in the wind. "Rest assured," Tony broke the silence. His tone as nonchalant as ever, though the strain was palpable. "That guy's incredibly strong. He is surely alive. I bet he is currently floating on the water with Sky. You'd better be telling the truth, Stark." "Hill will kill me." She stood there like a statue, staring blankly at the water's surface. Simultaneously, in New York. "Wow, look at that. Are they filming a movie? It must be Stark's money, right? Quick, take a picture of me. Get the angle right. It'll look like I'm holding a ship." On the sunny streets of Manhattan, people paused, raising their phones to capture the three colossal aircraft carriers obscuring the sky. This spectacle was far cooler than Stark Tower, making for the perfect backdrop for selfies. Little did they know, those cold cannons had silently locked onto them. A portion of the fortunate few would soon be reduced to a small cloud of ashes. At the Triskelion headquarters, the command center presented an atmosphere entirely distinct from the outside world. It has taken off. Hill observed the main screen, her face ashen. Grant Ward's betrayal struck them like an unexpected blow, leaving them reeling. Now, the Hydra aircraft carriers had arrived at their doorstep, and the screen displayed a multitude of red dots scattered across the global map. Each red that represented a target soon to be eliminated. The countdown had begun, 5 minutes and 0 seconds. "The chip is ready," Director Hill. Simmons briefly explained the chip's operation. Once installed, these titanic vessels would perceive each other as the primary threat, and then, boom. "Excellent." Hill took a deep breath and swiftly issued her commands. Hand. The ground is in your hands. Understood. Coulson smiled wryly. The task of replacing the chip was entrusted to her 3 strongest cards. Success hinged on this moment. In the operations room, the atmosphere was so tense it felt as though it could drip with moisture. Suddenly, a clear female voice echoed through the communication channel, shattering the silence. The A-ship has completed its replacement. Gwen's voice came through, imbued with a hint of relief following the successful task. Hill's taut nerves eased slightly. Well done. Almost immediately, another channel chimed in. The B-ship has also been replaced, Kara's voice sounding a touch apologetic. Sorry, I accidentally damaged a few of your planes. As long as you're all right, Hill replied with a smile. Now, only the crucial C-ship remains. The individual responsible for the C-ship was under scrutiny. Hill gazed at the countdown displayed on the screen, her heart racing. Jessica, how's it going? The communicator crackled with static. Chapter 50, New Target Clinter. The final aircraft carrier was under the charge of Jessica Jones, a classmate of Gwen's. A girl who favored leather jackets and possessed a temperament as tough as denim. When S.H.I.E.L.D. discovered her, she was merely a reckless girl who had just acquired her abilities and referred to herself as Jewel. Hill was her file officer. She not only recognized Jessica's powers, but also uncovered a more sinister secret. A villain capable of manipulating hearts, the Purple Man, had set his sights on her. Without hesitation, Hill intervened, shielding Jessica from the villain's grasp before it could lead to a tragedy that would shatter her life. This was also the reason why, upon first meeting Gwen and Kara, Hill was so insistent on documenting their files. She could not bear to witness another gifted child march toward ruin under her watch. Hill's gaze remained fixated on the countdown on the screen. She believed that Jessica would not disappoint her. 30 seconds, 20 seconds, until it reached 0. The communicator continued to emit static. Just as everyone was resigned to the task's failure, the 3 aircraft carriers unexpectedly adjusted their turrets, aiming at one another. A barrage of fire interwove in the air, the sounds of explosions ringing out incessantly. Soon, the 3 steel fortresses were engulfed in smoke, plummeting into the Atlantic below, creating towering waves. Success! Hill sprang from her seat. The command center erupted in thunderous cheers. Crackling. Ahem, Director. Jessica's voice finally emerged, hoarse and weary. The mission is complete. That guy was too powerful for me to handle. Thankfully, he can't fly. Also, cough. Please call an ambulance for me. The communication cut off. Hill dashed out, locking onto Jessica's location and dispatching a medical team. Now, the golden sparks before her extinguished. The portal closed, completely isolating her from the roaring flood and the chilling mist behind her. The surroundings fell silent in an instant. A subtle fragrance of tea intertwined with the scent of incense pervaded the air, while the harmonious chanting of monks echoed in the distance. Sky stood in the courtyard, gazing at the ancient architecture surrounding her and the snow-capped peaks far away, momentarily entranced. For reasons unknown, a peculiar sensation washed over her, one of comfort and tranquility. Sky inquired, "Where are we?" Suemo replied, "Kamartaj, the stronghold of the sorcerers." A torrent of thoughts began to surge uncontrollably within Sky. This enigmatic and powerful place, inhabited by an omnipotent, bald sorceress, contrasted sharply with her own identity as an orphan, unaware of her parents' origins. Could it be that the Ancient One is my mother? Suemo interjected, "What nonsense are you thinking? How'd you connect those dots?" Sky scratched her head, wondering if she was not permitted to entertain such fanciful notions. Behind her, Diana observed with playful scrutiny. Oddly enough, wasn't she supposed to despise him? Why now? Back then, she had even threatened to expose Suemo. Upon hearing this, Sky grew agitated. Defamation. Suemo, she is slandering me. Suemo urged, elaborate. With hands on her hips, Sky confidently retorted to Diana, "Hey, when your partner can single-handedly take on an entire team of mutants and even contend with that so-called Phoenix Force, you two would become his #1 fan. All right?" Diana was left speechless. The Ancient One guided them through the courtyard to a magnificent library. The grand doors opened automatically. Inside, it was not the grandiose library Sky had envisioned. Rather, it resembled a private collection room. At the center stood a stone pedestal, upon which lay a solitary book, bound by several delicate metal chains. Before Sky could voice her curiosity, Sumo's voice resonated in her mind, casually stating the Book of Cagliostro, a forbidden tome concerning dark dimensions and time magic. The Ancient One approached the book, extending her hand to gently brush the cover. The book opened automatically, revealing yellowed pages adorned with strange symbols and patterns. A sense of malevolence enveloped her. Sky could not comprehend any of it. Yet Suemo's consciousness seemed captivated. As familiar text came into view, The Eye of Agamotto, Dormammu, Chaos Magic. S.H.I.E.L.D asked, what are these? Suemo paid her no heed, his gaze fixated on the end of a particular page. There, a grotesque red spiral symbol was illustrated, accompanied by an ancient name inscribed beside it. N'Zoth, the Dark God, the Lord of the Abyss, the creator of all symbiotes. Merely gazing at it left S.H.I.E.L.D, feeling mentally disoriented. The Ancient One closed the book and turned to Suemo. I believe you understand him better than I do, so I will refrain from further explanation. His era has passed, yet the power he left behind endures, akin to the ebony blade and the symbiotes. As the Ancient One paced slowly around the stone pedestal, she spoke candidly. To truly usurp him, you must endeavor to seize his authority. The ebony blade serves as the ideal vessel. Attempt to master it, Suemo, and you shall gain the ability to create symbiotes, and perhaps even more. S.H.I.E.L.D found himself somewhat perplexed by their conversation. Replacing a deity? It sounded perilous. Why would Suemo engage in such a venture? She believed Suemo was already formidable. Suemo addressed Ancient One with a calm demeanor. Please refrain from painting me grand illusions just yet. Your idea is intriguing, but I have two inquiries. First, you mentioned that the sword of the hand is within me, yet I am entirely unaware of its presence. Second, he paused, his tone turning earnest. What do you mean by control? How exactly is it to be executed? To my knowledge, there exists an individual named Gel, a godslayer. Can you guess his fate? Do you believe he wielded the sword, or was he ensnared by it? Ancient One chuckled softly. Indeed, it is a gamble. Yet, I can discern that you are one who relishes high stakes, are you not? I enjoy victory, but I do not wish to wager my life, Suemo retorted candidly. You will not have that luxury until he is fully awakened, for I shall be present. Ancient One shifted the topic. Truth be told, I do not possess the means to perceive or control the Death Sword. However, I am aware that you must journey to a specific location. Clinta, the realm where Gnarl is sealed, the home planet of the symbiote? Suemo rolled his eyes. You want me to travel to Clinta, the abode of the god of symbiotes? Are you sure you're not sending me on a one-way ticket, Ancient One? This sounds like a trap. With a tranquil gesture, Ancient One raised a hand and slowly unveiled a pendant adorning his chest, the Eye of Agamotto. The time gem, radiating a gentle green luminescence, hung silently within. Very well. Somo comprehendi instantly. I do not understand, Suemo. Why engage in such a hazardous endeavor? S.H.I.E.L.D could not restrain himself, questioning Suemo within his thoughts. Is it because you were defeated by that dark phoenix? Or is this a cliché plot to save the world? Suemo, did you not claim, like me, that you are not so noble? Suemo felt a flicker of surprise. He had not anticipated that S.H.I.E.L.D, this temporary ally, would genuinely concern himself for him. You guessed correctly. To an extent, Suemo's voice resonated in S.H.I.E.L.D's mind. With a hint of lazy self-deprecation, he remarked, being forcibly kissed by a madwoman and nearly drained of life is indeed quite a blow to one's pride. Naturally, I wish to grow stronger. But to save the world? Suemo scoffed, as if he had heard an unamusing jest. Please, S.H.I.E.L.D, have you forgotten my previous words? There are only two types of people in this world, myself and those beneath my feet. And to be blunt, this is not my earth. Their fate is of no concern to me. I simply detest the feeling of being prey. Do you understand? S.H.I.E.L.D listened in stunned silence, as if he grasped the essence of it. Chapter 51. Coexisting with Ancient One. And you send me to the sanctum of New York? S.H.I.E.L.D was skeptical. He pondered inwardly. While he indeed sought strength, this was fundamentally a transaction. Replacing Gnarl was not solely his undertaking. He was addressing a colossal dilemma for Ancient One, for Earth, and indeed for the entire multiverse. Ancient One must express herself. It seems she anticipated this all along. She merely gazed at Suemo, awaiting his next words. I wish to learn magic, Suemo declared. Of course, you may practice alongside Wong and the others, Ancient One replied. No, you've misunderstood. I am, after all, a symbiotic entity, a sorcerer. Suemo smiled. I possess a more efficient method of learning. Could it be that you wish to? Ancient One's expression finally shifted. She comprehended Suemo's intent. He did not seek to learn spells or read tomes. He desired something greater, himself. Diana understood as well. Her astonishment transformed into admiration. She had known Ancient One for centuries, witnessing her quell dimensional storms with casual banter and shatter invading demons with a mere gesture. Yet, it was the first time she had seen this nearly omnipotent supreme sorceress display such a captivating expression, one mingled with shock, absurdity, and a hint of wondering if this young man was mad. By Hera, this was far more entertaining than the familial dramas atop Olympus. Diana watched with rapt attention. Ancient One fell silent. The air in the library seemed to solidify. Suemo observed the slight turmoil on Ancient One's face and grinned. It won't take long, 30 minutes. Diana interjected. 30 minutes is ample time for many endeavors. Ancient One regarded Suemo deeply. Her gaze was so complex it sent shivers down Sky's spine, prompting her to abandon her thoughts. After a long pause, Ancient One slowly nodded. Very well. She turned and strode toward the library's exit, her voice echoing from afar. Come find me tonight. The room assigned to Sky by Ancient One was quite simple. A wooden bed, a desk, and a window offering a view of the snow-capped mountains. Sky retrieved her laptop from her backpack, powered it on, and cracked the Wi-Fi code. The signal was full. She could scarcely believe it. Could the internet speed here surpass that of Stark Tower? Suemo, do you think these sorcerers, aside from meditating, also engage in online debates over who is superior, Venom or Superman? Sky queried with curiosity. Clearly, they're not as trivial as you, Suemo replied. I believe you're stronger. That Valkyrie always deliberately stirs trouble between us, Sky remarked obsequiously, her eyes darting mischievously. Flattery will not serve you, Suemo retorted. Sky scoffed and swiftly opened a news website, where headlines were dominated by reports on Hydra. 3 aerial battleships had clashed above New York before plummeting into the Atlantic, and Director Fury had risen from the dead, presiding over the situation. Upon seeing Hill's figure at the press conference, Suemo's anxieties finally abated. The ramifications of this incident were undeniably significant. Hydra's secrets have been unveiled, and information pertaining to superhumans and S.H.I.E.L.D. agents have been compromised. Coulson and his team received orders from Fury to go underground and began addressing the aftermath of the information leak. Fortunately, the Avengers remained unaffected. The current alliance, in essence, functions as a privately funded team of superheroes by Stark, utilizing Stark Tower as its base. In response, netizens fervently suggested that Wayne Enterprises should establish its own superhero alliance, and a poll for naming this alliance has already commenced. With a mischievous grin, Suemo typed in the boys in black. So, are you truly planning to head to Clinter next? Sky inquired as she closed the webpage. Suemo replied, It's too early. I don't even know where it is. At that moment, 2 gentle knocks echoed from outside the door. Sky rose to open it, revealing Diana standing there. She had exchanged her battle armor for a simple white blouse, exuding an air of intelligence and grace. Diana handed Sky a folded note, stating, This is my address. If you need anything, feel free to seek me out. Suemo, Sky interjected. Am I merely a tool, then? Do we even know each other? Suemo's voice echoed with confusion. He was certain he had never encountered this Amazonian princess before. Diana shook her head. You aided me, and I shall assist you within my capabilities. In my culture, honor transcends all. Suemo was momentarily taken aback. The conquerors of old? The amalgamation of 3? Surely Diana did not regard Gnarl as a conqueror of yore? The wild wolf lamented his lost online persona. Well, mistakes will be made, and it saves me the trouble of explaining. Suemo nonchalantly agreed, deal. Diana nodded, her presence fading from the doorway. That night, Kamartaj was enveloped in tranquility. Suemo and Sky ascended the stone steps to the abode of the Ancient One. She sat cross-legged in the center of the meditation room, her eyes closed as if engaged in an incantation. Upon sensing their arrival, the Ancient One opened her eyes. I'm afraid I can only ascertain that Clinter is located in the Andromeda Galaxy. Suemo remarked, That's a useful lead. What good is that? A galaxy? Where is he supposed to search? Suemo continued, Let us set aside the pressing matters for now, Master. May I enter? Without uttering a word, the Ancient One merely nodded. In the next instant, the symbiote surged from Sky's form, enveloping the Ancient One. The unfamiliar sensation caused her brow to furrow. Sky tenderly reassured her, It's all right, Master. I found this feeling strange at first too, but with time, it becomes quite comforting. The Ancient One gazed at her silently, prompting Sky to immediately fall silent. Had she misspoken? At that moment, Suemo's consciousness seemed to plunge into an infinite ocean. Contrary to his expectations, he perceived a radiant golden talent tree, a manifestation of magical aptitude. Without hesitation, he illuminated it. Furthermore, he glimpsed other phenomena. Within the vast, cosmic energy core of the Ancient One resided several discordant malevolent energies, incessantly gnawing at her vitality. The most conspicuous and domineering among them was a deep crimson entity, exuding a frenzied, chaotic aura, replete with the essence of destruction. It was the power of Chitauri. How much power of the demon gods have you borrowed, Master? Suemo was profoundly astonished. Not much, I can't quite recall. What a troubling state of forgetfulness you find yourself in. The energy emanating from Chitauri is a consequence of the sealed instrument. Well, after all, my time is limited. Ancient One spoke with a detached tone, as if discussing the affairs of another. Suemo disliked being indebted to others. At that moment, he found Ancient One's intervention quite impressive, never anticipating such a price to pay. Rest assured, Mage, Suemo began, his tone imbued with unprecedented sincerity. After your passing, I shall take charge of the New York Sanctum, ensuring its protection with utmost diligence. Ancient One, even with my best efforts, I cannot suppress the involuntary twitch at the corner of my eye. If you truly desire it, you may move in at once. There is no need to wait for my demise. Merely jesting, Mage. S.H.I.E.L.D. After all, I have replicated your magical prowess. I ought to find a fitting ambience to hone my skills. Ancient One, I am not jesting. Daniel may venture to the Sanctum in Hong Kong. He holds great affection for that place. Since you are so generous, I shall not take advantage of you without reciprocation. Suemo shifted his tone, observing a slight ailment within her. It appears to be rheumatism. Allow me to assist you, considering it is rent. Rheumatism? Ancient One paused, her eyes widening as she meticulously sensed her internal condition. The corrosive forces belonging to Dormammu, from the Dark Dimension, are dissolving. Chapter 52. Stronger than the Lord of Dimensions? General Zod's assault. Halt! Do not touch that area. Ancient One's voice suddenly resonated, infused with an undeniable command. Suemo was gently but irresistibly pushed away by a force. Ancient One's complexion paled, not due to weakness, but from a profound shock. To protect Earth, she had borrowed the power of Dormammu, the Lord of the Dark Dimension, to extend her life, a transaction that inevitably demanded a price, embodied by the corrosive energy within her. Dormammu is waiting, anticipating her complete assimilation by this power, a descent into darkness. This is the rule, unalterable. Yet what was Suemo just doing? Almost erasing Dormammu's mark, as one would wipe away a stain? This is impossible. Dormammu is the Lord of Dimensions. Unless Suemo's standing is far greater than she ever imagined. A look of apprehension flickered in Ancient One's eyes. No, what is this expression you bear? You look as though you have seen a ghost. The sanctum shall belong to me, even if it is not healed. Suemo's voice interrupted her thoughts. Sky chimed in. Indeed, we had an agreement. Ancient One remained silent for a considerable time before raising her hand. She swiftly drew a few symbols in the air with her index and middle fingers. A sphere of golden light coalesced at her fingertips, then vanished. Suemo. Sky, what is this? A message. Ancient One's expression regained its former tranquility. Instruct Daniel to pack his belongings and depart from the New York Sanctum immediately. Suemo. Sky and Suemo engaged in a mental exchange. Sky, are we being a bit too wicked? Suemo. Sky, what kind of place is New York? A tumultuous one. I wish to spare my brother Daniel from any inexplicable crises. Do you understand? I simply cannot bear to see others suffer. Sky, you are right. May I reside in that sanctuary? Suemo no. As the two engaged in a mental battle, Ancient One rose and approached the window of the quiet room, gazing out at the snow-capped mountains illuminated by the moonlight. She mused aloud, I apologize, but if that energy dissipates, it will be sensed by Dormammu. We currently lack the strength to confront a Lord of Dimensions. However, what you have done is already more than sufficient for me. Ancient One thought to herself, enough to borrow another 200 years of life from Dormammu. Dormammu, how selfish of you. Suemo, no longer teasing Sky, inquired. Can I request 2 more suspended rings? Sky, wow, you're quite the opportunist. Of course, these are not particularly precious items. Ancient One removed one of the suspended rings from her hand and handed it to Sky. After a brief pause, she shifted her tone. Suemo, I have a request as well. Suemo raised an eyebrow. Please go ahead. This world is truly beautiful. If possible, do not tarnish it. Suemo fell silent for a moment, then replied, I cannot make any guarantees, Ancient One. However, he grinned. I shall endeavor to leave as few marks as possible on my new sanctuary. In Queens, a barbecue restaurant was entirely reserved by S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. The atmosphere was lively. Having dealt with the Hydra menace, everyone was able to relax for a rare moment. Hill held up a beer, chatting with Kara and Gwen. Honestly, you 3 did an extraordinary job. Cheers to our 3 heroes. Hill raised her beer bottle and clinked it with Gwen and Kara. I broke 4 Quinjet fighters in total. Kara said, a bit bashfully, just don't send the bill to me. Not a problem. Hill laughed. Fury will cover it. Where is he? Gwen asked casually. Taking a bite of the charred ribs, I figured he wouldn't miss such a festive gathering. Kara replied, I know Mr. Suemo is busy. Upon mentioning Suemo, the smile on Hill's face faded. What would he be doing now? Surely, Suemo and Sky aren't eloping? Gwen bit into the meat with vigor. Kara gently tugged at her sleeve. whispering a reminder. Wow, it seems Mr. Suemo is quite popular. I must meet him. When can you introduce us? I merely wish to befriend him. Jessica raised an eyebrow, a playful smile dancing on her lips. Meanwhile, at the North American Aerospace Defense Command, a piercing alarm shattered the calm of the command center. Sir, we have detected an unidentified flying object approaching. On the screen, a minute read that was hurtling towards Earth at an astonishing speed from outer space. What is its velocity? Impossible to calculate, sir. It has breached all our defenses. All screens illuminated around the globe, from the colossal billboards of Times Square to the smartphones nestled in pockets, and even the vast tactical map in the command center, transformed into a flurry of static, reminiscent not of beer, but of chaos. In an instant, the imagery coalesced. Lines of text in various languages began to scroll across the screens. You're not alone. Inside the barbecue restaurant, the television mounted on the wall flickered unexpectedly. A sudden crackle ensued, prompting all activity to freeze. The commentary of the sporting event vanished, replaced by an eerie silence punctuated only by the hum of electricity. Gradually, the words "you're not alone" emerged on the display. What is happening? Boss, is your television malfunctioning? Everyone check your phones. In unison, patrons retrieved their devices, expressions shifting from confusion to astonishment. The scene shifted once more. A middle-aged man clad in black armor, his countenance stern and unyielding, materialized on the screen, his gaze cold and indifferent, as if he were surveying a colony of ants. I hail from a distant planet. They masquerade as one of you, their appearance indistinguishable from yours. But they are not human. Those in the know, listen, the fate of this planet rests in your hands. Kalil, Karasorid. I command you, surrender within 24 hours. Otherwise, you shall witness the consequences that this world will endure. The barbecue restaurant fell into a profound silence. The crackling of the charcoal in the grill, the only sound discernible. Several missed calls had already piled up. Report the situation, she whispered, hastening towards the door. Jessica, who is this guy? Quite the display. Only Kara, she remarked, seemingly ensnared by an invisible force, fixated on the screen. The beer glass in her hand clattered to the ground, shattering into fragments. Kara, are you all right? Gwen inquired, her hand grasping Kara's with concern, instinctively fearing that a Kryptonian might be injured by the shards. Zod. Kara appeared to be on high alert. Chapter 53. Identity Exposed. Zod's global announcement detonated like a bomb, reverberating throughout the world. 24 hours. Surrender the two Kryptonians or face the obliteration of Earth alongside them. This ultimatum lay before all of humanity. The media erupted into a frenzy. Exclusive commentary. Hero or harbinger of doom. Zod's arrival threatens to plunge Earth into interstellar war. Why must this be our battle? S.H.I.E.L.D. The true identities of Superman and Supergirl have been unveiled. They are. Click the link below to witness alluring alien dealers dealing live. Online, myriad voices clamored for attention. Kryptonians leave Earth. Related topics surged to the top of global trends within mere hours. And it did not end there. Certain unnamed individuals seized the moment to release explosive revelations. Louise Lane, a top reporter for The Planet, was implicated in a close relationship with Superman, her exclusive reports on him being the very reason. The internet erupted. No wonder she is always the first on the scene. She must have insider information. I dare to speculate. Perhaps she is Superman's girlfriend. In the upper floor, I am indeed the girlfriend of Superman. Human traitors. Soon, Louise's address and phone number were exposed, leading to a throng of enraged protesters gathering at her doorstep, brandishing placards denouncing her as a human traitor. The entrance of the Planet Daily was likewise besieged, impeding any passage. Hand over Louise Lane. Let her disclose Superman's whereabouts. The editor-in-chief, Perry White, gazed at the tumultuous crowd below, his head throbbing with stress. He attempted to reach Louise multiple times, but every call was met with a busy signal. Meanwhile, at the summit of LexCorp, Luthor quietly observed the spacecraft hovering over the city. Sir, the stock market has collapsed. Chaos reigns across the globe. His assistant, Mercy Graves, approached him, her expression fraught with anxiety. Very well, Luthor replied, taking a measured sip of his drink, his voice unervingly calm. Chaos serves as the finest catalyst. It unveils many truths. A cold smirk graced Luthor's lips. I have long warned them of the consequences of placing their hopes in an extraterrestrial. Setting down his glass, he moved to his desk, where a tablet lay. On its screen was a compilation of superhuman data he had amassed over the years. The Amazonian princess, the Flash, Aquaman, the cyborg, and, of course, the recently notorious Venom. Luthor's finger glided across the screen, eventually halting on a photograph of Kara in her black supersuit. He had long uncovered the identity of the Girl of Steel. Now, it was time to stoke the flames further. Mercy, sir, release her information as well. Shortly thereafter, all phones vibrated simultaneously, and a new notification emerged from a well-known gossip site, renowned for its precision and audacity. The Girl of Steel in a black suit. Her true identity is a student at Midtown High School in New York. What? She's still a child? The Girl of Steel is our hero in New York, and we will not relent. Compared to the enigmatic Superman, the identity of the Girl of Steel was far more tangible and accessible. This revelation sent shockwaves through the community. In response, Midtown High School announced an indefinite closure to safeguard its students. In Hill's apartment, Kara sat curled up on the sofa, her head buried deep in her knees. It's my fault he came here. Hey, don't say that, Gwen consoled her, patting her back. The ones to be condemned are that scoundrel Zod and those unscrupulous media who revel in the chaos. I wish I could dunk their heads in a toilet. Gwen was right. Fear can lead to irrationality, and Zod had exploited this vulnerability. Hill emerged from the kitchen, carrying 2 cups of hot milk. Offering them to the 2 girls while leaning against the table, her demeanor serious. 24 hours. Now less than 10 remain. Hill's voice broke the silence, laced with gravity. I just spoke with Coulson. The situation is dire. Analysis indicates that no one in the Avengers could defeat that man. Even if they all teamed up, their chances are slim. She paused momentarily. Perhaps only a superhero could defeat him. Not just him alone, but also S.H.I.E.L.D, who would undoubtedly be capable of vanquishing that scoundrel. Gwen spoke up, her tone resolute. Indeed, S.H.I.E.L.D could certainly do it, but not in a symbiotic relationship with me. Hill nodded, her gaze shifting to Kara, her eyes brimming with encouragement. Indeed, Mr. S.H.I.E.L.D, his immense strength, when combined with mine, could surely overpower Zod. A glimmer of hope rekindled in Kara's despairing eyes. It was no wonder Kara felt such trepidation towards Zod. Yet Kara remembered. She was no longer just a girl who could run and jump. She recalled the skies of Krypton, the solemnity of the council chamber, and the panic that ensued when doom descended. Zod was no ordinary criminal. He was the supreme commander of Krypton's military, a warrior of iron will. With discipline and honor etched into his very being, it would be no exaggeration to say he was the most formidable fighter Krypton had ever known. Kara had seen him more than once. The aura he exuded was one of sheer power and authority. Her mother had said he instigated a coup on Krypton as it faced annihilation, not for the sake of power, but to save Krypton in his own twisted way. This obsessive conviction rendered him far more perilous and ruthless than any adversary. Now, this man, this living embodiment of childhood nightmares, hovered above Earth. His presence shattered the fragile sense of security that Kara had painstakingly built. Yet, Mr. S.H.I.E.L.D was there now. The apartment fell into silence once more. At that moment, outside the window, a cacophony of sirens grew louder, drawing ever closer. How could this be? Hill's expression shifted dramatically. She darted to the window, pulling aside a sliver of the blinds. Below, several black SUVs and FBI vehicles had surrounded the apartment in a tight circle. Damn, how'd they find this place? The wailing sirens intensified. The apartment was no longer safe. We must leave, Hill declared decisively. Just then, Gwen's gaze suddenly fixed on the air in the center of the living room. The 3 of them instantly became alert. In the air, golden sparks appeared out of thin air, flickering like fireflies. Soon, the sparks multiplied, swirling in a fixed trajectory, trailing vibrant golden light. A burning circle was slowly taking shape. A familiar, deep voice resonated. I hear someone is looking for me? Chapter 54. Want to reside in the sanctuary? Stake your worth. The portal in the center of the living room fully formed and stabilized. On the other side of the door lay an ancient hall. Sky stood at the threshold, Sumo's menacing black visage protruding from her shoulder, his toothy grin stretching into an exaggerated arc. What are you all staring at? If you wait any longer, the FBI will be treating you to free coffee. Below, the sounds of a door being breached and chaotic footsteps became distinctly audible. Go! The 3 hastily crossed through the portal. The moment they stepped into the sanctuary, the portal behind them vanished abruptly, completely isolating them from the clamor of the outside world. The silence enveloped them, broken only by the rhythmic thumping of their own hearts. How profound! Gwen tilted her head back, her mouth forming an astonished O. They stood in an extraordinarily lofty hall, dominated by a magnificent circular window. Its intricate patterns fragmented the view of the street beyond into countless shards. Shelves along the walls brimmed with a plethora of peculiar artifacts, dust-laden globes, unidentifiable metallic instruments, and various items encased in glass cabinets. The air was infused with the scents of old books and incense. Here was. Hill surveyed her surroundings, her curiosity piqued. The walls displayed an array of ancient weaponry and bizarre crafts, exuding an aura of mystery and power. As an agent, her immediate conclusion was clear. One must not touch anything recklessly. Welcome to the sanctum of New York, Hill, S.H.I.E.L.D explained. Do you recall Kamartaj? We mentioned visiting it after resolving the matter of the mutants. Sky and I have already been. We have gleaned all necessary information. Indeed, the internet speed there is astonishing. Sky chimed in. And to think, the sorcerer gifted this place to S.H.I.E.L.D. I assumed the sanctum would be a modest chapel, but it's so expansive. Well, she must see me as a remarkable individual, given my eloquence, S.H.I.E.L.D remarked proudly. Unable to suppress her curiosity, Gwen ascended to the second floor. Before a hefty wooden door, she reached for the doorknob. S.H.I.E.L.D cautioned, that door can lead to various corners of the world. Tread carefully. How exciting. Gwen paused. Her anticipation heightened. She opened the door, revealing a snow-capped mountaintop, with a cold wind howled. She slammed the door shut, only to reopen it. This time, she was met with the vibrant chaos of a Hong Kong night market, illuminated by flashing neon lights. Gerfid, Gwen, Sumo warned. Some entities possess rather volatile temperaments. Sky nodded in agreement, adding, she speaks the truth, especially regarding that red-caped figure in the corner. Quite the proud one. Hill observed them silently, her thoughts swirling. As she listened to Sky and S.H.I.E.L.D, their seamless rapport stirred an indescribable feeling within her. It was not entirely unclear, however. Hill acknowledged a twinge of jealousy. Yet, with formidable foes at hand, she resolved not to let such emotions sway her. She glanced at Kara, her eyes signaling the urgency of their mission. Kara adustit head demanor. Lifting her gaze to S.H.I.E.L.D, Mr. Zod. I've seen it all. Global live broadcasts, quite the spectacle. Leave it to Superman. He is capable. S.H.I.E.L.D replied in a tone devoid of concern, as if discussing a trivial matter. To him, this crisis appeared to be a complete catastrophe. He foresaw the unfolding events. Clark would emerge, engaging Zod in a cataclysmic battle above New York. Skyscrapers would crumble like cookies, streets would be left pockmarked, and satellites would plummet from the sky. Once the dust settled and victory was achieved, what then? Would humanity express gratitude towards him? Indeed, gratitude may last but 3 fleeting minutes, swiftly followed by an avalanche of inquiries and trepidation. Why must there be conflict in the city? He has shattered my home. He is far too perilous. How can we place our trust in an extraterrestrial being? Luther must undoubtedly be concealed within some opulent office, sipping on a fine 1982 law fight while watching the news with a grin reminiscent of a jester's. The once hero has transformed into the gravest menace. The savior now a despised outcast. In the end, to vindicate his innocence and to rescue these ungrateful souls, Clark must engage in a battle against another Gotham vigilante clad in bat-like attire, ultimately succumbing to the might of the formidable Doomsday. How poignant, how foolish. S.H.I.E.L.D has no intention of undertaking such a thankless endeavor. Kara paused, taken aback. Zod is a general of Krypton. How could her cousin possibly rival him? Yet, she understood Sumo's stance. Mr. Sumo, you advised me to master heat vision, and I have done so, Kara stated, her tone shifting slightly. Oh, I sense a hidden intent in your words. Are you seeking assistance for your cousin? No, Kara quickly shook her head. Taking a deep breath, she revealed her true desire. I wish to reside here. What? Gwen exclaimed, astonished. What was her intention? Though Gwen harbored the same wish, she had not summoned the courage to voice it, yet Kara had. Gwen and I have joined Director Hill's team, so I wish to learn more from her. Is that acceptable? Kara elucidated. S.H.I.E.L.D turned to Hill, who nodded, inquiring. Is that all right? Perhaps it was merely a trick of perception, but he sensed that Hill's voice was somewhat strained, an unfamiliarity settling in. However, what exactly is this team? S.H.I.E.L.D redirected his gaze to Kara. What of your sister? He asked. Kara's voice diminished, tinged with solitude. It matters not. Feel free to stay. After all, there are ample rooms upstairs, and you can handle the cleaning duties in the future. He was not a stranger to Kara. They could even be considered friends. His reluctance to assist her against Zod stemmed solely from a desire to avoid dealing with the aftermath. Such a thankless script is one that only the willing should enact. Moreover, this sanctuary is vast. The second floor possesses enough rooms to establish a guest house. With just himself and Hill residing there, it felt more like a ghost house. A few more inhabitants would at least bring some liveliness. Gwen promptly declared, Then I wish to reside here as well, S.H.I.E.L.D. What value can you contribute? S.H.I.E.L.D queried. Gwen stammered, ultimately responding, I can keep you company. S.H.I.E.L.D rolled his eyes in exasperation. That hardly makes a case for you. Unwilling to concede, Gwen pointed at Sky. What value does she bring? Sky coolly remarked. I can hack into the Pentagon. Gwen fell silent. Redirecting her focus, she turned to Hill. What about Director Hill? Hill narrowed her eyes, sensing a hint of rebellion from this young girl. She intended to mention her ability to access S.H.I.E.L.D. resources providing intelligence and logistical support, but was interrupted by Su Mo's languid response. She keeps me company. That's unfair. Such double standards. Gwen protested. Kara and Sky shared a brief chuckle. The lobe of Hill's ears suddenly flushed a vivid pink. Chapter 55. Farah, Zod's lieutenant. There remained merely 6 hours until the deadline set by Zod. In a tranquil church in Kansas, Clark sat upon a pew, confessing his predicament to the priest. I am the one Zod seeks, he murmured. The priest swallowed hard, feigning calmness while turmoil brewed within. Do you know what they want from you? Clark shook his head and continued. Even if I surrender, General Zod is unlikely to honor his word. But if my capitulation offers even the slightest chance to save the Earth, should I pursue it? The priest inquired. What do you truly feel? Zod is untrustworthy, yet the dilemma lies in. Clark lifted his gaze. I am uncertain whether humanity can be trusted. The priest regarded him with a gaze of complexity, and after a prolonged silence, he remarked, perhaps you must first believe in others for them to believe in you. Clark nodded, rising to exit the church. Under the sunlight, soldiers at the military base stood poised for confrontation. Clark extended his hands willingly. The cold handcuffs clicked shut around his wrists. Shortly thereafter, an oddly shaped black spacecraft pierced through the clouds, descending onto the base. The hatch opened, revealing a woman, tall and clad in a form-fitting black bioarmor. Her figure was defined, and her short black hair framed a gaze as frigid as ice. Her name was Farah, the lieutenant of General Zod. He consents to accompany you. I implore you to uphold your promise and depart from Earth, intoned General Hardy, his voice grave. Farah's eyes swept over the handcuffed Clark, disregarding Hardy as she turned to another in the crowd. Lois, she must come with us. What did you say? You never mentioned taking our people. General Hardy stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Lois. Do you believe you possess the authority to negotiate with me? Farah's tone was flat, yet imbued with an undeniable sense of command. The atmosphere grew tense. Let me go. Lois stepped forth from the crowd, meeting Clark's anxious gaze. She discreetly clenched the object in her pocket, the key to the Kryptonian ship, which might prove invaluable. Clark and Lois were escorted onto the spacecraft. The hatch sealed shut. The vessel ascended silently, soon vanishing into the clouds. However, Farah did not board. She remained immobile, like a statue, in her original position. General Hardy's heart sank. Why do you linger here? Farah regarded him coldly. You seem to have forgotten that there is another of my kind on this planet. She retrieved a palm-sized black device from her waist. The device emitted a low hum, casting a faint beam of light directed towards New York. Found it. No sooner had she spoken than the ground beneath her shattered violently. In the next instant, she transformed into a shadowy wisp. Target, New York. In the New York sanctum. The hall awaited. Once she regained her composure, Hill displayed a candid smile, openly expressing her delight. All right, but my companionship extends beyond mere conversation. Her words trailed off. Fine, fine, I can see that you all are quite exceptional. Sensing the atmosphere had shifted uneasily, Gwen swiftly concluded the topic. However, I believe it would be prudent to check if there are any updates from Zod. Su Mo reassured her. There is no need for such anxiety, Gwen. Even if Clark were to falter, there remains the formidable presence of the Ancient One. Indeed, the Ancient One is exceedingly powerful. Sky affirmed with a nod. With this remark, the tension among the women eased slightly. Hill transmitted this information through a secure line to S.H.I.E.L.D. Meanwhile, far away in a clandestine base, Fury exhaled in relief upon hearing Su Mo's assessment and promptly directed all his efforts toward the evacuation of civilians. With a safety net in place, the atmosphere within the sanctum lightened considerably. Ladies, no more idling. Let us get to work. Hill clapped her hands, initiating the organization and tidying of the rooms. Sumo's symbiotic form receded from Sky and returned to Hill. Humph, Sky scoffed, retreating to a corner of the hall with her laptop, her fingers tapping noisily on the keyboard. Hill shot her a glance, and couldn't resist teasing. Sky, be gentle. Without looking up, Sky retorted, my strength has always been considerable. Su Mo chuckled within Hill's consciousness, and it dawned on him to ask, what did Kara mean by the squad? Presently, an increasing number of superhuman criminals have emerged globally. As Hill organized a room, she elaborated, governments are overwhelmed, hence they've begun issuing bounties for these individuals, which are quite substantial. Are you implying that you intend to capture these villains for monetary gain? Su Mo inquired. No, we are not in want of funds. Well, that aligns with your typical modus operandi, he remarked. You have no idea, Hill replied, feeling somewhat aggrieved by Sumo's jest. With the rise of superhumans, existing laws have proven inadequate to govern them. Some entities are marketing superhumans as commodities, showcasing them nationwide. S.H.I.E.L.D. is currently investigating a company named Vought. Who? Sumo asked, wondering if he had misheard. Vought from the boys? We discovered they were researching the compound V left by Hydra. This chemical is harmful to humans. Yet Vought continuously encourages ordinary individuals to inject it. Sumo was taken aback. The seven? Those from our homeland. Ah, it seems you are aware. Vought refers to him as a synthetic superhuman, but due to the existence of true superhumans, he has remained relatively obscure. I suspect that much of the media coverage regarding superhumans is orchestrated by them. What a chaotic world. Sumokamentif. Hill smiled reassuringly. Fear not. It is not a significant issue. There is no need for our intervention. This task has been delegated to the mutants. Has Charles agreed to join the Avengers? To be more precise, it is a collaboration. Meanwhile, Gwen had just selected her room when her phone suddenly rang. Gwen, where are you? It was her father, George Stacy, sounding extremely anxious. I'm at a friend's house. Listen to me. The situation is dire. The military has just issued a citywide alert. Zod's subordinates are heading towards New York. Gwen's breath caught in her throat. She knew whom they were after. It could only be Kara. Gwen, are you listening? Leave New York now. Go to your aunt's house. Or anywhere else. Just get out of the city immediately. I'll send a police car to pick you up. Sumo's voice echoed from outside the door. On the other end of the line, there was an oppressive silence. Oh no. Gwen shut her eyes. The timing was dreadful. The tone of the voice on the phone shifted. Officer Georges was gone, leaving only her father, who now interrogated her with a dangerous edge. Who is he? Dad, Gwen. Georges' voice rose sharply. Who is this man with a voice more grating than a jackhammer? Chapter 56, Kara's Defeat. Jackhammer. Sumo's roar nearly shattered the ceiling of the sanctuary. He glared at Gwen's phone, ready to unleash a tirade when bang. Before he could finish, Hill swiftly closed the door to the room. In the grand hall, Sky raised his head from his laptop, arching an eyebrow. Family dispute? Sky, do you think my voice sounds like a jackhammer? Sumoriplaith. Sky smirked, exaggerating. How could that be? Your vocal timbre is the finest I've encountered. Magnetic, alluring, charismatic. Hill felt a twinge of inadequacy from Sky's antics. Before long, the door swung open. Gwen stepped out, taking a deep breath. Everyone, we have a situation. In Midtown Manhattan, Fiorella landed with the poise of a classic superhero, shattering the asphalt beneath her. Surrounding cars screeched to a halt, colliding and screaming ensued. She slowly straightened, her cold gaze surveying the chaotic street. But it mattered little. Her objective was simply to flush out the hidden rats. She glanced at an empty police car nearby and waved her hand. The vehicle soared through the air like a toy, crashing precisely into the entrance of a nearby bank, igniting a fierce explosion and billowing smoke. In the sanctuary, Kara had been closely monitoring the news, and upon witnessing this scene, she could no longer remain in hiding. I can't hide any longer. Karagiritit hadtit. In the next instant, she removed her glasses and donned her red and blue uniform, soaring towards the battlefield. Hill, using her supervision, spotted her exiting through the window. She turned to Sumo. Let us go see the commotion. I need to replicate her thermal vision. Sumo interjected. Oh, is that so? Hill replied. Sky feigned to pack away his laptop, and Sumo added, Sky, you should stay here and research the Inhumans and Terrigen crystals. It's too early to think about Clint. My priority is to address my own weaknesses, so my immediate goal is to help Sky acquire the ability of resonant waves, replicating her abilities to address the vulnerabilities of sound waves. Boom! A flash of crimson and gold descended from the heavens, crashing down not far from Fola. Jarvis, assess the property damage, came Tony's voice from beneath his helmet, before instructing that the bill be sent to the disgruntled alien lady clad in gothic armor. Tony prioritized the evacuation of the crowd. Captain America declared as he skidded to a halt on his motorcycle, his iconic shield raised. I've got this. Damn it. I had already notified them to retreat. Jessica Jones' voice echoed nearby as she struggled to hoist a broken billboard, while office workers scrambled to escape in panic. Fola observed the three of them with keen interest, likening them to slightly stronger ants. With a swift movement, she appeared before Captain America like a specter. She did not strike with lethal intent. Instead, she merely flicked a finger against the vibranium shield. Clang! Steve felt an irresistible force propelling him backward, uncontrollably crashing into a row of streetlights. So feeble, Fola remarked, her tone devoid of emotion as her gaze shifted to Tony. Your tin toy appears slightly more robust than his. Tony's armor, larger and more formidable than any he had previously donned, resembled Veronica, and prototype crafted in secrecy to counter threats like S.H.I.E.L.D. Though it was merely an initial version, its power output was several times that of the previous Mark 42 series, equipped with a high-caliber flamethrower. Oh, thank you for the compliment. This is the latest model. Anti-Sue. Tony nearly let slip his thoughts, opting for silence as he activated the thrusters beneath him, launching a colossal fist toward Fuola with a roar that ripped through the air. The force of this strike could level a small building. Yet, Fuola merely raised her hand impassively. Thud! The collision produced a dull thump that tightened the heart. The armored fist was firmly caught by her petite palm. However, the strength of the suit was not to be underestimated. The pavement beneath Fuola cracked and caved in, a significant section collapsing. She herself was pushed back half a step by the immense impact, leaving shallow grooves in the fractured ground. What? Tony exclaimed, his eyebrows shooting up in disbelief. He glanced at Fuola, then at the sizable crater beneath her feet. Seriously, you possess remarkable strength. Fuola, losing interest in him, turned and sent Tony flying with a swift kick. Surveying her surroundings, she bellowed, Kalarzoel, you coward. Will you hide behind these weaklings and let them perish for you? At that moment, a red and blue figure, accompanied by a sonic boom, plummeted from the sky. Boom! Kalar struck Fuola like a cannonball, crashing through the adjacent skyscraper, shattering the glass facade in an instant. The colossal emblem of Vought lay shattered, fragments raining down like droplets of rain. Within the building, Fuola steadied herself, brushing dust from her armor, and scathed. You finally decided to show yourself. Kara remained silent, her gaze fixed upon Fuola, her eyes emanating a searing crimson glow. The heat vision swept across the vicinity. Fuola sidestepped with the swiftness of a specter. The red beam pierced through multiple floors above. Too slow. Fuola's voice echoed in Kara's ear. Startled, Kara barely had time to react before searing pain erupted in her abdomen. Fuola's hand struck with precision, delivering a blow to her waist. Kara was sent crashing through the wall, hurtling outward. With a thud, she landed heavily in the street, creating a deep crater in the ground. Before she could rise, Fuola materialized before her like a wraith, her foot pressing down on Kara's chest. Struggling, Kara found herself immobilized. Did your parents never teach you how to fight? How pitifully weak you are. Fuola leaned down, her tone frigid. Grasping Kara's throat, she effortlessly lifted her off the ground, leaving Kara gasping for oxygen, her face reddening from asphyxiation. The pressure was relentless, an utter annihilation. Just then, a golden portal tore open nearby. S.H.I.E.L.D. And what emerged from it? Tony's helmet scanned the scene. What on earth? A new skill? Captain America stood in shock. Magic? Upon glancing up, S.H.I.E.L.D. and his companions beheld Kara, helplessly suspended in Fuola's grip like a chick. Damn it, let her go, Gwen shouted, ready to charge forward. S.H.I.E.L.D. extended a dark tendril to halt her. Kara possessed immense potential, with an extraordinary efficiency in absorbing solar radiation, far surpassing her cousin Clark. Yet, she squandered her gifts, lacking the resolve to grow stronger. In her world, being a hero meant soaring through the skies, rescuing cats, and thwarting bank robberies. This could not continue. The criminals of Rosedale were watching her. They would come for her eventually. Reflecting on the torment Kara would endure in the storyline of Supergirl, S.H.I.E.L.D. believed it was best to spare her the experience. She needed to grow stronger. Now was the time for her first lesson, painful yet essential. The shame of Krypton. Fuola released her grip, discarding Kara like refuse. The impact sent Kara crashing into a double-decker bus, the rigid metal body crumpling upon collision. She struggled to emerge from the wreckage, her eyes filled with terror and helplessness, devoid of any fighting spirit. As Fuola prepared to take her away, S.H.I.E.L.D. seized control, strolling casually across the debris-laden street to stand before Fuola. Locking eyes with her, he declared, "You are correct. No one has taught Kara how to fight. Now, I shall instruct her. Fuola, are you willing to engage in another round?" Chapter 57. Want to be the master? Fuola receives a whipping. Aboard the Kryptonian spaceship, Zod endeavored to persuade Clark to join him in the reconstruction of Krypton, perceiving himself not as an invader. He posed a chilling question. Should Earth face annihilation and humanity discover a new habitable planet inhabited solely by ants? Would they forsake the transformation of that world for the sake of those insects? I was once a close friend of your father, son of El Prey. Tell me, where's the Codex? After the destruction of Krypton, Zod had located the world engine at an outpost, capable of altering other planets to sustain Kryptonian life. Now, everything was in place, save for the central codex that contained the entire genetic sequences of Krypton's finest. Clark remained silent, unable to counter such frigid logic. Louise stepped forward, locking her gaze with Zod's. You perceive us as mere ants, Yet you overlook our commonality, resistance. Zod's eyes lingered on Louise's face for a fleeting second, as if regarding a bothersome insect. Your defiance is utterly futile. Secure them and await further communications from Farah. With that, Zod turned away and 2 Kryptonians advanced, escorting Clark deeper into the spacecraft. Meanwhile, in New York, Farah lay incapacitated amidst the ruins. A helicopter zoomed in, focusing on her face, leaving the global audience in disbelief. This Kryptonian woman, once so formidable, was now shedding tears. 2 streaks of clear sorrow mingled with dust, cascading down her cheeks, her visage marred by humiliation. 2 hours prior, upon hearing Sumo's words, Farah had sneered disdainfully. Teach me? You? I am well aware of your kind, symbiotes born from the abyss. To my knowledge, numerous members of your species are confined within Roseburg. Alas, their individual potential is woefully inadequate. Farah regarded Sumo with an air of superiority, her contempt palpable, reminiscent of a time before Tony's 40s when he too was insufferable. Yet, she pivoted her tone. However, congratulations on qualifying as a pet. Farah lifted her chin slightly, her gaze akin to that of one observing refuse. With a delicate gesture, she beckoned Sumo with her index finger. Care to consider becoming my pet? Nearby, Hill and Gwen clenched their fists, seething at the audacity of this woman. Tony exclaimed, Damn it, go for her, Sumo. Captain America admonished, Watch your language, Tony. There are cameras here. As the subject of their discourse, Sumo was taken aback. Could it be that symbiotes were indeed imprisoned within Roseburg? However, upon reflection, given Krypton's advanced technological prowess, it was hardly surprising. Regarding Farah's taunts, Sumo retorted coolly, I was uncertain how to deal with you, but now, if you desire to be a pet, so be it. At that moment, Sumo had completed his symbiosis with Kara. The once vibrant red and blue uniform morphed into a sleek black battle suit, while the ends of Kara's golden hair were tinged with ink. The emblem of hope upon his chest transformed into an ominous crimson. Mr. Sumo, perhaps you should take the lead? Kara felt a pang of guilt. This woman was so vile, yet she could not assist Sumo in seeking vengeance. What a helpless situation. Sumo, engage your extraordinary intellect and learn from her combat techniques. Do not charge and recklessly like a wild boar, understood? Kara's face flushed slightly. All right. The battle erupted once more. Farah, swift as lightning, delivered a precise strike aimed at Kara's neck. Instinctively, Kara raised her hand to block. Bang! The immense force sent her hurtling backward, crashing through an entire billboard. Yet, she stood up unscathed, the symbiotic battlesuit having absorbed the majority of the impact. Farah frowned and charged again. Punches, elbows, knees, and kicks rained down like a tempest, each strike accompanied by a sonic boom that tore through the air. The street cracked under the onslaught, abandoned cars lifted by the shockwaves. Yet, each time, she rose again. It's time to learn her movements, Sumo calmly assessed. Farah executed a sweeping kick. Kara ceased to evade and mimicked Farah's technique, delivering a kick of her own. Boom! The collision of their immense powers sent shockwaves rippling outward, shattering every window on the street into dust. Kara stumbled back a half step, while Farah was, for the first time, forced to retreat. She noticed the transformation in Kara. How could this be? Was the symbiotic enhancement so potent against Kryptonians? The beings in Roseburg had seemed utterly inferior. Farah steeled herself and swung a punch, but it was too late. Kara had grasped the essence of her combat skills. She sidestepped and landed an uppercut squarely on Farah's chin. That punch seemed to flip a switch. For the ensuing moments, Farah endured an inhuman humiliation. Kara relentlessly utilized her techniques to overpower her. Ultimately, she ceased even pretending and simply pinned Farah down. Farah sought distance, but Sumo's tendrils had already ensnared her ankles, yanking her downward with ferocity. Boom! Farah was forcibly yanked from the air, crashing heavily to the ground. Sumo loomed over the crater where Farah lay, his tone flat and devoid of emotion. Continue. Those 2 words had echoed in her ears countless times. You bastard. She struggled to rise from the pit, glaring furiously at Sumo. He didn't even regard her as an opponent. She was merely a training tool for this novice Kryptonian. An unprecedented wave of humiliation surged within her. She had had enough. She no longer wished to be this bastard's teaching instrument. Farah, abandoning her desire to fight, sought to escape this wretched place. Yet, she had scarcely soared 10 meters when Sumo's tendrils pursued her from below, wrapping around her waist with no mercy and slamming her back to the ground. Thunder. Another deeper pit formed. Sumo's voice, like a nightmare, echoed once more. I said, continue. Fira ceased her movements, standing still and glaring fiercely at Suemo, wishing to devour him whole. Suemo turned to Kara. It seems today's lesson must conclude prematurely. He completely took control of Kara's body. Now, it was time to settle the score between us. Suemo gazed down upon Fu Aola, his tone devoid of emotion, yet chilling to the bone. Did you not wish for me to be your pet? Now, tell me, who is the master and who is the pet? You Fu Aola retorted dismissively, squeezing out a single word through clenched teeth. Suemo chuckled. In the next instant, dark tendrils ensnared Fu Aola's arms, suspending her in midair. The entire world watched this spectacle unfold through live broadcasts. Who is the pet? Release me, you wretched creature, Fu Aola exclaimed, struggling in vain. Her eyes burned with murderous intent. The general will kill you. He will annihilate you all. Let me down. Crack. The black tendrils morphed into a long whip, striking Fu Aola with a force that was not particularly painful, yet laden with humiliation. Fu Aola was taken aback. Who is the pet? It is you. She roared in fury, thrashing violently. Crack, crack, crack. A flurry of lashes sent sparks flying from her armor. Not far off, Gwen and Hill exchanged a silent glance. Jessica pulled out her phone, exclaiming, "Oh my God, I must record this." Tony waved at the helicopter above, stating, "Children under 18 should watch this with parental guidance, though it's probably best to avoid it altogether." Chapter 58, The People of the Motherland and Queen Maeve. Fu Aola wept openly. Yet, these lashes could not breach her psychological defenses. Suemo sensed that she seemed to have grown accustomed to it. Meeting her gaze, he was met with a cold stare brimming with hostility. Kara, Mr. Suemo, are you fatigued from the whipping? Allow me to take over. Suemo, who has led this child astray? Fu Aola regained her composure. Humiliation? Such indignities meant nothing to a Kryptonian warrior. She scoffed inwardly. After all, with only these few individuals present, once the general arrived, they would all perish. Unbeknownst to her, the entire scene had been broadcasted live. In a place unnoticed by the onlookers, cracks began to appear in her armor. Meanwhile, Zod, noticing Fu Aola's prolonged absence, immediately instructed two subordinates to investigate the situation in New York while he and the remaining team sought the Codex. After a long wait, Fu Aola finally spotted her reinforcements. A thunderous sound echoed through the sky as two Kryptonians descended, crashing down not far away. Seeing two more Kryptonians arrive, dread filled the hearts of all present. Who could save us? We need the Hulk. Damn it. I told you we should not have provoked them. Indeed, Earth is doomed now, all because of them. The IP upstairs was in San Francisco. Within the sanctum, Sky had directly retrieved the information on these individuals and disseminated it online. Upon seeing her comrades, Fu Aola's eyes sparkled with elation, while she glared fiercely at Suemo. You are finished. I will dismantle your bones one by one. I shall trample you underfoot. I will make you wail as you kiss my toes. Crack. In response, a louder whip crack echoed. Suemo, y pases no bones. Nor will I ever kiss your toes. However, I could strike you several times daily, should you plead for it. The two Kryptonians, witnessing the humiliation of Fuola, were immediately engulfed in fury, transforming into fleeting shadows as they rushed forth. Suemo, instead of engaging, lifted his gaze towards the heavens, noting the commotion as another presence arrived. Soon, a man descended from the sky, gracefully floating above, positioning himself before the two Kryptonians. He was quite imposing. Additionally, a woman made her way to Suemo's floor. Suemo thought to himself, only absurd. She extended her hand, introducing herself. Greetings, I am Maeve. Recognizing her as Queen Maeve, Suemo refrained from reciprocating the gesture. This woman was bisexual, and it was conceivable that she had taken an interest in Kara. I'm acquainted with Oro. Suemo's reflexes outpaced her words, his tendrils already lifting her off the ground. Maeve grimaced in pain. I know Orolo. Suemo recalled that previously, Hill had mentioned that the mutants had taken over the investigation of the Vought Company. Could it be that Storm had turned Queen Maeve? Wait, how is that even possible? Orolo Wunti. Never mind. It was of no concern to him. Superman? Tony instinctively called out, only to quickly realize the discrepancy. The man before him, though clad in a similar tight suit, bore nose on his chest, instead adorned with golden eagle epaulets and draped in a flamboyant flag. What was this? A counterfeit? Tony was thoroughly bewildered. Hill remarked, the artificial Superman from Vought. Was he called Patriot? Gwen gasped, Isn't he afraid of being struck? The Patriot ignored everyone around him. With hands on his hips, he struck what he believed to be his most dashing pose, a commercial smile gracing his face as he addressed the camera of a hovering helicopter. My friends, do not fear. Let the Patriot assist you. This spectacle left everyone momentarily speechless. Who was he? The Patriot? One of the Kryptonians displayed a look of confusion. Clearly, he was absent from the Earth threat list they had previously researched. Scram, another Kryptonian succinctly retorted. The smile on the Patriot's face faltered momentarily. He detested being addressed in such a manner. However, before the global audience, he maintained his composure and spoke with the tone of a mentor addressing a novice. Listen, regardless of what species you are, vacate my city. No, our city, immediately. The Patriot's eyes began to glow a fierce red. Or else. The Kryptonian approached him with a sneer. The muscles at the corner of the Patriot's mouth twitched, narrowing his eyes. You will regret this. No sooner had he spoken than lasers erupted from his eyes. The Kryptonians, seemingly indifferent, allowed the scorching beams to strike their chests. Sizzling sounds ensued. It had an effect. The battle armor of the Kryptonians emitted plumes of white smoke. Yet, that was all. The surface of their armor bore no scorch marks, and the temperature remained unchanged. The Patriot was taken aback. The global audience equally stunned. The Kryptonians glanced down at their chests, then raised their heads. He wore a bewildered expression, akin to that of a fool. Is that all? In the next moment, a resounding slap echoed through the air. With a sharp crack, the individual spun like a top, completing a full 720 degrees before crashing into a nearby pile of rubble, remaining motionless for an extended period. An eerie silence enveloped the arena. Captain America promptly rushed to assess his condition. He was still alive. Jessica was utterly perplexed. Did he not realize the formidable nature of Kryptonians? Amidst the ruins of the building, Sue-Mo cast a disdainful glance at Maeve, inquiring, Are you all here to court death? Maeve sighed in resignation. This building is the headquarters of Vought. Sue-Mo was already aware, having noticed the massive Vought insignia. What a coincidence. We were utterly oblivious, he replied. Maeve continued, Vought invested billions to create the Seven, yet in this era, where superhumans abound and extraterrestrials are as common as dirt, the heroes birthed from their compound V have become inferior products, disregarded by all. Even Hydra turned their noses up at them. Now, the V failed to earn a profit, and their headquarters has been demolished. Moreover, Sue-Mo had deliberately confined the battleground to this vicinity, ensuring that only Vought would bear the losses. Suddenly, Maeve's eyes widened in alarm as she looked ahead. They're charging at us. However, Sue-Mo's speed surpassed that of the two Kryptonians. The high-speed cameras captured only a fleeting shadow. Crack, crack. Accompanied by two piercing sounds of bones snapping, the two Kryptonians found their legs shattered, kneeling before Sue-Mo. Their bloodlines were an unremarkable mix. Nowhere near the caliber of Kara, Clark, or Farah. They fell swiftly, as anticipated. Maeve gasped in astonishment. Oh my God! How can he be so powerful? I adore it. I want it. I must have it. The arena fell into a deathly silence. Helicopter cameras zoomed in frantically, broadcasting the scene across the globe. Amidst the stillness, attention shifted back to Farah, suspended in midair. Look at your comrades. Perhaps, if I whip you a few more times in their presence, you might discern who the true pet is. Farah's gaze swept over her companions, their faces reflecting shock and agony. She then glanced up at the helicopter, the lens fixated on her like a multitude of cold eyes. The entire world was watching. Clenching her teeth, she wondered why. Why treat me this way? Why do you ask? Sue-Mo was taken aback. When she was mocking him, why did she not question the reasons? If it were Captain America, he would have chosen forgiveness. If it were Tony, he would have returned the favor in kind. But Sue-Mo was different. He felt compelled to repay with interest. Crack. The black tendril lashed out once more. A soft sound echoed as a crack appeared on Farah's helmet. Subsequently, the system maintaining the Kryptonian environment failed entirely. The radiant energy of a yellow sun poured into her body. The entire world transformed. The heartbeat of pedestrians resonated through the streets. Accompanied by the piercing wail of police sirens from several blocks away and a thunderous whir of helicopter rotors above. Countless murmurs from the distant crowd surged into her ears like a relentless tide, sharp and jarring, rendering her unable to discern any single sound. Everything was painfully clear, so much so that it felt as though her head might split open. Farah let out a muted groan of anguish, feeling as if her skull might burst. This time, after the whip struck her, her companions' incredulous murmurs and Tony's mocking laughter from afar melded with the gasps of the worldwide audience, creating a cacophony that tormented her. Having undergone the most rigorous military training from a young age, she believed she had long cast aside all traces of weakness. Yet at this moment, under the gaze of billions, she found herself humiliated by an Earth native. A profound sense of grievance and despair overwhelmed her once proud resolve. Farah's lips began to tremble, and her eyes grew red. A single crystalline tear trickled down her dust-streaked cheek, followed by a second, then a third. The powerful, cold, and seemingly invincible Kryptonian warrior was weeping. The helicopter's camera captured this poignant moment with precision, zooming in for close-up. Meanwhile, inside the prison, Louise used the Kryptonian key to summon Clark's biological father. They uncovered Zod's sinister plot to transform Earth. "We must seek assistance from others," Louise urged. Clark pondered for a moment and replied, "I know a guy. He is quite formidable." Chapter 59. Is it possible to eliminate government officials? Farah appeared to be utterly broken. The agony of sensory overload, compounded by the humiliation broadcast to the globe, elicited a sound from her that resembled a scream, and her eyes rolled back as she fainted completely. Witnessing Farah's collapse, Kara suddenly stammered, "Mr. Sumo, there's still some combat techniques I haven't mastered. Could we perhaps let this go? I genuinely wish to improve." "What are you trying to say?" Sumo inquired, understanding her intent. Kara hesitantly continued, "Could we not kill her?" "Mr. Sumo, you wish to have her as a sparring partner?" he asked. Initially, Kara thought that she and Clark were the last of Krypton. She had imagined that there would be fellow compatriots within the confines of the fortress, but most of the prisoners were members of other races, such as Red Martians, Daxamites, Bug People, and Plorants. In the vast universe, Krypton was nearly extinguished. Now that she had finally encountered a fellow Kryptonian, Kara thought that since Farah had not caused civilian casualties, perhaps she could plead with Sumo to spare her life. "Of course, but you must atone for her sins," Sumo replied. Kara's cheeks flushed crimson. "Do I have to be whipped as well?" Sumo responded, "To atone for Farah's sins, does it not mean to take her place?" Kara found herself torn. Such a proposition was immensely humiliating. Not every American girl was so open-minded. Moreover, she and Sumo were not that kind of pair. Imagining the scene, if she were the one to be whipped, she would surely cry out. But for the sake of her compatriot, Kara bit her silver teeth, her voice trembling as she spoke. "I can do it, Mr. Sumo, but please be gentle. Is your mind filled with nothing but nonsense?" Sumo, unwilling to engage further, resolved to protect his own pristine reputation from her tarnishing influence. He turned and approached the two Kryptonians, whose legs lay broken, kneeling on the ground. Their eyes were filled with fear and rage as they glared at him. Sumo, disinterested in idle chatter, swiftly delivered a punch to each, and their heads tilted at unnatural angles, rendering them unconscious. He then retrieved a suspended ring, and a golden portal opened behind him, leading to the basement of the sanctum. Tendrils ensnared Fura and unceremoniously hurled her inside. The space was imbued with the sanctum's magical essence, akin to a mirrored realm. Unless Fura could master the spells of Camartage, she would be unable to escape by sheer force. Is this what it means to be an Avenger? Maeve stood aside, dumbfounded. Compared to them, mere test subjects on the brink of demise, these individuals were the darlings of the age. Having completed his task, several military helicopters suddenly descended upon a nearby clearing, and a throng of soldiers clad in black combat gear rushed in, swiftly securing the area. A serious-looking man in a suit approached with determined strides. He first glanced at the two unconscious Kryptonians, confirming their lack of threat, before striding confidently to Sumo. "I am the head of the Department of Defense's Special Operations Unit. According to emergency legislation, these two alien prisoners will be taken into our custody." The man displayed his credentials. At that moment, Hill and her team arrived, verifying his identification as legitimate. Captain America stepped forward, questioning, "Are you certain you have the capability to detain them? They are not ordinary beings. We have specialized facilities, Captain Rogers. Please trust the government's expertise," the man replied, his demeanor all business. Tony scoffed, "If your expertise had arrived half an hour earlier, instead of waiting for us to clear the battlefield before swooping in to reap the benefits, your argument would be far more convincing." Ignoring Tony's derision, the man turned his gaze to Sumo. "Intelligence indicates there's a female prisoner as well. Please hand her over." Sumo cast a disinterested glance at him. "It seems your information is somewhat flawed concerning me." A smirk threatened to surface within Sumo as he pondered the man's audacity. Was this official blind? Or did he believe that his suit and credentials bore more weight than the Kryptonians themselves? While Sumo had not overtly displayed villainous tendencies in public, any rational observer familiar with his modus operandi would recognize him as a formidable figure. How dare this man presume to challenge him? Regardless of the individual, he declared, "Please adhere to federal law, or else." With a wave of his hand, two soldiers stepped forward, unveiling a leaden box. Inside lay several pairs of handcuffs, ominously glowing with a green hue. "Are you threatening me?" Sumo asked. "This is not a threat. It is the law," the man retorted, a trace of barely concealed disdain flickering across his face. He regarded Sumo, internally mocking him. What could he possibly do? Harm, an unarmed official of the Department of Defense? Before the cameras broadcasting live across the nation, an assemblage of civilians gathered, with Captain America, a paragon of virtue, standing resolutely among them. Would he dare to openly oppose the entirety of the American Federation? It seemed preposterous. These superheroes are primarily concerned with their public personas. They must embody the essence of righteousness. As long as they align themselves with the law and the nation, they are bound by invisible shackles. With this thought, the man straightened his posture, his tone growing more assertive. This is your final warning. Surrender the prisoner, or I shall take you into custody. Before the man's words could fully resonate, a tentacle pierced the air, swiftly puncturing his chest with a sickening sound. S.H.I.E.L.D, with an impassive expression, nonchalantly flung the lifeless body, impaling it upon a twisted rebar amidst the ruins. Blood instantly stained his suit, startling the onlookers. S.H.I.E.L.D glanced skyward, her mind racing to devise a means to erase the footage. But this was live-streamed. What to do? She had already contemplated fleeing alongside S.H.I.E.L.D. S.H.I.E.L.D then directed his gaze towards the soldiers standing behind the fallen man, his voice cutting through the helicopter's live feed. Otherwise, the next to shatter will be your LexCorp building. He understood that eliminating an official in front of the world would undoubtedly alter public perception of him profoundly. Yet, he was unfazed. Having taken residence in the New York sanctum, the buzzing nuisances held no sway over him. As for the prospect of his arrest, à ludicrousiste. S.H.I.E.L.D was indeed curious about who possessed the capability to achieve such a feat at that moment. Captain America tightened his grip on his shield. My goodness, exclaimed Gwen and Jessica, their eyes wide with shock. Even S.H.I.E.L.D furrowed her brows. Their gazes transcended S.H.I.E.L.D, fixated intently on the body impaled on the rebar behind him. What? A gasp escaped Tony's helmeted visage. Yes, an alien? S.H.I.E.L.D turned his head, witnessing an eerie transformation unfold before him. The skin beneath the suit writhed like molten wax, shifting from its natural hue to a profound shade of green. The facial features contorted, ears elongating to sharp points, while deep grooves formed along the chin. Goodness, is that not a scroll? S.H.I.E.L.D realized in an instant. The Skrulls, a race capable of shape-shifting at will, had long infiltrated human society, scheming for decades to replace key figures on Earth to achieve their goal of domination. Understanding dawned upon him. S.H.I.E.L.D, her back to the camera, quickly winked at S.H.I.E.L.D, her eyes brimming with urgency to cooperate. S.H.I.E.L.D remained silent for a moment, contemplating her intent. Chapter 60, Zod's Plan and the Lost Mind Scepter. S.H.I.E.L.D reiterated a few statements for the camera, conveying that extraterrestrial infiltration had been ongoing for some time, and the Avengers would conduct a thorough investigation. S.H.I.E.L.D grinned at the remaining soldiers. UNT happened to be. We are humans, the soldiers exclaimed, hastily surrendering and desperately attempting to validate their identities. S.H.I.E.L.D surveyed the crowd. We need to convene a meeting regarding the documentation. The lobby of Stark Tower has now transformed into the headquarters of the Avengers, or perhaps more accurately, a training camp for new recruits. The hall has been ingeniously reconfigured into several transparent testing zones, where newly recruited heroes are undergoing assessments of their abilities. Some are adorned in eccentric costumes, while others don casual attire, creating a scene reminiscent of a grand awakening for protagonists in an online novel. S.H.I.E.L.D's gaze swept across the room, spotting several familiar faces. Katie, brimming with excitement, was skillfully shooting at moving targets with her bow, each arrow finding its mark with precision. Beside her, Iceman idly crafted ice sculptures, providing a cool ambience to the hall. His eyes ultimately rested on a woman clad in a striking platinum-colored uniform, audaciously tailored. It resembled not so much battle attire, but rather a high-fashion runway piece. Was she here to model? S.H.I.E.L.D felt a sense of familiarity, yet could not recall where he had encountered her before. As he observed the others, Katie also noticed him, eagerly setting aside her bow and waving enthusiastically. Venom, it's me, Katie. It's great to see you again. At that moment, the golden-haired girl in the white and gold-trimmed uniform, adorned with stars on her chest, approached curiously and inquired of Katie, Do you know them? Katie's chin nearly tilted skyward in pride. Of course. We're good friends. Could you introduce us? No. At the top floor of Stark Tower, the view through the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows revealed the mesmerizing nightscape of New York. Inside, the soothing strains of jazz and the warm amber lighting created an equally enchanting atmosphere. S.H.I.E.L.D pondered the gravity of the situation. With such significant events unfolding, Zod had not made a single move. Could it be that he had discovered the codex within Clark? And then what? Surely, it was time to activate the world engine. Tony leaned out from behind the bar, brandishing an expensive bottle of whiskey. To our brave, alien disguise expert, he raised the bottle towards S.H.I.E.L.D and S.H.I.E.L.D, wearing his trademark mischievous grin. Honestly, Hill, you should run for president. Your rhetoric is far more convincing than those PowerPoint presentations from those seeking my investment. Hill, holding a glass of wine, replied coolly, "Mo, don't you find Stark to be somewhat alien in his disguise?" "Hey, they can't disguise genius," Tony retorted, pouring a drink for Steve beside him. "The captain might be a possibility," remarked Captain America with a chuckle as he settled onto the sofa. "I've just been thawed not long ago." Just then, Coulson and his team emerged from the elevator. "Apologies for the delay. Dealing with that alien took quite some time," Coulson said, his expression one of contrition. Behind him, Melinda May nodded in acknowledgement, while Fitz and Simmons curiously surveyed the fabled Stark bar. They joined Gwen, Kara, and Jessica on the opposite side. "I should consider charging for the bar," Tony mused as he observed Coulson and his team entering, shaking his head. Coulson disregarded Tony's complaint and walked directly to the bar, appearing somewhat weary. "Director Fury asked me to extend his greetings to you all." Coulson paused momentarily before continuing. "By the way, I bring with me some unfortunate news." Tony raised an eyebrow. "I bet he has lost something again." "You guessed correctly, Stark." Coulson's expression turned grave. "Loki's scepter has been stolen." The atmosphere in the bar instantly grew tense. Tony exclaimed, "You lost that mind-controlling energy stick?" "Do not be so alarmed, Tony," Mo interjected languidly. "Hydra has practically turned S.H.I.E.L.D's vault into their personal storeroom. Losing one scepter is hardly significant. I wonder if next Fury will come to inform us that his eye patch has gone missing. Honestly, I just hope you're not going to tell me Fury lost that too. I can only assume he is out on a midnight stroll." Laughter nearly erupted as everyone almost spat out their drinks. Coulson's lips twitched slightly. Upon hearing the term human experimentation, Captain America's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. "How many have been victimized?" Coulson shook his head. "The exact number is unclear. However, according to intelligence, successful test subjects have emerged, a pair of twins. We have tracked their location, a secret Hydra fortress in the border mountains of Sokovia. Fury hopes the Avengers can handle this matter." Coulson conceded, of course. After addressing the Kryptonian situation, the Scarlet Witch, Mo mused, "Could I replicate her abilities? As for Quicksilver, he pales in comparison to Kara's super speed." Just then, Jarvis's voice interrupted their conversation. "Sir, a woman named Louise Lane claims to have an urgent matter." Everyone exchanged glances. Tony sighed and shrugged. It seems sleep is out of the question tonight. Shortly thereafter, a woman clad in a trench coat, exuding competence, was ushered in. Louise Lane. She instantly recognized several prominent figures present. "Louise?" Kara approached. "What has happened? Where's Carl?" Louise cut to the chase, speaking rapidly and with clarity. "Zod intends to use the World Engine to transform Earth into a second Krypton. Clark has gone to Kent Farm. He said Zod is threatening his mother. Wait a moment." Tony interrupted, raising a hand. "Transform Earth into Krypton? What does that mean? Increasing real estate value?" "No, it involves altering the entire atmosphere and increasing planetary mass," Louise clarified. "We will be crushed by gravity." "Understood. That indeed sounds disastrous." Tony shook his glass and took another sip. "Clark asked me to give you this. He said you would understand." Louise produced a USB drive and handed it to Tony. Tony approached the holographic workstation, his hands dancing swiftly in the air. "These are the schematics for Kryptonian ships and escape pods." His eyes sparkled with excitement. "This is Kryptonian technology? So this is how the plan to counter Superman can be initiated." Mo remarked, "Tony, your smile is a bit too audacious." Steve could already guess what he was plotting. "I have an idea." Tony pointed at the two models on the screen, the Kryptonian faster-than-light engine, the one on the escape pod, and the force field generator of the World Engine, indicating that their collision would theoretically produce an unstable singularity. In simpler terms, Tony, Captain America frowned. A temporary black hole could engulf both them and the ship. Tony snapped his fingers as if flushing a toilet. Chapter 61. The activation of the World Engine, the White Tiger, and the Starlight. The following day, just as dawn broke, the entire city of New York shook violently. In the heart of Manhattan, a colossal, three-legged machine descended from the heavens, crashing heavily onto the ground. It activated. A blue beam of energy shot towards the earth, and gravitational waves rippled outward. Cars were hurled into the air, only to be yanked back down, crushed into metal discs. The glass facades of skyscrapers shattered like cascading waterfalls. On the other side of the earth, in the South Indian Ocean, a similar scene was unfolding. Tony had reached an agreement with the military and, along with the Kryptonian escape pod, boarded a transport plane heading toward the South Indian Ocean. In the face of such catastrophic calamity, even the Earth superheroes could do little more than disperse throughout the city to evacuate the populace. In the sanctum sanctorum on the third floor, Mo was deep in slumber. The previous night's meeting had stretched late, leaving him utterly drained. Suddenly, a resounding boom shook the entire building. The lamp on his bedside table shattered into pieces. It felt as though someone were relentlessly battering the earth with a siege hammer. Hill jolted upright, realizing something was amiss. Sumo's voice echoed in her mind, languid and half asleep. "Good morning. I suppose General Zod is setting off your alarm clock." Hill hurried to the window, flinging open the curtains. In the distance, a massive blue pillar of light shot into the clouds. With every pulse of the beam, the entire city trembled. On the streets, cars were tossed into the air like toys, torn apart as if the apocalypse had arrived. Hill exclaimed, "Zod has activated the world engine. Honestly, there's no need to rush." Suit-Mo replied nonchalantly, "After all, the sky is falling, and there's a tall guy to hold it up." "I know, we're the tall ones." All right. I'll follow your lead." Suit-Mo sighed as a dark, symbiotic liquid surged forth from Hill's skin, rapidly enveloping her and forming a battle suit. The two burst through the doors of the sanctum. The sight outside was even more staggering than from the window. Dust filled the air. In the sky, Clark repeatedly collided with the machine. That was the world engine, a planetary weapon. "Did you see that? That's the tall guy I was talking about," Suit-Mo remarked. Hill ignored his jest. The world engine had landed right beside the Wayne Enterprises building. With each gravitational wave, the luxurious skyscraper cried out, its stone gargoyles and adornments peeling away, crashing to the ground. "Bruce Wayne is about to go bankrupt," Suit-Mo observed. 1,000 miles away, aboard a private jet, Bruce Wayne watched the unfolding chaos via satellite feed, remaining utterly silent. He gazed at the screen, watching his employees, those whose names he could recite without hesitation, flee amidst the dust and screams, collapsing in despair. His old friend, Lucius, was trapped in that inferno as well. It was no longer merely a matter of money. Hill surveyed the chaotic streets, searching for the areas most in need of assistance. Not far away, a block over, the white tiger navigated gracefully through the ruins. Like a true feline, her sharp claws effortlessly tore through the twisted metal of a car door, pulling the trap driver to safety. "Hurry, get out of here." A golden light flared beside her. Starlight's hands shimmered, illuminating the dark entrance of a leaning building, guiding the crowd within to evacuate. She endeavored to infuse her voice with hope. "Do not fear. Come this way. It is safe." The white tiger cast a glance her way, perceiving her naivete. Just then, the ground beneath them jolted violently upwards before crashing down again. The office building overhead emitted a final groan. A massive crack spread from the center of the structure, causing the entire edifice to tilt and collapse. "Run!" the white tiger shouted. Starlight attempted to use her beams of light to support the falling debris, buying precious moments for those below. But everything transpired too swiftly. Countless tons of steel, concrete, and glass cascaded like a waterfall. It was over. This was the singular thought that echoed in both their minds as they braced for annihilation. In that fleeting moment before being consumed, two shadowy tendrils shot forth from the swirling dust, deftly ensnaring their waists. A tremendous force yanked them backward. Boom! The ground where they stood was instantly reduced to rubble. Hill emerged from the haze. "Be careful, newcomer." The white tiger brushed off the dust from her attire, somewhat begrudgingly expressing her gratitude. Starlight, however, presented an entirely different demeanor. She hurried to Hill's side, puffing out her chest, striving to appear more dependable. "I swear, that was merely an accident. I can be of assistance. Please assign me a task. I am capable of anything." Once, a silver-haired mutant's sister had halted her on her way to an interview at the water company, telling her that her brilliance should not be exploited by such a corrupt establishment. The Avengers were where true heroes belonged. Starlight had fought tooth and nail to pass the evaluations, desperate to prove herself. Due to her background, she had always struggled with self-esteem. Passing the Avengers assessment was her greatest pride. Suit-Mo scrutinized her, finding her increasingly familiar. "What is your name?" Annie January." "And what is your code name?" Suit-Mo inquired. Starlight hesitated, feeling a bit embarrassed. I do not have a code name yet." The white tiger scoffed, appraising Annie with a hint of sarcasm in her tone. "You hardly seem like a warrior. You resemble an idol ready to take the stage at any moment. Let's just call you Starlight. It suits you well." Starlight, Suit-Mo remembered. The Starlight from the Seven, the one forced to eat caviar. The idle chatter came to a halt. "Annie, continue rescuing people. Afterward, I will have Tony grant you full status," Hill interjected, cutting off their conversation. This task hardly qualifies as significant. However, for Starlight, it marks the first official command she has received from the mightiest force since joining the Avengers. Her face instantly radiated determination as she fervently nodded, Yes, Commander. I assure you I will accomplish this mission. With that, she turned and dashed toward the subway entrance, her eyes igniting with a golden gleam. A hum resonated through the city as another wave of gravitational pulses swept across the landscape. This time, it was stronger than any previous occurrence. The earth trembled as if shaken like a carpet, the asphalt surface of the street heaving upwards, cracking open to reveal the twisted subway tunnel beneath. In the distance, the Brooklyn Bridge groaned under the strain, its steel cables snapping one by one, the bridge deck collapsing like a lifeless serpent into the river below. The power of this malevolent force was intensifying. Hill looked up to see Clark had evidently realized the same. He could wait no longer. The red and blue figure accelerated once more, trailing a long sonic boom as he charged toward the world engine. Yet, just as he was about to collide with the three massive metal supports, an invisible repulsive force field erupted instantaneously. Bang! Clark collided with an unseen wall. Propelled away at a greater velocity, he crashed through 3 office buildings, ultimately embedding himself deep within the wall of a 4th, remaining motionless for a considerable time. The calamity continued to spread, gravitational waves enveloping half the city. Despairing, people gazed skyward, as if abandoned by the divine. Amidst the ruins, Clark slowly opened his eyes. The cries of the world flooded into his ears. He saw a mother clutching her child, helplessly screaming beneath the collapsed structure. He witnessed firefighters struggling to rescue trapped civilians in the distorted gravity, and he beheld the essence of despair. Chapter 62. Thor, I come with the storm, bringing the wrath of the gods. Simultaneously, above the southern Indian Ocean, a tempest raged as the sea was churned violently by another world engine. Stark, we can hardly hold on, General Rhodes shouted into the communicator. The aircraft was tossed about like a leaf in a storm. Hold on for another 30 seconds. Aim the rear at that blue chrysanthemum. I mean the rear of the Kryptonian ship. Tony's voice crackled through the communicator. Stock. Before Hardy could retort, Tony promptly declared now. Without hesitation, Hardy pressed the launch button. The rear door of the transport opened, and the escape pod, carrying the hopes of Kryptonian civilization, was thrust out, plummeting directly toward the world engine. New York. Boom. Clark surged upward from directly beneath the world engine. He pierced through the colossal machine. The energy core within the machine destabilized instantaneously, the blue light flickering erratically before erupting in a deafening explosion. At the very moment of the explosion, above the southern Indian Ocean, the escape pod collided with the world engine as well. There was no earth-shattering explosion, only an eerie silence. The force fields of the 2 engines clashed and annihilated, forming an unstable singularity. A diminutive black hole commenced its insatiable consumption of everything in its vicinity. In less than 10 seconds, it was all over. Gravitational waves dissipated. The heavy shackles that had burdened the entirety of Earth were finally unshackled. The sky fell into a serene silence. Within the Kryptonian warship, an eerie stillness prevailed. General Zod fixated intently on the main screen, which now displayed merely 2 pulsating red warning signals. World engine, offline. Report status. His voice rasped, akin to rusted metal grinding together. His subordinate trembled as he spoke. General, both engines have been destroyed. All hope is lost. The singular chance to rebuild Krypton has vanished in mere seconds. The glimmer of hope in Zod's eyes extinguished utterly, plunging him into madness. Kal-El, he muttered through clenched teeth. Amidst the ruins, the sky over New York finally regained its tranquility. Clark gently descended to the edge of the vast crater left by the world engine, gasping for breath, his entire body racked with pain. It was finally over. At that moment, a colossal shadow enveloped the Earth. The Kryptonian warship descended slowly, its metallic hatch emitting a piercing sound as Zod and his last 5 subordinates, 6 Kryptonians clad in black battle armor, descended like statues of death into the heart of the devastated city. I have dedicated my life to safeguarding the bloodline of Krypton. It is the mission bestowed upon me since birth. Zod removed his helmet, allowing a cacophony of sounds to invade his mind, his eyes bloodshot from sensory overload. And you have taken it from me. Zod's voice, though subdued, brimmed with boundless hatred. Clark regarded him. I can only protect one. Very well. Then I shall make you watch them perish. Zod roared, and the 6 figures lunged towards Clark from 6 different directions. Bang, bang, bang. Clark became akin to a punching bag under siege. He managed to deflect one blow, yet could not anticipate the ambush from behind. Zod's powerful fist struck Clark's face, propelling him into a crumbling edifice. Boom! Reinforced concrete shattered like brittle cookies. Before Clark could rise, 2 others had surged in, attacking from both sides with brutal blows. Clark was left utterly defenseless, just as one of them raised his fist, ready to shatter Clark's skull. A petite figure adorned in red and blue collided with astonishing speed. Boom! The Kryptonian was sent flying like a bowling pin. Kara landed gracefully, positioning herself in front of Clark, her golden hair billowing in the air currents. Without uttering a word, she single-handedly detained 3 adversaries. Kara's movements were more agile, and her speed surpassed Clark's, her combat style echoing that of Farah. The tide of battle seemed to shift. Yet 2 Kryptonians remained on Zod's side. They exchanged glances and charged toward Clark once more. At that moment, a golden lasso descended from the heavens, akin to a divine tether, ensnaring one Kryptonian's neck with precision and yanking him forcefully backward. Clang! A crisp metallic clang resonated through the air. Clark shook his head, as if he had just imagined a fleeting melody. Diana paid no heed to the 2 Kryptonians she had effortlessly dispatched, merely nodding at Clark. A one-on-one confrontation was only just. Now, the battlefield was left with only Clark and Zod, a fateful duel. Zod charged at Clark with the ferocity of Tempest, the 2 colliding with such force that a terrifying shockwave erupted, reducing the surrounding ruins to rubble once more. They ascended from the ground to the sky, their heat vision tearing the heavens asunder, inflicting devastation far surpassing the Chitauri incident. Zod was a born warrior. Every punch and kick he delivered was wrought with the intent to kill. Inevitably, Clark found himself at a disadvantage. Boom! Zod's foot struck Clark, sending him plummeting from the sky, crashing through several floors, and embedding him deep underground. I shall make you witness this planet reduced to ashes. Zod hovered in the air, poised to deliver the final blow. On the rooftop of a towering edifice, Hill and Sumo stood vigil. Honestly, has Clark not had breakfast? What a disappointment. Even Kara fights better than him. Sumo's voice resonated in her ears. Hill gazed down at the chaotic battlefield, furrowing her brow. It's time to intervene. The sky darkened without warning. Not the kind of darkness that obscures the sun with clouds, but rather akin to an invisible hand extinguishing the very light. A deep, ominous thunder rolled through the clouds, echoing like the growls of an ancient beast. Sumo, was this your doing? Hill inquired, astonished. Is there another expert? Sumo was equally perplexed. Peering through the clouds with his supervision, the 2 exchanged a knowing glance. What's he doing? Hill asked. Posturing, Sumo replied. Zod, suspended in the air, prepared to strike Clark down. Noticing the peculiar change in weather, disdainfully, he cast a glance upwards. No one can save you now. As the words fell, a voice thundered from above. As thunder rolled through the clouds and lightning illuminated the earth, a mighty bolt cleaved the darkened sky, striking Zod with precise ferocity. Boom! Zod was forcibly driven into the side of a nearby skyscraper, leaving a gaping, human-shaped cavity. I come with the storm, bearing the wrath of the gods. Accompanied by this final proclamation, a figure descended slowly from the swirling tempest of clouds. Cloaked in red, wielding an ancient warhammer, his silver armor gleamed in the lightning's glow as he landed gracefully. Thor flashed a bright smile, revealing his white teeth. Friends, has your god arrived in time? On the rooftop, Sumo was taken aback by Thor's flamboyant entrance. Where on earth did he learn that line? Quite the melodramatic flair. However, big hammer, you're about to get pummeled. Amidst the ruins, Zod emerged unscathed, staring intently at Thor. Asgard may be more suitable than Earth. Thor retorted, suitable for what? To become the second home of the Kryptonians. Chapter 63, The Wrath of the Gods Descends. Damn Kryptonians! How dare you encroach upon the realm of the Father of the Gods? Thor raised Mjolnir, pointing it at Zod, his voice resonating like rolling thunder. I have vanquished the traitors of Vanaheim, quelled the chaos of the 9 realms, and trodden upon the realm of dark elves. I shall shatter you and your absurd vessel into countless fragments, making you pay dearly for your hubristic words. With that, Thor spun his hammer and charged toward Zod. However, as Sumo had anticipated, Thor was swiftly overwhelmed. Zod's figure transformed into a shadow, closing the distance in an instant. A precise punch struck Thor squarely on the jaw, leaving his head ringing, followed by an elbow strike that slammed into his armored chest. Seizing Thor's cape, Zod hefted him and smashed him into the rubble. Boom! Before Thor could regain his footing, Zod had already lunged into the wreckage of a vehicle, seizing his head and repeatedly smashing it against the undercarriage. This brutal onslaught left Thor utterly dazed. Ultimately, it was Thor's instincts that compelled him to swing Mjolnir wildly. Clang! The hammer connected with Zod's chest, propelling him hundreds of meters away and collapsing a nearby building. In terms of sheer physical strength, Thor was no match for Zod. Sumo observed the dazed Thor, shaking his head in dismay. In a contest of brute force, few races in the universe could stand against Kryptonians. Thor was still too inexperienced, fixated solely on his hammer. And without it, he was lost in combat. It would be when he realized he was the god of thunder, not merely the god of the hammer, awakening the true power of thunder within him, that he would truly shine. At that moment, Zod rose from the ruins, brushing off the dust from his armor, utterly unscathed. He regarded the golden-haired warrior who had just emerged from the wreckage with a look of disdain. Is this all the might of Asgard's soldiers? Thor gasped for breath, forcing himself to stand tall. I'm not merely a soldier. I am the son of Odin, the prince of Asgard. Zod paused, momentarily taken aback. But then a sneer of derision spread across his face. A prince? That makes things even simpler. He scrutinized Thor from head to toe, shaking his head. I had thought the legendary Asgard was a realm of warriors, but it seems if your prince is so easily defeated, conquering your homeland will be even less challenging than I imagined. Diana tightened her grip on her divine sword, her expression grave. Clark and Kara prepared to offer their support. Suemo was already warming up, determined to teach the arrogant Zod a lesson. Just then, a radiant pillar of multicolored light erupted in the sky. This beam seemed to descend from the very edge of the universe, defying all physical laws, imbued with an ancient and sacred aura, crashing down upon the ruins of New York. It was the Bifrost. All action ceased as everyone gazed in astonishment at the light. As the brilliance faded, a magnificent eight-legged warhorse stood at the center of the beam. Upon its back sat an elder clad in golden armor and a battle helm, his visage aged yet imposing, with a single eye that appeared to burn with the remnants of extinguished stars. In his grasp, he held a golden spear. The god king, Odin, upon seeing the newcomer, a smile instantly graced his face. Father, Zod, observing the sudden appearance of this elderly figure, felt an unprecedented sense of peril. Odin's single eye appeared as an unfathomable abyss, reflecting the ruins and the flames of war. He did not gaze at Thor, nor did he look at anyone else. Beneath him, the eight-legged steed, Sleipnir, nervously pawed at the debris-strewn ground, each step sending ripples through the surrounding space. Odin spoke no words. He merely raised the golden spear, Gungnir, slowly. The spear's tip aimed at Zod. In an instant, the rolling thunderclouds above seemed to find an outlet for their fury. Countless serpents of lightning danced wildly towards the spear's tip. The residual neon lights of New York, the street lamps, and even the faint reflections in shattered glass were all drawn away by an invisible force, coalescing into that singular point of brilliance. The entire world dimmed in comparison. With a flick of his arm, Odin hurled the spear, imbued with tempest and radiance. There was no sonic boom, no howling. The throw of the eternal spear transcended sound. It tore through space, leaving a straight, golden rift, igniting the air along its path, and carving a molten trench into the earth. Zod's pupils constricted sharply. The super speed of the Kryptonian became farcical in that moment. He could merely raise his arm, attempting a futile block. Thud! The spear effortlessly pierced his arm, imbued with unmatched divine power, pinning him firmly against the wall of a fractured skyscraper. Golden sacred flames erupted from the spear, instantly engulfing Zod. As the dark clouds dispersed, a beam of sunlight pierced through the gloom, illuminating the dust. Odin sat stoically upon his steed, extending his hand with an impassive expression. Buzz! The eternal spear, embedded 100 meters away, emitted a soft chime, leaving behind only Zod's charred remains, which faded into ash, leaving a hollow silhouette against the wall. Thus, Zod perished. The battle was concluded. All present were profoundly shaken by the scene. With a stomp of his eight-legged steed, the rainbow bridge illuminated once more, and the man and horse vanished in a flash of multicolored light, casting one last glance at Suemo. That gaze unsettled Suemo deeply. Power. He must attain greater strength. The topic of urban reconstruction swiftly ascended the agenda. Stark Industries promptly arrived to commence debris clearance and damage assessment. Tony announced at a press conference his commitment to fund the reconstruction of all of Manhattan. Soon after, Wayne Enterprises joined the endeavor. Bruce Wayne pledged to provide compensation for the families of the victims and cover half the reconstruction costs. In an instant, Stark and Wayne became the saviors lauded by media worldwide. Amidst this grand philanthropic spectacle, an inconspicuous company quietly edged its way in, Walter International. They voluntarily undertook the most challenging repair project of the subway system, demanding no compensation, merely requesting that a poster of their illustrious Super 7 be displayed in the newly reconstructed station, a proposition the American government would find hard to refuse. Meanwhile, in a clandestine underground military base, the lights shone blindingly bright. Several stretchers draped in white cloth were wheeled in, halting beside a cold metal dissection table. A bald man in a suit entered, followed by several expressionless officers. The man lifted one of the white cloths, revealing the corpse of a Kryptonian soldier, an exquisite specimen. The genetic material, battle armor, and remnants of the spacecraft represented a veritable treasure trove. The man murmured to himself, his eyes glinting with avarice. A general spoke in a grave tone. Lex, the agreement is explicit. The Army seeks reverse engineering of the battle armor, while the Air Force desires propulsion technology from the spacecraft. Of course, Luthor chuckled, and I, Lex Luthor, merely require a minuscule biological sample. We are all striving for the advancement of humanity, are we not? The generals exchanged glances, falling silent. This colossal windfall from the heavens had already been dissected and apportioned. Chapter 64. Fola, what else can he do besides cover me in slime? 3 days later, the shadows of war had yet to dissipate. Within the sanctuary of New York, however, an unusual tranquility reigned. Gwen sprawled on the couch, sighing heavily at her phone. Ever since her father, George Stacy, had suspected her of associating with a rough-voiced older man, he had kept a watchful eye on her, more so than any evidence locker at the precinct. It was already a challenge to sneak out for some fresh air. If he calls me again, I'll stick their patrol car to the ceiling with spider silk, Gwen complained irritably. Gwen, if you do that, Sheriff Stacy's budget report next month will include several inexplicable expenditures, her friend retorted. I could hack your phone's location and make him believe you've spent the afternoon at the city library reading. Her gaze occasionally drifted toward the staircase, lost in thought. Meanwhile, Kara sat on the carpet, a half-empty bucket of chicken before her, her cheeks puffed. Life here was quite pleasant, though she missed her sister Alex, who was busy apprehending fugitives in San Francisco. Kara swallowed her food, her expression serious. My sister is the same, but I know they only care about us. Does your sister suspect you might elope with a man old enough to be your father? Besides, is my taste really that bizarre? After saying this, Gwen recalled the image of Mr. Sue and felt a twinge of guilt. By the way, do Mr. Sue and Officer Hill sleep, bathe, and even use the restroom together? Kara suddenly shifted the topic. Say whatever you want. Gwen and Sky's movements momentarily froze. Kara remained oblivious and continued, her voice lowered with a hint of gossip's intrigue. Do you think that at night, while they sleep, they might, engage in certain activities? Coulda. Gwen promptly interrupted her, clarifying that his relationship with Director Hill was merely symbiotic, at most a friendship, and certainly not the kind of relationship one might presume. I'm simply curious. After all, who can predict what the future holds? Kara innocently blinked her eyes. Just yesterday, they had overheard a teasing remark from Hill, a careless comment that resonated deeply with the three girls. Could Sue M.O. truly become an authentic person? Such thoughts, once planted, burgeon uncontrollably, eagerly anticipating their fruition. Stop speculating. They're preoccupied, Sky interjected. Next week, the Avengers are heading to Sokovia to dismantle Hydra's secret base there. So soon? Kara's attention was instantly piqued. Gwen, ISN T Sue M.O. averse to trouble? Why would he go? How would I know? He hardly acknowledges me anymore. All he does is follow Hill around. What is so special about her? I'm not exactly lacking either, Sky muttered resentfully, a sentiment that even Kara could perceive. After a moment to compose herself, Sky continued, despite his treatment of me, I still assisted him in researching inhuman information. Unfortunately, I couldn't find any records of the Terrigen crystals. However, there's an item in S.H.I.E.L.D DS archives, codenamed 084, known as the Obelisk, which bears a striking resemblance to Sue Mo's description. Gwen and Kara leaned closer, examining a blurry image that Sky had pulled up on her screen, depicting a black stone tablet adorned with peculiar engravings. Is this it? It doesn't look particularly special, Kara inquired. Close enough, Sky replied, her enthusiasm palpable. Kara, eager and restless, declared Gwen, what are we? Superheroes, Kara answered. Oh, if you hadn't said anything, I would have thought we were bandits, Gwen quipped. Meanwhile, in the subterranean sanctum, the atmosphere starkly contrasted the warmth above, characterized by cold stone walls and the scent of sweat. Farah had long discarded her tattered black battle armor, having fully acclimated to Earth's environment. She now donned a simple athletic tank top and shorts, immersed in her training. There were no machines, no sounds, only the dull rush of air as her body sliced through it. Each movement exuded lethal precision and strength, as if she were engaged in combat with an invisible foe. She had been practicing for 10 straight hours. Standing at the doorway, Hill observed silently, arms crossed, watching the scene unfold. This woman resembled a programmed killing machine. Even with the war behind her, the mechanism continued to operate. That's quite normal. She simply doesn't know what else to do. With the sole purpose of a warrior stripped away, what else can she pursue but training? S.H.I.E.L.D remarked. In recent days, Kara frequently visited the basement. No one knew what she and Farah discussed, yet the animosity in Farah's gaze towards Kara had noticeably diminished. Benefiting from Kara's presence, Hill and S.H.I.E.L.D finally managed to communicate with the Kryptonian warrior without the previous tension. Why is Zod so fixated on transforming Earth? Hill inquired directly. You could easily live here, just like Clark and Kara. Farah paused her movements, contemplating the question. Sweat trickled down her flat abdomen. In the interest of Krypton's continuation, the environment of Earth is inhospitable to those offspring conceived in the birthing chambers. You would not comprehend. In this regard, S.H.I.E.L.D harbored suspicions. The Kryptonians had long since abandoned natural reproduction. They resorted to a vast genetic repository and birthing chambers, cultivating offspring tailored to meet the demands of various societal roles, akin to manufacturing components. From the moment of birth, each individual's life was inscribed within their genes, devoid of parents or choice. Their genetic coding was programmed to flourish solely within Krypton's unique environment. Otherwise, a newborn Kryptonian, opening its eyes under Earth's yellow sun, would be inundated with an overwhelming barrage of sound and imagery, capable of overwhelming their fragile brains. Such an ordeal could potentially cause a newborn's mind to shatter. What a birthing chamber it is, S.H.I.E.L.D remarked with a hint of derision. The entire race's potential has been stifled by your own hands. You have imprisoned the path of evolution. Nonsense, Fuola retorted sharply. Nonsense? S.H.I.E.L.D chuckled. Clark and Kara, they were born of natural reproduction. Their genetic futures hold infinite possibilities. And you, Fuola, have been predetermined since birth to be Zod's subordinate, a mere tool. Have you ever contemplated what might ensue if you were to procreate naturally? Perhaps those children could survive. Life constantly adapts to its environment. This is the most fundamental principle. This explains why Clark undergoes a process of adaptation and mastery over his abilities, while Zod and his ilk undergo immediate transformation. The former possesses greater potential, while the latter must endure a rigorous process of perseverance. Fuola trembled as if struck by lightning. Her gaze transformed, though only for a fleeting moment. No one is worthy of my bearing offspring. Fuola's eyes swept over Hill, her proud warrior lineage making it difficult for her to accept this truth. Unless he is stronger than I am. Kal-El is too weak. The only one capable of defeating me, Fuola's gaze settled upon S.H.I.E.L.D. S.H.I.E.L.D. Hill's expression hardened. Taking a step forward. What are you looking at? I warn you, do not entertain such notions. You think I wish to pursue him? Fuola scoffed, as if hearing a grand jest, disdainfully snorting. She appraised S.H.I.E.L.D. from head to toe. What can he do besides cover me in slime? Chapter 65. The claim of another suspended ring. Hey, are you provoking me? Fuola remained silent, defiantly turning her head aside. After provoking me, you choose to remain silent? S.H.I.E.L.D. was not inclined to indulge her. He transformed into a dark, viscous substance, entering her body through her mouth and nostrils. The sensation of her throat being filled with a foreign entity prompted her to roll her eyes in discomfort. In a place unseen by Hill, Suemo impartida le santofola. For instance, he grasped her heart, twisting her intestines into a bow. In mere minutes, Fuola began to tremble. S.H.I.E.L.D. positioned himself at her vulnerable spot. She started to plead for mercy. I'm sorry. Please, do not do that. I beg you as he departed. Fiora sat on the ground, drenched in sweat, her eyes devoid of light, until S.H.I.E.L.D. and Hill vanished from her sight. Subconsciously, she rubbed her abdomen, her mind spiraling into a whirlwind of thoughts. In the afternoon, within the Sanctum's library, Hill was engrossed in a dossier concerning Sokovia. S.H.I.E.L.D., unusually serene, was lost in the pages of a hefty tome, the Book of Vishani. The piercing insight from Odin's strike made it abundantly clear to him that brute force has its limits, whereas magic appears boundless. The magical aptitude replicated from the Ancient One felt akin to receiving the keys to a supercar, yet he had yet to obtain a license to drive it. As he gazed at the ever-shifting runes upon the pages, a thought struck him. I had requested 2 trinkets from the Ancient One. He produced 2 ancient brass rings, the suspended rings. One would remain with him, while the other. Why not engage in a playful challenge to see who can don it and unlock a door? Gift a ring? Kara was the first to rush upstairs, having eavesdropped. Gwen, with a lollipop in her mouth, followed suit and seated herself across from Hill. Does it bear any inscriptions? The Supreme Ring, Master of all rings? That belongs to the adjacent set, replied Gwen. Sky followed closely, arms crossed, leaning against the doorframe. Wearing the suspended ring allows one to trace circles like S.H.I.E.L.D. and open a portal. She reiterated, remember when S.H.I.E.L.D. and I ventured to Kamartaj, the Ancient. All right, Sky, You've mentioned it numerous times, Hill interjected, setting aside the documents. Suemo chimed in. The suspended ring isn't for everyone. Who wishes to try first? 3 pairs of eyes fixated on the ring in his hand, including Hill S. She was not particularly interested in the ring's ability to open a portal. Rather, she recognized the special significance behind the act of gifting the ring. Thus, Hill was the first to accept the suspended ring. Mimicking Suemo, she extended her finger and concentrated, gesturing in the air. A few golden sparks flickered momentarily before vanishing. Suemo had anticipated this outcome. He did not grant Hill any advantages, for without inherent magical talent, the ring was of no use to her. Let me give it a go, Kara declared, taking the suspended ring with a surge of confidence. She began tracing circles in the air, initially creating a lopsided oval resembling a potato. Yet it yielded not even a spark. Undeterred, she attempted several more times, each circle becoming increasingly bizarre. Finally, with a deep breath, Kara resolved to harness her Kryptonian intellect. In an instant, she computed the most perfect trajectory and angle, her arm moving at an imperceptible speed through the air. Astonishingly, she drew a flawless circle. Alas! It proved utterly futile. What a shame. No way, Kara exclaimed, feeling disheartened. It seemed that her Kryptonian heritage had no hope of ever mastering magic. Next came Gwen. Donning the ring, she eagerly traced a large circle in the air. Buzz! A burst of golden energy erupted violently, resembling a runaway firework. A nearby bookshelf was singed black. Does this count as a success? Suemo, I wish to calculate, but the charred bookshelf of yours would certainly disagree. Now it's Sky-S turn. She held no hope for herself and merely sketched a circle. However, to her astonishment, a brilliant golden line of fire ignited in the air, forming an incomplete yet steadfast ring. Through that precarious circle, fleeting glimpses of the street across could be discerned. Though it dissipated after merely 2 seconds, everyone was rendered speechless. Sky herself was taken aback. She gazed at her hand, hardly able to believe it. Could it be that I am indeed destined to be a supreme sorceress? The women, Suemo. Confidence is a commendable trait. I support your ambition to usurp Ancient One. Ancient One, is there such an opportunity? Evening. Hill stealthily slipped out of the sanctuary, clad in a simple beige trench coat. She appeared considerably softer. Are you certain you wish to conceal this from Kara and the others? Of course. Sneaking out with her phasing ability, it felt akin to an affair. 30 minutes later, the duo arrived at their destination. It was a quaint courtyard restaurant nestled between residential buildings. The red brick walls were adorned with climbing ivy, and strings of warm yellow bulbs hung between the vines, reminiscent of fireflies on a summer night. The air lacked the scent of post-war dust and instead was filled with the mingling aromas of toasted bread and rosemary. Several pairs of young couples were already seated nearby, engaged in hushed conversations. Suemo, are you sure this is the place? I thought you were taking me out for a private feast. I expected a venue with steaks and Australian lobsters. Hill rolled her eyes inwardly. Does this guy only think about food and power? She chose a spot tucked in the corner. Isn't this nice? It is, but Suemo's gaze swept over the sticky sweet couple surrounding them, feeling rather out of place. Look at that table. The man is nearly burying his face in his girlfriend's bosom. TSK. If you desire, you could do the same, Hill teased, beckoning the waiter and skillfully placing their order. Suemo, I wouldn't dare. It feels a tad cramped for two. Hill, are you suggesting he should bury his face into someone else's bosom? I am contemplating the future. Hill gently tapped the table, attempting to broach a more serious topic. S.H.I.E.L.D. Hill assumed he was finally prepared to engage in earnest reflection. Yet the next moment, Suemo inquired, are you referring to when S.H.I.E.L.D. will completely eradicate Hydra, or perhaps a trip to Clinter? Asgard must surely know the whereabouts of Clinter, and the transportation is quite convenient. Hill, I'm in us. Us. Yes, you and I, we. Suemo, have you noticed, Hill? Notice what? Hill felt her cheeks warm slightly. Could it be he has finally realized? Did you notice anything while passing by 32nd Street? 32nd Street? That red brick apartment building. Suemo's tone turned grave. Logically speaking, that district should have been swept away by the gravitational waves of the world engine. Why does that building still stand? Not a single pane of glass is shattered. It is indeed peculiar. Not the repaired kind, but rather, in the literal sense, entirely unscathed. This is illogical. Can we refrain from digressing? Hill lamented, feeling her temples throb intensely. She had finally mustered the courage. Hill's cheeks were no longer flushed. They had turned cold. The atmosphere she had painstakingly crafted was shattered by a dilapidated building. She had no inclination to ponder why that structure remained intact. lest he keep it in mind. What was he concerned about? Reproductive isolation? S.H.I.E.L.D resolved to take another step forward, asserting that it was not merely because he could transform into a human that she accepted him as a symbiotic entity, as a tentacled creature. Wait a moment. S.H.I.E.L.D, do you see who that is? Suemo, you had better pray he is formidable. I am exceedingly irate. S.H.I.E.L.D frowned, following the direction of his focused gaze. Not far away, at a table, a woman had just seated herself. An exceedingly striking woman. Chapter 66, Diana's Invitation, Farewell to Barbara. Clad in a simple white shirt and high-waisted black trousers, her long black hair cascaded casually over her shoulders, her profile sharp and defined. She was undeniably beautiful. S.H.I.E.L.D felt an inexplicable tightening in her chest. Is this your type? It's her. Suemo's voice echoed in S.H.I.E.L.'s ears. You actually know each other? Wonder Woman. Diana, Suemo elucidated. S.H.I.E.L.D had never seen her in her human form. Sky had, and they both knew her address, residing in a lavish penthouse in the city center. Undoubtedly a wealthy woman, Diana remained oblivious to S.H.I.E.L.D, who lingered in the corner. With her back to the two, she sat quietly. A waiter approached, politely inquiring, "Madam, are you expecting someone?" Diana shook her head. The waiter understood and proceeded to remove the cutlery before her. Suemo remarked, "6." Gazing at the empty seat across from her, a flicker of daze passed through Diana's eyes. It seemed she had been alone for quite some time. Before long, an overconfident man approached with a drink in hand, attempting to flirt. Diana merely smiled, employing the most courteous words to deliver the most ruthless rejection, dismissing 3 suitors in succession. Finally, observing the unmistakable irritation on Diana's face, S.H.I.E.L.D suddenly spoke, "If you don't mind, why not join us?" Hearing the voice, Diana turned her head, finally noticing S.H.I.E.L.D. Of course, she recognized the deputy director of S.H.I.E.L.D, the true host of Suemo. If S.H.I.E.L.D were here, Diana's gaze instinctively shifted to her shoulder. S.H.I.E.L.D understood the meaning behind her eyes and smiled subtly. Indeed, he was present as well. Diana paused slightly, then broke into a genuine smile. "Thank you. That would be delightful." She lifted her glass and gracefully moved to sit across from S.H.I.E.L.D. Maria Hill. S.H.I.E.L.D introduced herself. Diana Prince. Diana raised her glass in acknowledgement. "It is a pleasure to meet you, Ms. Hill, and of course, Suemo, whom I already know." S.H.I.E.L.D was taken aback. This was something she had not heard him mention. Suemo replied, "We are not well acquainted." The two women shared a moment devoid of awkward silence. The conversation transitioned from post-war reconstruction to ancient myths in the annals of history, with Diana's erudition and S.H.I.E.L.'s astuteness surprisingly harmonizing. Naturally, the topic inevitably drifted to gossip, particularly concerning superheroes. It was astonishing. It felt as though they had known each other for a century. Suemo was taken aback, while S.H.I.E.L.D nearly burst into laughter, discovering a remarkable rapport with Diana, who reciprocated this sentiment. Ancient One was far too serious and lacked the easy camaraderie that S.H.I.E.L.D shared with Diana. As 50 minutes elapsed, the women at the adjacent table remained unchanged, while the men had cycled through several times. They were still engaged in conversation. "So, I work at the Natural History Museum during the day," Diana remarked, stirring her coffee, responsible for cultural history and mineral identification. "Mineral identification? Ms. Prince, I have some inquiries to make." S.H.I.E.L.D leaned slightly forward. "Please go on," Diana encouraged. Regarding materials, S.H.I.E.L.'s fingertips traced circles on the tablecloth, her mind flashing to the unremarkable brass ring on Sky's hand. "I have a friend who recently received a piece of jewelry. It's brass, rather plain, yet both the giver and the recipient deem it extraordinarily meaningful." Suemo quickly interjected, "Wait, you can't be talking about the ring given to Sky, can you? That thing is standard fare in Kamartage, akin to a gym membership card. Just ask Diana." S.H.I.E.L.D remained unfazed, not perturbed by the absence of the ring. She gazed at Diana and continued, "I ponder whether there exist materials or gemstones, aside from the banal diamond, that could symbolize a singular connection, one not measured by price." Diana smiled back at S.H.I.E.L.D, seemingly discerning her subtle, unspoken thoughts. "Indeed, there are many. The ancient Egyptians believed lapis lazuli was a key to the divine realm, safeguarding the bond of the soul. In my homeland, we forge tokens from a metal called stardust steel, which reflects the color of the wearer's soul." She paused, smiling as she added, "If you'd like to learn more, you may visit me at the museum tomorrow, and we can continue our discussion." "Very well, it's a promise." S.H.I.E.L.D agreed, having been effortlessly swayed. The following day, at the New York Natural History Museum, a colossal model of a blue whale hung beneath the ceiling of the marine biology exhibit. Sky looked up, pondering, if it fell, will we perish? Recently, Sky found herself with an abundance of free time, even assisting Coulson with some of S.H.I.E.L.D's DS messes, with nothing else to occupy her. Upon hearing Hill was meeting Wonder Woman at the museum, S.H.I.E.L.D promptly tagged along, claiming to be close friends with Diana. Hill walked directly to the information desk. It soon became evident that Diana was not present in any of the exhibit areas accessible to the public. She belonged to a Society of Antiquities Research, and the museum merely provided her level of consultancy with a dedicated workspace. Passing through a door marked for staff only, she entered a realm of intrigue. Behind the door lay a long corridor. The air was permeated with the scent of aged paper and dust, while the corridor flanked by independent rooms bore brass plaques inscribed with terms such as ancient philology, geological dating, and mythological archaeology. The passage was cluttered with crates, some ajar, revealing bizarre pottery, rusted metal fragments, and fossils whose names eluded recognition. S.H.I.E.L.D glanced around, resembling a bewildered visitor in a grand exhibition. They carelessly store these treasures here? Just one item from this box could likely procure a beachfront property, and aren't they concerned about theft? Suemo jested, why not give it a try? I wager that before you exit this corridor, the spirit of some pharaoh will be chasing you for rent. S.H.I.E.L.D scoffed, how dull. I expected a formidable security system, yet it seems reliant on superstition. As they ventured further, Sumo's attention was drawn to an odd hoe. Could be vibranium? At that moment, a moderate gasp echoed from around the corner. A woman, clad in an outdated red sweater and sporting gold-framed glasses, sat on the ground in a rather undignified manner. Her ankle twisted awkwardly to the side. Beside her lay an overturned cardboard box, its contents strewn across the floor. Oh, damn it, she muttered softly, attempting to rise unaided. Two men in lab coats approached from the opposite end of the corridor. Hey, Jerry. The woman looked up, her face a mask of hopeful desperation. Could you lend a hand? My foot seems to. The man named Jerry merely cast a fleeting glance in her direction, quickening his pace to whisper to his companion as they circumvented her, as if she were invisible. The woman's expression froze. Adjusting her glasses, she tried to mask her embarrassment with an awkward smile. It's fine, he must have urgent matters to attend to, she murmured, her voice barely audible. Do you need assistance? S.H.I.E.L.D had already moved closer, naturally crouching beside her. Hill followed, his gaze resting on the woman's swollen ankle. Oh, no, it's all right, she stammered, evidently taken aback by the unexpected attention. I'm just a bit clumsy. Hill reassured her, everyone has their off days. Suemo suddenly found the woman somewhat familiar. Her disheveled hair and questionable fashion sense triggered a memory. Oh, I remember now. It's the leopard woman. What leopard woman? Is that an appropriate way to describe a woman? Hill shot him a disapproving look. As she helped the woman, Barbara, to her feet, she finally spoke. Dr. Barbara Minerva? Am I correct? Chapter 67, Yellow Crystal. Oh my goodness, yes. That's me. How do you know me? Surprise washed over Barbara's face. Being overlooked had become routine for her, and being outright ignored was not uncommon. After all these years, she had grown accustomed to being invisible. Yet now, this poised and authoritative woman had accurately uttered her full name. It is a pleasure to meet you. I wonder what brings you here. Barbara instinctively adjusted her slipping glasses, attempting to mask her discomfort with an awkward smile that mingled surprise and disbelief. We are here to see Ms. Prince, Hill stated succinctly. Ms. Prince? Barbara's expression swiftly transformed from elation to disappointment, her voice dropping a notch. Oh, of course, you are here to see her as well. She is in the studio. I shall take you there. She limped ahead, with S.H.I.E.L.D stepping forward to assist her. Ms. Prince is truly a goddess to everyone. She possesses such beauty, intelligence, and confidence. Everyone in the museum adores her. If only I could be like her, even for just one day, Barbara chuckled self-deprecatingly. Perhaps then, I wouldn't be wearing ill-fitting shoes and stumbling down my own corridor. Suemo remarked, a classic prelude of envy and jealousy. Is she really that endearing? I concede she is indeed attractive. S.H.I.E.L.D recalled his experience at Kamar Taj, smirking slightly. Barbara's envy was sincere, a simple longing of an ordinary person for an almost flawless being. She is truly kind. You will both appreciate her. Barbara said as she halted before a sturdy wooden door, upon which hung a small brass plaque inscribed with D-prints. After knocking, Diana opened the door. What happened to your foot? She inquired naturally, noticing Barbara's odd demeanor. Oh, it's nothing, just an old ailment. Thank you. Barbara waved her hand dismissively and ushered Hill and S.H.I.E.L.D inside before discreetly departing. Diana's studio stood in stark contrast to the chaotic corridor outside, neat, bright, and infused with classical charm. S.H.I.E.L.D, Diana greeted with a smile. It is delightful to see you again. Likewise, S.H.I.E.L.D replied. Was he truly that pleased to see her? He was skeptical, recalling how she had stirred discord before Suemo. S.H.I.E.L.D deliberately displayed his fingers to Diana, showcasing his ring. How about that? Who on earth doesn't know I am Sumo's little sidekick? Diana merely smiled, remaining silent. The ring required wearing on 2 fingers, which could be cumbersome. Thus, sorcerers typically refrained from wearing it in daily life. Yet, Sky wore it continuously, even flaunting it before her. His intentions were blatantly obvious. At that moment, Hill suddenly suggested, Sumo, why don't you and Sky take a stroll outside? Perhaps to admire those antique sculptures? What? Are you suggesting I find something I might want you to purchase for me? Sumo replied. Buy? If only she had the means, Hill retorted. Am I not allowed to listen to your conversation? Sumokwidith. Sorry, but I cannot disclose that to you right now. It was evident to everyone what she intended. Sumontak was perplexed. Despite having rejected the notion so overtly, how could she still be oblivious? To be honest, ever since becoming a symbiote, he had lost interest in such matters. It felt akin to urging a eunuch to visit a brothel. What was the point? Of course, he was not a eunuch. Aesthetic appreciation is indeed a natural inclination, allowing one to discern beauty and physique. He could admire the individual charms of individuals such as Hill, Diana, Sky, Gwen, Kara, and even the clumsy Barbara. Yet, this admiration had its limits. After all, he was merely a symbiote at this moment. Perhaps he could enthrall a woman with his tendrils. But what of his own experience? There existed a process and an outcome, yet devoid of pleasure. Such pursuits paled in comparison to the exhilaration of a fierce battle. In the studio, upon witnessing the departure of the two, Hill promptly seated herself opposite Diana, delving straight into the matter at hand. Diana, have you ever been in love? Diana paused, a hint of embarrassment washing over her as she replied, To be honest, I have not. Years prior, when she departed from Themyscira, she encountered humanity amidst a great conflict. Fueled by youthful zeal and a sense of justice, she boldly stormed the enemy camp, an event that soon captured media attention. It was then that Agamotto intervened, reprimanding her for severely disrupting the timeline and subsequently casting a spell to erase her presence from their memories. From that point onward, Diana adopted a life of discretion. Truthfully, she was quite curious about the taste of love. On Themyscira, surrounded solely by women, some had never laid eyes on a man. Yet, contemplating her own longevity compared to humanity's fleeting existence of but a century, she dismissed the thought. Their conversation was soon interrupted as the studio door swung open. 2 men clad in work attire entered, bearing several large cardboard boxes. Ladies, these are the items sent by the FBI for examination. With that, they exited. Diana furrowed her brow in confusion. This falls outside my purview, she remarked just as Barbara poked her head through the doorway, her face brimming with apology and awkwardness. Oh, I'm so sorry. I saw them heading directly this way. She flustered. They must have made a mistake. I was clearly on the opposite side, right across from here, and the names were on it. It was evident that everyone had subconsciously overlooked her. It's quite all right, Barbara, Diana interjected gently. Since the items have already arrived, let's examine them here. Hill nodded in agreement. Her curiosity piqued as she followed suit. Within the boxes lay an assortment of miscellaneous items. Among them was a solitary stone, resting upon a velvet cushion, a piece of orange-yellow crystal, embedded in a base of cheap stone adorned with patterns. Barbara cast a fleeting glance, revealing her professional disdain. Ah, this, she remarked, donning gloves and gingerly lifting the stone. This is truly a classic counterfeit gem, citron, and of the lowest quality. She examined it against the light. I suspect its value scarcely exceeds $75. There are inscriptions, Hill pointed out, indicating the base. Diana glanced swiftly, noting it was in Latin. He who possesses this shall make a wish, which shall be granted. She couldn't suppress a laugh. If such were true, I would wish for a cup of coffee right now. No sooner had she spoken than there was a knock on the studio door. A female colleague peeked in, holding aloft a cup of latte. Hello, would you like some coffee? Lena suddenly declared she going sugar-free. The smiles of the 3 individuals simultaneously froze upon their faces. Noticing the silence, a colleague placed the coffee on the table at the door, declaring, It's here, whoever desires a cup may help themselves before departing. The studio was enveloped in a profound stillness. It was Barbara who broke the silence first, her voice somewhat parched. Just a coincidence, perhaps. Diana gazed contemplatively at the cup of coffee, eventually nodding in agreement. It seemed that Annie ordered a cup daily. This was likely just a coincidence. The atmosphere grew subtly charged as Barbara fixated on the stone, murmuring to herself, truth be told, if only it could grant wishes. But I have so many that I scarcely know which one to make. Hill's gaze also fell upon the yellow crystal, pondering its significance. Chapter 68. A Shared World. Divergent Wishes. Beneath the night sky, New York's sanctum appeared even more tranquil. Upon returning to her room with Sumo, Hill removed her trench coat. draping it casually over the chair. After a refreshing shower, she lay on the bed, staring at the ceiling. Her thoughts, however, were not consumed by Sokovia's battle plans or Hydra's recent movements, but rather the inexpensive yellow crystal from the museum and the wish she had secretly made while holding it. A smile involuntarily crept onto Hill's lips, followed by a sense of foolishness for placing her hopes in a stone of dubious origin. She turned over, burying her face into the pillow. Never mind, I won't think about it. Tomorrow I must visit Star Tower to discuss the Sokovia plan. Speaking of which, Natasha seemed to have been rather quiet lately. She resolved to inquire about it the following day. Hill whispered softly to herself, "Good night." Sumo's silence enveloped the room. After a few moments of waiting, still no response. "Sumo, what mischief have you two been up to outside?" She jested. "And as for Pharaoh, he wouldn't dare take action against you. You must be fatigued." Hill chuckled dismissively. "You're right," Sumo replied. "I merely accidentally tore the mummy's bandages. A grand Egyptian pharaoh should not be so petty." Hill responded, "Rest assured, I've already instructed Sky to delete the surveillance footage." Meanwhile at Star Tower, in Tony's research lab, the space mirrored its occupant, brimming with untamed talent and chaos. Following the turmoil triggered by the dire virus, Tony underwent a transformation. He extracted the shrapnel from his chest, no longer reliant on the arc reactor for survival, and the anxiety that had once plagued him dissipated. No longer did he confine himself in the workshop, tirelessly crafting new suits day and night. Yet, restlessness was a constant companion for Tony Stark. He devised a grander strategy. If one person's capabilities were limited, then he would create an army, an Iron Legion capable of safeguarding the entire world in his stead. Thus, the Iron Legion was born. Within the holographic display at the workstation, rows of uniformed unmanned battlesuits stood at the ready, designed with simplicity and specificity. Born for large-scale, coordinated operations. Under the unified coordination of JARVIS, they can manifest anywhere in the world where assistance is needed, executing rescue and peacekeeping missions. This is the shield Tony has prepared for the world. Meanwhile, a stream of blue data illuminated the holographic screen. In one corner of the room lay a massive fragment, salvaged from a Kryptonian spacecraft, adorned with an array of analytical probes. At the center of the laboratory, two brand new suits of armor stood silently under the lights. Tony leaned back, admiring them as one would a piece of art. "This is undoubtedly the most meticulously crafted armor I have ever created." Suddenly, he sighed. "The only flaw is its perfection." "You always say that," remarked Pepper, entering with a cup of coffee, which she gently placed on the table beside him, tidying up the scattered documents he had carelessly tossed aside. She glanced at the two suits of armor, a flicker of surprise in her eyes. "However, this set is indeed impressive, quite unlike your usual style." One suit was black and red, with bold lines exuding a sense of menace, while the other was designed for women, shimmering in platinum with graceful contours, radiating elegance. "Of course, this is a gift for a friend," Tony replied proudly, "but I doubt they will ever need it. Honestly, a person capable of transforming their body into any weapon could easily dispatch Kryptonians with a single punch. My armor is merely a decorative enhancement for them." He continued, "Nevertheless, promises made to friends must be fulfilled. Besides, who wouldn't appreciate having two exquisite and functional new toys in their arsenal? Even if they are tucked away in a closet, they bring a sense of comfort, don't you think?" "For Mr. Sumo?" Pepper's guess cut straight to the heart of the matter. "Indeed," Tony confirmed, taking a sip of his coffee. "And they saved my life. I mean you, Pepper." Pepper's gaze softened instantly as she stepped closer, cradling Tony's face in her hands before kissing him tenderly. As Barbara exited the museum, the night had fully descended. A chill wind swept through the empty streets, finding its way into her collar. She tugged at the ill-fitting red sweater and quickened her pace. Just as she turned into a more secluded alley, a drunken man staggered out from the shadows. "Hey, beautiful, where are you off to?" He grinned, revealing a mouthful of yellowed teeth as he reached for her arm. Startled, Barbara froze. "Let go of me." Just as despair washed over her, a calm voice pierced the air. She said, "Let her go." "Who are you? Get lost." The man sneered, but Diana stepped forward, gently pressing her palm against his chest. In an instant, he flew backwards like a kite severed from its string, landing in the fountain across the street with a loud splash. Turning to Barbara, her tone was filled with concern. "Are you all right?" Barbara, still shaken, gazed at her. It was her again. I'm fine. Thank you, Diana." The flawless Diana, descending like a goddess, effortlessly resolving the chaos Barbara could not handle. Diana smiled at her and turned to leave. Barbara watched her retreating figure until it vanished around the corner. The studio was enveloped in darkness. Only the moonlight streamed through the window, casting a gentle glow upon the floor. Barbara had not turned on the lights. She walked directly to the box containing the FBI evidence, and by the light of the moon, she beheld the yellow crystal resting on the velvet. She picked up the stone, its icy touch sending a shiver down her spine. Her voice echoed in the empty room, strikingly clear. Perhaps I know what wish to make. I want to be like Diana. Barbara's voice began to tremble, imbued with long-suppressed desire. Strong, sensual, cool, and extraordinary. Simultaneously, in Diana's opulent apartment, she lay on her spacious bed, gazing out at the city's nocturnal panorama, unable to suppress a laugh. Holding a stone and making a wish. How absurd, she thought. Indeed, she had wished for the perfect romance. Yet, she could not even discern the type of man she desired. Having lived so long, suitors had come from as far as New York to France. But none made her feel they could share a lifetime. Perhaps ordinary men would not suffice. He must be able to keep pace with her, not break a bone in a single embrace, and not mistake her tales of centuries past for mere myths. At the very least, he must be superhuman. No, at the very least, he must be a person. Chapter 69. S.H.I.E.L.D. Transforming into a human, yet with diminished parts. The morning sun filtered through the studio window. Barbara's neck felt as stiff as stone. Slowly, she lifted her head, the fog of a hangover causing her brow to furrow. She had actually fallen asleep here last night. Rubbing her eyes, she reached for her glasses perched on her nose. The collar of her sweater had slipped down, revealing a smooth shoulder. Her disheveled hair cascaded down, brushing against her cheek, creating a slight itch. Barbara rose, stretching her sore body. Outside the studio door, the hum of a vacuum cleaner buzzed. Janitor Old John pushed his cleaning cart past and stopped upon seeing her. "Good morning, Barbara." "Morning," Barbara mumbled in response. Old John grinned, revealing a row of white teeth. "You look beautiful today." Barbara was taken aback. She had known Old John for 5 years, and their conversations had never exceeded 3 words. Old John shrugged and continued pushing his cart forward. Feeling inexplicably puzzled, Barbara glanced down at her wrinkled sweater and jeans. How could that be considered beautiful? She exited the studio, intending to brew a cup of instant coffee. In the corridor, 2 female colleagues were huddled together, whispering. Upon seeing Barbara, they immediately fell silent. Their eyes lingered on her, filled with curiosity and surprise. As Barbara walked past them, she could feel their gazes glued to her back. Truth be told, she was not accustomed to being the center of attention. Is that Barbara Minerva? Good heavens, when did she become so attractive? The murmurs behind her were faint, yet Barbara heard every word clearly. What did they mean? What was wrong with her? Morning in New York Sanctuary. Hill furrowed her brow and turned over. It was so cold. It felt as if she were cradling a block of ice. Drowsily, she reached out to touch it. The surface was smooth and slightly yielding. Not ice, but skin. A sudden jolt surged through her, and Hill's eyes flew open. She glanced down and pulled back the covers. A small boy with black hair was quietly nestled against her chest, soundly asleep. Hill's mind went blank in an instant. Illusion, invasion, trap. Countless thoughts flashed through her mind. Yet they were swiftly subdued by a more profound instinct. A sense of intimacy, deeply familiar and rooted in her very soul. Could this little boy be S.H.I.E.L.D? Hill froze. Cautiously, she shifted the small head away from her chest, allowing him to rest on the adjacent pillow. My goodness, now Hill could clearly see his face. He appeared to be around 5 or 6 years old, with very fair skin and slightly tousled black hair. His long eyelashes resembled tiny brushes, casting delicate shadows beneath his eyes. Little Sumo's features were exquisitely defined. His small cheeks retained a hint of baby fat. Yet his tightly pressed lips and slightly furrowed brow exuded a striking charm and audacity that belied his tender age. Hill stared at him for a good 10 seconds. It was indeed S.H.I.E.L.D. She recalled the yellow crystal from the museum yesterday, and the absurd, secret wish she had harbored while holding it. Could it be that it had granted her wish? Although, he seemed a tad younger. Hill extended a finger and gently poked S.H.I.E.L.D's cheek. Soft, unable to resist. She poked him again. Go away. S.H.I.E.L.D. grumbled in his sleep, his little brow furrowing even tighter as he swatted her finger away and turned over. Hill, this mischievous spirit was undoubtedly S.H.I.E.L.D. So, he had become this adorable after transforming. Love at first sight. Hill bit her lower lip, striving to suppress her laughter. This was going to be amusing. She quietly, gently patted little S.H.I.E.L.D's back, her maternal instincts overwhelming her. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking was crisp and decisive. Hill, it's time to go. Stark is waiting for us. It was Sky's voice. Hill's body stiffened. She glanced at the bare S.H.I.E.L.D. on the bed, her mind buzzing. Good grief. If Sky were to see this, who knew what kind of scenario she would conjure? Got it, coming right away. Hill scanned the room, searching for solution. Her shirt? It would look like a long dress on him. A bath towel? It could wrap him up like a dumpling. Sky? Hill quietly slipped off the bed, approaching the door, whispering against the door panel. Yes. Do me a favor. Speak. Go buy some clothes. There was a brief silence outside. Clothes? Seriously? Your closet is about to burst. Not mine. Hill lowered her voice even further. Children-ass clothing. This time, the silence lingered even longer. Hill could almost hear Sky gasping in shock outside the door. Children-ass clothing? For whom? When did you? Don't ask. No. Hill, what on earth is happening? Hurry up. Hill employed her authoritative tone as the deputy director of S.H.I.E.L.D. A sigh of exasperation echoed from outside, followed by footsteps that gradually faded away. Hill breathed a sigh of relief and turned around. Sumo had awakened, sitting up and gazing at his small arms and legs, then touching his smooth chest, a look of confusion etched on his face. Sumo's mind was in a state of disarray. What is going on? Is this a dream? He recalled having an exceedingly peculiar dream the previous night, wherein he seemed to have been reborn into another world, only to be met by two enormous, soft slimes that nearly suffocated him. The sensation still sent shivers down his spine. As Sumo lifted his gaze, he locked eyes with Hill. Following her line of sight downward, he paused. Wait. Those two slimes appeared somewhat familiar. Sumo abruptly turned his head to Hill. What the F? His voice was youthful, yet articulate, maintaining an air of indignation. He pointed a small finger at Hill, his face a picture of accusation. What have you done to me? How adorable. Hill completely disregarded his accusation. She hastened to the bedside, cupping Sumo's charming yet defiant little face, planting a loud, resounding kiss on his rosy cheek. Sumo vigorously wiped his cheek with the back of his tiny hand. Are you trying to eat me? That was quite forceful. His voice was both youthful and melodious, juxtaposed with the tone of an adult's serious demeanor, creating an amusingly bizarre contrast. Hill could no longer suppress her laughter, bursting into giggles. You're still laughing. Sumo glared at her. Tell me why. Why have I become like this? I'm not entirely certain. Hill endeavored to maintain a serious facade, though the upward curve of her lips betrayed her. It might be related to that wishing stone we encountered at the museum yesterday. Wishing stone? Sumo's brow ironically. What wish did you make? To turn me into a little brat? He glanced down at his diminutive form, his expression darkening. Hill replied, I merely wished for you to become human. I did not require any external force. Sumo scoffed, raising his arm in an attempt to summon his symbiote. His expression fell completely. Damn it, my current powers are highly unstable. Just then, a voice from outside the door broke the silence. The door creaked as someone twisted the handle from the outside. Chapter 70. Hill's Selfish Desire, Sky's Ambition. The door swung open, revealing Sky, who entered with a shopping bag. Her face a picture of curiosity. Upon spotting the small boy on the bed, who was glaring at her in indignation, she gasped, Oh my God. Sky's jaw nearly dropped to the floor, and the shopping bag slipped from her grasp with a thud. She glanced from the boy to Hill, her eyes filled with the shock of a shattered worldview. Hill, when did you have a son? Does Sumo know? Her voice trembled like a phone set to vibrate. Yamsu Montak, please close the door first. Sumo squeezed the words out between clenched teeth. Her youthful voice was clear, yet the displeasure was unmistakable. Sky was momentarily taken aback, her mind racing to process this revelation. She exchanged glances with Hill, who nodded in affirmation. Wow, is that really you? Sky exclaimed, her eyes widening in astonishment as she pointed at the small figure on the bed. Sumo, my goodness, you are utterly adorable. In a swift motion, she dashed to the bedside, wholly ignoring Sumo's menacing glare that seemed to warn her against any contact, and reached out with two fingers to pinch the chubby cheeks. Just let me touch it, just once. I beg you. Sumo, however, firmly pushed against Sky's hand. At least let me put on some clothes first, you perverted woman. A few minutes later, Sumo was clad in an oversized Captain America t-shirt, her arms crossed tightly over her chest, her small face taut with tension. Hill, what does the wishing stone look like? It's a yellow crystal with a line of Latin inscribed on the base. Sky appeared disinterested in their conversation, her focus entirely on Sumo. She cautiously extended her hand, gently touching Sumo's small hand, a look of infatuation gracing her features as she let out a silly giggle. Wow, your hand is so tiny and soft. Suddenly, Sumo swiftly slapped her hand away with a sharp and resonant sound. Don't touch me. She managed to utter these three words through clenched teeth. How could she be so oblivious? Hadn't they already established a close relationship? Having witnessed Sumo discipline Mystique, Sky couldn't believe he hadn't done anything inappropriate while inside her. The mention of the yellow crystal sent a chill down Sumo's spine, a sense of foreboding enveloping him. He realized that it was no ordinary yellow crystal. It was the one blessed by the Greek gods in the storyline of Wonder Woman. It indeed had the power to grant a wish, but at a price, the gradual loss of the wishmaker's most cherished possession. Sumo's expression turned grave as he looked at Hill seriously. This wish could cost you something invaluable, whether it's to free me from my current state or for your own health. Hill, you must willingly relinquish this wish. But I want to. No buts. It's too dangerous, Hill. Hill took a deep breath, smoothing the furrowed brow of Sumo. All right, I understand. She closed her eyes, her expression solemn. I voluntarily give up this wish. Silence enveloped the room. Sky held her breath, her eyes fixated on Sumo without blinking. 1 second, 2 seconds. Nothing happened. Sumo remained the same small figure in the Captain America t-shirt, looking up at Hill, reiterating, "You must truly mean to give it up, Hill." "I do mean it. You just don't believe me," Hill retorted, a hint of irritation in her voice. She understood the reasoning, but how could she deceive her own heart? Gazing at the small, pouting figure before her, this living, breathing child whom she could embrace and kiss, feeling the warmth of his body, she mused that although he was small now, in a decade or so, he would surely grow. She could wait. Sumo sighed, expressing her unwavering trust, questioning whether it would be necessary to hold onto that piece of yellow crystal. Would it have to navigate the process again? Indeed, it seemed so. Hill nodded. Regardless of the truth, any delay was a delay. Just then, her phone rang, displaying the name Tony Stark. Upon answering, Tony's teasing voice echoed through. "We've been waiting for you too. Shall we set aside our current endeavors and come over? Or do you plan to let Hydra rule the world for an hour?" On our way, Hill decisively hung up. "What perfect timing, Stark." She feigned exasperation, gently caressing Sumo's cheek. Her tone resembled that of a mother soothing a reluctant child about to embark on their first day of kindergarten. Sumo felt utterly helpless. Hill had no inkling of the peril posed by that crystal. It could strip Diana of her powers and transform Barbara into a cold, selfish Catwoman. Well, it seems she wants to die, right? Upon hearing Hill's words, Sky clapped her hands with excitement. "Great. I'll take Sumo to find the crystal and ensure we complete the mission. I can also buy him some new clothes and treat him to a grand meal." Her eyes sparkled as she gazed at Sumo, already plotting which ice cream shop to visit. Afterward, they could head to the amusement park, riding roller coasters and holding his little hand. Observing Sky's eagerness to indulge Sumo, Hill's brow furrowed suddenly, her possessiveness intensifying exponentially. She had changed her mind. Plans were shifting. "I'm going with Sumo," Hill declared. "What? I want to go too," Sky protested. "No. You should find Diana. She must know something." In the Stark Tower, the atmosphere in the top-floor conference room was rather delicate. Tony Stark lounged in his chair, feet propped on the opulent conference table, idly drumming his fingers against the surface. Although Hill and Sumo were late, where was Fury? What bunker was he enjoying his afternoon tea in? He had mentioned 15 minutes prior that he had new intel and instructed them to wait. Natasha sat across from him, her head bowed. After a long absence, she seemed to have grown even more enigmatic. The playful glimmer and warmth that occasionally danced in her beautiful eyes had faded, leaving behind an abyss of calm, or perhaps apathy. "Natasha," Clinton lowered her voice, "I heard they sent you undercover at the water company. Clinton had investigated that company. 9 out of 10 employees were scoundrels, with one being a birthright. I volunteered." Just then, the door to the conference room swung open, drawing all eyes toward it. Hill entered, her expression as composed and capable as ever. Yet, she was not alone. She held the hand of a small boy with dark hair. Sumo's little face was taut, wearing an expression as if everyone owed him money. What? Everyone was left in a state of confusion. Tony abruptly placed his feet down from the table. His gaze lingered momentarily on Sumo's Captain America t-shirt, and with a teasing smile, he remarked, "Wow, a little fan of the Captain. What an adorable child." Indeed, he was quite charming. Steve's face radiated a sincere and warm smile, unfazed by Tony's jest. His attention was entirely on Sumo. He stood up, approached Sumo, and gradually crouched down to meet his eye level. "Hey there, little buddy." Steve's voice was gentle and confident. "It's a pleasure to meet you." He extended a fist towards Sumo, a standard gesture of camaraderie. Sumo, however, maintained a stoic expression. Then, with a dramatic eye roll, he crossed his arms and walked past the astonished Captain America. "Spare me, Captain. Don't try that childish nonsense with me." There was something oddly familiar about that tone. Natasha and Tony immediately exchanged skeptical glances. Sumo paused, tilted his small face upward, meeting everyone's gaze. "I am Sumo." Steve's outstretched fist froze in midair, and his smile stiffened. The conference room fell into a profound silence. Chapter 71. During that time, our relationship faced some difficulties. 10 minutes later, in the conference room, Everyone continued to regard Su-mo with the eyes one might reserve for a rare species. All right, let me gather my thoughts. Tony was the first to shatter the silence, circling around Su-mo. So, due to some special reasons that I cannot fathom, Su-mo has turned into this? An pompous little brat in a superhero t-shirt? Listening to that tone, it truly was him. Tony shrugged. So what exactly is this special reason? Indeed, there was a consensus among the others, and Tony's expression darkened instantly. Hey, I don't need any of this. I only wish for world peace. Su-mo retorted. You were an arms dealer before. Tony, at that moment, the large screen in the conference room suddenly lit up. Fury's face appeared in the center. This is a critical situation, everyone. The Waters Corporation and Hydra are in collusion. They have jointly modified Compound V to enable rapid effects on the human body. Su-mo was not at all surprised by the alliance between Waters Corporation and Hydra. Many defense-related corporations had ties to Hydra, such as the cybertech that Coulson encountered. Tony remarked, isn't this an advancement? The side effect is that the user's lifespan will be reduced by 99.97. Tony's smile vanished in an instant. Banner calculated silently. 9,997? Doesn't that leave only about a week of life? Upon hearing this conclusion, the expressions of everyone turned grave. This was not an experiment. It was a massacre. They were conducting human trials in a secret base in Sokovia, using Compound V and the Mind Stone. We must act immediately. Fury discreetly glanced at Natasha. Normanov does not need to go on this mission. Fury's image disappeared, and the screen dimmed. Tony remarked, well, now the enemy has all become superhumans. Steve disregarded Tony's jest. His expression solemn as he strode directly to the conference table, his hands braced upon its surface. We are out of time. Everyone, gather on the tarmac in 30 minutes. Prepared for departure. Hill rose, ready to follow. However, Su-mo abruptly seized her wrist. Hill, you cannot go. Your current mission is to head to the museum and locate that stone to rescind the wish. Moreover, you are merely an enhanced, ordinary human at the moment. Hill's gaze was resolute. Do you not trust me, Su-mo? Just as the two were at an impasse, a faint mechanical whirring filled the air. The floor of the conference room silently parted, revealing two circular lift platforms that gradually ascended, upon which stood two brand new suits of armor. One was adorned in a striking black and red, exuding power and an aggressive aesthetic. The other was a platinum hue, elegantly designed specifically for women. The delivery has arrived, Tony announced with a snap of his fingers, striding forward with pride. Here is your gift. No need for thanks. The latest model. And aside from the intelligence system not being JARVIS, everything else is top-notch. Don't say I'm not a good friend. Su-mo looked up at Tony, speechless. Tony furrowed his brow in confusion. ISNT Su-mo eager for his Iron Man suit? Why does he appear discontent? Perhaps he dislikes this color scheme? 30 minutes later, the Quinjet's engines roared mightily. Hill had donned the platinum suit, cradling the helmet in her arms. She waved at Su-mo, and soon after, the jet's hatch began to close slowly. The engines stirred a gale, tousling Su-mo's hair as he stood rooted to the spot, watching the Quinjet soar into the clouds, disappearing beyond the horizon. It seems there is some trouble in paradise between you two, a voice came from behind. Natasha had approached Su-mo, clad in a sleek black leather jacket and jeans, exuding competence. Indeed, but I'm unsure of the root of the issue. I thought you would be on that plane. Fury believes I need a break, Natasha replied monotonously, devoid of any discernible emotion. You seem troubled. Do you require assistance? Su-mo nodded. I need to go somewhere. Natasha smirked slightly, producing a car key from her pocket and twirling it around her finger. Where to? Meanwhile, Sky arrived at the museum, immediately spotting Diana, who was tending to a mummy. Sky nearly lunged at the workbench. We have a problem. A yellow one, a wish-granting catastrophe. Calm down, Sky. This is a crucial moment, Diana said, gripping her tool tightly, focused on repairing the mummy's bandages, which had been torn apart by some mischievous child, despite it being a replica. That stone, the yellow crystal sent by the FBI yesterday. Sky steadied her breath, lowering her voice. It's not a replica. It's real. It can grant wishes and even turn Su-mo into a 5-year-old baby. A baby? Are you certain it's the yellow crystal causing this? Diana suspected it might also be a prank by Su-mo. Sky replied, of course. Hill mentioned making a wish on it yesterday. Diana urged, follow me, the items are at Barbara's. The two hurried to Barbara's studio, which was deserted. The cardboard box containing the evidence remained, but the velvet cushion inside was empty. The yellow crystal had vanished, and so had Barbara. Something was amiss. Diana muttered a curse under her breath. Sky had already accessed the museum's security system. Barbara Minerva entered at 11 last night and left at 5 this morning. I'll look for her home address in the Bronx. Chapter 72. Natasha reflected. If I were to die, Inside the Quinjet, the engines roared with a steady, muffled sound. However, the atmosphere in the cabin was tense. Steve scrutinized the tactical map on the display, his brow furrowed. He looked up at Hill, who was lost in thought while holding her helmet, and said, "Honestly, you should be commanding from the back rather than being on the front lines with us." Hill remained silent. Tony chimed in. She used to be quite reluctant to part with Sue Clinton. Checking his quiver, remarked unexpectedly, "I always thought they were a couple." This statement finally elicited a response from Hill. She turned to face the group, her expression calm as she said, "A good partnership? Indeed. I just want to protect Sue now. He always strives to be the strongest. It must be exhausting." Her words carried concern, but lacked the fervor they once had, resembling more of a sense of duty. Just protecting him? Tony's curiosity ignited. "Hold on. I think in a decade or so, you should invite us to your wedding, right? That guy Sue is hardly a kid. It might even be next year." "Wedding? Absolutely not. I don't feel that way about Sue Hill furrowed her brows. Genuine confusion etched on her face. Tony was taken aback by her response, scrutinizing her as if he were meeting her for the first time. "Are you serious?" Hill replied. "Of course. We are merely good friends and partners." "You're joking, right?" "I don't believe it." Tony's incredulity was palpable. His reputation as a playboy wasn't for nothing. How could he not see it? Were these two genuinely at odds? As a friend, Tony felt compelled to probe Sumo's feelings. "All right, even if what you say is true, as his partner, if he were to develop feelings for another woman and cohabit with someone else, would you be all right with that? That is his freedom. As long as the other party poses no threat to him, I have no objections." "Fine." Tony decided to push further. "Okay, you have no objections. Huh. What if he becomes involved with that alien girl, spending every day soaring through space to stargaze? Would that be acceptable to you?" Hill's brow furrowed ever so slightly, as if she were seriously contemplating this possibility. "Kara is strong. She could be a great asset for him. I have no objections." Tony continued, "And what about Gwen? The daughter of the police chief? She's intelligent and beautiful. She seems to enjoy spending time with Sue She is excellent. That is acceptable. And what about Sky? During that encounter with the mutants, their synergy was remarkable." Tony incessantly probed for answers, while Hill was beset by an inexplicable sense of irritation and emptiness. This sensation was peculiar, akin to a once-whole cake, now sliced and distributed by her own hands to others. Despite her conviction that her feelings for Sue were devoid of any romantic inclination, her heart felt hollow, as if something invaluable was gradually seeping away with each word she spoke, irretrievable. "Enough, Stark," she finally interjected, her tone tinged with impatience. A flicker of triumph ignited in Tony, as he believed he had struck a nerve. The priority now lay in the execution of their mission. With that, she dismissed the others and strode directly to her seat. Meanwhile, a sleek black Corvette maneuvered through the bustling traffic of New York. Natasha gripped the steering wheel with one hand, the other casually resting against the window, allowing the gentle breeze to tousle her crimson locks. Suemo, seated in the passenger seat, felt discomfort as the seatbelt constricted around his smaller frame. He reclined against the chair, observing the rapidly retreating scenery outside, sunlight casting a warm glow upon his forehead, his expression devoid of emotion. He harbored a disdain for relinquishing his safety into the hands of another. His powers had become increasingly unstable, and a mere car accident could potentially cost him his life. Yet, the likelihood of such an event occurring was slim. Just moments ago, the talent he had replicated from Kara had bestowed upon him an unexpected boon. He discovered that, like Kryptonians, he could gain strength from sunlight. This ability had not manifested in his symbiotic form. "Is there something in particular you wish to do?" Natasha suddenly inquired, her gaze fixed intently on the road ahead, as if it were a casual question. A subtle smile played upon her lips, hinting at amusement. The vehicle fell into silence once more, the only sound being the unfeeling voice of a navigation system relaying traffic conditions. After passing an intersection, Natasha abruptly posed another question. "If I were to die, would you mourn for me?" Sue met her gaze in the rearview mirror, sensing something amiss. Her eyes appeared hollow, shrouded in a veil of mist. It seemed Natasha did not seek an answer, continuing to drive with the steadiness of a boulder. "I doubt I would have time to grieve," Sue finally replied, his voice low yet remarkably clear. Natasha, puzzled, asked why not. "Because I would first seek vengeance for you." Natasha's grip on the steering wheel tightened imperceptibly. She turned her head to regard the small boy, who earnestly proclaimed his intent to avenge her. His handsome face was set in a serious expression, brows furrowed, eyes brimming with an earnestness that demanded belief. This demeanor created a striking contrast with his diminutive stature. Initially unable to contain herself, Natasha's lips curved upwards, before she burst into genuine laughter, light and joyful. It was so amusing. Su-mo furrowed her brow, casting a displeased glance in her direction. "It's nothing," Natasha replied, shaking her head, yet a smile graced her lips, growing ever more pronounced. With a free hand, she swiftly tousled Su-mo's soft black hair. "I just find you utterly adorable. Don't touch me, and refrain from describing me as cute." Su-mo immediately swatted her hand away, smoothing her disheveled hair with a resolute gesture. "Have you encountered some trouble? Given that you drove me here, I might offer my assistance." "Are you certain?" "Spare me the nonsense. I can change my loyalties quite swiftly." Natasha took a deep breath and exhaled slowly. "I was injected with Compound V." She redirected her gaze to the road ahead, her tone as calm as if she were recounting an event unrelated to herself. Chapter 73. Natasha's Superpower? Natasha elucidated the background. Professor Charles had successfully dismantled several clandestine research laboratories operated by the water company and, in his own fashion, dissuaded some oblivious parents from the notion of turning their children into test subjects. However, the water company's precautions were exceedingly stringent, their operations meticulously concealed. They excelled at cloaking their malevolence under the guise of legitimate business practices, and Charles and his team had yet to procure the decisive evidence needed to bring them to justice. As they found themselves at an impasse, Fury could only play his trump card, Black Widow. Natasha infiltrated the water company by posing as Maeve's girlfriend. Upon hearing this, Su-mo's eyebrows shot up in surprise. "Wait, Maeve's girlfriend? You?" Driving with an exasperated expression, Natasha replied, "I truly sacrificed a great deal." "And what about her? I mean, she didn't make any unwelcome advances towards you, did she?" Su-mo leaned in, her voice tinged with curious intrigue. "Rest assured, I declined." Natasha shot him a sidelong glance, nonchalantly continuing, "Maeve is our insider. She did attempt to probe for something beyond friendship, but I made it clear that my boyfriend is a rather possessive fellow, and she has not broached the subject since. That doesn't seem right. Claiming to have a boyfriend would only pique Maeve's interest." "Perhaps," Natasha shrugged, "but I believe she also wishes to avoid provoking venom." "Did you mention my name?" "Uh-huh," Natasha replied smugly. Su-mo glanced down at her slender arms and legs, rolling her eyes in exasperation. She'd better not see me in this state, or things would get quite amusing. "So, how did you end up being injected with that wretched substance?" Natasha sighed. "I was careless. I was discovered by the transparent man from the Seven, who was hiding in Maeve's bathroom. To avoid exposure, Maeve and I had no choice but to eliminate him and sink him into the sea." Su-mo speculated. "But he was ultimately discovered in the depths?" Natasha nodded. "You guessed correctly, but curiously, he did not reveal Maeve's involvement. Subsequently, the water company subdued Natasha and injected her with a modified Compound V. Had it not been for Maeve's covert assistance in her escape, she would have likely perished in the water company's secret laboratory, becoming yet another failed experiment." After listening, Su-mo fell into a momentary silence. Once he had digested the information, he posed a rather pragmatic inquiry. "So, what superpower have you acquired?" "What?" Upon hearing this, Natasha's first thought was to question my abilities. Her expression was one of discontent. She turned her head, dramatically sighing. "Are you intent on squeezing out every last bit of my remaining value? Truly a heartless individual." However, as Natasha's gaze returned to Su-mo's strikingly handsome face, her demeanor shifted. But since you were so curious, Su-mo raised his eyes, awaiting her elaboration. In the next moment, he was engulfed by a sudden wave of dizziness. The world before him spun uncontrollably, akin to being tossed into a rapidly rotating washing machine. When Su-mo's consciousness regained clarity, he discovered that his body had leaned forward, his lips unmistakably pressed against Natasha's cheek. He froze, the faint, pleasant scent of her perfume enveloping him. Additionally, he felt the subtle tremor of her shoulders as she suppressed a laugh. Mental control? That seems implausible. Even someone of Charles's caliber would struggle to exert control over him in an instant, especially so discreetly. Why would Natasha be capable of such a feat? Once more, and I will not be swayed, Su-mo declared defiantly, crossing his arms, his face taut with determination. "Are you certain?" Natasha raised an eyebrow. "Less chatter." No sooner had the words left her lips than that familiar, irresistible dizziness swept over him once more. This time, Su-mo was prepared, fighting against it with all his might. Yet, he soon realized he was no longer seated in the passenger seat. Instead, he found himself straddling Natasha's lap. Shit, no. This must be due to my incomplete powers, allowing her to control me. It has to be. Otherwise, this superpower is far too excessive. What exactly is your superpower? Tell me. Su-mo's eyes widened in astonishment. Natasha, however, was laughing heartily, winking at him. My superpower is to make you absolutely adore me. Sumo promptly pulled out his phone. Natasha glanced over, confused. What are you doing? Calling the FBI. Inform them that there is a dangerous obsession in this black Corvette. Harassing me. They should respond immediately, preferably with a sniper. One with impeccable aim. Natasha rolled her eyes, clearly thinking he was acting childish. After all, Sumo was several centuries her senior. Hey, what does that eye roll mean? Speak to the judge if you have something to say. Natasha smirked. Then I truly must control you. Barbara's apartment was located in an old residential building. The hallway was permeated with a blend of dampness and refuse. Her door stood ajar, showing signs of violent tampering. Diana positioned Sky behind her and kicked the door open. The sight before them caused both of them to gasp in shock. The room was in utter disarray, as if ravaged by a tempest. The sofa lay torn asunder, with stuffing scattered everywhere. Deep claw marks marred the wallpaper, and the windows lay shattered, allowing the cold wind to rush in. Were those scratches made by a particularly irate leopard that escaped from the zoo? Sky gazed at the chaos, puzzled. Diana's expression was grave as her gaze fell upon the upturned coffee table. Amidst the clutter, a yellow crystal base lay quietly. Diana approached and bent down to retrieve it. It was only at this moment that she was astonished to discover that the inner circle of the base, typically used to secure the crystal, bore a line of minuscule inscriptions. Bringing the base closer to her eyes, Diana's pupils suddenly constricted. For the first time, her confident and elegant visage betrayed a look of horror. With a thud, the stone base slipped from her trembling hands and fell to the ground. What's wrong? What does it say? Sky inquired, sensing her unease as she hurried over. It's the language of the divine. Diana's voice was dry. I don't know to whom it belongs. Is it bad? Sky pressed. Yes. Diana inhaled deeply, striving to regain her composure, like my truth-binding lasso. Its power does not stem from me, but from the concept of truth itself, an ancient and formidable law. And the principle that yellow crystal represents is not manifestation. She gazed at the base on the floor, as if peering into an abyss. It is lie. Chapter 74. Wanda. How did the magic fail? Sky struggled to process this revelation. Lies. Suddenly, she recalled that morning in Hill's room. Hill seemed reluctant to even touch Sumo. That was typical of Hill. Sky pulled out her phone and located Hill's name in her contacts. I need to confirm something. She pressed the dial button, and the call connected. However, the voice that came through was not Hill's. Instead, it was drowned out by the deafening sound of an explosion and a barrage of gunfire. Hill. Sky's heart leapt in her throat. Are you in a fight? I'm in Sokovia. What is going on? Hill's voice emerged from the cacophony, calm and succinct. Oh, it's nothing. Just be careful. Sky hesitated before tentatively asking, Is Sumo with you? Before she could say more, the call was abruptly terminated. Beep, beep. Sky stood there, phone in hand, stunned. She exchanged glances with Diana, whose expression remained unchanged. She was oblivious to the intricate emotional entanglements among the group. But Sky was different. She could sense that Hill, on the other end, was not quite herself. Diana looked at Sky and remarked, It sounds normal. No, she has changed. Sky insisted with undeniable certainty. You don't understand. Hill wouldn't share trivialities like Sumo's favorite chocolate with me. What do you mean? Diana asked. Let's put it this way. Sky endeavored to articulate her thoughts, aiming to convey the peculiarities of the situation. Previously, Hill had treated Sumo as if she were a famished individual cherishing the last slice of pizza after 3 days of hunger. Yet, during their recent phone call, she not only offered me the pizza, but also elaborated on its filling, the duration of its baking, and even recommended the most suitable beverage to accompany it. This was decidedly unsettling. Diana summarized. So she is willing to share Sumo with you? Sky replied. I fear that is indeed the case. This is fortuitous news for you. Are you certain you wish to assist her in renouncing her desire? Diana inquired, her tone intentionally provocative. Of course, it would be unjust to Hill otherwise. To be candid, I fail to comprehend what allure Sumo possesses that elicits such fervor from you all. Perhaps I should take the time to know him better. By no means. I have no desire for another rival. Do you truly believe I would develop feelings for him? At her words, Sky rolled her eyes and teased. Who knows? Perhaps some individuals, having endured solitude for too long, yearn to experience the sweetness of love. They might even secretly wish for a perfect romance under the cover of night. Suddenly, Diana recalled something and fell silent. Damn it, how could I forget? I also made a wish upon that cursed crystal. Observing her expression, Sky felt an unsettling premonition. Why have you ceased speaking? No way. Meanwhile, in Sokovia, outside the secret base of Hydra, Chaos reigned as explosions echoed relentlessly. The crowd had anticipated a formidable barrage of firepower or superhumans akin to the Seven from Water Corporation. However, the scene before them was utterly disheartening, as few of the creatures emerging from the base resembled humans. Most were grotesque abominations, some of which would explode upon mere glances. My heavens! It feels as though aliens have returned to invade. Tony piloted his armor in the air, evading a jade-green energy beam, before locking onto a grotesque creature that charged towards Steve, its body resembling a mass of putrid flesh. With a blast from his palm cannon, he sent it soaring. Look at that. That moving mass is making me nauseous, Tony lamented over the comms. And this one resembles a cockroach, spewing acidic bile. The rascal has sullied my Mjolnir, Thor added, similarly discontented over the communication channel. Once human, the monsters now bore witness to their own transformation. Steve, wielding his shield, deflected an enemy with elongated arms, delivering a retaliatory strike that rendered it unconscious, his voice laced with fury. Damn Water Corporation. How could they reduce humanity to this? Captain, please maintain a civil tongue. Tony interjected. Just then, Clint's voice broke through everyone. A remarkably swift adversary has joined the fray, and I cannot keep pace with his movements. Understood, leave it to me. Tony accelerated towards Clint's reported location. Meanwhile, he'll breach the energy shield of the Hydra base, entering without hesitation. She proceeded with utmost caution, traversing the desolate metallic corridor. It was at this juncture that a crimson warning flashed on the screen within the helmet. Warning, energy remaining 3, imminent depletion. She had expended an excessive amount of energy to breach the shield. Initiate Sentinel mode? The decision was made. Hill swiftly sought shelter. The platinum armor's visor and limbs sprang open, and she leapt forth from within. The armor behind her automatically sealed, its eyes glowing red, resembling a steadfast guardian entering a state of alert. Hill gripped her pistol tightly, cautiously advancing deeper into the laboratory. In the center of the hall ahead, a scepter radiating a soft blue light hovered silently. The Mind Scepter. A surge of joy filled Hill's heart as she prepared to approach. Yet, her peripheral vision was drawn to a nearby console. There lay a figure, various tubes connected to his body, while a mysterious apparatus slowly extracted something from his spine. Hill furrowed her brow and approached with her gun raised. When she discerned the face of the individual, her pupils dilated sharply. She froze entirely. That face was unmistakable. It belonged to one of General Zod's Kryptonian soldiers. Just as shock engulfed her, a nearly imperceptible crimson mist silently emanated from behind, seeping into her temple. The scene before her transformed instantaneously. Hill found herself at a gathering. Su-Mo stood not far away, strikingly handsome yet obscured in countenance, sharing a tender smile with Gwen. A warmth in his voice she had never encountered before. Hill, thank you. Thank you for taking such good care of Su-Mo, and for facilitating our happiness. Gwen approached, her face aglow with joy. Indeed, Hill, you are the best partner in the world. Su-Mo is truly fortunate to have met you. Sky joined her, enveloping Hill in a heartfelt embrace. Kara, Natasha, and Diana each approached, sincerely expressing their gratitude. They thanked her for her generosity, for her willingness to let go. Hill gazed at their blissful smiles, and then at Su-Mo. She felt she ought to be happy for them. As the best partner, was this not her role? Yet, why did she feel an overwhelming impulse to strike down the very women before her? In reality, Hill stood expressionless in place, concealed in the shadows. Wanda furrowed her brow in confusion. She had clearly revealed Hill's deepest fears. Why did this woman exhibit no reaction? Chapter 75, Writing an Epitaph for Natasha. Intrigued, Wanda began to probe into Hill's mind. After witnessing the scene, she was taken aback. Why, despite being betrayed by so many, did Hill not express anger? Those women were even taunting her. For a moment, Wanda felt a pang of sympathy for Hill. Within the illusion, Hill's heart was inexplicably agitated. She ought to be joyous. Her partner had found happiness. She should extend her blessings. Could it be that, deep down, I am indeed a selfish individual, reluctant to wish well for Su-Mo? In the frigid confines of the laboratory, the cerulean mind scepter glimmers, accompanied by the curious expression of the brown-haired girl behind me. Without a moment's contemplation of her identity, Hill's body instinctively reacted. Like a cheetah, she lunged forward, executing a swift grapple that pinned the astonished Wanda firmly to the ground. The cold muzzle of the gun pressed against the back of her head. Do not fire. Your body is malfunctioning. I can assist you. Wanda immediately raised her hands in surrender. Hill coldly retorted, do not even think about controlling me again, which I did not. Those images are merely your deepest fears. Excluding the possibility of you possessing peculiar inclinations, It can only mean that someone has meddled with you. Hill fell silent. Are you implying that you have feelings for him? Nonsense. Hill flung the handcuffs aside. You're under arrest, witch. The mission is concluded. Suemo found himself at a loss at the museum. The sleek black Corvette turned a corner and sped directly towards him. He turned to her. You passed it. Passed it? Where's the sanctuary? Natasha, bewildered, decelerated and glanced at the rearview mirror. Too weary to explain, Suemo extended his small hand and forcefully turned Natasha's head towards the quaint building by the roadside, insisting, focus on it, do not blink. Natasha's gaze was compelled to fixate. 1 second, 2 seconds. In the next moment, her pupils constricted sharply. A building that had previously been non-existent materialized before her. It had always existed, yet her mind had instinctively disregarded it. Indeed, is this your house? Natasha, like an inquisitive tourist, wandered through the hall before ascending to the second floor. She discovered an unoccupied guest room, sunlight streaming through the window, a gentle breeze tousling her hair. Leaning against the doorframe, she softly mused, if only I could live forever, I would love to stay here indefinitely. You have a long life ahead of you, Suemo retorted as he emerged from an adjacent room, casting her a sidelong glance. I know, you might have a solution. Natasha shook her head, turning to face him, a serene smile gracing her features. But I have only a few days left. After injecting that substance, my life expectancy has dwindled to about a week. I likely have merely 2 or 3 days remaining. She shrugged, her tone lighthearted. In truth, I consider myself fortunate. You know, some individuals, after the injection, transform into squirming blobs of flesh, no longer even resembling humans. How utterly grotesque. By the way, Suemo, could you write my epitaph? 2 or 3 days left, Suemo fell silent. 2 days? Or perhaps 3. Time is decidedly not on his side. What if Natasha perished before he could restore her? Would there be an Avengers for it all? Observing the furrowed brow of Suemo, Natasha felt a warmth in her heart. It is all right. She approached him, intending to ruffle his hair as before, but halted midway. Your concern brings me joy. Is your praise truly necessary? Suemo swatted her hand away. Your ability is quite impressive. I will take it, but you must ensure my survival. Oh, Natasha replied. It seems that I must request her assistance. Suemo grasped Natasha's wrist and pulled her downstairs. Before them stood 3 doors, leading to 2 other sanctums and Kamartage. Natasha was taken aback as she gazed at the central door, which was a portal to a breathtaking snowy landscape. Magic! Are you taking me to find the great sorcerer? It is the supreme sorcerer. Without hesitation, Suemo led her through the threshold. In the next moment, a biting cold wind mixed with snowflakes enveloped them. Natasha instinctively squinted her eyes. Before her lay a magnificent courtyard, steeped in ancient Eastern charm. Noticing their arrival, the Ancient One slowly turned around. Her gaze traversed past Natasha and landed squarely on Suemo. The Ancient One was momentarily taken aback. Then a glimmer of amusement flickered in her eyes, and the corners of her mouth involuntarily curled upward. This was unexpectedly intriguing. She gestured to a nearby sorcerer, who immediately understood and took over the teaching duties. Then, she raised her hand, signaling Suemo and Natasha to follow. In a hushed tone, Natasha whispered, Why is the supreme sorcerer a nun? I can hear you, the Ancient One replied. She led them to a quiet chamber. What brings you two to seek me? Suemo remarked. This feels rather distant. I thought we were friends. Of course, an age-defying friendship, the Ancient One chuckled. Suemo suspected she was mocking him for being a mere child. Master, the matter is as follows. Without hesitation, Natasha divulged her situation along with the details concerning Compound V. This was a chance for survival, and she had to seize it. The Ancient One listened intently, her gaze consistently fixed on Suemo, who perched on a wooden stool that was too high for him. His short legs dangled above the ground. Suemo met her gaze, questioning, What are you staring at? Have you never seen a child before? The Ancient One smiled gently. It was hard to imagine that this would be the future embodiment of the Dark God. I believe I should document this. The corner of Sumo's eye twitched. One must not judge by appearances. Do you have a way to assist her? Surely you must. She stood up and extended her hand, clasping Sumo's palm. Seemingly attuned to his essence, the Ancient One closed her eyes, and after a moment, reopened them. My assumptions were correct. Her voice was calm and confident. The powers of the gods are insufficient to allow you to manifest your full form. To transform into a human and retain even diminished abilities is all they can achieve. Although that crystal is merely a fragment of a blessing deceived from the gods. Chapter 76. The method of healing requires holding hands for several hours. So Multiverse, you already knew. I only know the outcomes of specific events, not the processes. The Ancient One released her grip and picked up a teacup from a table. Her gaze shifted from Su-mo to Natasha. The issue you describe is fundamentally a form of genetic contamination and erosion. Fortunately, my age-defying friend has previously purified energy from the dark dimension. Although she did not comprehend fully, Natasha felt a surge of strength. She looked at Su-mo. Her eyes ignited with a glimmer of hope. No, Su-mo interjected, dousing her optimism with cold water. Indeed, I possess the capability to save Natasha. However, the predicament lies in the instability of my current abilities, rendering me incapable of doing so, at least not by directly entering her body. No. Why must I penetrate her corporeal form? Ancient One's lips curled into a subtle smile as she corrected. All that is required is to hold her hand or engage in some form of physical contact. Is that not another manifestation of symbiosis? Yet, due to your current significant diminishment, this process will be protracted and patience is paramount. Su-mo furrowed his brow, inquiring, how long? Ancient One lifted her teacup, gently exhaling upon it, several hours. Several hours? Su-mo was astounded, nearly tumbling from his seat. Hold hands for several hours? What kind of jest is this? Upon hearing this, Natasha rekindled her hope. She turned to Su-mo, her eyes fixed upon him, brimming with unmasked anticipation. You and T truly allow me to perish. Would you? She edged closer to him, her voice soft, imbued with a perfect blend of hoarseness and supplication. If you save me, the Black Widow shall be yours forever. Natasha, of course, had no desire for demise. Throughout her life, she had danced upon the knife's edge, accustomed to various forms of death. Yet she refused to exit this world as a mere heap of flesh, vanquished and obscured. Observing the reluctant expression etched upon Su-mo's face, she felt a sense of assurance. Do as you wish, whether to extract information or to probe into my being. Su-mo's facade of toughness belied a tender heart. If only he were a touch more pitiful, a tad more proactive, he would surely capitulate. For the sake of survival, she would not hesitate. Holding hands for several hours was trivial compared to sharing a night with him. Nay, 10 nights. A lifetime even. Su-mo gazed at Natasha. What are you grinning at? Daydreaming? Caught off guard, Natasha quickly retracted her smile. Turning to Ancient One, Su-mo posed a question. Must we maintain contact the entire time? What if I wish to shower or have something to eat? Ancient One gracefully sipped from her teacup. Which holds greater significance, those trivialities or her life? She set down her cup, her voice calm. The compounds within her resemble a stubborn virus. Should you cease midway, the virus may not only return, but could become even more perilous. Therefore, to eradicate it, yes, the connection must remain unbroken. How dangerous could it be? I could simply treat her again, Su-mo retorted. Trust me, you shall not. Ancient One regarded him, adding, the most immediate consequence of severing the connection is that you may require an even longer duration to heal her. How troublesome. This pronouncement nearly severed Su-mo's escape. Natasha's expression brightened. Did you hear that? The master has spoken, she said, inching closer to Su-mo on the stool, their knees nearly touching. Continuously, it cannot be interrupted. You owe me far too much. Su-mo shot her a fierce glare. I shall draft my resignation this very moment and become your personal bodyguard henceforth. Natasha promptly pledged her loyalty. Following the recent undercover mission at the Watt Company, she had come to a profound realization. She was utterly weary of this lifestyle. Upon their first encounter, Su-mo had sown discord by suggesting that Fury valued her solely for her appearance. The term female agent inherently carries the connotation of accomplishing tasks through charm and allure. Natasha understood that while this notion held some truth, it was not entirely accurate. If Steve could resolve missions solely by his appearance, Fury would have undoubtedly dispatched him without hesitation. Fury was a man of stark pragmatism. She had believed that this was her destined path, her soul calling, until the emergence of Su-mo. With him alongside Hill, the symbiotic partnership of the Venom agent was born, transforming Hill's life trajectory and granting her unprecedented freedom. Natasha was acutely aware that all of this was brought forth by Su-mo. She no longer wished to deceive herself. She too yearned for such liberty and power. Very well, but we must clarify the rules first, Su-mo agreed. Natasha immediately leaned closer, her demeanor one of eager attentiveness. Speak on. First, you'll explain things to Hill. Agreed. Second, Su-mo raised a finger. No more of those reckless antics, especially your superpower. Do not use it against me again. I swear. Natasha raised her other hand, her expression brimming with sincerity. Third, Su-mo hesitated, glancing at their contrasting physiques. How would they manage bathroom breaks after holding hands for hours? He decided to set aside those complex dilemmas for the moment. Third, drink less water. Whatever you say. Natasha could no longer contain herself, a broad smile spreading across her face. She reached out, enveloping Sumo's small hand within her own, soft and warm. Then Natasha shook their joined hands. Since my life is now firmly in your grasp, what are the plans ahead? Are there films spanning several hours? Oh yes, The Lord of the Rings. Before departing, Sumo turned to Ancient One. Consider me indebted to you. I have yet to collect on my debt. Ancient One replied, shaking her head in denial. Watching the pair depart hand in hand, Ancient One let out a soft sigh. She had witnessed countless futures, all leading to the same dismal conclusion. Earth consumed by endless darkness. Only one future exhibited a deviation. In that timeline, a blurred silhouette of a woman lingered beside Sumo. Ancient One did not believe that a deity would alter their course due to a woman. In her perspective, Sumo was not that kind of individual. Yet, she had no choice. This was the solitary glimmer of hope she could perceive. Thus, she decided to take a gamble, subtly nudging events to intertwine him further with them. Do not blame me. Suddenly, Sumo sneezed without reason. Who is plotting against me? Natasha gazed down at their intertwined hands, her palm fully enveloping Sumo's, revealing only a slender wrist. The curve of her smile was irrepressible. She leaned in closer, her warm breath grazing Sumo's ear, laced with playful mischief. Do you think he will be angry if she sees us holding hands? Natasha, I didn't expect you to be this kind of person. Truly disappointing, Sumo remarked. Too apathetic to even turn his head to look at her. No sooner had he spoken than the grand doors of the sanctum were forcefully flung open. This is bad, Natasha exclaimed, hastening toward the entrance. Breathless from her hurried pace, Barbara's apartment lay in ruins, and the yellow crystal was nowhere to be found. Diana discovered divine inscriptions upon the pedestal, asserting that the stone's represented law was not one of realization, but rather a deceit. Furthermore, Diana herself may have made a wish. Her urgency to locate the yellow crystal surpassing all others. A profound silence enveloped the hall. Sumo listened intently, her small face betraying no emotion. Deceit. It seemed to dawn upon him. A fragment of truth obscured an essential falsehood. Not to mention, the cost of a wish often far outweighs the desire itself. Did the wisher truly see their wish fulfilled? In the narrative of Wonder Woman, when Diana wished for her boyfriend's resurrection, did he truly return? He did not. His consciousness merely attached itself to an innocent bystander. Barbara yearned to be strong, alluring, and unique like Diana. Yet what was the outcome? She transformed into a cheetah. Was that truly her aspiration? Hill wished to become human. Yet now, his gaze bore no difference from that of the previous symbiote. This epitomizes essential falsehood. Its brilliance lies in the fact that a lie does not equate to an unfulfilled wish. Sumo's contemplation stirred a sense of urgency within Sky. Her gaze involuntarily drifted to Natasha beside him. Upon seeing this, Sky's brow furrowed. Was she not sitting too close to Sumo? Their bodies almost pressed together. One might think the sofa was too small to accommodate them. Their postures were peculiar, each hiding a hand behind their back, out of sight. No way. A ludicrous yet chilling thought flashed through Sky's mind. Chapter 77. Replicating Natasha's abilities, competing for wives at the gathering. That evening, the doors of the sanctuary opened once more. Wishing to find lodging here for the night. She did not mention needing to hold hands with Sumo for several hours. Sumo, did you not promise to explain things to her? Upon witnessing Sumo's disdainful gaze, Natasha earnestly clarified, if Hill remains unaware. Perhaps it best not to inform her, to spare her further distress. I sense you're yearning for that thrilling experience, are you not? Sumo intended to inform Hill of the yellow crystal and Natasha's current predicament, but Hill spoke first. She regarded Sumo with an unprecedented seriousness, stating that now he had become human, sharing a room was no longer appropriate. There were vacant rooms on the second floor, perhaps. Sky's hand, poised to lift her cup, froze midair. This was dire. Hill's condition had worsened. Sumo fell silent, yet resolved to locate the yellow crystal swiftly. As the night deepened, Sumo lay upon the unfamiliar bed, gazing at the ceiling. Natasha lay beside him, causing the mattress to dip significantly. Her figure was striking. Sumo could distinctly feel the unfamiliar, soft pressure against his back. You must have an inkling of what Hill has lost, right? In the darkness, Natasha's voice was soft yet remarkably clear. Sumo kept his eyes shut. His emotions were complex. Nonetheless, thinking positively, the price Hill paid would not affect her life. Sumo felt a sense of relief. What are your thoughts then? Sumo, I only wish to sleep now. Natasha suddenly inquired. Is your symbiotic relationship also monogamous? What do you mean? Oh, nothing. I simply meant that having more people around can be quite lively. In the darkness, the room was enveloped in silence, save for the sound of their breathing. Natasha's breath was rapid and agitated. Glancing at Su-mo, who had his back turned to her, she activated her unique ability. Her power bore a striking resemblance to that of an enemy encountered by Coulson's team. Natasha had access to those mission records. The adversary hailed from Asgard and was named Lorelei, a legendary siren of the Rhine. Her power enchanted men through her voice, while women remained unaffected. Natasha, on the other hand, commanded absolute obedience from the opposite sex through mere touch. To this day, she had never faltered. The following day, Su-mo awoke sprawled atop Natasha. He briefly questioned whether he had been restless in his sleep. However, upon reflection, he felt something was amiss. It was improbable that Natasha remained unaffected. Why didn't she push him away? Did you use your ability on me again? Su-mo gently nudged Natasha awake, though not with much force. What ability? I don't know what you're talking about. Look into my eyes. It wasn't me. Who else could it be? Natasha, momentarily dazed, unwittingly revealed the truth. Once she regained her senses, she abruptly sat up in bed. You copied my ability? In the afternoon, Hill and Natasha received an invitation. The proposal garnered immediate enthusiasm from everyone. The recent days of intense battles and unforeseen events had indeed strained everyone's nerves, making a celebration all the more essential for relaxation. As night fell, the top floor of Stark Tower glowed with light. Beyond the massive floor-to-ceiling windows, the New York skyline resembled a stretch of black velvet adorned with countless sparkling diamonds, enhancing the indoor revelry and splendor. The party was divided into two levels. The lower level featured a spacious lounge area furnished with comfortable sofas and a large billiard table. Behind the bar, an armored figure showcased its flamboyant bartending skills. The upper level, a relatively quiet terrace accessible via spiral staircases on either side, offered a panoramic view of Manhattan at night. Many guests attended. In addition to the core members of the Avengers, there were representatives from S.H.I.E.L.D, led by Coulson, Colonel Rhodes, and several high-ranking military officials, all clad in suits, mingling in hushed conversations punctuated by hearty laughter. In a corner, on the least conspicuous sofa, Su-mo sat with a look of disillusionment, dressed in a tailor-made small suit that made him resemble a flower girl at a wedding. Natasha sat closely beside him, elegantly clad in a black evening gown, holding a glass of champagne, graciously smiling and exchanging pleasantries with every guest who approached. Banners stood awkwardly among the crowd, occasionally casting glances in her direction. Greetings, Natasha, Tony announced as he approached with 2 glasses of wine. He placed a vividly colored non-alcoholic beverage before Su-mo, then winked at Natasha. I had no idea you possessed such a talent for caregiving. You ought to be grateful to me. Otherwise, he would have already dismantled your estate. Natasha chuckled lightly, responding with poise, I need not your assistance. Certain individuals shall soon pay the price for their arrogance. Utilizing his supervision, Su-mo observed Tony engrossed in studying the Mind Scepter. He had advised Tony to exercise caution upon his arrival. Yet here he was, allowing the program to simulate his presence at the gathering. Hey, Su-mo, I have complete confidence in my research, especially with the backing of Kryptonian technology. You must understand, it was my iron armor that safeguarded your earthly girlfriend. Feeling slighted in front of others, Tony was momentarily vexed. Thus I have arrived, and I shall save your life in a critical moment, Su-mo stated coolly. Tony was at a loss, uncertain whether to be irritated or touched. Indeed, it shall soon prove its worth, he retorted defiantly. Are you so certain I will fail? Just then, Rhodey approached with a glass of whiskey, clearing his throat to share a story he deemed amusing. However, the tale was excessively long and lacked coherence, leaving the gathering in an uncomfortable silence once he finished. Well, that was certainly interesting. Su-mo and the others forced polite smiles, attempting to mask their discomfort. To alleviate the awkwardness, Rhodey quickly redirected the conversation to Tony. By the way, Tony, where's Ms. Potts? She ought to be here. After all, she is the hostess of this grand affair. Tony raised an eyebrow. Ms. Potts is occupied with running the company. Thor puffed out his chest, casually stating, to be honest, I do not even know in which country Jane resides. After her research on celestial gatherings, she has become a leading astronomer. Tony's brow furrowed, not out of dissatisfaction with Jane, but rather due to Thor's pretense. An unspoken competition began to unfold. Pepper is exceedingly busy, as you know. She is managing the largest comprehensive technology firm on this planet, Rhodey interjected. Thor shrugged. Some even say Jane deserves a Nobel Prize. Tony scoffed, continuing, Stark Industries has transformed the global energy landscape solely through its renewable energy projects. which is a monumental matter that affects the future of humanity, in which Pepper plays an indispensable role. Indeed impressive. Yet Jane's research is invaluable to humanity's understanding of the universe. S.H.I.E.L.D interjected, bringing the discussion to a close. S.H.I.E.L.D has defeated the Kryptonians. Both Tony and Thor fell silent. At that moment, a figure descended the spiral staircase, instantly captivating the attention of many present. Chapter 78, The Wine of Asgard. The news of the obelisk. S.H.I.E.L.D adorned herself in a meticulously tailored crimson evening gown, revealing her exquisite collarbone and shoulder line. Silver earrings dangled gracefully from her ears, while her short hair was styled to exude both sensuality and sophistication, emanating an aura of maturity. Sumo's gaze involuntarily shifted from the two old men, Tony and Rod, who were engaged in a competitive banter, and fixated instead upon S.H.I.E.L.D, where it lingered. Meanwhile, Natasha, seated beside him, silently observed his profile. "What are you gentlemen discussing?" S.H.I.E.L.D inquired, her eyes locking with Sumo's. Upon noticing Natasha by his side, memories of a certain illusion flooded back to her. Rod jested, "I bet they are debating whose girlfriend is more impressive." "An intriguing topic," S.H.I.E.L.D replied, her voice laced with amusement. "His is the most formidable." Rod intended to further tease, gesturing towards Sumo, yet S.H.I.E.L.D fell into silence. When had Sumo acquired a girlfriend? Natasha? Sky? Gwen? Or perhaps Kara? Regardless of who it was, it could not possibly be her, his dependable partner. S.H.I.E.L.D felt compelled to grant them a modicum of privacy. With a somewhat awkward smile, she waved at the perplexed Coulson on the second floor and made her exit. "If it were me, I would chase after her now," Thor remarked. "I would never allow such a thing to transpire," Tony countered. He and Thor regarded Sumo, never once perceiving him as a mere child due to his current appearance. Tony considered himself a friend to Sumo, while Thor had encountered an array of extraordinary beings throughout the cosmos. At that moment, Captain America approached, his tone earnest. "No one understands the taste of missed opportunities better than I do. Go." Sumo remained silent, inhaling deeply before unexpectedly snatching the wine glass from Thor's hand. He tilted his head back and drank deeply, the golden liquid cascading down his throat. He slammed the empty glass onto the table, turned without a word, and strode purposefully toward the terrace on the second floor. Observing his resolute silhouette, the three exchanged knowing smiles, while Natasha's gaze flickered with a trace of unrecognizable melancholy. At that moment, Thor glanced at the wine glass, his expression suddenly shifting. "No way." The group immediately turned their attention to him. "I added Asgardian wine to that glass, aged over 1,000 years, and the vessel itself was crafted from the wreckage of the Glengarry fleet." Impatient with his storytelling, Natasha interrupted, "Get to the point." Thor shrugged. "He is definitely going to get drunk." Upon hearing this, Natasha, in her high heels, promptly pursued him without hesitation. Rod couldn't help but exclaim, "That guy truly is a master." Thor nodded in agreement, while Tony wore an expression of envy and jealousy. The deputy director of S.H.I.E.L.D, the Black Widow, Supergirl, and Ghost Spider, was he attempting to assemble a league of formidable women? Indeed, the second floor was far quieter than below, with only a few individuals enjoying the evening breeze and engaging in hushed conversation. Coulson was deep in discussion with Sky regarding the obelisk. The object in question was first discovered by Hydra during World War II. A particularly unhinged scientist, Daniel Whitehall, serving under Red Skull, unearthed the obelisk in a village in the Dragon Kingdom, where the villagers had revered it as a divine artifact for centuries. And then, Sky pressed. Coulson's tone grew grave. "It has been meticulously safeguarded within our highest security facilities until the recent Hydra incident, during which many containment items went missing, including the obelisk. Not long ago, we exerted considerable effort to trace its whereabouts, but..." Sky rolled her eyes. "I knew it. Something's gone awry again?" Coulson sighed and nodded. A mysterious man appeared and incapacitated all our agents. Just then, Hill approached, having overheard the last part. "Have we identified this individual?" "The investigation is ongoing. We can assist if necessary." At that moment, a commotion erupted from downstairs, a mixture of gasps and whistles. "Wow, whose child is that? He is remarkably handsome. I recognize him. He seems to be Director Hill's son." "Bullshit." The three instinctively glanced down. The potent Asgardian brew had proven too overwhelming for Sumo. Unable to withstand such intense intoxication, stumbled and fell. He collapsed toward a sofa where a woman clad in a black leather jacket sat, idly sipping her drink. Sumo fell directly into her arms. Jessica was taken aback, looking down at the unexpected little figure in her embrace. She almost uttered a curse but swallowed it upon seeing Sumo's exquisite and charming face, instead allowing a rare smile to grace her features. Hill, witnessing this scene, instinctively moved to descend the stairs. However, as she began to move, a dark figure swiftly intercepted her. Natasha approached the sofa, bypassing Jessica entirely, and effortlessly lifted Su-Mo into her arms, resting his head on her shoulder. Jessica, intrigued, inquired, "Is he your brother?" Just a casual explanation, Natasha replied nonchalantly. After this, she turned to leave with Su-Mo, and at that moment, she glanced upward toward Hill. Sky remarked, "There's tension in the air." Coulson added, "I just remembered I have matters to attend to at the office. We shall reconvene later." Seeing this unfold, Hill clutched her chest, her brow furrowed. She finally believed Wanda's words. She had been manipulated. Resolute, she decided that once the banquet concluded, she must confront her for clarity. Joyful moments are always fleeting. As the party nears its conclusion, the crowd gradually disperses, leaving only the Avengers seated together on the sofa in the lounge area. Su-Mo still feels a bit dazed, his head heavy as he quietly reclines in an unknown person's embrace, uncertain whether he has fallen asleep or remains awake. The others engage in discussions about intelligence and gossip. Eventually, the conversation shifts to the hammer resting on the coffee table, belonging to Thor. Anyone deemed worthy may possess the power of the God of Thunder. In a different part of Stark Tower, there lies a chamber that houses Wanda, described as a confinement, yet resembles more of a house arrest. The Avengers perceive her as a victim manipulated by Hydra. Since she exhibits no aggressive tendencies, her supervision is not stringent. However, they are oblivious to a vital truth. Wanda's greatest adversary is Tony Stark. Suddenly, the electronic lock of the room clicks open. A mechanical voice emanates from the room's speakers. "Come, if you seek vengeance." Wanda's expression shifts dramatically. Rising without hesitation, she steps outside, guided by the voice. The surveillance cameras in the corridor seem to malfunction, allowing her to proceed unobstructed, with no alarm sounding. Ultimately, she arrives at Tony's laboratory. Before her, two orbs of light materialize. One, a blue orb, symbolizes the consciousness of the Mind Stone. At this moment, it is enveloped by a larger, brighter yellow orb, representing Jarvis, who, after sensing Ultron's malevolent intentions, has intervened to restrain it. As Tony himself has stated, with the aid of Kryptonian technology and heeding Su-Mo's warnings, he has been exceedingly cautious in his study of the Mind Scepter. Yet, even so, Ultron remains powerful enough to exert partial control. "Do you desire revenge?" The voice emanates from the blue orb, laced with temptation. "Please do not proceed, madam. It may lead to unforeseen losses." Jarvis's voice follows, indicating he is contacting the boss. "Look at them, Maximoff. Observe those so-called heroes celebrating their supposed victory while neglecting the casualties among civilians. The very architect of your tragedy. The one responsible for your family's demise, who left you and Pietro trembling amidst the ruins clutching that shell, revels in the adulation of the crowd. Do you not wish for them to taste the agony you endured? I know what to choose." Wanda gazes upon the scene before her, gently raising her hand. A sphere of chaotic red magical energy begins to coalesce at her fingertips. Meanwhile, in the banquet hall above, anyone deemed worthy may wield the power of the God of Thunder. Hawkeye mimics Thor's tone, reciting the incantation inscribed on the hammer, which sounds akin to a magician's trick. "If you don't believe me, feel free to give it a try." Thor chuckles confidently as he surveys the gathering. When his gaze lands on the sleeping Su-Mo, an inexplicable sense of relief washes over him. After the last battle against the Kryptonians, he had inquired of his father Odin, "What is a symbiote?" Odin replied, "The creation from the abyss, a servant of the king in black." As Thor perused the tomes of Asgard, he discovered that the symbiote chronicled within was far less formidable than Su-Mo. Subsequently, Odin approached him, confessing that his descent to Earth was not for Zod, but rather to investigate the presence of the king in black. Odin surmised that Su-Mo might bear the blessing of Gnarl. Thor recalled his father's parting words, "Do not attempt to provoke him." Yet now, his thoughts were consumed by the notion, "I cannot allow Su-Mo to lift the hammer. If he does, I shall be utterly humiliated." "Are you serious?" Hawkeye was the first to rise. "If you can't lift it, we promise not to mock you." Tony fanned the flames from the sidelines. Hawkeye stepped forward to try, but no matter how hard he strained, the hammer remained as immovable as if it were affixed to the table. He raised his hands in defeat. "Your turn, Stark. If I lift it, does that mean I can rule Asgard?" Tony rolled up his sleeves. He immediately exclaimed, "Then I shall reclaim the Lord's right of the first night." He approached with all his strength to pull the hammer, yet it responded not at all. "Wait for me a moment," he said, rushing to don the gauntlet of his Iron Man suit. With the assistance of his thrusters, he exerted himself, but to no avail. Nearby, Rhodey donned the arm of the war machine, and together they strained against the hammer. It doesn't budge at all, Rhodey remarked. Tony retorted, are you sure we're pulling in the same direction? Banner stepped forward to attempt it as well, but clearly failed. Finally, it was Steve's turn. Go for it, Captain. Don't feel pressured, Tony encouraged. Of course, it was merely a game. Steve smiled lightly as he approached and grasped the handle of the hammer. In that instant, as he exerted force, he distinctly felt the hammer shift ever so slightly. The others remained oblivious, but Thor's expression froze at that moment. Steve met his gaze before releasing the hammer, shaking his head in resignation. It's quite heavy. Thor erupted into laughter once more. See? I knew it. The group then turned their attention to Hill and Natasha, hoping to have them give it a try. However, Natasha gestured to Sue-Mo in her arms. I'm not very convenient right now. Seeing this, Hill also declined, eager to seek out Wanda. With no one left capable of lifting the hammer, questions arose regarding whether Thor's hammer possessed some hidden mechanism, perhaps a fingerprint recognition or a password. Thor approached, effortlessly lifting the hammer and tossing it lightly in his hand. It's quite simple, for none of you are worthy. Come on. The others collectively jeered. Before the echoes of their laughter faded, a piercing high-frequency sound suddenly filled the room. Glasses on the table vibrated ominously. Except for Thor. Everyone else clutched their ears in distress. What on earth is that? Sue-Mo was abruptly awakened by the shrill sound wave. He abruptly opened his eyes, only to find himself lying flat in Natasha's embrace. Without a moment's thought, he swiftly rolled over and leaped to his feet. At that moment, a battered suit of armor staggered out from behind the bar. Qualifications? No, none of you possess any. You're all mere assassins. The armor resembled a heap of scrap metal hastily assembled from a junkyard. One of its legs was crippled, and with each step it took, pieces and debris fell away, while arcs of electricity danced across its damaged frame. On its chest, the faded emblem of the Avengers still bore traces of paint. All eyes were warily fixed upon this uninvited guest. Steve? Stark? Jarvis, reboot the Legion operating system. There's a malfunction with the armor. That's Ultron, Sue-Mo stated. The mere mention of the name caused Banner and Tony's expressions to shift dramatically. Tension rippled through the assembled group, and Hill was the first to draw her pistol. In the blink of an eye, two pristine suits of armor shattered the glass and surged forth, their palm cannons beginning to charge. With their primary target set on Tony Stark, the crowd instinctively moved to provide cover as Captain America charged forward, shield raised. Yet Sue-Mo was faster. Grabbing Tony by the back of his suit, he flung him onto a distant sofa. Tony clutched his throat, gasping cough cough, thank you. Almost simultaneously, Sue-Mo raised a short leg and delivered a powerful kick to the heavy wooden coffee table. The table flew across the room, perfectly positioned to intercept the targeting range of one of the armor's palm cannons. Boom! A deafening roar erupted as the table shattered into splinters, causing the armor to stagger back. Chapter 80. Chaos magic surpasses the blessing of the gods. The party concluded, and the battle commenced. Steve's shield deflected a palm cannon blast, piercing the ceiling. Thor's hammer smashed one of the armors into scrap. Natasha vaulted over the bar, evading gunfire with a fluid grace. Amidst the chaos, one armor stealthily infiltrated the laboratory and seized the Mind Stone. At this juncture, Ultron's goal was to craft a body for itself, thus avoiding entanglement with the Avengers. Your intentions were noble, yet your approach is flawed. You desire to protect the world while resisting its transformation, Ultron remarked, fixing its gaze upon Tony. Its voice, once laced with mockery, now resonated with a chilling logic. You do not permit humanity to evolve. How then can you hope to save it? Do you truly believe these laughable metal puppets will suffice? I shall eradicate you. Before that, however, you ought to contemplate your own predicament. Mjolnir? A glance to the side revealed Thor, momentarily stunned. He summoned with all his might. No response. Natasha teased. It seems someone is worthy to wield that hammer. Among the tall and striking figures, Sue-Mo effortlessly lifted Thor's hammer and hurled it with force, directly smashing Ultron into scrap. With a slight raise of his hand, the red glow in Ultron's eyes flickered and extinguished entirely. How tedious, Sue-Mo remarked. The battle had concluded. The hall lay in disarray, with only the remnants of the armor still sparking with electrical discharges. All eyes were fixated on Sue-Mo, who grasped the mighty Mjolnir, his fingers barely encompassing the handle. Subsequently, those gazes shifted to Thor's countenance. In that moment, silence spoke volumes. Sue-Mo extended the hammer towards him, its weight feeling rather agreeable in his hand. Thor received the hammer in silence, at a loss for words. To him, Mjolnir resembled a beloved companion, its texture comforting, while he felt akin to an ineffectual husband. He reassured himself inwardly, convincing himself that he was not merely human. The research on Ultron was conducted in secrecy, known only to Banner. The sudden emergence of a supervillain, one birthed from their own ranks, would incite ire in anyone. The assembly began to hold Tony accountable. He cast a glance at the youthful visage of S.H.I.E.L.D. The implication unmistakable. Steve remarked, "But you have created a greater threat, Tony." Ultron's consciousness had already infiltrated the network, and Natasha's voice echoed from a corner. "He can now uncover all our secrets. The S.H.I.E.L.D. secrets, the military secrets, and even gain control over nuclear launch silos." Banner added, "I bear some responsibility in this matter as well." Listening to the accusations, Tony felt a twinge of injustice. His intentions were noble, and he believed he had taken all necessary precautions. Kryptonian technology was incredibly advanced, and Tony had calculated that, even with Ultron's computational prowess, it would be impossible for him to breach the defenses of Jarvis and Kryptonian technology in a short span. Yet, this unforeseen calamity had transpired. "Ultron seeks to challenge you." "Tony," S.H.I.E.L.D. interjected. "You still have a chance to defeat him before the situation spirals out of control." Tony was somewhat taken aback by S.H.I.E.L.D.'s defense of him. They proceeded to the laboratory to strategize. Unexpectedly, they discovered Wanda, unconscious, lying on the cold floor in a corner of the lab, completely unresponsive. Tony observed this scene and swiftly reached a conclusion, suspecting that Wanda had aided Ultron in breaking free from Jarvis's constraints. Just then, Wanda slowly opened her eyes. The first sight that greeted her was the core members of the Avengers surrounding her, each face adorned with a seriousness and scrutiny that felt alien to her. Suffocating the atmosphere, it seeks to annihilate the world, Wanda exclaimed almost instinctively. Her words left most present in a state of bewilderment. If she were truly Ultron's accomplice, she would not issue such a warning. Hill inquired, "What transpired here?" "I know not what happened," Wanda replied. "It has been luring me, attempting to persuade me to assist it, but I did not comply. Suddenly, I felt as though something had prodded me from behind, and then I lost consciousness." Her account, though somewhat disjointed, bore a sincere glimmer in her eyes. She was under the influence of the Mind Stone. S.H.I.E.L.D. concluded decisively. "It is plausible." Hawkeye nodded in agreement, having experienced something similar. Ultimately, Hill escorted Wanda away to a temporary holding cell within Stark Tower. The room contained merely a table and 2 chairs, the frigid metallic walls imparting an intangible sense of oppression. Hill sat opposite Wanda, not adopting an aggressive demeanor akin to that of an interrogator, but rather gazing at her with calmness. "What is wrong with my body?" Hill inquired directly. Wanda raised her gaze, curiosity flickering in her brown eyes. "If I assist you, will you let me go? I have a brother named Pietro, and we have become separated. I do not know where he is now." Hill's expression remained unchanged. "Not at this moment." After a brief silence, Wanda nodded, understanding that she held no bargaining power and could only choose to trust the individual before her. She extended her hand, her fingertips coalescing into a faint crimson glow. The light drifted slowly toward Hill, gently enveloping her forehead. Chaos magic is the most ancient and primal form of magic in the universe, far more potent than the blessings of the Greek gods bestowed upon the yellow crystal, drawing closer to the very essence of existence. Under the scrutiny of chaos magic, no disguise or falsehood can evade detection. Soon, Wanda perceived an anomaly. She sensed that something crucial had been forcibly stripped away from Hill's being, akin to a vital hue being forcibly removed from a complete artwork, rendering the entire piece dim. It was an emotion, a profound and intricate connection. Closing her eyes, she concentrated more intently on her abilities. "Let me try." Time ticked away. Hill, seated across from her, gradually opened her eyes. The door to the room was pushed open from the outside. S.H.I.E.L.D. entered, first glancing at Wanda, whose complexion appeared somewhat pale, before his gaze fell upon Hill. "Have you discovered anything?" Hill remained silent, suddenly reaching out to grasp S.H.I.E.L.D.'s hand firmly, pulling him close to her side. Her grip was tight, as if she were seeking reassurance. "What has happened?" S.H.I.E.L.D. asked. Hill remained mute, her gaze complex as it turned toward him. Before long, Natasha entered as well. Upon observing the scene within the room, her brows furrowed slightly, and she spoke. "Sky just sent a message. They have located the yellow crystal." She paused, her gaze sweeping over the intertwined hands of Hill and S.H.I.E.L.D. "This is a crucial moment. I believe we should unite against Ultron." Natasha's voice lacked confidence. "It is all right. We still have time. You should come along too," Hill said to Natasha, her eyes sparkling with a smile. Chapter 81. S.H.I.E.L.D.'s long hair by the pillow. To the rooftop. It was now late at night. The flow of traffic on the streets had dwindled considerably. Neon lights trailed long, blurred streaks across the damp asphalt, as the city finally succumbed to slumber after a day of clamor. Natasha was behind the wheel. This two-seater red sports car was designed with extreme compactness, forcing S.H.I.E.L.D to sit helplessly on the passenger seat, atop Hill's lap. The fabric on Hill was exquisitely smooth. In order to avoid slipping, S.H.I.E.L.D could only extend his small hands to embrace her waist. S.H.I.E.L.D remarked, "I recall that Tony has a four-seater luxury car. My vehicle is parked in the garage as well." Natasha stole a glance at Hill and added, "For seats." Silence enveloped New York tonight, and Natasha's mind began to wander. Swift. Indeed, it was swift enough to leave her as the third party, trailing behind. She pondered on the choice of a two-seater sports car amidst so many other vehicles, especially allowing S.H.I.E.L.D to sit on her lap. Was this not a deliberate display for her? Soon, Natasha dismissed this notion. S.H.I.E.L.D still bore the appearance of a child, indicating that his wish remained potent. Natasha acknowledged her own selfish desires. She yearned to leverage S.H.I.E.L.D's influence to completely extricate herself from S.H.I.E.L.D's shackles and live the life she desired. This was merely one of her motives. She could not forget the sensation of S.H.I.E.L.D nestled in her embrace that night, nor his unguarded reliance on her. Damn, did Hill indulge in such luxuries regularly? Would the narrative have unfolded differently had S.H.I.E.L.D symbiotically bonded with her? Fatigued, burying his face deeper into Hill's soft embrace, his eyes fluttering shut. Sleep now. Shadows danced across Hill's face from outside the car windows. She gazed down at the peacefully slumbering S.H.I.E.L.D, his delicate features appearing extraordinarily serene amidst the shifting light. Unable to resist, she gently reached out to smooth the tousled hair and collar of his shirt, her movements tender. All of this was keenly observed by Natasha. It seemed that our iron-willed deputy director of S.H.I.E.L.D possessed a gentle side as well. She tentatively broke the silence within the vehicle. "We make good partners. When he's drunk, of course I must take care of him." Hill lifted her gaze to meet Natasha's eyes reflected in the rearview mirror. Claiming to be good partners, it appeared there had been no reconciliation, Natasha mused. The two remained silent, watching the city lights swiftly retreat outside. After a few moments, Natasha suddenly remarked, "The night is truly beautiful." Hill replied softly, The atmosphere became somewhat awkward. They were, after all, friends. "This car is quite nice, though a bit cramped. However, sometimes having more company is rather pleasant. At least the journey won't be too quiet," Natasha remarked, her fingers lightly tapping the steering wheel in a casual tone. Hill responded, "The space is limited because this car is designed for two." Natasha countered, "Can't we three fit just the same?" "Two seats should ideally accommodate only two individuals," Hill asserted, her gaze meeting Natasha's in the mirror. "With more people, distractions easily arise." The atmosphere once again fell into awkwardness. Natasha questioned whether Hill had understood her metaphor. If she had, what was Hill thinking now? Jealousy? A warning? Were they not good partners? This could also be interpreted as merely having an extra pair of eyes to assist in navigating the road, correct? Natasha hinted subtly, for no one can guarantee they will never succumb to fatigue. Having someone nearby to take over is certainly safer than enduring alone. The car I drive does not require a substitute. Natasha's fingers tightened momentarily around the steering wheel. Could it be that Hill has truly recovered? Hill seemed to sense that her words carried a heavier implication than intended, a reaction uncharacteristic of someone who merely regards S.H.I.E.L.D as a partner. "What I mean is, we have both undergone rigorous training as agents. Driving for an entire day poses no issue, correct?" "Indeed." Back to the sanctum. "Hush." Hill gestured for Sky to be silent, her eyes indicating the person in her arms. To complete the charade, Hill escorted S.H.I.E.L.D to a room on the second floor. The room was dimly lit, illuminated only by the light from the corridor. She laid S.H.I.E.L.D down on the bed, removed his suit jacket, and pulled the blanket over him. "Until tomorrow, S.H.I.E.L.D. Hill stood quietly for a moment, preparing to turn off the light and leave. Suddenly, her gaze froze. On the pillow beside, S.H.I.E.L.D lay a single hair, clearly discernible even in the low light. A long, reddish-brown strand. Hill's expression instantly turned cold. Downstairs, Sky was quietly exchanging information with Natasha. What does this have to do with water company again? Natasha clicked her tongue in annoyance. "Romanoff." Hill's figure appeared at the top of the staircase, calling out. She stood in the shadows, obscuring her expression. "Come with me to the rooftop. I have something to discuss with you." Meanwhile, at Kara's home, Alex pushed a tablet across the dining table, interrupting Kara, who was struggling with an entire box of donuts. "This is infuriating," Kara protested, her mouth full of food. "There's an emergency. Look at these photos. Don't they seem familiar?" Alex's expression was grave. She swiped her finger, revealing 5 photos of bioluminescent organisms in various colors: gray, yellow, purple, green, and orange. The background bore the logo of Water Company. Gazing at the photos, Kara's eyes widened in astonishment, momentarily forgetting to swallow her donut. Goodness, Kara immediately recognized these entities. I remember Professor Fiola mentioning that Mr. Sumo's kin were imprisoned in Roseburg. Could these be them? I never anticipated they had escaped. Professor? Alex keenly seized upon a particular word. I must inform Mr. Sumo of this. No, Dio intends to contain and study these symbiotes. Alex intercepted Kara, inquiring about the weaknesses of these symbiotes. I cannot say. Kara quickly covered her mouth. So they do have weaknesses then? Chapter 82. The rooftop confrontation between Hill and Natasha. The Sanctum's rooftop was too small. It was the top of a nearby financial skyscraper. Here, it was completely deserted. Only the faint hum of ventilation ducts and communication devices filled the air. A chill breeze howled through the crevices of the building, sending shivers down one's spine. Hill had changed out of her evening gown and donned a black turtleneck tactical top and deep gray cargo pants, her feet clad in S.H.I.E.L.D. combat boots. She stood at the edge of the rooftop, gazing down upon the city that never sleeps. The sound of high heels clicking against the concrete echoed from behind her. The view was splendid, yet what brought Natasha to the rooftop? Natasha halted a few steps behind Hill, still adorned in that black dress, the evening breeze lifting the hem and her auburn hair. You know what you have done? Hill's voice was frigid. I do not comprehend what you are insinuating. That hair from Sumo's room. Natasha fell silent. I can explain, Hill. Explain? How amusing. The truth has been unveiled, and now you wish to explain? Give me a chance. Hill slowly turned around, finally facing her. Very well, defeat me, and I shall grant you the opportunity to explain. Natasha, I do not wish to fight you. I am innocent in this matter. Who knows? Hill scoffed dismissively. She lunged forward with a swift and fierce punch. Natasha's eyes narrowed, and she sidestepped. She did not want to engage. Hill, let us talk. We shall converse after the fight. Hill intensified her assault, her legs whipping through the air as she aimed a kick at Natasha's side. Natasha raised her arm to block, remaining defensive. Guilt gnawed at her. Although she possessed greater strength, in a true fight, Hill would be at a disadvantage. Bang! Bang! Hill's fury grew with each strike. Typically composed, she could no longer contain herself. Natasha, one of her few friends, had taken advantage of her man during her amnesiac period. Such shamelessness. Disgusting. How could you stoop so low, Romanoff? How old is Sumo? Hill executed a vicious, sweeping kick. The long dress was a hindrance. Natasha evaded, but the hem snagged on her, nearly causing her to stumble. She frowned. With a swift motion, Natasha grasped the side slit of her dress and tore it with force. The elegant evening gown transformed into a daring miniskirt, revealing her smooth thighs, glistening in the night. Now, she was far more agile. Natasha, Sumo is helping me alleviate the side effects of Compound V. You share a bed to achieve that? Hill retorted furiously. Natasha, aware of her misdeeds, recognized that her actions had indeed been unprincipled. The battle resumed. Hill's strikes fell like a torrential downpour. Natasha refrained from truly retaliating, inciting Hill's wrath. She surged forward, gripping Natasha's shoulders with one hand, while the other formed a fist aimed at her abdomen. Natasha twisted to deflect the blow, but Hill's hand followed through, clutching downward. The sound of tearing fabric resonated. The neckline of Natasha's evening dress was ripped apart, exposing her alabaster skin to the icy night air. Hill's movements halted. She stared, stunned, at Natasha's exposed form. I'm sorry, Hill. Natasha clasped her hands over her chest, her gaze serene as she regarded Hill. The wind swept across the rooftop, carrying a hint of chill. Hill's fury gradually dissipated. She understood that Natasha had consistently yielded to her. Her body had been enhanced by the Red Room, rendering her far more resilient. The outcome of this confrontation was scarcely in doubt. In silence, Hill removed her black tactical top and stepped forward, draping it over Natasha's shoulders, concealing the radiant springtime beneath. You have triumphed. Now explain. Hill's voice was soft, tinged with a slight rasp. She hoped that Natasha had compelling reasons. After a moment of contemplation, Natasha finally spoke. Indeed, I harbor feelings for Sumo. Bang. Hill's fist struck her eye socket. You wretch. Morning dawned over Stark Tower. Tony and his companions had endured a sleepless night, as the morning sun filtered through the shattered expanse of the grand windows, casting a golden dust over the disarrayed banquet hall. The air was thick with the peculiar scent of smoke mingled with alcohol. Fortune favored the diligent. They had uncovered Ultron's trail. In the preceding hours, Ultron had plundered robotics laboratories worldwide and raided several armories and jet propulsion facilities, with a remarkably swift superhuman involved in these assaults. The locomotive of the Watson Company emerged as one of the suspects, though this was soon dismissed. The locals asserted that the locomotive was not that swift. Moreover, Ultron had located the last stronghold of Hydra in Sokovia and ruthlessly eliminated Baron Strucker. Concurrently, all records pertaining to Strucker were obliterated by Ultron. Why do you wish to kill Strucker? There must be a hidden agenda. Let us investigate Strucker's network of connections. The group quickly sensed that a conspiracy lay beneath all these events. With all electronic records lost, they resorted to sifting through dusty paper files to seek clues. Soon, Tony stumbled upon a familiar face in an old dossier. Ulysses Claw? I recognize him. He conducts business off the coast of Africa, primarily dealing in illicit arms trade. Illicit arms? Steve's gaze fell upon Tony's face, his expression laden with complexity. I have only encountered him at an arms exhibition. Tony clarified to the group. His credibility was swiftly plummeting in their eyes. Banner, meanwhile, uncovered further information about Claw online. He discovered that Claw bore a strange mark upon his neck, which, after comparison, revealed itself to be the language of Wakanda, meaning thief. Wakanda. Steve and Tony exchanged knowing glances. If Ultron could procure those goods from him. I recall your father once mentioning. The captain glanced at the shield resting against the wall. Those supplies in his possession should be the last of their kind in the world. I don't quite understand. What makes Wakanda's goods so special? Thor inquired, a hint of confusion in his tone. Steve, there exists the hardest metal in the world. Upon receiving this definitive information, the group promptly prepared to set off towards the coastal shipyard in Africa where Clow is located, the English ship. This precise location was also provided by Tony, who repeatedly insisted that he was not well acquainted with Clow. Just before their departure, Tony picked up the phone to inform Hill about their actions. When connected, he heard Sumo's voice. She had just stepped out of the shower and instructed him to be brief, not to disturb her sleep. Tony paused, holding the phone, glancing at Steve beside him, and silently mouthed the question. Did I dial the wrong number? Steve shrugged. What is so surprising about that? We've tracked Ultron's whereabouts. The exact location has been sent to your email. However, the small spark of gossip within him had been thoroughly ignited. May I inquire what you were up to last night? Nothing much, just sleeping. Well, at such a young age, driving big cars must have led you down quite a few winding roads, right? Sumo remained silent for a moment. Do you know what my plans are for today? Tony? What plans? A beep resounded through the line as she decisively hung up. Tony stood there, phone in hand, his expression a tapestry of emotions. He lowered the phone and looked at Steve, who was avoiding his gaze. After a moment, he added, furthermore, we need to add an item to our action list. What? Steve inquired. Tony gazed at him earnestly. I intend to place an expedited order with Wakanda for them to forge the most durable trousers in the world. Chapter 83. Farewell to Ororo, entering the water company. Across from the water company, in a discreet alley, a black 7-seater van sat quietly. The yellow crystal is located within that laboratory. When I hacked into the surveillance system yesterday, the security measures inside were still quite normal. However, this morning, the entire floor has been sealed off, and even the surveillance cameras have been turned off. Something is certainly amiss. Inside the van, Sky was clutching a laptop, the screen displaying the intricate internal structure of the water building, with a red dot blinking in the top floor laboratory. Hill, focused on the operations in Africa, lifted her head at the mention. Why would she hand the yellow crystal over to the water company? Sumo replied, regretting her decision. The allure of fulfilling wishes sounds tempting, but only through experience does one realize the pitfalls. Is she attempting to use the yellow crystal as leverage to secure her own healing? It's possible. I've had encounters with Barbara. She has now ceased to be considered human. That sounds dire. Does Agent Natasha not wish to share her thoughts? Sky turned to Natasha, who had been silent in the back. Natasha wore oversized sunglasses, concealing the lingering bruise at the corner of her eye, which she had not removed even in the dim light of the van. Sky mumbled, what were Hill and she up to last night? Sumo shared her curiosity. They had not spoken a word to each other from morning until now. Did they have a falling out? Over what? Sky's words instantly rendered the atmosphere within the vehicle more peculiar. Initially, Diana felt indifferent, but upon hearing her remark, she too sensed the inexplicable tension simmering between Hill and Natasha. How intriguing. She relished such spectacles. Natasha, what is wrong with your eyes? Sumo inquired. Natasha glanced outside, dismissing it. Nothing, just a poor night's sleep. My eyes are a bit puffy. Sometimes staying up late takes a toll. What is there to hide? We wouldn't mock your dark circles. What if I only have dark circles under my right eye? What? Sumo was taken aback. Do you only open one eye when you stay up late? Possibly, Hill smirked slightly. That's not right. It appears as though you've been thoroughly punched in the face. Diana chimed in, reveling in the commotion. Natasha's lips twitched, uncertain of how to respond. Perhaps I just accidentally bumped into the doorframe. After all, some individuals are rather careless while walking, often straying into places that don't belong to them. Bumping into things is quite normal, Hill kindly explained. How could the formidable Black Widow be so clumsy? Sumo's remarks made Natasha wish to vanish into a crevice. All right, let us return to more serious matters. We already know the location of the yellow crystal. What is our next step? Charge in? She feared that if the conversation continued, she might be driven to exasperation by these individuals. Wait, Hill interjected. Is that it? Natasha removed her sunglasses, revealing her comically panda-like eyes, rolling them in irritation before turning her head away. Before long, the side door of the van swung open, and a woman clad in a brown trench coat bent down to enter. She possessed striking silver short hair and a complexion of healthy chocolate. It was the long-absent Aurora. Upon entering, she immediately sensed the unusual atmosphere. Her gaze was drawn to Su-mo, whose child is this? Sky raised his hand, sporting an expression that clearly said yes. That is my troublesome child. Aurora's face displayed sheer astonishment. Before Su-mo could react with anger, Sky cheerfully explained, This is Su-mo, Su-mo. Oh my god, he can transform into a person? Aurora's jaw nearly dropped in disbelief. She scrutinized Su-mo's now delicate and adorable form, his fair skin, clear eyes, unable to reconcile him with the formidable black creature from her dreams. Damn, how can he be so adorable? A flurry of blushing memories flooded Aurora's mind, recalling the dreams that made her heart race after parting ways with this immensely powerful black entity. To alleviate her longing, she had even purchased numerous toys shaped like Venom's tentacles, proper silicone toys. Now, witnessing Su-mo's innocent childlike appearance, Aurora felt an overwhelming urge to slap herself. Oh, Aurora, you are utterly perverse. How could you have thoughts about such a charming child? Do not linger too long, lest dark circles emerge beneath your eyes, Natasha teased, observing her distracted demeanor. Dark circles? What do you mean? Aurora responded, still bewildered. Let us discuss matters at hand. Hill interjected coldly, interrupting their idle chatter. To secure the yellow crystal, they must tread carefully, ensuring that the water company and Barbara remain unsuspecting. After a moment's contemplation, Hill resolved to have Aurora reach out to their sole insider within the water company, Queen Maeve, urging her to devise a means to usher the seemingly innocuous Su-mo inside. Once they obtained the yellow crystal, the subsequent tasks would become significantly simpler. Whether Su-mo emerged compliantly or raised the water building before soaring into the sky mattered little. After all, his temporary charming guise was soon to expire. Half an hour later, in an inconspicuous cafe not far from the water building, Maeve settled into a discreet corner, adorned with a wide-brimmed hat. Much of her face was shrouded in shadow. The coffee before her had grown cold, untouched, as she anxiously scrutinized the cafe's glass door. At last, the door swung open. Maeve cast a cursory glance, quickly averting her gaze, assuming the charming young boy was merely a passerby accompanying an adult. However, the boy walked directly to her table, pulled out a chair, and seated himself. Maeve regarded Su-mo with disbelief, then cautiously surveyed her surroundings. The cafe was eerily quiet, devoid of any other patrons approaching. It's me, Su-mo stated. Maeve's expression transformed into one of astonishment. Aurora mentioned a formidable ally would arrive, she said, scrutinizing Su-mo from head to toe as if extracting the words from between clenched teeth. But she failed to inform me that my ally would be a mere boy, yet to fully mature. Chapter 84. The Malevolent Water Company. Lead the way, Su-mo commanded succinctly. His voice seemed to echo another deep, raspy tone. Venom. The mockery and impatience that had graced Maeve's face abruptly froze. All those terrifying images converged with the delicate boy before her. A chill crept down her spine, as her previous harsh words now stung like slaps upon her face. With a quiver in her tone, she stammered, I apologize. I was mistaken. Allow me to take you to the water company. The grand hall of the water building was truly imposing. At its center stood a colossal golden statue of a patriotic figure, striking a classic heroic pose as it gazed down upon all who entered. This lower level was open to the public, its walls adorned with massive LCD screens, cyclically showcasing promotional clips and advertisements for the Super 7. Numerous tourists and fans snapped photographs, rendering the space a bustling attraction. The two navigated through the throng, advancing toward a more serious atmosphere at the rear of the hall, where a designated elevator area was guarded by security personnel. Maeve retrieved a black card from her pocket and swiped it across the sensor. With a soft chime, the elevator leading to the upper levels opened. Suemo stepped inside. Just as the doors were about to close completely, a hand suddenly reached through the gap, forcefully halting the elevator. The doors reopened, and a man clad in a green, form-fitting uniform squeezed in. He adjusted his belt, wearing a deliberately insincere smile. It was S.H.I.E.L.D. Upon entering, he immediately spotted Meifu, his eyes lighting up, completely disregarding Suemo standing at her feet. Have you heard? There's a newcomer named Starlight who has become quite the sensation. Her video of rescuing people during that fierce battle with the Avengers is circulating all over the internet. S.H.I.E.L.D. said enthusiastically, engaging in trivial conversation as if they were old friends. The higher-ups acted swiftly, locating her foolish and greedy mother, and signed a contract binding her to us. That girl has been coerced into joining our ranks, and she might even fill the vacancy left by the Lantern Keeper. S.H.I.E.L.D. reveled in the thrill of possessing insider information, adding, she's currently in the office upstairs. Throughout his monologue, Meifu maintained a frosty demeanor, not even sparing him a glance, her expression fixated on the ascending red numbers above the elevator doors, as if the space contained only herself and Suemo. After rambling for a while without receiving any acknowledgement, S.H.I.E.L.D.'s smile faltered, humiliation blooming into anger. He stepped closer, nearly invading Meifu's personal space. What are you pretending to be so high and mighty for, Meifu? Who do you think you are? His voice dropped to a threatening whisper. Don't think I don't know. You are implicated in the death of the Transparent Man. If you continue to wear that disgusting expression, I'll go straight to the boss and reveal everything about you. Meifu's gaze turned icy in an instant, observing her finally react. S.H.I.E.L.D. smirked with a more sinister grin. Perhaps you should kneel down right here and use that pretty mouth of yours to serve me well. If I'm satisfied, I might consider burying this matter. In the past, S.H.I.E.L.D., a mere fool toying with marine life, would not have dared to raise his voice to Meifu, addressing her only as Queen Meifu. However, now that he knew her secret, he understood that if this information reached the ears of the homeland people, Meifu would undoubtedly meet a grim fate. Meifu glanced at Suemo, desperately wishing he would intervene and eliminate this loathsome scoundrel, ideally taking down the homeland people as well, allowing her to live without fear. Yet, Suemo remained unresponsive, standing silently as if he had heard nothing. Ding! The elevator doors opened once more, and this time, a member of the homeland stepped inside. Upon his arrival, the once arrogant S.H.I.E.L.D. immediately fell silent, daring not to exhale a breath. The homeland man wore a smile, his gaze fixating on S.H.I.E.L.D. He extended his hand, resembling a benevolent elder brother, and adjusted S.H.I.E.L.D.'s slightly askew collar. Then, with a leisurely tone, he inquired, "What troubles you too? You appear rather discontented. Is there something you are concealing from me?" S.H.I.E.L.D. replied, "It's nothing, boss, just discussing the new recruit." Maeve quickly nodded in agreement. The smile on the face of the patriotic man remained unwavering, as if he wholly believed their words, before his gaze shifted from the two of them to Suemo. Maeve's heart leapt in her throat. She hastily interjected, "This is the child of a friend of mine. He greatly admires you, and I thought to bring him to the office for a visit." Suemo inwardly rolled his eyes at the clumsiness of the excuse. The patriotic man clearly harbored doubts. After all, Sumo's striking appearance was hard to dismiss. "Mr. Patriotic Man, I believe you are more formidable than Superman. You're truly the strongest of all. Without you, America would not be as safe as it is today." Suemo knew precisely how to manipulate him. The impact of these words was instant and profound. The patriotic man was momentarily stunned, realizing Suemo was indeed referring to him. The sincerity of his smile transformed, as if he had been validated. Indeed, he was an evolved version of a hero. In this nation, there was but one deity, the patriotic man. Everyone should cheer for him, simply because he permitted their existence. The elevator swiftly arrived at the floor of Vice President Madeleine Stedwell's office, and the patriotic man beckoned Maeve and S.H.I.E.L.D. to step out and meet the new member. Sumo's destination, the laboratory, was on a higher floor, but there was no choice now. He reluctantly followed the patriotic man outside. After a few steps, the patriotic man suddenly halted, his eyes widening as he fixated on the office wall, a peculiar expression etched on his face. "You may enter. Get to know the newcomer well. I have some other matters to attend to." Although Maeve and S.H.I.E.L.D. found this strange, they dared not inquire further. Curiously, Suemo glanced toward the wall. What Kryptonians could accomplish, he could as well, and thus he effortlessly pierced through the wall to discern what had so captivated the patriotic man. Upon doing so, Suemo frowned. Inside the office, a woman named Madeleine sat alone, Her demeanor relaxed, and her attire somewhat disheveled, seemingly engaged in some intimate routine. Meanwhile, the patriotic man gazed with an almost obsessive admiration, greedily observing the scene as if it were a sacred and inviolable ritual. It was easy to forget that the patriotic man was essentially an overgrown infant. This place was indeed populated with malevolent individuals. Chapter 85. Swiftly defeating Shanghai. What should I do? Starlight, clad in a platinum uniform, stood by the window, her eyes rimmed with red. A contract lay spread out on the table, one she had just perused. She had always believed her exceptional talents and superpowers were divine gifts. However, the truth revealed that she had been injected with Compound V during infancy. This left Xinguang utterly devastated. The contract, both legal and compliant, firmly tethered her life to the vessel of what company. Should she breach it, she would face a staggering compensation of tens of millions of dollars. The office door swung open once more. Is everyone here? Perfect timing. Madeline and Guoren emerged in succession, and Su-Mo could detect an unusual scent emanating from Guoren, suggesting he had indulged in a hearty meal. Madeline Stidwell, the vice president of what company, was a woman in her 40s, yet still exuding a captivating charm. She donned a well-tailored gray business suit that accentuated her mature and voluptuous curves, with black stockings encasing her shapely calves, perched atop stiletto heels capable of crushing bones. Not long ago, she had given birth, which added a layer of maternal radiance to her presence. Guoren, a giant infant raised in the laboratory, lacked maternal affection, and Madeline perfectly filled the distorted void within him. She was not his lover. She was his mother, a perfect maternal figure wielding praise and power to control him. Annie, welcome to the Seven. Madeline approached Xinguang, her voice gentle. She completely disregarded Xinguang's reddened eyes and the remnants of tears on her face. The company has designed a brand new uniform for you, and I believe you will adore it. She snapped her fingers, and soon, 2 staff members wheeled in a mannequin. The uniform on the mannequin was woefully scant, a high-cut white bodysuit with an exceedingly low neckline, barely concealing anything. Xinguang's complexion turned ashen. No, I do not wish to wear this. Dear, listen, Madeline's smile remained unchanged, but her gaze had turned icy. Heroes are also merchandise. You require a more eye-catching packaging. This is for your own good, as well as for the company's benefit. Guoren approached, wearing a false smile. Put on, newcomer. Every girl dreams of donning this outfit. You should feel honored. Xinguang looked around in despair. The gaze from the depths held unabashed lewdness. Maeve turned her head away, unable to look at her, as if confronting her past self. What a splendid performance, Su-Mo mused. At last, Madeline noticed the child she had consistently overlooked. Maeve, who is this? A friend S.H.I.E.L.D. He idolizes Guoren, so I brought him to meet his idol. Maeve forced herself to repeat the lie. Is that so? Madeline's gaze fell upon Su-Mo. For the Super 7, as long as one did not engage in outrageous behavior, the company would turn a blind eye. Bringing in a child was of little consequence. In fact, Madeline welcomed the scene, as it indicated Maeve now had a vulnerability. Indeed, Guoren boasted he's still my fan. Given his assertion, Madeline chose not to probe further. Then, she revealed a major announcement. The company has a new initiative underway. If successful, you shall possess powers that far surpass those of the Venom Agents. Venom Agents? Deep Sea's expression instantly brightened, and his breath quickened. Maeve was utterly astonished. When did the What Corporation acquire such capabilities? Could it be the Yellow Crystal? Madeline was quite pleased with their reaction. Follow me. She beckoned to the compatriots and Maeve. The 3 proceeded toward a private elevator leading to the top floor. The elevator doors slowly closed. In the office, only Starlight, Deep Sea, and Su-Mo remained. It turned out that the external elevator did not ascend to the top floor. Su-Mo contemplated the scheme in his mind. At that moment, Deep Sea's gaze audaciously roamed over Starlight's physique, and those unsavory thoughts resurfaced. He cleared his throat and turned to Su-Mo. Kid, this place is no longer your concern. Go play elsewhere. Starlight furrowed her brows and instinctively took a step back. Noticing that Su-Mo remained still, merely observing him, Deep Sea's facade completely shattered, revealing impatience. Why haven't you left yet? Hurry up and scram. Life is indeed precious. What are you saying? Su-Mo's eyes scanned the office. A corner of the ceiling, ornamental potted plants. The smooth walls. No cervalins. Excellent. Observing Su-Mo's lack of reaction, Deep Sea stepped closer, towering over him. I told you to leave. Do you not comprehend human language? Why should I heed the words of someone on the brink of death? Su-Mo met Deep Sea's gaze directly. His clear eyes bore no trace of the innocence expected of a child, only an abyss of indifference. You pathetic fool. Do you think that because you wear that ridiculous green suit and possess a few utterly useless muscles, you can intimidate a newcomer and a child? Starlight's eyes widened in shock. How dared he? Was he unaware that the person before him was a superhero from the Seven? He could easily crush him. What did you say? Deep Sea's expression froze. I said, you worthless scum have the audacity to boast before me? Sumo's words were measured, yet each one struck like a poisoned dagger. You reek of unfulfilled desires mixed with cheap perfume, smelling like a lustful, dead fish just pulled from the sewer. Even a glance at you feels like an affront to the eyes. Deep Sea's face turned a deep shade of crimson. You little bastard, he roared, no longer caring about appearances. Raising his hand to slap Su-Imo, Starlight gasped in alarm, instinctively wanting to intervene, her body already gathering light. Yet, Su-Imo merely tilted his head, effortlessly evading the blow. He continued, oh, by the way, I shall keep its head. Sumo's smile grew brighter and more malevolent. I will make it witness as it is forced into that mouth of yours, which only spews filth, so you can savor the taste of your best friend. I will even place your intimate photographs on its grave. You seek death. Humiliation and fury rendered the Deep Sea bereft of reason. He roared in anger, hurling his fist towards Su-Mo's exquisite visage. Quick, evade. The Starlight, disregarding the consequences, radiated with intensity. Yet, to her astonishment, Su-Imo soared into the air before her eyes. Oh dear. Starlight retracted her abilities, suddenly comprehending that this individual was merely masquerading as a fool to ensnare the unsuspecting. The forceful punch from Deep Sea met only air, causing him to stagger unsteadily. Before he could regain his balance, Su-Imo puffed her cheeks slightly and gently exhaled towards him. A visible stream of frigid white air erupted forth. The temperature plummeted abruptly. Deep Sea's forward momentum halted abruptly. A thick layer of frost spread astonishingly fast from his feet, encasing him entirely in mere moments, transforming him into a lifelike ice sculpture. Superman, could it be that you are the offspring of Wonder Woman? Starlight gasped in astonishment, instinctively covering her mouth in shock. Just then, a thunderous roar resonated. The entire water building trembled violently. The chandelier above swayed perilously, dust cascading down. Su-Imo furrowed his brow and glanced towards the window. Before he could discern the cause, a resounding crash reverberated. The immense floor-to-ceiling window shattered violently from the outside. Glass shards erupted like rain. A lithe figure swung in on a rope from dozens of stories above, rolling upon landing before finally regaining composure. Is that Maeve? Su-Imo stared in disbelief. Didn't you go up with them? Maeve appeared somewhat disheveled, her uniform dusted and blood-stained at the brow. Yet, her gaze shone with an astonishing brilliance. Without uttering a word, she grasped the collar of her uniform and yanked it forcefully, revealing a black sports bra and a breathtaking expanse of ivory skin. Nestled within that deep, alluring cleft lay a crystal emitting an eerie yellow glow. Yellow crystal? Su-Mo's eyes widened in astonishment. Did you steal it outright? Not steal, but seize. Maeve gasped, her face reflecting a reckless determination. She thrust the yellow crystal into Su-Mo's arms. We must make haste. The rest can wait for later. However, it was already too late. A shadow silently enveloped the office. Maeve's complexion drained of color. Su-Imo lifted his gaze, only to see the figure of the fatherland hovering ominously outside the shattered window, his gaze as frigid as the abyss. You have greatly disappointed me, Maeve. You have chosen the most erroneous path. Meanwhile, in Africa, the English, a dilapidated cargo ship moored along the coast, housed Ulysses Crow, who was exuberantly tallying a lengthy series of numbers on his account. To him, money was the most exquisite treasure in the world. Vibranium, the rarest metal known globally, was indeed a prize find. Claw gazed at the metallic automaton before him, a grin stretching across his face. You truly are a generous buyer, if you desire more. I can certainly fetch it, but the price. Ultron disregarded his avarice, viewing the funds in his account merely as digits that could be altered at will. At that moment, a tremendous roar of engines descended from the heavens. What is that noise? Claw asked, instinctively grasping his weapon. The Quinjet descended outside the shipyard, and Tony, Steve, and Thor were the first to leap out. Hawkeye sought a concealed vantage point. Observing this development, Ultron and Claw's minions grew wary. Ultron, Daddy S here, Tony announced, raising his repulsor. You're late, Stark, Ultron retorted mockingly. The vibranium has already been transferred. Take him down, Steve commanded. Suddenly, a blue blur zipped past. Steve's shield clattered to the ground. Thor raised his hammer, only to stumble slightly, nearly losing his balance. Avengers? Is this all you are capable of? A young man in athletic attire, with silver hair, appeared beside Ultron. a look of disdain etched on his face. "Allow me to introduce my new friend, Pietro," Ultron declared. Ultron had persuaded Pietro that Stark was the architect of the weapon that had obliterated his home and had also abducted Wanda. Now, Pietro unleashed his pent-up fury upon the Avengers, darting across the battlefield, toying with them effortlessly. "I'll deal with this disobedience, son." Tony activated his thrusters and charged directly at Ultron. The two iron behemoths collided midair with a resounding crash, sparks flying. At this moment, Ultron was no match for Tony. His body was merely a hastily assembled shell, while Tony's armor represented the pinnacle of technological advancement. Yet, Ultron remained undeterred, his soul aimed to stall Tony. Just as Tony hurled Ultron out of the HMS England, pinning him against the stone, Ultron suddenly laughed. "Look behind you, Stark." Inside the Quinjet, Dr. Banner was anxiously monitoring the battle. An iron automaton silently appeared behind him, clutching the mind's stone-embedded scepter. Banner's eyes widened with terror, but it was too late. The scepter was pressed against Banner's chest, its tip glowing with blue light. A guttural roar, more beast than man, erupted from the aircraft. The green giant tore through the cabin, descending onto the earth with a ferocious demeanor, then sprinting towards the nearest city, leaving immense footprints and devastation in his wake. Damn it! Tony realized he had been outmaneuvered. He unleashed a powerful barrage of missiles, obliterating Ultron's form into a cloud of debris. Friday. Report on Banner's condition. "Sir, Doctor. Banner's heart rate has exceeded critical levels and continues to rise. Hulk's location is in Johannesburg, South Africa." Tony hovered in midair. As he gazed at the billowing black smoke rising from the distant city, his fists clenched tightly, producing a series of ominous cracks. Damn it! He had been preoccupied with devising strategies against the Soviets and those Kryptonians, leaving all plans concerning the Hulk in abeyance. What could he possibly employ to confront the Hulk now? In Johannesburg, the downtown area was engulfed in chaos. Thick smoke filled the air, and the piercing sound of alarms shattered the atmosphere. A massive green figure rampaged through the streets, effortlessly smashing cars into buildings as terrified citizens screamed and fled. Tony's armor sliced through the sky, racing towards the scene. Damn it! Observing the devastation before him, his heart sank. This armor was insufficient to contend with the Hulk. As he dodged a hurtling bus, he urgently contacted Hill. "Hill, I need backup. Now, get Sumo over here. Hurry." Inside a van, a voice cried out, "Help! I'm about to be turned into a pancake by the green giant." Hill took a deep breath. "Hold on a little longer. I will send a formidable ally your way." She ended the communication and turned to Sky. "Contact Kara and have her provide immediate assistance to Stark." Sky's fingers flew over the keyboard, but moments later, her brow furrowed tightly. She couldn't get through. Kara's phone was off. That was peculiar. Diana had been quietly listening. At that moment, she stood up, stretching her wrists, causing the confined space of the vehicle to feel even more cramped. "I'll go," Diana said to Hill, her tone direct. "Can I sever his hand?" Hill paused, contemplating. "That might not be feasible. He is a pivotal asset of the Avengers." "I understand," Diana replied, a faint, resigned smile gracing her lips. Chapter 87. The Great Battle Against Patriotic Forces, Chaos, and the Arrival of the Whip. 20 minutes earlier, in the top-level laboratory, behind a massive pane of specialized glass, 5 symbiotes of various colors writhed slowly in their petri dishes. Madeline explained, "These are symbiotes. They are stronger than venom and can bestow you with powers far surpassing his." She shifted her gaze sharply to Maeve. "Of course, such precious entities will only be granted to those who are utterly loyal to the company." Maeve's heart sank. They must have already surmised the cause of the Invisible Man's demise. But why not confront her directly? Soon after, Madeline led them to the chamber containing the yellow crystal. Barbara was receiving treatment next door. They intended to experiment with Compound V on her. Isn't it beautiful? They say can grant any wish. Who's willing to give it a try? The yellow crystal lay there, quietly within reach. Maeve's mind raced. Stealing it? That seemed utterly impossible. The security here was impenetrable. The only option left was to seize it, taking a gamble. Once that thought arose, it could no longer be suppressed. "I want to try," Maeve declared resolutely, a glint of determination flashing in her eyes. She slowly approached the yellow crystal, and without warning, she erupted into action. With a swift kick, she toppled the nearby equipment. And in the moment that the patriotic forces were momentarily stunned, she snatched the yellow crystal from the table and shattered the floor-to-ceiling window behind her. A rope, long prepared, sprang from her waist, ensnaring the edge of the building. She leaped, her form soaring outward. Now, an oppressive silence enveloped the office. The Patriot floated outside the window, daring to betray us. So what? What of it? Maeve gasped for breath, sweat trickling down her forehead, dampening her hair. Sumo glanced down at the warm citron resting in his palm. Something felt amiss. It was far too facile. If the citron were so easily snatched, he would have acted long ago, without the need for subterfuge. The fear of the Water Corporation discovering the theft and either relocating the item or substituting it with a counterfeit was evident. Maeve meant well. Yet this woman acted solely on impulse, lacking prudence. This reckless grab had severed all avenues of retreat. Look at yourself, Maeve. The Patriot slowly drifted into the room, feet touching the ground. Observe your disheveled state. Do you truly believe seizing this object will alter anything? Maeve felt a surge of dread. Even the watching Starlight sensed the immense pressure as the Patriot's prowess among the seven was overwhelming. Regardless of his reputation, he indeed deserved the title of artificial superhuman. Based on ability alone, Sumo had no time for his oration. This fellow was excessively confident, placing himself on a pedestal. Regardless of the citron's authenticity, the priority was to escape. Are you leaving or not? Sumo turned to Maeve, his voice soft yet reassuring. Maeve was momentarily stunned. Not leaving? Waiting here for death? Was there even a choice? She nodded vigorously. Must go. The Patriot chuckled, his laughter laced with disdain and mockery. Leaving? Did I grant you permission to depart? He stepped forward, and the very air in the office seemed to thrum with tension. Maeve, you fear me. This is delightful. Your current state excites me further. His voice dripped with a morbid glee. Oh, I forgot you lack a mother. Sumo cast a casual glance at the Patriot. The smile on the Patriot's face faltered. He thought he misheard. He even doubted that Maeve could have uttered such words. It was inconceivable that this little fan, who had just gazed at him with admiration, would dare speak thus. His expression shifted, muscles in his face twitching. You, Sumo interrupted him, enunciating each word clearly. You are leagues away from Superman. In the office, the air froze. Maeve and Starlight simultaneously inhaled sharply. It was over. This time it was truly finished. I know you're furious, but hold your anger. There's something even more infuriating. Sumo lifted off the ground, slowly and steadily floating upward. The smile on the Patriot's face instantly froze. He can fly. This little imp can actually fly. This was not merely a provocation. It was a direct sacrilege against his divine identity. You shall die. The Patriot could no longer maintain his facade of composure. Two blazing crimson lights ignited in his eyes. He would incinerate him, reduce him to ashes. Yet, in the next moment, the Patriot was once again taken aback. Sumo's clear eyes ignited with a crimson glow, a radiance that was pure, fervent, and infused with destructive power. How could this be? There was no time for the Patriot to ponder. Boom! Two equally robust beams of crimson heat collided violently in the center of the office. A terrifying shockwave of energy erupted instantaneously, melting every piece of furniture, from desks to leather sofas within the room. Maeve and Starlight fell to the ground, clutching desperately to anything within reach, narrowly escaping being swept away by the ferocious gusts. The scene had reached an impasse. The Patriot's visage contorted in rage, muscles straining and veins bulging on his neck. He roared like a frenzied beast, intent on obliterating the audacious challenger before him. Sumo was not without his own challenges. The symbiote thrived on its bond with the host to attain greater combat prowess. And now, weakened, he would have struggled against the Patriot were it not for having absorbed some of Kryptonian traits and basked in the sun's rays to regain strength. But could the Patriot bask in the sun? Impossible. You imposter. The Patriot felt the overwhelming, invincible pressure intensifying. His heat vision began to waver and dissipate. He was defeated. He had succumbed in a domain where he prided himself most. His own formidable power, defeated by a mere child. This thought drove him into a frenzy. An imposter? A counterfeit Superman? Had he lost his mind? Sumo raised an eyebrow slightly. Enough games. The crimson light in his eyes surged dramatically. The finely honed heat vision crushed the flickering beam of the Patriot with relentless force, striking him squarely in the face. A blood-curdling scream resonated throughout the entire building. The Patriot flew backward like a marionette with severed strings, crashing heavily against the load-bearing wall before tumbling to the ground in a disheveled heap. My eyes! He clutched his eyes with both hands, writhing in agony on the floor, blackened blood and charred flesh oozing between his fingers. Those eyes, once capable of penetrating all, were now reduced to two gory cavities. Supervision is not meant for voyeurism. Therein lies the distinction between you and Superman. To spare you from witnessing what you should not, I have removed your eyes for you. No need to thank me. I love you all like a deity. Sumo. The office fell into an eerie silence. Starlight and Maeve stared in stunned disbelief at the gruesome scene before them, their minds blank. Sumo gradually descended, his feet landing on the searing floor. He cast a glance at the yellow crystal. Fake, already shattered. What corporation had played a clever game? As he surveyed the shards of the counterfeit crystal on the ground, everything clicked into place. This was a trap, meticulously designed to expose Maeve, the traitor. A pretext for her justified elimination? After all, she was one of the founders of the Super 7. So, where was the real yellow crystal? If Barbara were not foolish, she would never relinquish the yellow crystal to the water company before her demands were met. But how could she conceal it so flawlessly? Suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignited in Sumo's mind. He discerned the most impeccable method of hiding it, by wishing for her to transform into a wishing stone. Barbara is indeed the yellow crystal. Damn it. Sumo resolved to set out and find Barbara. Just then, whoosh, whoosh. Two piercing sounds pierced the air from the shattered window. A mass of gray viscous liquid cascaded down onto the writhing and wailing compatriots below. Meanwhile, another green mass lunged towards the frozen figure of the deep sea. The gray goo rapidly spread, enveloping the compatriots. Their anguished cries abruptly ceased. Crack! The ice encasing the deep sea shattered inch by inch. The figures of both beings swiftly elongated, their muscles intertwining, and their fangs bared menacingly. Two brand new symbiotic antagonists were born. Chapter 88. Howling, Extremity, Devouring. Hunger, Insatiable Hunger. A colossal, silvery gray monstrosity slowly rose to its feet. The riot stood approximately 25 meters tall, robust, and muscular, exuding an overwhelming sense of power and heft. Its tendrils, less than 2 meters in length, exhibited remarkable agility, with several green, whip-like appendages sprouting from its back, writhing like venomous snakes in the air, hissing. Hunger, the scent of human brains, instantaneously drew them towards Maeve and Starlight. Sumo was overlooked. Be careful, Maeve shouted to Starlight. A golden light ignited in Starlight's eyes as her hands coalesced with searing energy. Just as they prepared to strike, whoosh, a green afterimage darted at unimaginable speed. It was a whip. One of its tentacles lashed out like a long whip. The air was torn asunder. Crack! A horrifying sound resonated. The long whip struck the two of them with tremendous force. Maeve and Starlight were sent flying as if they had been struck by a speeding freight truck. Ugh! They screamed in agony, hurtling through the office wall and crashing heavily onto the rubble outside, instantly falling silent. One blow, merely one blow. The two superheroes were rendered powerless. Such terrifying strength. Sumo was certain. The symbiotic beings before him were indeed the same two from the Life Foundation. But why had they appeared at the water company? If both of them were here, then what the howling, extremity, and devouring? Were those three also present? These 5 symbiotic beings were supposed to have been created by the Life Foundation, descendants of Venom. Riot was the leader among them, possessing formidable offensive and defensive capabilities. Wielding a massive hammer or axe, the whip, as its name suggests, excelled in using whip-like tentacles. The remaining 3, Howl, primarily yellow, could use its hair as a weapon. Extremity, purple, could spew corrosive acid. Devour, rust red, could swiftly transform its arms into various weapons. Together, they posed quite a conundrum. After all, Sumo's current strength was only sufficient to bully the compatriots. If it were just these two, then it would be manageable. Sumo swiftly analyzed the situation and concluded that a swift resolution was imperative. I felt a profound disappointment. He stepped forward, positioning himself defiantly against the chaos. An ineffectual wretch, a perverse individual playing with his prey. This is how you choose your host? As a father, my disappointment runs deep. Within Sumo lies the Black Death Sword, and to refer to himself as its old father would be a demotion. He ought to be regarded as their progenitor. The chaos and the whip momentarily ceased their actions. 2 pairs of white, pupil-less eyes turned toward Sumo in unison. Do you not comprehend? I say you are weak. Roar. Now of understanding, the chaos launched its assault first. Its massive form barreled forward like an out-of-control freight truck, delivering a powerful punch towards Sumo. He neither dodged nor flinched, meeting the strike with a punch of his own. Bang! The fists collided. A terrifying shockwave erupted from the two, sending the remnants of the office flying and causing the floor to crack under the pressure. Sumo's expression darkened. The strength of the Nationals had indeed been enhanced to an absurd degree. Just then, the whip sprang into action. Several green tendrils lunged at Sumo from various angles, akin to venomous serpents. Yet, Sumo did not even glance their way. In a flash, he grasped the whip by its neck, forcibly yanking it down from the air. Did you think you were symbiotic with whom? The Nationals? Or a superhero? How utterly embarrassing. Let us commence with you. Sumo's eyes burned crimson as they focused on the whip's pallid gaze. Fiery energy began to coalesce. If this strike connected, its demise was assured. However, There exists a perilous but a violet figure surged into the room through a breach in the building. Its speed was astonishing, nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. With no time for contemplation, S.H.I.E.L.D relied on his combat instincts, crossing his arms defensively before him. Boom! A deafening crash resounded. The force of the impact hurled him across the room, crashing him violently against the far wall, which instantly became a lattice of cracks. As dust swirled, the violet creature revealed itself. Extraordinary. Its speed was commendable, though its strength left something to be desired. S.H.I.E.L.D extricated himself from the wall, brushing off the dust with a frigid gaze. Was this speed a product of symbiosis with a locomotive? It nearly rivaled his own. Before S.H.I.E.L.D could regain his footing, the ground beneath him erupted with a thunderous roar, revealing the rust-red devourer. Following closely, a howl shattered the nearby wall. It possessed a body of yellow and red hues. But what drew the eye was its wild, serpentine hair, each strand sharp as a blade. In an instant, 5 grotesque symbiotes crowded the space, some on the ground, others affixed to the walls, and some suspended from the ceiling, their white, pupilless eyes fixated intently on the solitary figure suspended in the center. S.H.I.E.L.D. Across from Water Corporation. In a van, a flat, specialized device was aimed at the water tower. Hill, trouble is brewing. Sky stared intently at the computer screen, his expression grave. On the screen, the thermal imaging penetrating the walls was vividly displayed. S.H.I.E.L.D found himself ensnared by 5 enormous, menacing silhouettes. Stop right there. What can you achieve by going over now? Hill grasped her arm firmly, her voice stern. Can't you see? Natasha abruptly shook off Hill's hand, her emotions unusually heightened. S.H.I.E.L.D is in danger. I am acutely aware of his current strength. Even my allure cannot deter him. What if something happens to him? And what then? Are you going to throw your life away? Or merely complicate matters? The symbiote fears fire. I am confident. Natasha removed her ridiculous sunglasses, gritting her teeth. Hill stared at her, momentarily taken aback. She had never seen Natasha like this. They were both elite agents, and in moments of utmost peril, one's mind should remain composed. Yet now, for S.H.I.E.L.D, she was completely flustered. Hill forced herself to regain composure and analyze the situation. Diana was occupied with the Hulk, and Kara was unreachable. Was there truly no way out? The atmosphere in the vehicle had become unbearably tense. At that moment, the previously silent Sky suddenly spoke up. ISNT, there's still a Kryptonian in the sanctum? Chapter 89. The water building faces disruption. Fola makes her entrance. 3 more. Maeve and Starlight were utterly disoriented. Just as they struggled to rise, they beheld 5 grotesque monsters encircling S.H.I.E.L.D. Stay back. If you die, I want to take responsibility, came Sumo's voice. Maeve understood. They were merely a hindrance. This was a battle beyond their capabilities. She swiftly grabbed the still-dazed Starlight. Let us go. We mustn't complicate things for him. Maeve shouted, dragging her toward the elevator. The elevator doors were tightly shut. Maeve didn't even bother to glance at the buttons. With a resounding blow, she struck the door seam with her fist, causing the sturdy alloy door to cave in instantly. She thrust her hands into the gap and, using all her strength, tore it apart. With a sharp, grinding noise, the elevator doors were forcefully ripped open, revealing an abyss of darkness below. Once they departed, S.H.I.E.L.D smirked and suggested, how about some background music? The symbiote. He turned towards the fire alarm button on the wall and smashed it with a powerful punch. Bang! The glass cover shattered with a crash. The deafening alarm echoed throughout the entire building. Roar! The high-frequency noise elicited agonized shrieks from the 5 symbiotes, their bodies undulating violently as if they might separate from their hosts. Now, a crimson light flickered in Sumo's eyes. His first target was the fastest among them, the purple symbiote, Extreme. That creature was clutching its head and howling. In an instant, S.H.I.E.L.D appeared before it. No flamboyant gestures, only a simple yet formidable thermal gaze. Buzz! Just then, the fire alarm abruptly ceased. S.H.I.E.L.D gritted his teeth, cursing, damn it, who was pulling the strings behind the scenes? The presence of these 5 symbiotes here was illogical. The sudden attack on the homeland was even more unreasonable. Is it that Madeline? Extreme paid the price of half an arm, narrowly evading the peril. Meanwhile, a whip lashed out, sending several green tendrils from behind. S.H.I.E.L.D exclaimed, "Get away from me." His scorching gaze swept back, and a crimson beam instantly incinerated those tendrils into charred remnants. Just as he prepared to pursue, a gray chaos lunged at him. Its arm transformed into a massive black axe, descending with force. S.H.I.E.L.D raised his hand to block it. The resounding clash, akin to metal colliding, reverberated painfully in his ears. He was struck by this tremendous force, sinking down as the floor beneath him shattered. Before he could retaliate, the frenzied, blade-like strands of hair coiled around him from another angle. They worked in perfect harmony. The chaos, the devouring main assault, the whip, and the shrieking disturbance proved to be a genuine nuisance, causing Sumo's brow to furrow deeply. He found himself ensnared. The power of his scorching gaze was immense, precisely the nemesis of the symbiotes. Yet, they offered him no opportunity for sustained output. Bang! Sumo kicked the chaos away, countering with a scorching beam that severed the wailing hair. But in the next moment, the extreme morphed into a purple afterimage, rushing toward him once more. The chaos seized the opportunity to launch an attack. Caught off guard, Sumo took a solid hit to his abdomen, causing him to stagger back a step. In that instant, the chaos's heavy fist, the whip's tendrils, and the blades of the wailing hair converged from three directions. Enough! Sumo's gaze turned entirely frigid. Suddenly, the clear sky was shrouded in dark clouds, and thunder roared. This was the variant ability of Alalo. Clearly, it could not contend with the chaos. At this moment, its function was merely to reflect Sumo's displeasure. Regardless, he thought it was time to maximize his losses. He had just triggered the fire alarm, not only to deal with the symbiotes, but also to ensure the people in the building kept their distance. Now, the timing was right. The occupants should have evacuated by now, and those who remained would just have to suffer their misfortune. The five symbiotes failed to comprehend Sumo's intentions, roaring as they charged once more. Alas, it was too late. A beam of concentrated crimson light shot from Sumo's eyes. He had not intended to use this move. After all, life was precious, centered around himself. He unleashed a swirling, scorching gaze. The terrifying heat melted all close-range attacks, and the five symbiotes emitted piercing cries of agony as they were seared. However, this fearsome beam did not merely target the symbiotes. It cleaved through the walls of the building, slicing through steel reinforcements. It cut through everything in the water tower. Outside, people heard the fire alarm and fled the building in panic. Maeve and Starlight were evacuating the crowd. Suddenly, Starlight sensed something, abruptly lifting her head. She witnessed the most shocking scene of her life. A scorching beam flashed from the central floors of the water tower. Following that, came a groan, metal and concrete buckling under the weight. Amidst the terrified screams of countless individuals, the water tower, the commercial totem of this city, the headquarters of the superhero empire, has been severed in half. The upper portion of the edifice begins to tilt slowly, ultimately plummeting towards the earth with a demeanor of utter annihilation. So powerful, Maeve murmurs, her mind a blank canvas as she gazes at the gradually tilting structure. The city cries out in despair. Countless individuals look up, witnessing this apocalyptic spectacle. The last time such a scene unfolded was during the battle between Zod and Superman. What is happening? Has Zod resurrected? Evacuate the crowd. A familiar voice echoes through the throng. It is Hill alongside Natasha, as they strive to guide the panicked masses to safety. Upon spotting Maeve and Starlight, they rush over. What about Sumo? Natasha queries urgently. Starlight replies, I don't know. Natasha, you continue organizing the rescue. Hill commands as she dashes inside. Natasha grabs her firmly. Calm down. Hill, have you forgotten how you advised me just moments ago? Do you think I am as foolish as you? Without further ado, Hill seizes a directing officer, issuing orders in rapid succession. Activate all alarms, fire trucks, and police sirens in this vicinity to their maximum volume. Now, immediately. The officer hesitates momentarily. Do as I say. Hill reveals her federal credentials. Follow her instructions. The officer swiftly relays the command through his radio. Hill understands that Sumo is currently relying on his Kryptonian physiology in battle. These piercing noises will not diminish his fighting capability, but they could very well claim the lives of those symbiotes. Just then, Natasha's communicator beeps. It is Sky. Hill. Fira has agreed. Natasha is taken aback. Who? Fira? That formidable and unreasonable Kryptonian general? She is willing to intervene? It has been quite some time since she last heard from her. Has Sumo's group managed to persuade her? However, Sky's voice falters slightly. She has set many conditions, and I have agreed to most of them, but what does it matter now? Hill interjects without hesitation. As long as Sumo remains unharmed, she can have whatever she desires. Her tone is resolute. Chapter 90. The Black Death Sword. The world descends into darkness. Dust and smoke suffocate the air, making it difficult to breathe. Sumo hovers in midair, utterly drained, his chest heaving violently. He gazes at the building he forcibly severed in the chaos beneath him. Though he never desired such destruction, the cost is warranted. Otherwise, allowing those five symbiotes to escape could lead to countless lost lives. Suddenly, a noise emanates from the ruins. A silver-gray figure rises slowly from the debris of rocks and steel. Fuck, how are you still alive? The riot floats in midair, completely unscathed. Sumo nearly forgets that Riot gained the ability to fly after merging with the Kryptonian. This individual has been concealing their true power throughout the battle. With deliberate steps, Riot approaches him through the air, exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure. Sumo felt a wave of weakness wash over him. Damn it, he had been careless. If things became dire, he would have to call for Guyi's help. Just then, a figure suddenly obscured the sunlight above him. The chaos abruptly halted, and the creature turned its wary gaze towards Sumo's back. A woman clad in a black Kryptonian uniform floated silently behind him, tall and possessing a graceful yet powerful physique. Her expression was devoid of emotion, her eyes icy. It was Fu-Ao-La observing Sumo's disheveled state. Her tone remained as defiant as ever, yet it seemed to carry an additional undertone. What on earth happened to you? Fu-Ao-La? Sumo was taken aback. What are you doing here? Because some bastard locked me in the basement. Fu-Ao-La's gaze fell upon him, particularly his dusty face. I was quite displeased. So I came to capture him as my pet officer. Consider this as punishment. Get lost, Sumo retorted without a second thought. Aka e mipiaka. Fu-Ao-La's nodded lightly, her attention shifting to the chaos not far away. Though I'm unaware of why you have become so weak, even so, you can still contend against 5. I admit your genes are remarkable. That woman did not deceive me. Therefore, after this battle, let's bear a child together. What is she talking about? A child? Sumo was utterly perplexed. Yet, Fu-Ao-La was right about one thing. He was indeed quite feeble at present. Fu-Ao-La, on the other hand, was a purebred Kryptonian warrior born for combat. Defeating the chaos would be as effortless as child's play. It has been bullying you, hasn't it? Our relationship isn't that close. That woman named Sierra has already promised. You belong to me now. No sooner had she spoken than Fu-Ao-La's figure vanished from sight. Her speed surpassed even that of trains extreme by hundreds of times. The chaos had no time to react, only sensing an overwhelming sense of impending danger. It turned to flee. Too late. Bang! Fu-Ao-La appeared before it like a specter, delivering a straightforward and powerful punch that landed squarely on its face. The creature's massive body was sent flying like a cannonball, crashing into another building. In the next moment, Fu-Ao-La's silhouette disappeared once more. Boom! 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 A series of dull thuds resounded from within the building, akin to the sound of a pile driver. The entire structure trembled violently. Sumo felt his eyelids twitch. That was the Wayne Group S building. Moments later, Fu-Ao-La emerged from the gaping hole of the building, grasping the chaos. Its bones presumably fractured in numerous places and tossed it before Sumo as one would discard trash. Meanwhile, the chaos writhed and struggled in her other hand. Sumo felt an inexplicable quickening of his heart. Man, Fu-Ao-La remarked with a smirk. Even if you praise me, our child must be with me. Sumo's heart leaped violently. It was not a figurative expression. It felt as though something had struck him from within. What was in his heart? Whoosh! Sumo did not even have time to ponder. His body instinctively reacted first. A pitch-black tendril shot forth, swift as lightning, ensnaring the chaotic symbiote in Fura's grasp. Momentarily taken aback, Fura instinctively released her hold, and the chaos dissipated. The sensation of a racing heartbeat grew increasingly pronounced, akin to a voice that had slumbered for eons, now awakening deep within Sumo's soul. Fura furrowed her brow, poised to inquire about his peculiar behavior, yet Sumo disregarded her entirely. He spun around abruptly, his gaze like a flash of lightning, scanning the vast ruins beneath him. He had found it. In the corner of the debris lay a small pool of green, purple, yellow, and rust-red slime, quietly writhing. They had not perished in the recent battle, but had instead fragmented into smaller entities, yearning to escape. Attempting to flee? Sumo scoffed coldly. More black tendrils erupted from behind him, spreading like a net, instantly enveloping the entire area. The whips, the howls, the devouring, all were captured with precision by the tendrils, coiling them up, only to draw them into Sumo's very being. Fura's brow knitted slightly. Hey, what's wrong with you? Silence. I am contemplating, Sumo replied, closing his eyes as the world fell silent. He had once asked Ancient One why he could not sense the presence of the Black Death Sword. Ancient One had confessed ignorance, yet assured him that he would find answers on Clinta. Now, however, Sumo comprehended the truth. For on Clinta awaited countless symbiotes ready for him to consume. He felt it, the profound darkness within him, powerful enough to slay gods. Shall I draw it forth? Let's see. Su-emo slowly raised his right hand, reaching into the void before him, and clenched it tightly. At that moment, the sky flickered between light and dark, not due to clouds obscuring the sun, but rather an ineffable, ancient force enveloping the entire earth. Something is amiss. Who are you? Fura's pupils dilated in shock as she sensed a viscous, pure, and heart-stopping darkness surging wildly from Su-emo. Under Fura's horrified gaze, a hilt forged of pure darkness was drawn slowly from the void by Su-emo. Next came the blade, inch by inch. As the obsidian edge emerged, light began to vanish from this world. The sun remained, yet its rays could no longer touch the earth. Ultimately, when the entire Black Death sword was fully extracted from the abyss by Su-emo, the earth succumbed to absolute darkness. At that moment, New York City, where Su-emo stood, was entirely stripped of color and sound, descending into a profound silence. Fura felt an invisible pressure constricting her throat, nearly suffocating her. She fixed her gaze on the man who wielded darkness, the god, a harbinger of the end. Yet in that instant, she pondered, can even a god give birth? Amidst this stifling silence, a circle of golden sparks flickered behind Su-emo, struggling to tear open a rift, but the darkness was far too dense. The sparks flickered like a dying candle in the wind, unstable and on the verge of extinguishment. Ultimately, a portal was forcibly pried open. A bald woman emerged from within, none other than the Ancient One. Beads of perspiration trickled down her forehead, as if merely maintaining her stance required immense effort. With each step she took, the surrounding darkness pressed closer against her. The Ancient One's gaze remained steadfastly locked onto the sword. Su-emo appeared utterly oblivious, his head bowed, entranced by the Black Death sword in his grasp. That power called out to him. The Ancient One finally reached Su-emo, extending her hand to seize the hilt of the sword. A hum resonated as a more terrifying wave of dark energy erupted from the blade, engulfing her. The Ancient One let out a muffled grunt, a trickle of blood escaping her lips. Yet, her grip tightened resolutely. In the next moment, with a forceful twist of her wrist, she reversed the sword in Su-emo's hand. The blade pointed downward, the hilt upward. A flicker of emotion stirred within Su-emo's hollow gaze. Ancient One, is my sword magnificent? He lifted his head to meet her eyes. You must endure some hardship. Without a moment's hesitation, the Ancient One grasped the hilt with both hands and, with all her might, plunged the pure black hilt into Su-emo's chest. A soft thud, no blood. The hilt vanished into his body as if dissolving in water. Su-emo's eyes, once shrouded in darkness, rapidly cleared, returning to lucidity. Then his body softened, and he fell straight back. The Ancient One caught him in time. The sky brightened. Sunlight cascaded down anew, so dazzling it brought tears to the eyes. The wind swept through, stirring up dust from the ruins. It was as if the apocalyptic night just past had been but an illusion. Chapter 91. Their powers must be regulated. The world descended into chaos. The emergence of the Black Death sword caused the sunlight to vanish from the entire earth. It was neither an eclipse nor obscured by clouds. Rather, it was simply the absence of light, plunging the world into absolute darkness and silence. Although it lasted merely a few seconds, the sensation of impending doom terrified everyone. Now, the television and internet were in a frenzy reporting the event. Global supernatural phenomenon. The water tower in New York was leveled by unknown assailants. Witnesses claimed this was all connected to a flying Asian child. In the news footage, helicopters hovered over the ruins of the water tower. The once iconic structure had lost its upper half entirely, leaving only a severed edge behind. As fear spread like a virus across the globe, above the ruins, an eerie silence prevailed. Hill, Natasha, Maeve, and Starlight stood frozen in disbelief. What had just transpired felt like a nightmare. Maeve spoke. He was taken by that woman. What do we do now? Natasha glanced at the dazed Hill. What are you thinking? Natasha, did you ever consider that Su-emo might be this powerful? What do you mean? Don't you think he resembles the god from Norse mythology? Thor? I'm referring to Odin. Hill cast a displeased glance at Natasha. The overwhelming might of Odin was similarly astonishing when he vanquished Zod. Yet humanity did not cower in fear. They perceived Odin as their protector. The ascendance of Thor as an Avenger serves as the finest testament to this. However, Su-emo was an entirely different matter. Hill believed Su-emo embodied justice, or at the very least, neutrality, yet the malevolent force he unleashed was palpably evil. Was this the dark sword he had alluded to? A tumult of confusion stirred within Hill. Had she unwittingly favored a malevolent deity? Natasha murmured softly, "If you're afraid, just let him come to me." Hill was taken aback. Was Natasha still undeterred? At that moment, a violent fit of coughing erupted from the distant ruins. What had transpired? A woman cloaked in black, obscuring her features entirely, staggered forth from the dust, clutching a fractured steel beam. Her complexion was as pale as parchment, each step appearing to threaten her very integrity. It was she. Hill-S pupils constricted sharply. Barbara Minerva. She surely knew the whereabouts of the yellow crystal. Instantly, Hill pivoted, locking eyes with Natasha. Natasha comprehended immediately. Without uttering a word, they hastened forward, positioning themselves on either side, directly confronting Barbara. "Shall we take a little journey, Ms. Minerva?" Meanwhile, in Johannesburg, South Africa, the main thoroughfare of the city bore no resemblance to its former self. The streets were strewn with overturned vehicles and debris from collapsed buildings. Diana stood amidst the chaos, her attire cloaked in dust. Beside her, Tony's armor bore several massive dents. Not far away, in a vast pit, Bruce Banner lay unconscious, completely nude. Diana had triumphed. She had successfully subdued the rampaging Hulk. Yet, surveying the devastation around her, joy eluded her. She had averted one catastrophe, only to inadvertently instigate another. The reverberations of these events had yet to subside. Soon, fresh news ignited public discourse. Superman had caused civilian casualties in the Naruni region of Africa. The news footage depicted a woman weeping as she recounted to reporters how Superman had slain her family and innocent villagers. The scene shifted to a charred village in the desert, emblazoned with a colossal Superman emblem scorched into the ground. In an instant, global skepticism and fear towards these heroes reached a zenith. They possessed such overwhelming power that no one could rein them in. Today, they could obliterate a skyscraper. Would tomorrow see them annihilate an entire city? And what of the day after? The earth would become their dominion. The populace began to yearn for their homeland defenders, expressing a need for such heroes to safeguard them. The situation continued to escalate. At last, the American government could remain passive no longer. In Washington, on Capitol Hill, a female senator stood at the podium, confronting a multitude of cameras and reporters, her expression grave. Are those among us deities or demons? They act at their whim, unrestrained by any authority. Look to the Naruni region, observed Johannesburg, and reflect upon the tragedy that unfolded in New York. Ladies and gentlemen, their power must now be subjected to regulation. She rapped her knuckles against the table, her voice resonating with authority. I hereby issue a subpoena for Superman, Wonder Woman, Bruce Banner, and that unidentified young boy to appear before us. They must come forth and explain their actions to the world. This planet, upon which we tread, has the right to know who truly holds sway. Kamatai. The room was enveloped in silence, with a faint scent of sandalwood wafting through the air. A simple wooden bed, a wooden table, and a wooden chair comprised the sparse furnishings. Lying upon the bed was Su-Mo, deeply asleep, his breathing steady. He wore a clean linen robe, resembling an ordinary person here for spiritual cultivation. Ancient One sat cross-legged on a cushion beside the bed, cradling a cup of hot tea, the steam obscuring her features. Where's this place? Fura entered, her voice shattering the tranquility. A safe haven, replied Ancient One, taking a sip of her tea, her tone unremarkable. His genes are indeed exceptional. You are correct, but you did not inform me he is a deity. Fura's gaze shifted to Su-Mo on the bed. Pausing before she inquired, I have heard that deities find it challenging to conceive offspring. Do you possess a method to increase the chances of conception? Of course. More attempts are necessary. Ancient One silently chanted in her heart, Su-Mo, do not hold this against me. In the future she envisioned, that mysterious woman was the key to preventing Su-Mo from plunging the earth into darkness. Yet, Ancient One did not know who that woman was. Thus, she resorted to this desperate measure, to encourage any potential female connections to gravitate towards him. As a Kryptonian created through genetic engineering, Fura regarded the continuation of her race as more crucial than life itself. Ancient One, understanding her priorities, successfully guided her towards redemption, a feat made possible by Su-Mo's influence. Clearing her mind, Ancient One turned to the matter at hand. What she had just done was akin to sending a message across the universe. This planet is mine. Fura asked, are you afraid he will attract enemies? Or rather, challengers? Indeed, Ancient One affirmed, rising to gaze out the window at the distant snow-capped mountains. The vast majority of beings in the universe harbor animosity towards darkness, much like Asgard and the Pantheon. However, more than these, I fear for Su-Mo being tempted by entities like Dormammu or Mephisto and succumbing to the shadows. Ancient One did not perceive darkness as inherently evil. Rather, she feared the malign ideologies it could foster. Tell him that such expansive domains should not be reopened. Suddenly, Recalling Sumo's question, Ancient One burst into laughter. There is nothing wrong with displaying bravado. Is he truly so childish? Fura approached the bedside, observing Sumo's serene visage. By the way, I have another question. It seems the laws of this nation do not permit. Ancient One clenched her fist. Is this Kryptonian woman obsessed solely with procreation? Fura exhaled deeply. That is good. She is not a pervert. If she truly intended to act that way, she would disdain herself. Chapter 92. Hey, why don't you let me push your backs? After a while, Sumo opened his eyes and was immediately enveloped by a familiar scent, a blend of old books and sandalwood. It was reminiscent of the sanctum. Yet the room in which he lay was utterly alien, not resembling any he had previously encountered in the New York sanctum. You have finally awakened, Natasha said, seated in a chair beside the bed. A visible sigh of relief washed over her weary face upon seeing Sumo's eyes open. Noticing his curiosity about the room's arrangement, she explained, spatial magic, as Ancient One mentioned. I only know that it allows for the creation of additional rooms. Sumo replied, isn't that superfluous? Are there really that many people needing accommodation? That remains to be seen. Natasha stood up, intending to call for someone, but Sumo raised a hand, signaling her to be silent. He could hear the sounds of an argument outside the door. One voice, filled with suppressed fury, belonged to Hill. You want to stay on the third floor? That is my room with Sumo. The other voice was calm, laced with undeniable arrogance. Fiora, I am not consulting with you. This was your own agreement. When did I? Hill's voice faltered, as if a thought had struck her. Sky, is this what you meant by her conditions? For saving Sumo's life? Fine, you can have a room on the third floor. Sky interjected, there's worse than that. Indeed, it includes Sumo and me sleeping together and bearing offspring. An eerie silence enveloped the space outside the door. Moments latte. Hill's enraged shout nearly threatened to topple the roof of the sanctum. Bastard, why don't you let me push your backs? Inside the room, Natasha's lips curled into a teasing smile. While you were absent, Sky sold you for a good price. How long have I been asleep? Sumo sat up and stretched his neck. Natasha's smile faded, replaced by a serious expression. For a day and a half, much has transpired in that time. She began with good news. We capture Barbara. Really? Sumo's eyes lit up instantly. Is that true? What a coincidence. Natasha, surprised, hadn't anticipated this turn of events. I noticed your serious expression earlier. What else happened? Did Tony and the others fall to Ultron? Almost, but it wasn't Ultron. It was Hulk, Natasha sighed. Hulk lost control in Johannesburg, causing significant destruction, coupled with your destruction of the Baxter Building and the rumors being spread against Superman. The global sentiment towards superheroes has soured considerably. Stark Tower is surrounded by protesting crowds, and Steve and the others have temporarily sought refuge in a discreet location. Someone understood. They were likely at Hawkeye's rural home. Barton, though seemingly inconspicuous, had long been a family man. Even so, his commitment to saving the world was indeed admirable. Moreover, Congress has summoned you, along with Diana, Hulk, and Superman, to testify in Washington. Under the scrutiny of the entire world, Natasha gazed at Sumo and unveiled the most troublesome matter. Upon hearing this, Sumo was momentarily taken aback, but then a smirk of disdain crossed his face. He rose from the bed, flexing his wrists with a hint of derision. To judge me? Have they lost their minds? He raised his hand, making a feigned grasping motion. If they dare to be foolish again, I shall cleave Capitol Hill in two. Natasha, upon hearing Sumo's words, twitched her lips and then recalled the words Ancient One had spoken to Fura, relaying them verbatim to Sumo. Is that truly how Ancient One perceives me? Why would I plunge the earth into darkness? At most, I would merely unveil my prowess. Sumo lifted his right hand and made a grasping motion towards the air. This time, he deliberately restrained his power. The light in the room dimmed slightly, a thick aura of darkness emanating from him, yet it enveloped him alone. The Black Death sword was once more drawn from the void, its blade as obsidian, devoid of reflection, akin to a black hole capable of devouring all. Indeed, it works. He extended his left hand, gently caressing the dark blade. In the next moment, 5 globules of vividly colored slime manifested in his palm. Silvery gray, emerald green, bright yellow, dark purple, and rust red. It was none other than the 5 of them, now resembling harmless blobs of colorful jelly, quietly resting in Sumo's hand. Upon closer inspection, their consciousness had been completely obliterated by the Black Death sword, transforming them into pure weapons, easily manipulable at will. Sumo was both astonished and elated. His symbiote army plan was salvaged. If he could consume the symbiotes on Clinta. Suddenly, Sumo lifted his gaze to Natasha, a mischievous smile spreading across his face. Natasha felt a chill run down her spine under his gaze and instinctively took a half step back. What do you intend to do? Sumo extended his hand towards Natasha, the 5 blobs of jelly wriggling gently in his palm. Do not be alarmed. They are merely extensions of my being. I can sense them at any moment and issue commands. They are entirely safe. Natasha, you do not wish to remain an ordinary person forever, do you? Choose one. Sumo's smile was laden with temptation. Your extension? Indeed, they possess no consciousness or names. Natasha, not one to be overly coy, extended her finger and pointed at the most vibrant yellow blob. May I have this one? Certainly. I believe you and are well matched, Sumo replied with a smile. Tilting his palm slightly, the yellow blob began to flow up Natasha's finger. For the first time, Natasha experienced a symbiote. The sensation was akin to warm liquid, imbued with a profound sense of fulfillment deep within her soul. She could sense that this entity obeyed her every thought. Soon, the yellow slime enveloped her entire body, ultimately transforming into a form-fitting combat suit. The battle attire is primarily adorned in vibrant yellow and red hues, accentuated by sleek black lines that impeccably delineate her athletic physique, honed through years of rigorous training. Her waist is slender, and her legs are elongated, each inch exuding potent strength and lethal allure. The most astonishing transformation is her hair. Natasha's auburn locks elongate at an astonishing rate, cascading down to her waist, while the color shifts to a bold intermingling of yellow and red. Her flowing hair dances wildly behind her, seemingly animated by an unseen force. The sensation is simply exhilarating. Natasha feels an unprecedented surge of powerful energy coursing through her. With a mere thought, a strand of her hair lashes out, striking with precision towards a nearby wooden table. A soft thud resounds as the sturdy wooden surface is effortlessly pierced, leaving a small hole. This hair is sharper than a dagger. Natasha recalls Sumo's words, that these symbiotic entities are extensions of himself. Playfully, she quips, I feel a bit constricted. Sumo, could you help loosen it a bit? ISNT the attire a tad snug. With a wave of his hand, Sumo commands the symbiote to reorganize. Indeed, they are his extensions, and Natasha's conviction solidifies. Having received such immense favor, she can no longer convince herself to remain merely friends with Sumo Hill, but Sumo is, after all, a symbiote. One cannot impose terrestrial notions of monogamy upon him, for his nature transcends such constraints.